Chapter 1. Knights and Squires. The title of knight commands great respect. It is known that a boy must devote over a decade to grasp the 8 noble virtues of knighthood, mastering the 7 essential skills, ultimately receiving the accolade from his lord, thus becoming the embodiment of loyalty and bravery, a knight. The knights of the kingdom of Nitala are no exception, mounted on magnificent steeds, armed with shield and sword. The royal knights of Nitala symbolize the elite forces of this realm. They serve as the right and left hands of the royal court, wielding their extraordinary martial prowess and courage to uphold justice for the kingdom. However, not all knights bask in such glory. You are a knight. Huh. Don't make me laugh. Where is your horse, your golden helm and silver armor, your retinue, your battle standard, your spurs? The tavern keeper erupted into loud laughter upon hearing the claim. His guffaws were so exaggerated that his grimy teeth were laid bare for all to see. Lance Rail adjusted his hat and shot him a glare. He downed his mug of ale in one gulp, slammed his palm on the table, and bellowed, "Believe it or not, my lance remains sharp. Be wary lest I pierce your throat." Though he was not genuinely enraged, in the raucous tavern, a voice that lacked volume was devoid of persuasion. Typically, those who could shout the loudest emerged victorious in disputes. The tavern keeper conceded, for if he were to shout at every customer, his voice would surely have given out long ago in return. He poured Lance another half-mug of ale. "You stingy fellow," Lance scoffed, draining the small amount in one go. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a hawk pierced the air, and a brown falcon flapped its wings as it swooped inside. Narrowly avoiding the lantern, it finally steadied itself, landing on Lance's shoulder, clutching a small rolled parchment in its beak. Lance retrieved the note, glanced at it, then tossed it into the lantern to burn as he stood up. He produced 3 silver coins in a leather pouch, throwing them to the tavern keeper. "Fill this with ale. I must take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in the garb of a squire strode forward, angrily exclaiming, "You there! Is this hawk your pet? Its feathers have fallen into my meat pie, and it stinks to high heaven." "That is seasoning, you fool," Lance shot back, gesturing for him to temper his arrogance. The squire was truly incensed. He swiped at Lance's head with one hand while declaring, "Control your beast, you dimwit." Before Lance could dodge, his hat was knocked to the ground. Silently, he bent to retrieve it, placing it on the counter, then lifted his head, clenched his fist, and charged forward. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on me?" And thus, the 2 men grappled fiercely. This scene caught the attention of the drunken patrons, and naturally, it spiraled into a spectacle. The 2 men tumbled to the floor, rolling over one another, exchanging punches and kicks, spitting at each other, employing every means possible, save for biting. The tavern keeper, witnessing the ruckus, lamented for his furniture, shouting, "Aim well, strike him, but do not damage my tables and stools." Habitually, he turned and yelled, "Shall we wager on whether the squire or the vagabond prevails?" Amidst the chaos, Lance caught this remark, shouting back, "I am a knight." "You're a knight? You are nothing but a vagabond," the squire retorted in the thick of the fray. The 2 large men continued their childish scuffle, causing the tavern to erupt in commotion. "Listen here, you foolish vagabond, I have a child to save. How about we settle this fight later?" the squire said, tightening his grip on Lance's neck. "I too have a child to rescue. Knights never break their word," Lance asserted, perched atop the squire. "Though I am not a knight, palace squires are also bound by their promises. What say we meet here at sunset tonight for our duel? Moreover, we may use weapons," the squire suggested, loosening his hold. "Then I shall not spare you should you cross me," Lance declared, rising and pulling the squire up with him. "I am Lance Rail. Remember that I am a knight." "I am Cale Millis, of the Shadow Squires of Arrows," the squire replied. The crowd erupted in confusion, questioning how the 2 had decided against fighting. Was this not a tease? Ignoring the drunken onlookers, both men retrieved their weapons. Lance slung his spear over his back, donned his hat, and carried the hawk on his shoulder as he stepped outside. Cale secured his sword at his side and followed suit. After a brief walk, Lance suddenly noticed Cale trailing him, and annoyance flared within him that he spun around, demanding, "Why are you following me?" Cale replied with a puzzled expression, "I am not following you. You are standing in my way. I am not obstructing you." "I am off to rescue a child," Lance insisted, pointing at him. "I told you, we have a duel tonight. Do not disturb me now, or I shall bind you and stuff insects up your nostrils." "Fool, this path is not yours alone. Should you obstruct me again, if that child comes to harm, I shall slice your nose off and feed it to the insects." Kale retorted angrily. Lance cast a disdainful glance at the hawk perched on his shoulder. Then an idea struck him. How about this? We join forces to rescue the child. Share the reward. Absolutely not. How could I possibly share the reward with you? Kale snapped. We still owe each other a duel. Don't we? The victor claims the reward. How does that sound? Lance proposed. Well, that idea has merit. Kale conceded, nodding in approval. So, shall we consider ourselves partners? Should you betray me, I will see to it that you meet an untimely demise, Kale warned as he extended his hand. The two shook hands, setting forth towards the snowy mountains by the Little Moira River. The Little Moira River lies in the northwest of the kingdom of Nitala, its waters brushing against the revered claw of the sky, the Solaya mountain range. At this moment, even the base of the Solaya mountains was blanketed in snow, the cold winds howling across the land, with the only sign of life being the occasional swift darting of a snow mouse. It is said that over a decade ago, Prince Dick Cross of Nitara discovered the sealed dragon of light atop the Solaya peaks and reclaimed the power of the war god. Yet, why does he not bless Nitara? Lance mused, gazing at the towering snow-capped peaks. Who knows? The tribes of another continent are waging war against Nitara. Perhaps the war goddess' mind is elsewhere. I would rather pray to the summoning goddess, Rex Bellis. I hear she is a great beauty, Kale muttered. She is a half-elf. You fool, Lance retorted. Moreover, her consort is the god of judgment, Hildur. Speak carefully, lest you be erased without a trace. The gods would not erase a genius like me, even if Hildur wished to do so. The god of wisdom, Dreyer, would intervene, Kale asserted confidently. Never mind, I shall pray to the guardian god, Kor, he added quietly. She is also a great beauty. Lance, though exasperated by Kale's antics, found that this fellow had a knack for navigation. Kale glanced around, and though he briefly consulted a map, he soon located their destination. There lay a cave, obscured by snow and withered grass at the base of two mountains. Were it not for the kind-hearted marking by the Rangers Guild on the map, they might have searched a lifetime without uncovering such a hidden ancient tomb. Good heavens, are you certain this is a tomb? Lance exclaimed, recalling that the tombs he had in mind were usually quite eye-catching from the outside. Although this one seemed somewhat remote, it was not unusual given its ancient origins and the natural changes in the terrain. Nevertheless, the ancestral inhabitants of the continent had left behind numerous such tombs. Their wisdom not to be underestimated, as various traps and mechanisms still function flawlessly. Therefore, once you step inside, you must be cautious of tripwires and buttons. Be wary of meeting an untimely demise, Kyle earnestly advised him. Lance looked at him curiously. This young man appeared to be of a similar age, yet he seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Could he possibly be a more seasoned adventurer than himself? Cabin. Wait for me outside. It's undoubtedly cramped and dark in there. You want to be able to fly. Lance directed the eagle perched on his shoulder. The eagle then spread its wings and soared into the sky. And keep an eye on your spear. Don't let it get stuck, Kyle added. How come you seem to know everything even before entering? Lance muttered. I didn't mention it. But I am a guard of the Elrose Shadow Guard, Kyle replied, producing a set of lock-picking tools, preparing to unlock the ancient tomb's door, which, upon a gentle push, swung open. Right, that little girl went in. So the door must be unlocked. You've already said that, you fool, Lance remarked. What is so special about a guard? I am a dungeon guard, responsible for the design of traps in the cells of the palace's most dangerous criminals, Kyle explained as he stepped into the tomb. Let us proceed inside. Watch your step. Chapter 2. The Frozen Ancient Tomb. The two entered the dimly lit tomb together. Lance raised the prepared torch, and it was then that Kyle realized he had forgotten to bring one. I'm so used to the dark environment of the dungeon that I forgot to bring a torch, Kyle admitted. This tomb is nothing like the dungeon. It's virtually devoid of light, Lance pointed out. They descended the staircase, surrounded by shadowy walls adorned with moss typical of the tundra. Although the ancient tomb lacked the biting cold of the snowy outdoors, the oppressive atmosphere was equally chilling. After passing through a corridor, they seemed to have entered a small burial chamber. Around them stood several neatly arranged coffins. Why do dangerous criminals require traps? Lance suddenly pondered aloud. Because dangerous criminals are not solely human, Kyle replied. You must understand that some creatures, like vampires, harpies, and sorcerers, are captured only with tremendous effort by the knights. They cannot rely solely on guards for oversight. Breakouts can occur from time to time. Such moments. It's not just about sturdy prison doors but various traps as well. The entire high-security dungeon is a terrifying trap and a grave. If an ordinary person were to be locked inside, even with 100 lives, they could never escape. Lance nodded in agreement. Indeed, during his years of training as a knight, he had spent over a decade in the palace but had never visited the dungeon. Holding the torch aloft, Lance examined the coffins. Curiously, some of the coffin lids had been pried open, and there were no bodies within. The undead have been activated, Lance declared. I've seen some exorcists deal with the undead, but I do not wield holy magic. What does it mean for the undead to be activated? Kyle queried. The ancient undead roam this tomb, and if they are provoked, combined with the activation of the undead formation within the tomb, they could be revived. As he spoke, a sudden unease gripped him. He felt he had stepped on something. Fool! Didn't I warn you to watch your step? Kyle exclaimed, noticing what lay beneath Lance's feet. It was a pressure plate adorned with a pentagram, which Lance had inadvertently activated. Suddenly, a series of ominous thuds echoed as some coffin lids were flung open. The corpses, their skin a sickly blue-black and skeletal frames adorned with withered muscle, rose under the influence of the activated undead formation. Both Lance and Kyle felt a surge of fear. I think we can abandon our contract. A little girl running into a place like this is a recipe for disaster, Lance said. Now is not the time for such talk. Kyle shouted, Run, run now. Lance, gripping his spear, seemed intent on confronting the undead. Kyle slapped him and shouted, Idiot, you can't defeat them with just your spear. You go ahead, and I'll cover the rear. Lance dodged his hand, seeing that the undead had blocked their exit, and thus sprinted deeper into the tomb. You only have an iron sword. What do you think you can cover? Lance called as he ran. Idiot. Who told you I'd use a sword to cover? Kyle retorted, drawing a magical circle. Above the entrance to the deeper corridor, he summoned a bizarre iron contraption. Stepping back, he replicated the circle on the ground, conjuring a spiked iron plate riddled with holes. Ha ha ha. Kyle laughed heartily, and the previously oppressive atmosphere of the tomb was disrupted by their commotion. As Lance continued to flee, he heard the undead emit strange cries. Curiously glancing back, he saw that as the creatures crossed the entrance, the peculiar iron apparatus unleashed a volley of flaming arrows, all striking the undead on the head. The undead, already devoid of moisture, ignited instantly, shrieking and scattering in panic. Some undead barely managed to evade the rain of arrows, but as they crossed the spiked iron plate, sharp spikes coated in a transparent liquid emerged, piercing their feet. With a final roar, those undead collapsed, lifeless once more. Ha ha ha. The holy water on those spikes was originally intended for vampires, but the undead can't withstand it either. Kyle seemed utterly delighted, witnessing the undead trapped. Lance felt a surge of astonishment. It turned out this dungeon guard possessed some real skill. The two dashed into a larger burial chamber, spacious and grand, with the coffins arranged even more impressively. They hurriedly closed the chamber's door, using an ancient sword held by a nearby guardian statue to bar it. They can't get in now, Kyle said. I read that these undead lack self-awareness. If they stray too far from the intruders and lose their scent, they will return to their resting state. Oh, how do you know that? Kyle inquired. I learned it from the Sacred Song Shield Library, Lance replied. I initially intended to become a paladin, so I read some tomes on dealing with the undead. But alas, so you truly are a knight? Kyle asked. The most fallen knight, a ranger knight without a master. Lance shook his head. Suddenly, they noticed a shadowy figure. R.A. Vancees, Oak, Dreyer, god of death, Castlin, and your just name, grant me the power of the ancient sorcerers. I shall spread the hymn throughout the homes of farmers, allowing children to receive baptism. Ancient majestic power. A hoarse voice emanated from before the most elaborately carved coffin in the center of the chamber. A figure stood with arms raised, seemingly performing some ritual. They also noticed a smaller figure behind him, trembling. No, struggling. Chapter 3. The Dark Ritual. Lance Lear and Kyle Millis were both taken aback. They had never anticipated the presence of other living entities within this tomb. They cautiously approached the figure, gradually discerning that it was an elderly man clad in black robes. Behind him stood a blonde girl, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old, tightly bound and gagged, emitting helpless whimpers. Who are you? Lance finally couldn't contain himself and shouted. The old man turned at the sound, glanced at them, and suddenly deepened his voice, saying, Do not interrupt me. Lance observed the man placing a transparent stone on the coffin, arranging skulls, magical stones, and glowgrass into a formation. Although he didn't recognize it, he sensed something was amiss with the formation. Could this old man be a necromancer? Was he attempting to awaken the undead forces here for his own purposes? Even if he wasn't, The girl beside him was undoubtedly a captive. Given his demeanor, was he planning to use her as a sacrifice for some dark ritual? It remained uncertain whether he was indeed a necromancer. He had heard of necromancers, those who wielded the power of death, and were originally medical examiners dedicated to studying various poisons. By chance, they gained the ability to communicate with the undead, feeling deeply the sorrow and anger of the spirits, thus binding themselves to them through contracts. Due to their expertise in necromancy and poisons, they were generally despised, and the kingdom forbade them from openly using toxic substances and necromantic magic. However, this tomb, teeming with corpses, was their paradise and private barracks. If a necromancer possessed sufficient power and knowledge, this tomb would become a nightmare, potentially leading to a rebellion instigated by the dead. It must be noted that the knights in the order were not so vigorous. Thus, he furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the spear. Cease your ritual and release the ropes binding that little girl beside you. Otherwise, my gun shall show you no mercy, Lance bellowed. Kyle appeared equally prepared for a confrontation, swiftly surveying the surroundings, contemplating how best to summon traps. Yet, he hesitated to actually invoke any, first needing to ascertain whether the old man was indeed a villain. And second, summoning too many traps in a short period would surely incite the wrath of the Trap Management Bureau of the Song of Shield Dungeon. These mechanisms were public property. He recalled the image of the toothy commander Will from the Bureau, berating a guard standing in disgrace while puffing on a foul-smelling cigar, and he couldn't help but shiver. Get as far away from me as possible, or I shall kill you, the old man shouted with evident anger. He continued to recite his incantation. Lance felt assured now that aura was unmistakably reminiscent of the dark rituals once encountered under the guidance of the former High Priest of the Song of Shield. Truly an unreasonable old madman. Although I am no longer a knight of Nitala, I must intervene before my sense of justice completely fades. I once endeavored to be merciful, invoking the name of the divine, hoping to be granted the blessing of divine love. Yet sin compelled me to forsake my dearest, and no goodness is worthy of redemption, no mercy deserving of reward, O God of death. You are the essence of truth, the old man proclaimed loudly. Lance sensed something was amiss. The peculiar magic circle began to emanate a faint black aura, and even the large coffin trembled slightly in unison with the ground. And no longer hesitating, Lance charged forward, hurling his spear with great force. The old man, noticing the spear's approach, nimbly evaded it. The spear struck the wall, embedding itself. Lance leaped forward, drawing the spear, and turned to thrust it at the old man, seizing the moment while the old man was distracted. Kyle stealthily maneuvered to the side of the bound little girl. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the poor girl was not only tightly bound by ropes, but also shackled with iron chains. However, he couldn't help but smirk. These locks were mere trifles for him, a genius dungeon guard. Do not fear, little one. I am here to rescue you, Kyle whispered. The little girl appeared exceedingly agitated, her clear eyes widening in astonishment as she emitted soft whimpers that at some point. The old man had produced 2 long quills, one in each hand, and began drawing in the air, observing his strange behavior. Lance pondered, what in the world is he doing? The old man stepped back, continuing his drawing. The trails he inscribed in midair glimmered with a golden light, coalescing into a distinct form. As he swiftly completed the final stroke, a warrior wielding a sword seemed to come to life, raising its sword and charging at Lance. The soldier, born from the light's trajectory, astonished Lance that he believed it to be an illusion, but nonetheless, he raised his spear in defense. He had no regrets. That sword, akin to a real blade, struck with tremendous force, sending Lance staggering back a few steps. What the hell is this? Lance shouted. The old man glared at him with fury, roaring, I have warned you. I shall kill you. As he spoke, he continued to draw with fervor. Archers, knights, and soldiers sprang to life from the quills, all rushing at Lance. Kyle glanced over and remarked, that ranger knight is doomed. But his fate is of no concern to me. Using his spear to brace himself against the ground, Lance executed a pole vault, leaping over several of the illusory attackers. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, what on earth are these things? Meanwhile, Kyle was busy unlocking the girl's leg shackles. Hearing Lance's outcry, he pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and finally stood up, shouting, Die, you bastard Will. Your traps are nothing compared to those of my master. Miris. With that, he leaped into action, rolling on the ground and summoning several traps in rapid succession. Lance, come join me for a trap party, he hollered, understanding the cue. Lance carefully maneuvered to avoid the traps, leading the phantoms toward them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tiny iron spiders descended from the ceiling traps, scuttling onto the illusions, relentlessly biting and stinging them with their venomous barbs. Kyle chuckled. These spiders were mechanical, powered by small magical stones. Designed for surprise attacks against escaping foes, the venom on their barbs could paralyze an enemy instantaneously, and utilizing machinery instead of real spiders thwarted certain insect-controlling criminals. Kyle summoned rockets, magical cannons, and acid traps, unleashing a barrage upon the approaching phantoms. However, the illusion seemed impervious to pain, merely unable to advance due to the immense force of the impacts. Lance realized that battling these apparitions was a futile exertion of energy. He needed to eliminate the old man. Taking advantage of the distractions caused by the traps, he sprinted toward the old man. Kyle hastily unlocked the girl's wrist shackles, and suddenly the girl grasped his hand, continuously whimpering, her eyes fixed on him. "Do not be afraid. You shall soon be free," Kyle reassured her. Noticing her terror, "Woo, woo." The girl tugged at the cloth tied around her mouth. This foolish child was pulling incorrectly. It was knotted tightly at the back. Kyle retrieved a dagger, gently patting her head while saying, "Stay still," as he attempted to insert the dagger between her skull and the fabric. Lance lunged at the unsuspecting old man's chest with his spear, shouting, "In the name of justice for Cross." Kyle severed the cloth binding the girl's mouth. She ripped it away and suddenly cried out, "Stop! Stop!" At that moment, Lance's sharp spear had already pierced through the old man's chest. The old man coughed blood, uttering not a single word before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "No," the little girl screamed, rising to run forward. However, her leg shackles had not yet been removed, causing her to stumble and fall. "No, no, woo, no." The girl desperately crawled toward the fallen old man, crying out, and soon broke down in tears. Both Lance and Kyle were bewildered. What was happening with this little girl? "Don't. Woo, woo." The little girl crawled to the old man's corpse, laying on him and sobbing, "Grandpa, Grandpa, please don't die, Grandpa." Both the knight and the guard were left dumbfounded. This old man was the girl's grandfather. They were both struck speechless. After sobbing for a while, the girl suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Lance, exclaiming, "You? Why did you kill my grandfather? Why?" "He was conducting a dark ritual," Lance replied, "regardless of his relationship to you. Dark rituals are forbidden." "What do you know? He was saving my life," the girl shouted, her face flushed with urgency, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not fathom that these two strangers had suddenly appeared to slay her grandfather. According to the laws of the kingdom, those who engage in dark rituals face execution by hanging. Kyle interjected, "Now tell me, why did you come here alone?" "The Ranger Alliance received requests from nearby residents to rescue you. If he is indeed your grandfather, why was he binding you like this, intending to offer you up as a sacrifice for a dark ritual?" He. The little girl faltered upon hearing the mention of execution, her confidence waning, though the anger in her expression dissipated. Tears still flowing. "He did it to save me. Woo. It is said that the god of death, Castling, possesses the power to cleanse a person's ailments at the cost of another's life. Woo. Grandpa found a dark grimoire from somewhere, only wishing to save me. I would rather die than be bound. But you have gone too far." The girl still could not accept this reality, wailing loudly. She looked at Lance, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Although Lance had executed a criminal in place of the knights, witnessing the girl's anguished gaze stirred deep guilt within him. The little girl continued to cry, gradually exhausting herself, and eventually fell asleep clutching her grandfather's lifeless body. Lance sighed and removed his cloak, draping it over her. Kyle approached him, patting his shoulder, saying, "This is not your fault, Lance." Lance shook his head, replying, "I was too reckless. Why am I always so impulsive? Why does my notion of justice seem so absurd? I do not comprehend what your knightly justice entails. I merely rely on reason to discern right from wrong," Kyle remarked. "It must be dark outside now. The nights on the snowfield are harsh. Let us take refuge in this tomb for the night, alongside these corpses." Lance nodded in agreement. "Ha ha, you lonely dead. I trust you won't mind our rare visit." Kyle chuckled, pointing at the large coffin in the center of the tomb. Chapter 4. The Artist Girl. If one were to claim that artists are the most beloved individuals in Nitala, it would be a gross understatement. They are simultaneously the most adored and the most despised. The kingdom of Nitala has always held artists in high esteem, providing various protections for painters, musicians, and circus performers within the royal court. They took in the artists fleeing from the kingdom of Helo, ensuring they were well-fed and able to continue their artistic pursuits. These artists are fervently devoted to the pursuit of beauty, yet their definitions of beauty are as varied as the colors of the wind. A few years ago, the Knights Order executed an artist who had a penchant for dismembering portraits, having killed dozens and arranged their severed limbs into various grotesque forms. Following the spread of this incident, discussions arose regarding the value of artists, with some even suggesting that all artists should be bound and executed. The Nitara court did not heed this suggestion, but they did reduce the protective measures afforded to artists and amended the laws to strictly punish those they deemed mentally unstable. The Guide for Eastern Travelers. Who penned this commentary? Lance, reading from the Guide for Eastern Travelers in his satchel, said impatiently, "Why propagate such notions about Eastern travelers? Shoo, keep your voice down. The little girl is still asleep," Kyle whispered. "What puzzles me is why you would read the Guide for Eastern Travelers." Lance shook his head and replied, "I find Eastern travelers to be peculiar beings. So I purchased a copy to see how the kingdom advises them." Kyle nodded. He was not fond of reading, but he had not anticipated that this wandering knight would enjoy it. He glanced at the sleeping girl, pondering that having stolen a peek at her grandfather's diary, both she and her grandfather must be artists, and that old man was a mysterious painter endowed with magical powers. A.S. Lance perused the book. A thought suddenly struck him, and he sprang up, exclaiming, "Oh right, guard, we still have to duel." At sunset, in front of the tavern, "Oh no, so much time has already passed," Kyle exclaimed. "We're both late. That evens things out," Lance said as he drew his spear and steadied himself. "Now, let us duel." Kyle was alarmed. He had exhausted too many traps previously, and after a night of frantic sneezing, it was likely that the cursed commander had spent the night cursing that damned Kyle Miris. If he resorted to traps again, he would surely face dire consequences upon his return. My Lord Knight, I cannot use traps right now. There's no way I could defeat you," Kyle said, feeling quite embarrassed. "Why not?" Lance inquired. "The magic circle I drew summons traps borrowed from the palace's trap management department, and there's a limit on the number of times they can be rented. If I exceed that limit, General will flay me alive." Kyle scratched his head, explaining. "Oh, there's such a rule," Lance remarked. "I've been wandering outside for 2 years, and I'm no longer accustomed to being under anyone's control." He sheathed his spear and shook his head, saying, "Never mind. We shall duel when you are able to use your full strength." Kyle nodded. "All right. I shall give you the bounty." "Let us split the bounty evenly," Lance replied. Their voices grew louder, disturbing the little girl from her slumber. The little girl, bleary-eyed, propped herself up and hazily gazed at the pool of blood on the ground. Her grandfather's corpse had vanished. Observing the girl's astonishment, Lance, seated on the ground, explained, "We have laid your grandfather to rest." "Rested?" The little girl widened her eyes at him. "By law, he was to be executed," Lance continued, "if the officials sought trouble. It could also implicate you. Fortunately, there are some inexplicable empty graves here. The contract with the god of death was unsuccessful, and his soul can now find peace." The little girl lowered her gaze, her lashes brushing against her cheeks. This man should be considered her enemy, yet she felt no strength to hate him. Indeed, he had saved her grandfather's soul and spared her from the officials' pursuit. However, she could not accept that this man had taken her beloved grandfather's life with a single shot. When she was very young, her parents had lost their lives due to the deception of demons. The priests had told her that her soul was too pure for demons to ensnare. Thus, her grandfather Ralph had found her and taken her in. Her grandfather was an artist, and under his influence, she too had decided to become one. She had promised her grandfather that although he was an exceptional mystical painter, she would become an artist unlike him, wishing to show him that moment. But now, her grandfather was, in truth, even if her grandfather had not died, she could not let him witness it, for she was nearing death herself. She had been cursed during one of their travels. Her grandfather had left her alone in the inn to procure some necessities, and a witch had secretly approached her, attempting to sell her dark magic. Aware that such spells were forbidden in the kingdom, she had scolded the witch, only to be met with the most vicious curse thereafter. She did not know the name of the curse, only that on every full moon, she experienced excruciating pain, each episode more intense than the last. Her grandfather had sought various physicians and consulted numerous priests, but none could cure her. In the end, her grandfather had even carried her, intending to use a death contract to save her. Kyle suddenly felt a surge of compassion, saying, "Oh dear, why are you crying again?" The little girl could not contain her tears. She was truly heartbroken. Whenever she encountered something frightening, she could always rely on her grandfather, hiding behind him. But now, losing her grandfather had become her greatest fear. A terrifying future loomed ahead, so dreadful that it paralyzed her, rendering her unable to move forward or even look ahead. She forced herself to lift her head, meeting Lance's piercing, hawk-like gaze. Lance knelt before her, one hand behind him and the other placed on his chest. The little girl stared at him in astonishment. Miss Alice, I sincerely apologize for peering into your grandfather's diary, Lance said solemnly. I firmly believe I acted in accordance with the kingdom's laws. Yet I am not an official and possess no such authority that I regret your grandfather's death. If this guilt is not countered by action, I shall have no face to continue living. Please. The little girl bit her lip, gazing into his eyes, feeling a strange sense of astonishment. What did he intend to do? Please allow me, Lance Rel of Nitara, to become your dedicated knight, until I find a way to lift your curse. I shall not leave your side, Lance articulated each word with conviction. Not only was this little girl named Alice taken aback, even Kyle was startled. Hey, Lance, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Kyle approached, attempting to pat his head. Get away. Lance suddenly turned, his voice booming, shaking the entire tomb. Kyle was left so stunned that his tongue stumbled. This man was serious, utterly serious. You are a knight. Alice, too, was startled by his shout, timidly asking, her voice trembling. Indeed, I once served as a knight under General Cant Al of Nitara, a prospective member of the Shield of Him. I was knighted at the age of 15, but after the unexpected murder of His Highness Cant Al, I lost my master. With no other potential masters in the court, I left the palace, forsaking my title, wandering the kingdom to assist those in need, Lance explained. My grandfather told me that only nobles have their own knights. No, those are royal knights, not me. Lance's eyes, sharp as swords, pierced through Alice, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Well, all right. Alice thought, since she would not live long anyway, it mattered little. Lance presented a sword, offering it to Alice, saying, Please lay the sword across my shoulder. If you wish, you may swiftly behead me. Alice accepted the sword and placed it on his shoulder. Observing him, it appeared he was entirely unguarded. Not only could she easily behead him, but slitting his throat would also be a simple task. Should this murderer be slain? No, he was not a bad person. It was just that her grandfather should not have acted as he did. O God of Justice Klaus, you were once a knight loyal to the kingdom. On this sacred land, I implore you to witness my most sacred ritual. I pledge to make Miss Alice my sole master, vowing to be her unwavering knight, to protect her with my body and defend her with my weapon, until my blood flows and my heart ceases to beat. That I wish to bind this eternal contract with you through my oath, to uphold the path of knighthood until death, to safeguard my humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, spirit, and justice with my life. Alice was terrified. She had never seen anyone speak in such a manner. Do not fear, Alice, Kyle explained. I have witnessed such ceremonies before. This is a knight's oath. From this day forth, you are Lance's master. You may command him to do anything if he wishes to defy you. He has only two choices, to forever renounce his knightly honor and dignity, or to die. My lady. Lance stood up and addressed her. Alice, I am Alice Parker, the little girl replied. Chapter 5. Death. The skies outside the tomb had cleared. Although there is currently no blizzard, the cold is still not to be underestimated. Lancelot insisted that Alice wrap his cloak around herself, and with no other choice, Alice enveloped herself in the garment. Kyle whistled as he walked ahead. Honestly, you two have found your master and received a knight, while I have nothing, and when I return, I'll be scolded by the brute, Will. Finding the situation tedious, Kyle self-deprecatingly exclaimed, If the Trap Management Bureau's traps were free to use, I could duel with you for 3 days and nights. Lancelot, do you believe me? Whether I engage in a duel now depends on the commands of Her Highness, Alice. As she just mentioned, the curse upon her is dreadful and severe. My primary task is to find a way to lift it. Cabine. At that moment, a long cry of an eagle echoed, and a majestic bird descended from the sky, landing squarely on Lancelot's shoulder. What is this? Alice asked, gazing at it with curiosity. Its name is Cabine, Lancelot replied. Cabine. This is my new master, and also your new mistress, Her Highness, Alice Parker. You make me sound like a noble, Alice said, lowering her head. I am merely an ordinary artist. However, though I am grateful to you. Lancelot, I cannot help but harbor resentment towards you. Your attitude towards me is your own affair, your highness. My duty is solely to follow your commands, Lancelot stated, until I find a way to lift your curse. I am your servant. Trust me, in the name of my knighthood. Well, thank you, but I have no hope. I am beyond saving, truly, Alice replied. Although a hint of regret lingered in her tone, she soon reflected that she had no relatives or friends left. What purpose did living serve? Alice, how old are you? Kyle suddenly inquired, leaning closer. 14, Alice answered. 14. How come you still look so small? My sister, Katie, is also 14 and is already taller than you, Kyle remarked. I do not know. Alice shook her head. The other girls are taller than me. You must not be eating well. You are so thin. When I was your age, I could eat 6 loaves of bread in one sitting, and sometimes I would even ask the court pastry chef for donuts, Lancelot said. This bounty is enough for you to enjoy several hearty meals. Bounty? Alice echoed, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. We accepted a commission from the Ranger Alliance to search for a missing girl in the frozen tomb, which happens to be you, your highness, since the commission was duplicated. The two of us are entitled to only one reward, so we intend to confront the Ranger Alliance about it. If you do not wish to join us, I shall not go, Lancelot explained. Fool, did I not say the bounty is yours? Kyle retorted. No, you have exerted yourself for a day and night, and if you return without a single coin, would that not be exceedingly unfair? The Ranger Alliance must provide an explanation, Lancelot asserted. Alice seemed to grasp his meaning and said, Are we going to argue? I have no objection. Kyle shook his head, saying it is best not to confront the Ranger Alliance. Otherwise, future travels will be troublesome. If the Ranger Alliance only seeks personal gain by exploiting the Rangers, then I shall no longer rely on such a disreputable organization, Lancelot declared through gritted teeth. Lancelot, you are truly a straightforward person, Kyle remarked. How old are you? 18, Lancelot replied. Just the right age to become a knight, Kyle chuckled. However, this is my second time, Lancelot added. Due to the blizzard and their initial visit, they had spent half a day yesterday, but today they returned to the tavern they set out from in merely 2 hours. Yet this time, the knight and squire did not indulge in drink or dueling, heading straight for the Ranger Alliance's branch. The local branch of the Ranger Alliance was a small bungalow with several small rooms. The two men, accompanied by a little girl, burst in with great fervor, and upon encountering others, Lancelot immediately demanded, Where is the agent? Bring him out. The trio attracted the attention of the Rangers inside the bungalow. Shortly after, a well-dressed man emerged. Hello, I am Ferris Cook, the representative of the Ranger Alliance's Paulingtown branch. How may I assist you? He said politely. Listen, Cook, I, Lancelot Rail, along with this gentleman, Calmiris, received your commission yesterday. However, this commission was duplicated and sent to 2 unrelated individuals that I wish to know if you are prepared to provide us with double the bounty. Lancelot inquired sternly. I believe you have misunderstood. Mr. Rail, there is only one commission, and it appears you two have collaborated to fulfill it, correct? Correct, Lancelot affirmed. Since it was completed collaboratively, then each of us contributed only half the effort. Therefore, it logically follows that we ought to receive one reward. Does it not? Cook replied calmly. However, the Ranger Alliance has always awarded the same commission to a single ranger. Only if the commissioned ranger abandons the task or exceeds the deadline will it be reassigned. Lancelot countered. Cook shook his head, saying, Please have a seat, gentlemen. I appreciate your effort on the commission. Allow me to offer you some milk. The 3 took seats, and Cook joined them, saying, In the past, that was indeed the case. But the higher-ups have realized that this system is not rational. For certain urgent commissions, if assigned to an incapable ranger, delays could lead to serious consequences. Your commission was reviewed by me, and due to its relation to human lives, it was issued in duplicate. However, regarding the reward, you see, now you have an extra little girl with you. By Mr. Rail's logic, would I not have to prepare 3 rewards? Furthermore, I must remind you, Mr. Rail, that your statements are speculative. You have not yet completed the commission. Isn't this little girl the very person we were tasked to find? Kyle interjected immediately. No. The commission clearly stated a silver-haired girl who should be younger than this child, Cook replied. Both Kyle and Lancelot were taken aback, swiftly pulling out the scroll detailing the commission to examine it closely. Indeed, the description specified a silver-haired girl, appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old. They looked again at Alice, whose golden curls made her resemble a little noble princess. Good heavens! Cal gasped. Could there still be a living person in that tomb whom we overlooked? If that is the case, then we must go, Lancelot hastily began. No, because once you exceed the deadline, the commission has been taken by another ranger, Cook stated, gently taking a cup of warm milk from a waiter's tray and offering it to them. Another ranger? Lancelot exclaimed. Astonished, since he had previously issued 2 commissions, why was there only one now? Cook, sensing his confusion, preemptively explained, It is not a matter of distrust in your abilities. We merely regard you as average-level rangers. However, this time, the commission was accepted by an exceptionally skilled traveler from the East, and we have complete confidence in him. Thus, I can only offer my apologies. Kyle and Lancelot stood in shock, staring at the milk in their hands. Contemplating. Is this truly the reward? Chapter 6. The Royal Knight disheartened, Lancelot and Kyle exited the Ranger Alliance branch. Alice followed behind them, appearing rather indifferent. Lancelot noticed she seemed lost in thought as she walked. Unless he initiated a conversation, she would not lift her gaze. This deepened his sense of guilt that he resolved, no matter what, he must save this girl and help her lift the curse. Since his master was assassinated, he had wandered the world without a clear objective. But now, the long-relaxed tension of his knightly duty was once again taut. Conversely, Kyle appeared entirely at ease that he waved to Lancelot, saying, It is time for us to part ways. You are a decent fellow. Lancelot, while I owe you a duel, it seems our bounty has vanished. Is that so? If we meet again and Her Highness Alice permits, I shall still duel you. Next time, be sure to inform your superior to allow you to give it your all, Lancelot replied. Kyle chuckled and shook his head, saying, By the way, not far from here in the city of Cardo, there is a priest named Douglas Brain at the Osmok Cathedral. He is a highly qualified exorcist. You might want to pay him a visit to see if he can assist Miss Parker. Would you not join us? Lancelot inquired. No, I need to return and report to my superior about some matters, Kyle replied with a smile. Checking his pack once more before waving goodbye and departing, Lancelot let out a sigh. Once Kyle had walked far away, Alice, gazing up at the knight who towered over her by 2 heads, said, You can just leave me here to fend for myself. No one can save me. Lancelot furrowed his brow and looked at her, saying, If you truly believe you cannot be saved, then at the very least, allow me the honor of burying you myself. Alice let out a huff and turned on her heel to flee. Lance was taken aback and immediately pursued her, though Alice was small in stature. She ran with remarkable speed. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and Lance, being tall, dared not collide with anyone, realizing that Alice could easily be lost in the crowd. Carbon, follow her, Lance commanded, shaking his shoulders, causing the eagle perched upon them to take flight in pursuit. Alice ran too swiftly and accidentally bumped into a passerby, causing a round-headed doll to tumble from her satchel. Startled, she quickly halted and turned back to retrieve the doll. Carbon, the eagle, circled above her. Just as it seemed Lance was about to catch up, Carbon emitted a sharp cry. Alice cautiously picked up the doll, only to hear a commotion behind her. Standing up and looking up, she saw a majestic horse galloping towards her. Panic-stricken, she was at a loss as to how to evade it that moment. Lance approached, extending his arms to brace against the horse's chest. The stallion, taken aback by the sudden obstruction, felt an immense force hit it. With a long whinny, it was forcibly halted by Lance, losing its balance and toppling over, throwing its rider to the ground. What are you doing? Lance felt a tingling numbness in his hands, nearing the brink of insensibility. He bent down, barely managing to use his weakened hands to help Alice to her feet, asking, Your Highness, why did you run? Alice lowered her gaze, mumbling incoherently. Hey, I'm talking to you. The rider, having clambered back to his feet, also helped the fallen horse upright. The startled horse, in an attempt to kick Lance with its front hooves, was restrained by the rider's firm grip on the reins. Lance turned around, saying, I apologize. I had no choice. If the horse had collided with this girl, she would have been in grave danger. The rider, clad in steel armor, with dark brown hair and a beard, carried a large shield, and his attire suggested he hailed from the palace. Enraged, he retorted, Mind your own children. If you have no regard for your own life, do not endanger others. Lance bowed his head, replying, I am truly sorry. I could not catch up to your highness in time. I never intended to endanger anyone. I just wanted to die, Alice shouted, tears streaming down her face. Your highness, let us go, Lance said softly. Your highness. The rider chuckled uncontrollably upon hearing this. You are a knight. This little girl is your mistress? Whose daughter is she? I am a royal knight who served under General Cantal of Nitara, Lance declared. The princess is merely an ordinary girl. Oh, you were once a royal knight, and now you serve an ordinary girl. The rider laughed even more heartily. How absurd. Have you not just removed yourself from the knightly roster? Huh. It is truly laughable to see a knight so indiscriminately choose such a master. Please do not belittle my mistress, Lance replied fiercely. A true knight does not concern himself with the status of his master. I am a knight as well. But in comparison, you are quite pathetic, aren't you? Dressed like a vagabond, without a steed, all the while protecting a girl who knows nothing. The rider guffawed, eager to vent his frustration at being unseated. You should refrain from calling yourself a knight. I would be too ashamed to tell others I am a knight. They would say, a knight? I have seen him. That filthy fellow with a broken spear, trudging along with a little girl. Lance's eyes nearly sparked with fury. He attempted to reach for the spear at his back, but remembered that Alice was still there, preventing him from recklessly engaging in a brawl with this man. He struggled to suppress his inner rage. Hadn't he endured such treatment for years? Was he not accustomed to it? What was there to be angry about? Yet, he was not merely scolding himself. He was reprimanding Alice, his mistress. At that moment, another horse galloped up, ridden by a knight clad in steel armor with a massive shield, but this knight had flowing golden hair and was a young woman. Adolphe. What are you doing? The female knight, noticing the standoff, found it peculiar. Carrie, this rascal toppled my horse. I think it's time to deal with him, the knight named Adolphe replied. And he dares to claim he was once a royal knight. Is that so? The woman dismounted. Soothing the startled horse and assessing the situation, it seems the fall was rather severe. Young man, how do you intend to compensate for this? Lance inquired. How much do you want? At least 150 kaboo, Adolphe stated, not counting the delay you've caused me. Very well, Lance said, reaching for his coin pouch. Lance, Alice suddenly tugged at his hand. Lance turned to look at her. Do not give them money. This is all my fault. Alice bit her lip and said. I can afford 150 kaboo. Lance smiled reassuringly. Lance, control your ego, we are leaving, Alice commanded. Lance was still processing her words when he saw Alice pull out a large laughing pumpkin head and throw it at Adolphe. Aha! Oh ha ha, the pumpkin head, seemingly a wind-up toy, suddenly emitted a comical laugh. It struck Adolphe squarely on the forehead, causing him to yell out in anger. Crazy girl, do you think this trinket can defeat me? Unexpectedly, Alice seized Lance's hand and turned to flee. Just as Adolphe intended to pursue, the pumpkin head exploded with a loud bang, releasing a thick cloud of banana-scented smoke and a plethora of soft little beans. The beans scattered everywhere, sticking to Adolphe's face, even flying into his nostrils. The two royal knights and the surrounding pedestrians were rendered dizzy by the banana-scented smoke, and by the time the haze cleared, Lance, Alice, and the eagle had vanished without a trace. They've escaped, Adolphe exclaimed. Adolphe, that girl might be a jester, huh? Carrie struggled to reopen her eyes through the banana smoke, and, upon seeing Adolphe, suddenly burst into laughter. Adolphe, your face is covered in beans. Carrie covered her mouth, chuckling uncontrollably. Like a jester. She laughed until she was breathless. Adolphe's face was smeared with colorful beans, making him look utterly ridiculous. In a fit of rage, he swatted the beans off his face and popped one into his mouth, exclaiming in surprise, These are jelly beans. That wretched girl. Some passing children also got smeared with the jelly beans, and upon realizing what they were, they chattered excitedly, seeing that Adolphe had the most jelly beans on him. They crowded around him, clamoring, Sir, give us some jelly beans. Please, give us some jelly beans. Adolphe, witnessing the children encircle him like a metal barrel, fumed. These jelly beans are not from me. They were thrown by that fleeing girl. I am going after them now. We'll go with you. The children shouted in unison, still surrounding him like a metal barrel. Carrie laughed heartily, saying, Oh, Adolphe, when did you become so popular with children? Me, children. Adolphe was so enraged he could hardly speak. Yet he could not strike the children, leaving him to simmer in frustration. Carrie shook her head, saying, Enough. A wandering knight has his troubles too, that we only need to do what we ought to do. Right, Sir Knight Adolphe. Chapter 7. I want to be a jester before dawn. 2 morning patrol guards yawned as they began their duties. Their responsibility was to monitor the city for brawls, assaults, and robberies, while also keeping an eye out for any notorious criminals. However, such exciting work was not a daily occurrence. Most days were rather dull. The monotony of life often bred restlessness, prompting the guards to seek outlets for their frustrations and thrills. As a result, many developed quick tempers and unpleasant dispositions, often clashing with the public. One of the reasons why they were so despised by the citizens, the two guards were still groggy when they passed by the Ozmok Cathedral in the city, where they spotted two figures, one tall and one short, seated on the steps before the church. "What are you doing?" one guard shouted without a second thought as he approached. The two figures, leaning together with their heads down, appeared to be dozing off. At the shout, the taller one lifted his head, furrowing his brow in annoyance, and muttered, "Shut your mouth." At that moment, the shorter figure's head also slowly rose. "Your Highness, it's nothing." Upon hearing this tone, the guards immediately found a reason to be incensed. They charged forward, shoving the two individuals. "You filthy vagrants! How dare you speak to us in that tone? Hand over your fines immediately, or come with me to jail." "What's the matter, Lance? What do these people want?" The slender young girl rubbed her eyes, waking up from her dream with an unpleasant sensation. She glanced at the blurry shadow before her, unsure of what was happening. Lance was jostled by a guard, causing him to lean backward. Midway through his fall, he exerted force from his waist, straightening himself once more. He disregarded the guard, shaking his head as he remarked, "They seek to extort us. Your Highness, may I take action against them?" "Oh, they are indeed nefarious." Princess Alice felt utterly disoriented. After a day and a half of jostling in a farmer's cart, she had managed to sleep for only 2 hours and felt utterly exhausted. "Yes, Your Highness," Lance replied. "I feel quite dizzy, my heart is racing." Alice collapsed onto the steps, curling up and exhaling gently as she drifted into slumber. The guards were infuriated. It was rare for them to encounter someone so disrespectful. Under the usual supervision of the generals, they had already endured considerable humiliation, and now they sought to vent their frustrations on a commoner, only to be met with resistance. This was simply intolerable. They were ready to resort to violence, rolling up their sleeves. Lance appeared to have anticipated their movements. He stood abruptly, and before the two guards could react, he landed a punch on each of their chests. Both guards fell to the ground. "Huh," Lance exhaled, murmuring, "I'm not too rusty yet." He turned around and sat back down beside Alice. She was still draped in his well-worn cloak, using it as a blanket. It had been a long time since he had resorted to using his fists. As a wandering knight, he had often found himself in altercations, whether in playful brawls or deadly encounters. He preferred straightforwardness over subterfuge. A memory surged forth, his former knights instructing apprentices in the art of boxing. They taught that a blow could incapacitate. With the right force being lethal, he could still hear the echoes of their lessons. A man transitions from boyhood to adulthood in the blink of an eye, just as an apprentice squire becomes a royal knight, then a wandering knight bereft of a master, and eventually re-establishes fealty to a new lord. Years of experience seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Alice. This frail little girl, despite her weary expression during the day, appeared serene and adorable in her sleep. Her features relaxed, although he felt a twinge of regret for becoming her knight out of an inexplicable sense of guilt. He recalled his aspirations from years ago, to become a great knight. Now, those lofty dreams had crumbled, and he felt a sense of dread, as if his former self were seeking retribution against his present self. Yet, wandering aimlessly could hardly be deemed a life. This little girl had given him purpose, which he considered a stroke of fortune, that he vowed to help her break the curse, albeit unaware that it might be utterly unbreakable. At that moment, he noticed someone opening the grand doors of the church. The figure was a tall elder. Indeed, while the elderly tend to stoop, he stood upright, nearly matching Lance's height. Were it not for his shock of gray hair and beard, one might not recognize him as an elder. "I heard commotion outside. Is there something you require assistance with?" the elder inquired. "Two guards were too loud, so I knocked them unconscious," Lance replied softly. "If your voice is also raised, kindly lower it. My mistress is sleeping." "Your mistress? You are a knight." The elder lowered his voice knowingly. "Indeed," Lance affirmed. "I extend my highest respects to you, sir." The elder bowed slightly and said, "It has been quite some time since I've encountered such a young wandering knight. However, your mistress appears even younger." "Yes, sir," Lance responded. "May I ask your name?" "I am Douglas Breen, the priest of the Ozmok Church. It is quite chilly. You should bring your mistress inside." The elder continued, "Do not concern yourself with those two. The guard's reputation in this city is abysmal." "You are indeed Mr. Douglas Breen," Lance exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. momentarily forgetting to modulate his voice. "Shoo," Douglas cautioned softly. "Your mistress is still asleep." Lance quickly glanced at Alice, who had fallen back into a deep slumber. "What a lovely girl," Douglas remarked as he approached her. "So frail. She must have endured much hardship. You truly have a keen understanding. Sometimes being a knight to a noble is less rewarding than being a knight to a child." I hadn't considered that deeply," Lance murmured, his head bowed in shame. "I merely felt a sense of guilt towards her. By the way, Mr. Breen, if I carry her inside, will she awaken? Have you never held a child before?" Douglas chuckled. "From your appearance, it seems you haven't. Allow me to assist you." Lance nodded. When Alice finally awoke, the sun had risen high. "Grandfather, no, Lance." She realized she was in an unfamiliar place, her sense of security evaporating, and she cried out in fear. "Thank you, Mr. Breen, I will inquire more later," Lance said as he pushed open the door and stepped inside, still speaking toward the outside. "Lance," Alice sat up, curling into a ball, gazing at him as she asked, "Where is this? Why am I wearing someone else's clothes?" Lance noticed that Alice was clad in a white nightgown, her golden curls making her resemble a noble little princess. He lowered his head in a gesture of respect and smiled. "This must be what Mr. Breen arranged for you. We have arrived at our destination. This is the lodging area of the Osmok Church." "Mr. Breen." Alice felt the name was familiar, but could not place the face. "He is the priest, Douglas Breen, whom Kale asked us to find," Lance explained as he took a seat on a nearby bench. Alice pursed her lips, suddenly alert, her face flushing bright red. "Did he change my clothes? Or was it you?" She couldn't meet Lance's gaze. Her cheeks burning, Lance let out a laugh. "Your Highness, it was Mr. Breen," he replied. "That priest? Why would he? Alice lifted the blanket to cover half her face, stuttering. I am a girl." "It was Mr. Breen who had a nun change your clothes," Lance hastily added, realizing he had unconsciously covered his mouth, for Alice's face was indeed as red as a tomato. "Huh?" Alice's eyes widened. Subsequently, her long lashes fell, shielding half of her pupils. Her face reddened further. "By the way, Your Highness, Mr. Breen mentioned he would consult some books regarding the curse and invited us to lunch." Lance quickly shifted the subject to divert her attention from her embarrassment. "This is a grave curse. Indeed. Grandfather has taken me to see numerous physicians, and none could provide any results," Alice replied. "I do not believe this priest can save me." She paused before adding, "Lance, I feel unwell. I think I am nearing death." Lance shook his head. "Your Highness will not perish. Dick Cross is with you. Dick Cross has no sway over my life or death. My fate lies in the hands of Caslin and Lachi's shield. Lance, no matter how well you perform, the god Cross does not intervene in mortal affairs," Alice stated, having long since lost hope. "Your Highness, we must at least strive to do our best," Lance insisted earnestly. "Lance, conserve your strength." Alice shook her head. "I no longer harbor hatred towards you. I truly do not. Whether you hate me or not is inconsequential. Your Highness, did you not mention that the pumpkin bomb was your first creation?" Lance inquired. "Yes. It was filled with candy beans. I initially aimed to craft a toy, to show it to Grandfather during the festival." Alice lowered her head as she spoke. "Do you wish to become an exceptional jester?" "Your Highness," Lance remarked. "To my knowledge, jesters are quite rare among artists." "Yes, but I adore jesters. They can create all manner of toys and bring joy to everyone." As soon as Alice mentioned jesters, her spirits lifted. "Grandfather is a mysterious painter, and I enjoy drawing as well, but I do not wish to delve too deeply into the realm of imagination. I aspire to create tangible toys to surpass Grandfather." Lance nodded. "I will assist you in becoming an outstanding jester." "So you cannot perish, all right?" Alice fell silent, her gaze fixed on her fingers resting on her lap, her heart feeling heavy. "I wish to live." Alice's voice was barely audible. Lance smiled and rose to his feet. "Then let us live. First, we must eat. Your Highness, it is time to rise. It is nearly noon." "All right," Alice nodded, taking a deep breath before jumping out of bed. Chapter 8. The apprentice of Christera. Lance and Alice were treated as guests, sharing lunch with the priest and nuns. Although a silent prayer preceded the meal, the priests prayed to the god of time, while Lance directed his prayers to the god of justice. "May the song of the sky forever linger in my ears. Akin to the beloved I have encountered, both the lover and the beloved, I shall eternally extol the light predetermined on the dark shore, and I vow to safeguard the purest hope of my heart for a lifetime. Amen." Alice softly uttered her prayer. Once everyone had concluded their prayers, they began to dine. "Your Highness, are you praying to the god of hope?" "Yes, indeed, to the god of hope, Elizabeth Cross," Alice replied with a smile. "You knights must be praying to the god of justice," Douglas Breen said with a kind smile. Seated beside Lance, clad in a white clerical robe adorned with a cross pendant around his neck and wrists, his grayish-white beard and deeply etched features revealed his advanced years. The god of hope, Elizabeth Cross, and the god of justice, Dick Cross, are siblings, yet you are master and knight. Lance chuckled as he raised his wine glass and savored a sip of the exquisite wine, letting out a contented sigh. Alice, eager to try, snatched Lance's wine glass and brought it to her lips. "Your Highness, children should not drink wine. It is harmful to their health." He did not attempt to stop her, merely uttering a caution. "Is that so?" "I am unaware," Alice responded, gazing at the deep red liquid, perceiving it as delicious juice. "Young lady, you may indulge in wine when you are a few years older. For now, a bit of juice will suffice," Douglas advised. "What we have here is the most sumptuous meal we've had in days," Lance quickly interjected. "Thank you so very much. Mr. Breen, Kale Maris is my daughter and a knight's child, raised in the palace as a guard since childhood," Douglas explained. "Since you are friends of Kale, please do not stand on ceremony." Lance nodded. Alice, famished, voraciously devoured the food on her plate. Douglas took a small piece of bread and a couple of sips of wine before suddenly speaking in a hushed tone. "Miss Parker, how did you come to be afflicted by this curse?" Alice's mouth was full, rendering her unable to respond. Lance glanced at her and smiled. "Her Highness Alice is under a witch's curse, which is why she is in her current state." Douglas stared contemplatively at his plate. "Lance, what day of the week is it today?" After finally swallowing her food, Alice quickly wiped her mouth and inquired. "It is Wednesday, Your Highness," Lance replied. "Wednesday, oh." Alice, who had been enjoying her meal, suddenly lost her smile at this revelation. She lowered her head, obscuring her face from Lance's view. Though he felt a twinge of concern, he refrained from speaking to AT that moment. The heavy doors of the dining hall swung open, and a man with white hair brandishing a sword strode in. The sound of the door's heavy scraping drew everyone's attention. "I wish to see the god of time. I require her power." The man's voice was deep and hoarse, yet resonated with piercing clarity. His words were an unabashed provocation. To enter a sanctuary and demand an audience with a deity was nothing short of blasphemy in the eyes of any temple priest. The priests and nuns felt their anger rising without hesitation. However, the man was clad in a simple robe and draped in a black cloak, resembling an Eastern traveler, which tempered their ire somewhat, as they considered that he might be an outsider unfamiliar with their customs. Lance regarded the man with curiosity, pondering how the priests would react next. Yet, the priests remained relatively composed, while the elder priest, Douglas Breen, stood up without a moment's hesitation. He did not utter a word, but strode directly toward the Eastern traveler. His gaze sharp and discerning. "God of time, Trelatari, your god of time. Do you hear me? I demand to see her. How may I gain an audience?" The Eastern traveler continued to speak loudly, as if oblivious to the tension. Just 5 steps away from him, Douglas suddenly brought his hands together. The cross on his wrist emitted a brilliant golden light, which swiftly elongated into 2 golden staffs, each approximately 2 meters in length. "Father Breen." The priests were taken aback by his actions. "Everyone, be cautious. This fellow is a demon." Douglas suddenly shouted. He brandished the staff, pointing it at the Eastern traveler, declaring, "You, foul and wretched soul, dare to trespass upon the sacred grounds of Osmok." The Eastern traveler frowned, saying, "Does the god of time refuse to see me as well?" Douglas swung the staff forcefully at the Eastern traveler. The latter, sensing the radiant staff's approach, skillfully evaded the strike. Muttering, "What ferocity!" he crossed his sword in front of him, stating, "I do not wish to engage in combat with you, exorcist. I am a demon, yet I have no desire to fight." Douglas found himself intrigued. This individual openly acknowledged himself as a demon. However, the foul aura emanating from him ignited a fervor within the exorcist. Despite his age, Douglas was a highly esteemed exorcist within the Osmok Cathedral. Possessing a keen sensitivity to the presence of demons, if a demon were to seek him out, it would be tantamount to courting death. Yet here was one who seemed to invite his wrath. Curiosity aside, he could not afford to show leniency, as his calling was to expel demons. He had slain countless demons throughout his life. The Eastern traveler displayed a sinister grin, his narrow eyes glowing a blood-red hue. This expression was familiar to Douglas. as only demons bore such a grotesque smile. As he wielded the staff in attack, he fervently recited the exorcism prayer. The Eastern traveler began to swing his sword, unleashing blood-red afterimages. Yet Douglas deftly parried each assault with his staff. The efficacy of Douglas's exorcism prayer became evident. After a few minutes of their skirmish, the Eastern traveler began to sway unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Douglas delivered a powerful horizontal strike to the traveler's shoulder. Quickly pivoting to thrust upward, the Eastern traveler, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the staff, sending him soaring backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Drawing a cross in the air before his chest, Douglas intoned, "In the name of Toxhill, may your soul be purified. May the divine love forgive the sins of your servitude to darkness." He raised the staff high and hurled it forth, the staff soaring like a javelin aimed directly at the Eastern traveler's heart. "Lo, you fool." Suddenly, a small knife flew through the air, deflecting the javelin. The staff lost its trajectory, veering off to crash into the wall beside the Eastern traveler. Embedding itself firmly within, a woman clad in a black clerical robe rushed in, and upon seeing the Eastern traveler, she dashed forward, producing several slender needles to insert into his body. "I warned you against running amok. If you continue, you shall see how others deal with you," she scolded him. Douglas's shoulders heaved as he gasped for breath. He had not underestimated the situation. He had exerted his full strength against the Eastern traveler. Yet he was astonished by how easily the demon had been subdued. Even more perplexing was the woman before him, tall and graceful, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. With her light golden hair divided into two strands cascading over her chest, Douglas felt a vague sense of familiarity upon seeing her. The priests and nuns watched the interaction between the man and woman with bated breath. The clergy in the dining hall were not particularly seasoned, and they dared not take action without their mentor Douglas's command. To their surprise, after the woman had inserted several needles into the Eastern traveler, his expression softened, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. She stood up and turned to Douglas, saying, "It has been quite a while, Uncle Breen." "Emilia?" Douglas exclaimed in astonishment. "You are Emilia, the apprentice of Crystera?" "Yes, I am Emilia. Did you not recognize me?" "My heavens," Douglas sighed, saying, "You have grown so much." Chapter 9. The Star of Kozan. Lance and Alice found themselves utterly baffled by this sudden turn of events. Yet it seemed that matters were not inclined to clarify for them, as they were entirely outsiders in this scenario. A demon slumped in their midst, a most unsettling sight indeed. The priests and nuns fixed their unwavering gazes upon him. "Emilia, why are you here, and what is the nature of this demon?" Douglas could not suppress these pressing questions. Emilia sighed, saying, "That scoundrel Crystera has no use for me anymore. He instructed me to bring this Eastern traveler named Lo to you. This individual has been possessed by a demon and is deserving of execution. However, my master..." "No." Crystera mentioned that he seems capable of controlling the demon's powers freely, which makes him a subject of significant research value. Thus, he instructed me to bring him to you, as you are the exorcist he holds in the highest regard. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce the student of the Saint Priest Crystallara, Emilia Stoker." Douglas observed the hostile gazes directed at the two individuals and continued, "This demon appears to be a gift bestowed upon me by Crystallara himself, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, the crowd remained unresponsive, their demeanor unchanged. "Uncle Breen, not many are familiar with the name Crystallara. I apologize for interrupting your meal, but could you find us a quieter place to settle? Otherwise, the presence of this demon could disrupt the sanctity of this holy church." "It won't be that disruptive. But he did compel me to destroy a wall," Douglas replied. "Follow me." He seized the wrist of the Eastern traveler named Luo and added to the crowd, "Please continue your meal. There is nothing to worry about." With that, he led Luo and Emilia out. The moment they departed, the restaurant erupted into a cacophony of whispers. Some speculated about the identity of the demon. Others pondered the identity of the woman in the black robe. While the majority debated why Douglas had not executed the demon and whether to report the incident to the high priest. Surely, the earlier commotion had not gone unnoticed by anyone in the establishment. Lance recognized that chaos was imminent, so he escorted Alice away. The duo retraced their steps to the small guest room where Alice had initially rested. This modest chamber was situated on one side of the central garden, enveloped by the branches and leaves of a great tree, rarely traversed by others. Upon entering, Lance discovered that the three individuals they had encountered earlier were already there. "Mr. Rail," Douglas exclaimed upon spotting him, "what brings you back?" "I apologize, the restaurant was too noisy." So I brought Princess Alice back, Lance responded. Alice followed closely behind, her brow furrowed in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, and who might this be? Emilia inquired, observing Lance's attire, which was not that of a priest, and noting that Alice did not wear a nun's habit, instantly identifying them as outsiders. However, the little girl's clothing struck her as somewhat familiar. This is Lance Rail, a friend of my grandson Kyle Millis, and a ranger knight. This young lady is Lance's charge, named Alice Parker. Emilia, do you recognize the dress she is wearing? Emilia squinted at the dress, which indeed seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. This princess gown. Miss Parker looks quite adorable in it. What is it to you? Do you recall your 13th birthday? My daughter crafted a beautiful princess gown for you, which I intended to gift you. But you and Crystalara left in such haste for your visit to Cardo that you forgot to take it with you. Ah, yes, I remember now. It is indeed this beautiful gown. It seems my forgetfulness has led to its finding a better owner. Emilia smiled at Alice and remarked, You look truly lovely. Alice, though it appears you have been rather underfed. Alice's cheeks flushed, so this outfit had once belonged to this older sister in her youth. Well, even though Uncle Breen did not consult me, I still consented to gift you this gown. Alice, a girl as charming as you should ensure you eat well and avoid being so frail. It will make you all the more delightful. Emilia instantly took a liking to the little girl. You now regard her much like Crystalara regards you. Do you still foolishly harbor feelings for Crystalara? Douglas chuckled. Who likes him? I certainly do not, Emilia retorted. Lance politely bowed and said, I apologize for intruding, Princess, and I shall find another place. No, Lance, do not let Emilia's youthful appearance deceive you. She is an exceptionally talented student of the saints and may be of assistance to you. Douglas interjected. Is that so? Lance asked, surprised if he and Alice found 2 stools to sit upon. Douglas and Emilia positioned themselves on either side of Luo to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I do not possess the confidence to resolve your issues. But first, we must address Luo's predicament. Luo, please tell us about yourself. Emilia's expression grew serious, her jovial demeanor fading. Sister Emilia, how should I begin? Luo scratched his head. I am a traveler from the eastern continent. Named Luo, male, 17 years of age, with white hair and brown eyes. Fool, get to the point. How did you become what you are now? Emilia pressed. Oh, Luo continued. While practicing swordsmanship, I was lured into signing a contract with the demon, which granted me demonic powers, but I had to lend my soul and body to the demon for its deeds. At first, I was thrilled to gain such strength, but the demon commanded me to commit various wicked acts, which I was reluctant to do, so I sought to break the contract. Whenever the demon attempted to exploit me, I suppressed its power within me using my own will. This way, I could avoid being manipulated. In fact, I succeeded. It's not that impressive, really. I don't think it's anything extraordinary, but upon meeting Sister Emilia and Crystalara, they insisted I was remarkable, and as you have seen, Sister Emilia forced me to come here for medical attention. Had you not been wandering about, you wouldn't have been pummeled by Uncle Breen, Emilia chided. It is indeed peculiar. Even the judgment god Hilder, who contracted with demons, occasionally loses himself, yet you seem to maintain such control. Lance, intrigued, couldn't resist asking, how do you know of the judgment god? Thanks to Crystalara, my mentor. I have had encounters with the judgment god Hilder. He is not the terrifying figure people imagine him to be, Emilia replied. Lance was taken aback. He could hardly believe that this girl, seemingly of similar age to himself, had met the judgment god. Well, that is not the crux of the matter, Douglas remarked. Demons rarely contract with Eastern travelers, as they have only recently appeared in the kingdom of Nitala, and we are not well versed in the circumstances surrounding them. Therefore, Emilia, I fear this old body of mine cannot be of assistance. But perhaps the library in Osmok may hold answers. Do not be so modest, for even my mentor is not well informed about Eastern travelers. I have heard that even the Spirit Academy is not fully aware, Emilia said with a smile. How do you know so much? You are aware of the Spirit Academy's situation? Huh. By the way, have you been trained by Crystalara to become an exceptional exorcist physician? Are you planning to inherit his mobile church? Douglas inquired. No, he says I am not yet worthy. Besides, I am not an exorcist physician at present. I am a surgical physician. Ha, Uncle Breen, have I disappointed you? Emilia looked at him, eager to gauge his reaction. Surgical physician is quite commendable, after all. You are still a healer, Douglas replied, "Alas, I cannot impart any knowledge to you, as I am not acquainted with surgical practices." He paused before adding, "By the way, this Miss Parker has been afflicted by a witch's curse. I suspect it is the Kozan five-pointed star, according to the records." The symptoms align perfectly. Have you ever heard of such a curse? Kozan five-pointed star. Amelia's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the term. Goodness! How could this be? Who would be so cruel as to cast the Kozan five-pointed star on such a young girl? Douglas watched her with a furrowed brow. Both Amelia and Douglas understood that, thus far, no one had managed to lift this curse, yet they could not disclose such a grim truth in front of Alice. This will be quite challenging and may take some time. During this period, I will remain at the Osmok Cathedral to resolve Luo's issues while also researching relevant texts. Alice, Lance, would you be willing to stay here for a while? Amelia, unable to bear revealing the truth, told a small lie. Mr. Breen, is there truly a way to lift the curse on Princess Alice? If so, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Lance immediately declared, indicating his readiness to face any challenge. Knights have always been so gallant. The knights I have encountered are all so brave and loyal, Amelia said with a slight smile. I will do my utmost. Mr. Rail, Uncle Breen, what do you think? I do not believe anyone else can assist you. Lance, Alice, you might as well remain here, as this is the safest place should any complications arise, Douglas stated. Now, I will go report Luo's situation to the High Priest and assure everyone not to be alarmed by his demonic possession. Amelia, for safety's sake, you should place some restraining wards on Luo to prevent him from losing control of the demonic blood within him, and then proceed to the library. Rance, Alice, you may remain here and take the opportunity to explore the church. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach any priest, mention my name, and he shall promptly locate me. With that, Douglas turned and exited the room. Chapter 10. The Master. While we are unable to ascertain how many sorcerers are still adept in the use of the Kozan pentagram, we can be certain that the number does not reach 3 figures. The Kozan pentagram is an ancient dark curse, and those afflicted by it find themselves unable to wield magical powers with agility. Their souls are gradually corroded by the dark moon, suffering intangible harm to both body and spirit on every full moon night. Humanity has attempted various methods to counteract this curse, whether through the exorcistic rites of holy healers, the medicinal potions of biological physicians, or the divine powers of paladins, all to no avail. The Spirit Communication Academy has provided ample resources regarding the Kozan pentagram, and I have dedicated considerable time to researching it. I have discovered that the Kozan pentagram is an irreversible pentagram curse. After analyzing its totem, magical structure, and resonance theory, I have been unable to devise an effective means of dispelling it. According to the information provided by Van Cipri, a scholar of demonic blood at the Spirit Communication Academy, this curse has the most profound effects on sorcerers, with humans being secondary, while its impact on demons is minimal. Although I was endeavoring to utilize demonic blood to lift the curse while writing this book, I must honestly admit that I possess no confidence in this approach. Thus, I can only analyze this curse from an objective standpoint to provide reference for other scholars. Currently, the best method to evade the dangers of the Kozan pentagram is to devise ways to avoid being cursed altogether. Excerpt from Selected Ancient Curses by Surithvide, scholar of curses at the Spirit Communication Academy. Amelia anticipated that the records would yield this outcome, although Selected Ancient Curses is an authoritative work that has inadvertently circulated from the enigmatic organization known as the Spirit Communication Academy. The more authoritative it is, the more disappointment Amelia feels. While she is aware of the potency of the Kozan pentagram, a glimmer of hope still lingered. Now, that hope has vanished entirely. The collection here is indeed astonishing. Most of the issues concerning Lo have been resolved, Amelia reassured herself. However, she could not bear to witness Alice tormented to death by such a dreadful curse that at present, she was at a loss for any further methods. Not only was she at a standstill herself, but even seeking assistance proved futile. Who, after all, was the wretched creator of the Kozan pentagram? Miss Stock, came Rance's voice from behind. Amelia turned, managing a wry smile, and replied, Please, call me Amelia. Amelia. Rance seated himself beside her and said, I apologize for interrupting your work. You are worried about Alice, are you not, Knight? Amelia remarked, her large glasses perched on her nose as she solemnly perused her book, not bothering to meet Rance's gaze. Indeed, I find myself regretting my impulsive decision to take her grandfather's life. Had I allowed him to complete the dark ritual, perhaps she would be safe now, Rance admitted, his head bowed in resignation. Are you implying that Alice's grandfather sought to save her through a dark ritual? And you intervened? Emilia inquired. Yes. Rance, look here, Emilia said, pointing to a page in the book. The scholars at the Spirit Communication Academy have been unable to identify any method to lift this curse. In fact, no one dares to claim that such a method exists. With Alice absent, I feel no need to withhold information from you. I am utterly powerless in this matter, as is Uncle Brain. There is not a sliver of hope. Rance's assumption was largely correct, yet the certainty of this outcome left him profoundly disheartened. It turned out that Alice had not deceived him. No solution existed. He recalled that dark ritual. Then why did that dark ritual hold the potential for dispelling it? He queried. Emilia remained silent. She retrieved another book from nearby, deftly flipping through its pages until she found a relevant section to show Rance. In a broad sense, a dark ritual involves direct communication with a demon, establishing a pact. If one does not simultaneously meet the demon's approval and possess a soul that embodies darkness and evil, the ritual cannot be completed, Rance read softly. I am unsure what sort of dark ritual he performed, but demons cannot lift the Kazane pentagram. Perhaps only a god possesses such power. Emilia sighed. It seems he was attempting to forge a pact with the god of death. Castellan? That is impossible. Castellan is the 13th god, the sealed deity of death. Though he governs death, he would not easily engage in dealings with a human. Alice's grandfather must have been deceived. He was not a member of the church. Was he? Indeed, he was an artist, a mysterious painter, Rance replied. No wonder. Even artists should possess some understanding of these common truths, Emilia remarked, pressing her lips together. I am truly sorry, Rance. I find myself utterly powerless. Alice is a good girl. She does not deserve such a fate. Rance tilted his head back, leaning helplessly against the chair's backrest. Emilia closed her book and removed her glasses. I must take my leave, she stated. Please refrain from sharing what I have told you with Alice. I still hope she can find reasons to smile. Rance's eyes were vacant. Very well. Emilia gently lowered her head in farewell before turning to leave. Rance sat alone, uncertain of what to do. Could it be that this new master, like the previous one, would vanish in an instant? Would he truly not choose a master for himself? Others would surely mock him. A knight of noble lineage, choosing a girl of humble origins as his master seemed a grand jest. Perhaps he had overestimated himself, believing he could protect and save her merely through effort, yet the outcome appeared to mirror that of his former master. He vividly recalled kneeling in sorrow and rage before his master's lifeless body, spear in hand, unsure of whom to direct his weapon against. That night, the knight, clad in steel armor and bearing a cross, stood ready to heed his master's command, a youth filled with fervor each day. He was the sole 15-year-old to be knighted in 5 years, earning the respect of his fellow knights. Rance Lear, I commend your efforts. Had you not boldly charged into the enemy's ranks and slain their commander with a single stroke, our frontal assault would have suffered significantly. Your Highness Cantor, I scarcely know what to say. I have already celebrated once, and never did I expect you would host a banquet in my honor. And a private one at that. A young knight and a middle-aged nobleman sat across from each other at a square table, toasting with their goblets. The opulent room was brilliantly lit, General Cantor's residence, which evoked thoughts of the royal palace. Rance, while you were engaged in battle, I was in the palace, practicing my clumsy swordsmanship. Listen now that there are no others present. I shall lay my cards on the table. You are the one I trust the most. You, Ranslear, not only do you understand the current situation regarding Nitala, but you alone are willing to charge into battle without a thought for reward or recognition, only you. The two raised their glasses in a toast, downing the exquisite red wine in their goblets. Even in the face of certain defeat, you rise to the occasion, yet I hope this is not merely due to your youth. Many knights, through the trials of time, gradually lose their zeal. They begin to doubt their choices, questioning the merits of being a knight, pondering what rewards may come from dedicating their lives to this path, though you are still young. Rance, honor is not something bestowed upon you by others. You must define honor for yourself within your heart. General Cantor spoke earnestly, and Rance listened intently. Though you are my royal knight, serving Bolvo Cantor, no one can predict what the future holds. At times, I find myself feeling small compared to knights like you. Your Highness, please do not praise me in such a manner. It does neither of us any favors, Rance replied, lowering his gaze. I speak the truth. A knight like you, upon receiving your master's command, would willingly risk your life for a grand cause, while we masters are often plagued by hesitation, fearing this and that, indecisive. Cantor took another 2 sips of wine. Should there come a day when I can no longer give you orders? You must know what your honor entails, and to whom your loyalty lies, that I may not always be correct. If your highness were to entertain erroneous thoughts, Rance would point them out, yet I remain absolutely obedient to your commands, Rance declared without hesitation. Are you not afraid that I might, in a fit of anger, take your life? Cantor inquired. If I were to perish in such a manner, it would still be a knight's duty. However, I am certain your highness would regret it, Rance responded. Very well. To prevent my own regret, I must act without delay. Cantal laughed heartily, rising to his feet as he proclaimed, You shall accompany the steward at once. I intend to bestow upon you the spear that was wielded by my late uncle, Chapman Cantal, who, at the tender age of 15, became a knight and a legendary hero of the Song of the Shield Knights, perishing valiantly on the battlefield of Nitala. His spear may only be wielded by those of equal valor. This, your highness, you have had too much to drink, Lance interjected hastily. Can't Al, I am quite lucid. You lot, escort Lance to my treasury and let him retrieve Chapman's spear himself. I wish to witness whether he can wield it with the same prowess as my uncle did in his youth. Your highness, Dot. This is a command. Cantal's gaze bore into him, devoid of any jest. Lance hesitated, kneeling on one knee. Bowing his head, he then followed the servants to General Cantal's treasury, where he retrieved the exquisitely crafted spear. However, as he joyfully approached his master Cantal, a piercing scream from the maidens echoed through the room that he dashed in, horrified to find Cantal sprawled upon the ground, his heart pierced by a sharp object. Blood pooling around him. He was stupefied, his limbs momentarily rendered useless. He collapsed to the floor, the spear slipping from his grasp. Your highness, Cantal. He grasped Cantal's hand, shouting in despair. Rage surged within him, erupting from his very being, as he brandished the spear like a demon, running frantically throughout the estate in search of any suspicious figure. Had not the elders of the knightly order intervened to restrain him, he might have plunged the spear into another, or even himself. Sir, the librarian nudged the slumbering Lance awake. Sir, the library is now closed. Please return tomorrow. Lance glanced out the window, where the starry sky had already unfurled its tapestry. He hastily seized the spear that had accompanied him for over 2 years and departed the library. It was Wednesday. Chapter 11. The night of the full moon beneath the star-studded sky of the full moon. The night enveloping the Osmok Cathedral was devoid of the cold aura that typically pervaded such structures. The warm glow of candles and torches imbued this sacred hall with a profound sense of security. Even in the absence of sunlight, the cathedral, having weathered centuries of storms, stood as a steadfast guardian of the people, much like the god of time himself. The monks on night watch guided Lance along his path. Upon reaching the designated temporary quarters, he pushed open the door to find Alice, Emilia, and Luo inside. Upon seeing Lance, Emilia gestured for him to remain silent. There sat Luo, bare from the waist up, cross-legged on the bed. While Emilia deftly maneuvered delicate silver needles between her fingers, carefully inserting them into Luo's back, Alice observed them both with an expressionless demeanor, only lifting her gaze slightly upon Lance's entrance. Lance leaned the spear against the wall and took a seat. Watching the two, Emilia remained undistracted by the presence of an audience, adorned in the spectacles she had worn in the library. Her soft, light-colored hair was fashioned into a bun held with a wooden hairpin, while her long sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, secured tightly with fabric strips, revealing her slender, pale arms. She meticulously continued the acupuncture, transforming Luo's back into a pincushion. Once all the needles were withdrawn and the follow-up tasks completed, Luo timidly opened one eye and inquired, Is it done, Sister Emilia? Yes, you may speak now, but lie back down on your stomach like a good child, Emilia replied, extracting her hairpin. Make sure to indulge in a long, restful slumber tomorrow morning. Do not rise before dawn. Emilia, resembling an elder sister, coaxed Luo into compliance, who obediently lay still upon the bed. Sister Emilia, I wish to see my family. I long to see my true sister. Can the god of time assist me? Luo implored. I cannot say for certain, but please refrain from causing a scene before the statue. The more you lament, the less inclined the god of time will be to aid you, Emilia advised, loosening the fabric strips from her sleeves. Lance observed them, finding a kinship in their bond, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had long been devoid of companionship, having forgotten the essence of familial ties. That moment, Alice suddenly grasped his hand. "Your Highness." Lance turned to see Amelia's eyes half open, her once rosy cheeks now pallid. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly enduring some unseen torment. Lance. Alice strained to lift her head, her large eyes reflecting a pleading gaze. "Lance, will you hold me, please?" Lance was taken aback by her request. He had never dared to embrace any girl, as such an act would be a grave breach of chivalric etiquette. He could only recall the instances of holding princesses and noblewomen's hands, kissing their rings, and nothing more. "Lance, I implore you." Alice's voice was barely a whisper, yet it quivered with a hint of tears. Overwhelmed, Lance steeled himself and embraced her, saying, "Your Highness, do not cry. Let us speak calmly, shall we?" Amelia, witnessing the scene, furrowed her brows in concern. Alice had her eyes tightly shut, trembling in Lance's embrace. Moments later, she suddenly cried out, as though enduring the agony of a knife's edge. "Your Highness, Miss Stock, what has befallen the princess?" With Alice's sudden outburst, Lance was horrified, urgently seeking Amelia's assistance. Amelia swiftly pushed the door open and rushed outside, glancing at the night sky. Oh no, the night of the full moon. Upon her return, Alice was writhing in unbearable pain. Her legs flailed wildly, one hand clutching her heart, the other constricting Lance's throat. She felt as though her entire being was being sliced by 1,000 knives. The agony insufferable. She wished for those wounds to be real, to hasten her demise. She lacked the strength to realize she was choking Lance. Though he was a robust man, the pressure was unbearable, yet he had no energy to mind it. Seeing Amelia enter with a grave expression, he looked at her, hoping for a solution. On the night of the full moon, the curse of Kozan manifests. All the wretched souls ensnared by the curse of Kozan and Nitala will endure unending torment until dawn. Is there no remedy? No remedy? Amelia, I beg of you, please help. Lance was now frantic, his words tumbling over one another. There is no remedy. Amelia pressed her lips together, seemingly vexed with herself, but she truly had no means. Even her mentor, Kristera, would be powerless in such a circumstance. Alice, in a daze, began to realize she was constricting Lance's throat. She immediately cried, "Lance, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Pain surged relentlessly, and her consciousness began to fade. Lance gritted his teeth, holding her tightly, repeatedly assuring her, "Your Highness, it will be all right. It will be all right, very soon." Alice could no longer control her body. The excruciating pain had her limbs thrashing uncontrollably, striking Lance repeatedly. He stood immobile, his grip unyielding, continuously offering her words of comfort. Alice sensed herself spiraling into madness, but the agony had commandeered her will, rendering her oblivious to her own movements, only aware of the ceaseless torment. Her cries grew hoarse, her weeping transformed into wails, her strength waning, yet the pain showed no sign of abating. Amelia watched helplessly, her heart aching to the point of tears. She shut her eyes, placing her hands upon her chest, silently praying to the divine. Luo lay upon the bed, staring blankly at the scene, unable to comprehend why the young girl was in such torment. Alice's face had lost all color. Lance watched her, feeling as if a serpent were gnawing at his heart. Was he, Lance Rail, truly such a powerless knight, capable of facing 100 foes on the battlefield, yet incapable of protecting even a single master? Whether it was the memory of General Cantal, fallen amidst a pool of blood, or the agonized Alice before him, he felt like a mere bystander, unable to offer even a modicum of aid. No, he was a knight, a knight. What should a knight do? What must a knight do? The god of justice, Cross, what must this helpless knight do to fulfill his vow? Alice's cries pierced his heart like a blade. His heart felt as if it were shattering. His gaze becoming unfocused, he knelt there, holding Alice, seemingly sharing in her torment. He spoke the gentlest words of comfort, swallowing his own bitterness deep within that he merely recalled his vow. Feeling an unprecedented despair. May the life in your hands forever blossom. May all pain and death drift far from your song. God of life, I shall guard beneath your radiance, praising the promises that all life should uphold. Amelia whispered softly, fulfilling the last duty she could offer. Chapter 12. The whisper of the demon. In moments of suffering and despair, demons quietly descend, whispering behind the backs of the afflicted. Oh, poor mortal. Are you still troubled by the burdens before you? I can effortlessly grant your desires. All it takes is a simple contract with me. Most individuals find it impossible to resist such temptation, especially those who have lost the will to live due to their pain and hopelessness. After entering into a pact with the demon fulfills its promise to alleviate their suffering. Yet the price paid renders the bodies and souls of the contracted individuals mere puppets of the demon. They gain formidable power at the cost of their burning souls, their bodies coursing with demonic blood, offering their essence to the demon as tools or sustenance. Regardless of the extent of the demon's assistance, those who have made the pact ultimately find themselves steeped in regret, as they remain blissfully unaware that the suffering of the body pales in comparison to the anguish of the soul. Excerpt from Overview of Demons by the Spirit Communication Academy, authored by Van Cipri. Emilia pushed open the door. She had prayed outside the room all night, her eyes beginning to redden up by dawn. The pitiful cries of Alice had finally subsided. She saw Lance gently laying the sleeping Alice on the bed, carefully covering her with blankets. Marks of red and purple marred his neck, hands, and face, likely the result of Alice's unintentional flailing in her agony. Glancing at Lo, she noted that he remained in the same position as the previous night, sprawled on the bed in deep slumber. After covering Alice, Lance turned and suddenly swayed unsteadily. Emilia rushed to steady him, saying, "You should rest for a while." Lance gazed at her, replying, "I truly apologize for keeping you awake all night. Did you not suffer the same fate? Wait, first take off your shirt." Emilia observed him clutching his chest, an expression of discomfort crossing his features, prompting her immediate response. "Why?" Lance inquired, perplexed. "You have an injury on your chest, do you not?" Emilia stated. "You are quite the skilled physician." Lance shook his head, saying that you could discern this. However, it was merely an accidental strike from Princess Alice, and through clothing, it is of little consequence. Alice's strength is indeed insufficient to injure you, but I suspect it is not solely her doing. Lance, unable to comprehend her words, observed her determined demeanor and complied, removing his shirt and seating himself beside Alice's bed as per Emilia's request. Emilia rolled up her sleeves and gently touched a large bruise on Lance's chest, inquiring, "Does it hurt here?" Lance felt a sudden warmth flood his face at her delicate touch. "Just a little. Why are you embarrassed? Have you never seen a doctor before?" Emilia remarked, barely sparing him a glance. Logically, a child like Alice should not have caused you such injury. Yet her kicks and punches were indeed quite forceful. Truly, it is commendable that you held her all night. "That was the princess's command," Lance replied. "Perhaps she simply wished for someone to be by her side, to feel a semblance of security that I cannot begin to imagine the pain she has endured. What a pitiful girl." Emilia lamented. Lance remained silent. Emilia produced a silver needle, saying, "It may sting a bit. Bear with it. I have endured far worse wounds from blades and bullets." Lance dismissed the notion of this pain being significant. Emilia nodded, inserting the needle into his chest, facilitating the flow of his blood. After a series of punctures, Lance felt considerably more at ease. "What manner of treatment is this? I have never encountered it before," Lance queried. "This is acupuncture, originally a healing art from the Eastern continent. Scholars from the Spirit Communication Academy studied it and imparted these techniques to certain physicians in Nitala. Due to its complexity and the rarity of its practitioners, few physicians employ this method to treat patients." The Spirit Communication Academy. Lance pondered, harboring many questions regarding this familiar term. Logically, the findings of the Spirit Communication Academy rarely leak outside its confines. However, their materials are invaluable. Only in the unparalleled archives of libraries and places like Osmok might one find a scant amount of their documents. If you ever acquire any of the Academy's materials, you would strike it rich. Emilia continued with her needlework. Lance nodded. "Good morning." Lo suddenly sprang from the bed, exclaiming, "Idiot, keep your voice down." Lance flinched slightly at the abruptness of his shout. But Emilia remained unfazed, continuing her work while saying, "People are still asleep." "Oh." Lo donned his shirt, leaping off the bed and approaching Lance, lowering his voice to say, "Haha, it seems I'm not the only one being tormented by Sister Emilia's needles." Emilia ignored him. "Hey." Lo glanced at Lance's chest, saying, "This was done by a demon, right?" "What?" Emilia's hand halted midair, as if this revelation suddenly captured her attention. This little girl couldn't possibly injure such a tall knight like this. It must have been a demon. "Clever Sister Emilia." Lo, uncharacteristically serious, continued. "She suffered such tremendous pain yesterday. Even the demon within me stirs restlessly. It must be that the demon attempted to possess her, though it likely did not succeed in forming a contract. This girl possesses a truly strong will. Emilia appeared to be enlightened. No wonder Alice sought comfort in Lance's embrace. Demons relish in forging contracts with those who have experienced suffering. She feared feeling utterly helpless and thus signing a soul contract, which would be disastrous. Lance suddenly interjected, "Miss Stock, call me Emilia," she reminded him for the second time. "Emilia, in that document you showed me, it stated that demons are least affected by the five-pointed star of Kozan. Correct?" Lance asked. "Indeed. Why is that?" "I'm not entirely certain. The materials from the Spirit Communication Academy are limited, and that excerpt did not provide a complete explanation," Emilia replied. "Then, if we could understand why demons are so minimally affected, might we employ a similar method to alleviate Princess Alice's suffering?" Lance had witnessed Alice's torment firsthand and could not bear the thought of witnessing it again. "This is indeed difficult to ascertain. Perhaps you would need to locate a scholar from the Spirit Communication Academy to uncover the truth." "How can one find a scholar from the Spirit Communication Academy?" Lance felt a glimmer of hope ignite within him, eagerly pressing for answers. "Well," Emilia smiled playfully, saying, "it is not entirely impossible." Lo pointed at Emilia and laughed heartily. "Silly sister Emilia, you are utterly foolish." "You are the one who is foolish, you imbecile, Lo," Emilia remarked, delivering the final needle into Lance's chest. The Spirit Communication Academy is one of the 5 most enigmatic organizations of arcane knowledge in this world, gathering geniuses from all races to engage in profound, altruistic research, exploring all knowledge and principles of this world with unparalleled intellect. The 5 major arcane organizations regulate the balance of civilization in this world, and the Spirit Communication Academy is an indispensable part of that equation. Among the people of Nitara, even those who have merely heard the name are exceedingly rare, let alone those who have had contact with the scholars of the Academy. However, Emilia, you possess a way to find the scholars of the Spirit Communication Academy, do you not? Lance insisted. "I do not know any scholars from the Spirit Communication Academy, not even my teacher, Kristera. Yet, there is one person who surely possesses the means, someone from the Nitara court," Emilia stated. "His name is Gilas Scover." "Gilas Scover?" Lance exclaimed in astonishment. "I have heard of him. He was once the high priest of the Shield of Sacred Song, having worked alongside the legendary Captain Samsork. However, after I entered the palace, it seems he became a wandering preacher, traveling for over a decade before returning to the court 2 years ago. No longer participating in the duties of the church or knightly orders, living alone in the residence granted by the king." "Indeed, but there is an identity you are all unaware of, which Kristera informed me about," Emilia said. "What identity?" "He is a servant of the divine, a saint endowed with God-given powers, whom my teacher refers to as the Holy Sword Knight Scover," Emilia revealed. "Just who is your teacher?" "He is the Holy Prayer Master Kristera." Douglas Brain appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 13. Journey to Nitara. Emilia stared at Douglas, momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Brain, you should be teaching the exorcism class. I heard the priests passing by here in the morning discussing Alice's situation, which prompted my hurried return. Is she asleep?" Douglas breathed a bit heavily. "Yes. I apologize, Uncle Brain. I thought your presence would not aid the situation, so I secured the doors and windows to avoid drawing attention," Emilia explained. "Moreover, you have cast a regional tranquility spell, have you not?" Douglas remarked. "Yes." Emilia nodded. Back then, little Amy was still just a tiny tot, and now she has grown so understanding. Perhaps, individuals like myself, one by one, are simply aging," Douglas sighed. "Do you have any plans to seek out the Holy Knight, Garrus Scoval?" Lance intends to leverage Scoval's guidance to locate the Spirit Academy and comprehend the relationship between demon blood and the Kozan five-pointed star. The literature here on the Spirit Academy is limited, leaving us unable to grasp its latest advancements, Emilia responded. "The Spirit Academy, that is one of the 5 great secret organizations, which ordinary folk surely cannot locate." Douglas interjected immediately. "Regardless, there is no other hope left. We must try our luck," Lance stated. "It is certainly better than remaining here. The courage of youth is commendable. Yet the difficulty of this endeavor, I truly hesitate to express," Douglas remarked. "Uncle Breen, I plan to accompany them to Nitara, taking Lo along," Emilia suddenly declared. Douglas was taken aback by this revelation. "What? You wish to go to Nitara as well?" Indeed, Emilia replied with a serious expression, clearly not jesting. Lo's condition remains undocumented. However, if we search the library for some appropriate restraining spells and cast one upon Lo, he will undoubtedly be free from demonic control. But Lo's unique situation is something we cannot explain. And my intentions align with Lance's. We shall try our luck and visit my teacher's old friend along the way. Is that so? Douglas mused, finding some reasoning in her words. Yet in his heart, he had already concluded that the odds of success for these young individuals were exceedingly slim. Not only was there the matter of finding the Spirit Academy, but even if they did, would it truly provide answers? As someone who had spent a lifetime as an exorcist, his knowledge of the Spirit Academy was limited to the concepts of one of the 5 great secret organizations and academic authority, with no further information. For these youngsters to seek it out was akin to reaching for the heavens. Moreover, the Spirit Academy might not be hospitable. Perhaps even a mere flick of a finger from one of its scholars could lead to their demise. Uncle Breen, do not worry. Even my teacher would agree to my going, Emilia said, a smile suddenly gracing her face. We are sheltered by the divine and are inexperienced youths. It is beneficial to gain more experience. I remain deeply concerned for Lo. Until his issue is resolved, I shall be troubled. Furthermore, Lance is also anxiously seeking a remedy for Alice's curse. As she spoke, she carefully removed the silver needles from Lance. I have no right to oppose your journey. Very well, just be sure to prioritize your safety, Douglas sighed, adding, if there is anything I can assist with, feel free to come to me. Yes, thank you, Uncle Breen. I intend to stay here for one more day to review some restraining spells, and once I have securely cast one on Lo, we shall set off tomorrow morning. Lance and Alice also need to rest well. Douglas retrieved a small pouch of coins from his pocket and said, Lance, once you have rested enough, take this money to buy some travel supplies. If it proves insufficient, just come back to me. But, Mr. Breen, I am not working for you. I cannot accept your money, Lance quickly replied, his chest still filled with needles, fearful of moving. As an elder, seeing that I cannot assist Alice and Lo, I share your hope that their issues will be resolved, that I cannot contribute in other ways. So consider these small tokens an entrusted task. You must do your utmost to aid them. Before Lance could respond, Emilia took the pouch and said, Thank you, Uncle Breen, shoving it into Lance's satchel. He wished to refuse, yet with his chest punctured by needles, he dared not move. Douglas smiled in relief and said, Then I shall go teach. With that, he turned and left the room. Emilia sighed, continuing to carefully extract the needles. Lance watched her and uttered a thank you. He felt that this girl truly provided a sense of security. Emilia did not respond. After finishing with the needles, she looked up, playfully smiling, and said, You should sleep now. But make sure to lie down opposite to Lo. You must sleep lying down. Lance nodded. Emilia waved goodbye, and then tidied her belongings, heading towards the library. Hasn't she also gone a night without sleep? Lance suddenly thought. Sister Emilia is quite remarkable. Lance, you should sleep. I'll keep watch, Lo said as he slung his sword over his shoulder and stepped outside. All right. Once he had closed the door, Lance finally replied. As afternoon approached, Lance awoke. He sat up to find Alice sitting quietly beside his bed, playing with a small, round, white plush toy. Upon noticing Lance's movement, she immediately turned to him, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him. Your Highness, have you awoken? Lance, still somewhat dazed, rubbed his eyes and replied, Yes. Lance, are you awake? Alice asked with a smile, a rosy blush adorning her cheeks. Lance snapped back to reality, startled, nearly tumbling off the bed. Your Highness, how did you come to be here? Quickly, return to your bed, he exclaimed. I'm fine. As long as I get through the night, I shall be perfectly well. Grandpa Douglas brought me some delicious snacks at noon. And look, I saved your portion right here, Alice said, jumping off the bed and rushing to a small table to retrieve a plate of pastries, bringing it back to Lance. Lance, please have some. All right, Lance nodded. Do you mind if I disregard etiquette? Alice did not comprehend his meaning but shook her head, saying, I don't mind at all. So, Lance sat on the bed, reached for a pastry, and popped it into his mouth. So sweet, he remarked as he chewed. Yes, Grandpa Douglas made it himself. That I didn't expect him to be such a skilled pastry chef, Alice replied. Watching Lance eat, she suddenly smiled. Then her expression returned to calm. Lance, I apologize, she began. I didn't mean to, but when I have an episode, I must be held by someone. It used to be my grandfather. And yesterday, it was you. I can feel the demons whispering to me during my most painful moments. Lance smiled gently, swallowing the morsel with effort, gasping for breath, before saying, Lo has already noticed. Emilia explained it to me as well. It's all right, Your Highness, it is my duty. Lance, I hurt you. Your Highness, I never mentioned that during my time as a royal knight, I participated in the 2 minor battles at the Mora River between the Nitara Kingdom and the Helo Kingdom, enduring countless injuries that I can handle your punches without issue. You may strike a little harder next time if you wish. No, I won't hit you again. Alice waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, I shall never strike you again. Lance chuckled and assured, Rest assured, Your Highness, if you wish to share any of your pain with me, I can bear it all without complaint. But I do not wish to share pain. I want to share joy with you. If that's all right? Alice said with a smile. Agreed, Lance nodded. Let us go shopping. Alice proclaimed, Lo just told me that Grandpa Douglas wants us to prepare our travel items. I shall go with you. Lo, where is he? He is at the door. He has been at the door this whole time. Lance exclaimed in surprise. Lo opened the door and stepped inside, stating, Yes, I told you I would keep watch for you. Lance was left speechless. Next, I'll help you keep an eye on the room while you go shopping, Lo offered. Very well, Alice nodded. Once Lance had dressed, she took his hand and led him outside. As she pulled him along, Lance deftly grabbed his spear from the side, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon exiting the cathedral, Lance whistled. In short order, a majestic eagle descended from the sky, landing on his shoulder. Cabin? Yes, after arriving at the cathedral, I haven't seen Cabin since. Alice suddenly remembered that the eagle, Cabin, had vanished from Lance's shoulder. When we first arrived in Cardo, I let it roam freely to familiarize itself with the terrain, Lance explained. Now, it will guide us through the city. Cabin chirped softly, as if to affirm, No problem. Alice smiled brightly, exclaiming, What a clever eagle. Chapter 14, The Phantom Knight. Lance and Alice, under Cabin's guidance, arrived at the largest ranger market on Spend Street. The ranger market offered various items essential for rangers. Lance purchased a new cloak to replace his nearly tattered old one. Additionally, he acquired a new deer hide belt and a fresh small leather pouch. Alice purchased a round hat favored by artists, along with an assortment of jelly beans, toy pumpkins, and miniature leather balls, which she then gathered into a cloth bag. Your Highness, what purpose do these serve? Lance inquired. I intend to diligently learn the craft of the jester. I wish to create magical toys, Alice replied. If I can enhance the stickiness of the sugar and magically manipulate the explosion of the pumpkin, I could use the jelly beans to blind or deafen others, thereby influencing their actions. Your Highness studies the art of the jester to confront villains, Lance asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, and it serves to protect oneself as well, Alice stated. Grandfather once said that before engaging in art, one must first learn to survive and to safeguard oneself. Thus, my grandfather, being a mysterious painter well-versed in magic, has always been my protector. That I refuse to become one of those artists who pursue their craft with single-minded devotion, yet possess no means of self-defense. Lance clapped in agreement. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black approached and asked, Could you direct me to the Ranger Alliance's Cardo branch? Lance noted the man's voice was deep and raspy. As he examined the individual, he noticed the hood of the black cloak obscured the man's head and most of his face, while the upper body was similarly concealed, save for the metallic armor strapped to his legs and the travel boots he wore, giving him the appearance of a ranger knight. A long weapon, tightly wrapped in white cloth, was slung over his back, though its true form remained a mystery. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe I can lead you there, Lance replied. Thank you, knight, the man said. Lance was curious as to how the stranger recognized him as a knight, but deemed it best not to inquire further, as the man seemed rather peculiar. Alice also consented to assist the stranger, prompting Cabine to spread his wings and lead the way, with the 3 following behind. Throughout the journey, the cloaked figure remained silent. Finding the atmosphere somewhat stifling, Lance resorted to discussing trivial topics with Alice. As they entered a narrow alley, a man wielding a stick suddenly stood before them, blocking their path. Hand over your money. The stick wielder, appearing to be a lowlife, spoke with an unusually strange demeanor. Do you dare to rob us? Lance tightened his grip on his spear. Glaring at him, Alice was equally incensed. They were not far from the street, and with 3 of them present, this scrawny thug had the audacity to attempt a robbery. The cloaked man also gripped his weapon, his voice low. Knight brother, be cautious. This individual is not ordinary. Before he could finish, the stick wielder lunged forward, swinging his wooden club violently at the nearest target, Lance. With practiced skill, Lance parried with his spear. But after the first strike, he sensed something was amiss. Although he possessed considerable strength, the assailant's force felt as though it was double his own, and the speed of his blows was astonishing. After only 3 or 4 strikes, Lance felt himself on the brink of collapse. "Who are you?" Lance asked, astonished. He. Guess. The man's twisted grin made his features appear eerily familiar. Suddenly, Alice exclaimed, "Lance, his expression resembles Lo. I mean, it's reminiscent of Lo from yesterday." In that instant, Lance comprehended the significance of the previously inconsequential words, demon. Before he could react, the assailant knocked his spear from his grasp, just as he intended to strike the defenseless Lance. The cloaked figure swiftly swung his weapon, sending the stick wielder staggering back, the club splintering in two. As Lance focused, he saw that the white cloth covering the long weapon had been undone, revealing an enormous purple-black scythe. The force of its swing caused the man's cloak to billow, exposing a suit of light metal armor. Stripped of his cloak, he resembled a dismounted royal knight, yet his hands were heavily bandaged, concealing even his fingers. "You are a knight?" Lance inquired, brimming with curiosity at this strange figure. The man offered no response. Charging forward to swing the scythe at the assailant's head, the latter adeptly dodged, laughing oddly. "Cursed knight. Have you not given up after following me for so long?" "Nonsense. I cannot rest until I have vanquished you." The scythe-wielding figure continued his onslaught, while the possessed man laughed and evaded with increasing ease until he grew bored, stating, "Haha, foolish ghost knight, let us venture to a more entertaining locale." With that, he agilely leapt onto a rooftop and dashed away. The cloaked man followed suit, waving a hand. "Thank you, knight brother. Simply pretend you did not see me." Before his words fully departed, he vanished like a specter, pursuing the fleeing figure. Lance wished to chase after them for clarification, but realized Alice remained behind. "Lance, what is happening?" Alice asked, perplexed. "What ghost knight?" "I am unsure. That man appears to be a demon," Lance replied. Recalling the unsettling encounter, "His strength is far beyond that of an ordinary person. I would stand no chance in a fight against him alone." Alice considered. "We should return and inform Grandfather Douglas. He is an exorcist. After all." "Indeed. Cabine, let us depart." Lance retrieved his fallen spear and called out. Cabine, having been startled by the unexpected visitor, had been circling overhead, observing the situation. Hearing Lance's summons, he descended and perched on his shoulder. "A ghost knight? I have never heard of such a knight," Lance murmured as they walked. By the time they returned to the Osmok Cathedral, it was nearly dinner time. At the specially prepared dining table, Douglas and Amelia were taken aback by their account. "A demon? Aside from Lo, are there demons in Cardo?" Douglas exclaimed. "Indeed, if this were a decade ago, demons were rampant, especially during the second angel hunter season when they directly hunted angels. However, since the sealing of the 7 demon lords 13 years ago, demons have not dared to show themselves in cities like Cardo. This is truly peculiar." "Theoretically, yes, Uncle Breen, you should consult the high priest to have the clergy intensify their patrols," Amelia suggested. "As for the black-cloaked knight Lance mentioned, we know nothing of his identity. That demon referred to him as the Ghost Knight. Have you heard of such a knight?" Lance asked. "Ghost Knight? Never heard of such a thing," Amelia replied. Douglas shook his head in agreement. "Never mind. We shall not delve deeper into these matters. We are to depart Cardo tomorrow," Amelia stated. "Uncle Breen will handle this, right?" Douglas responded, "Emmy, you are becoming quite the charmer. Tomorrow, I will submit a report to the high priest. The security of Cardo is a significant responsibility for Osmok. But enough of this. Tonight marks your final evening here, and I truly did not expect your departure to come so swiftly. Please take care during your travels. Come now, Uncle Breen, look at your beard. It has turned white. Worry less and enjoy life more. Once these matters are settled, I will return to visit you," Amelia remarked. Douglas nodded, raising a goblet filled with red wine. "May your journey be safe. May the blessings of Tralator be upon us. May the blessings of Tralator be upon us." Everyone echoed as they raised their glasses. Alice initially thought they had forgotten something, but upon taking a sip, she realized Grandfather Douglas was quite attentive. Though it appeared similar, she was certain her glass contained merely grape juice sweetened with sugar. "By the way, Amelia, to prevent any unnecessary troubles, I shall provide you with some additional items," Douglas added. Chapter 15. Reunion today. The weather was splendid. The outskirts of Nitala were adorned with sprawling orchards, their lush green trees vibrant with life. The sun, reluctant to shy away from this land, cast down its golden rays, nurturing all living things. The sky was a brilliant blue, with clouds soaring high, resembling the whimsical strokes of a painter's white pigment. Along the pathway, beautiful apple trees and grapevines flourished, while a brown-black hound busied itself alongside its owner in the orchard. Butterflies and bees flitted about as frequent visitors, dancing from their immediate surroundings to the distant horizon, their vivid colors gradually fading into mere points. Swallowed by the leaves and sunlight, the butterfly alighted upon Emilia's hand. It trembled gently with its exquisite light blue wings, resembling a blossom stirred by the wind. Alice attempted to catch the butterfly, but Emilia gestured for her to refrain. If you rush to capture it, you will ultimately lose it. Alice, see, as long as it is not frightened, it can linger for quite some time. Emilia spoke softly, gazing tenderly at the little butterfly. The butterflies I have seen are always fluttering about, Alice said, cradling her face in her hands as she watched the creature. Who would not wish for a moment of rest? The journey is invariably arduous. Emilia extended her hand outside the carriage and gave a gentle shake, startled. The butterfly flapped its wings and took flight. Oh, it flew away, Alice lamented. Why doesn't Lance's eagle fly away? Emilia turned her head, squinting her eyes half closed against the sunlight, which accentuated the density of her eyelashes. The wind tousled her bangs, revealing her fair forehead adorned with a faint birthmark-like imprint. Cabin was an injured young hawk I had found outside the knight's order when I departed that I tended to him. And during his recovery, I traveled with him. Once he was healed, I set him free, yet he continued to circle above me. Whenever I turned, he would gently land on my shoulder, just as he does now. Since then, we have been steadfast companions, Lance remarked, stroking Cabin's elongated feathers. Why is he so intelligent, able to comprehend everything? Alice recalled many conversations Lance had with Cabin, to which he never misinterpreted. Perhaps after spending so much time together. He has grown accustomed to my words, Lance replied tenderly, gazing at the familiar hawk. Alice chuckled, saying, I too long for such a delightful pet. But Cabin cannot be described as adorable. At times, he is quite ferocious. Especially when dealing with foes, Lance laughed. If given the chance, I would prefer a small parrot or a little dove. I wouldn't want them to engage in fights, Alice declared. Very well, if the opportunity arises. I shall help your highness find a small parrot or dove, Lance replied. Dove meat is quite delectable, though I have never tasted parrot meat, Lo interjected nonchalantly. The two immediately shot him glares filled with indignation. Lo stared blankly at the sky. Completely unfazed, he tilted his head and noticed someone sprinting towards them. The open carriage they occupied moved at a leisurely pace, making the runner appear faster than the horses. Hey, the people of Nitara really enjoy racing. He's faster than the horses, Lo remarked. They all turned to observe him. Indeed, the individual was remarkably swift. As he drew nearer, his speed became even more apparent. Lo watched him intently, suddenly twitching his nose as if catching a scent. Hey, I've discovered one of my kind, Lo exclaimed, leaping from the carriage and landing on the ground. However, he lost his balance and tumbled twice before rising, dusting himself off as if nothing had occurred. A demon? That person is a demon? Lance grasped his spear, alertly stating, Sir, please stop the carriage. Although the driver was unaware of the reason, he pulled the reins. The three jumped down in curiosity, while Lo chuckled, brandishing his black and red long sword, advancing without a care. Wait, that doesn't seem like a demon. That, Lance, noticing the approaching figure, suddenly said, Lo, he isn't a demon. Lo quickened his pace, transitioning into a light jog. When the figure reached him, he laughed heartily, leaping into the air with his sword raised, poised to strike downwards. That fellow is Kyle Muris, the dungeon guard, Lance shouted, unable to stop him. Lo. Halt. Lo seemed oblivious to Lance's words. The sword descended like the fangs of a devil, accompanied by the sound of flesh being severed. A dark gray arm was cleaved off. The person rushing towards them was indeed Kyle Muris, who owed Lance a duel. Lance scrutinized him, noticing he was clad in a new gray-blue fitted robe, his arms entirely unharmed. Fortunately, he had not been struck. Yet, whose bloodied arm, stained with a purplish-red hue, lay severed? An ear-piercing roar erupted, and a humanoid creature, entirely dark gray, materialized. Its body was somewhat smaller than an average human, with thick limbs, crawling on the ground. However, this form was merely a fleeting glimpse, as it suddenly became transparent and vanished, leaving no shadow under the sunlight. Lance. Upon seeing him, Cal cried out, "Run, run! I've never seen such a bizarre creature." Lance seized him by the collar, saying, "What are you afraid of? Aren't you concerned about losing face as a royal guard?" "But that thing is completely invisible." Kyle gasped, low brandished his sword, asking, "Sister Amelia, do you know what this is?" "All I know is that it is a demon, and I can barely catch its scent. The teacher calls it a little Clara, a type of imp. Although not as robust as other demons, it can become invisible at will." Amelia replied without hesitation. "When I was 6, I encountered many such imps with Crystalla. He dealt with them using the holy prayer, as they cannot evade sacred words." "All right, Sister Amelia, it's your turn," Lo said with a grin. "But I don't know the holy prayer. Only saints like Crystalla can perform it," Amelia countered. Suddenly, Lo felt a powerful aura approaching. Relying on his keen senses, he swiftly retreated a step and swung his sword, repelling the elusive demon. "This won't do, Sister Amelia. I can't pinpoint it," Lo stated. Lance turned his head, asking, "Cabin, can you catch its form?" Cabin flapped his wings, circling helplessly while emitting repeated cries that it seemed this hawk was also at a loss. That Lo was unafraid of being attacked, but the little Clara circled around him, launching an assault on Amelia. Lance sensed a faint breeze and instinctively swung his spear, striking the imp that had rushed towards Amelia back. "This isn't working," Lance admitted, feeling he had not struck its vital point. This little demon appeared to possess boundless vitality, even after losing an arm. It showed no signs of impaired mobility. Lance grew increasingly vigilant, fearing it might assault the unguarded driver or Alice, yet he could see no trace of it. Suddenly, Alice leaped forth, brandishing a small toy ball that was less than half the size of her palm. "Princess Alice," Lance exclaimed in surprise, attempting to shield her, but before he could move, Alice hurled the toy ball. Boom! The ball collided with something and exploded, scattering dozens of small candies that stuck to the previously attacking little demon. The candies, illuminated by the sunlight, quickly melted into syrup, spreading across the invisible creature in a riot of colors, as if cloaking it in a vibrant skin. At last, they could discern the outline of the monster. "Strawberry-flavored ball," Alice exclaimed joyfully. Unbeknownst to them, Alice had drawn a sharp silver scalpel. With a flick of her finger, the scalpel seemed to be guided by magic, soaring directly towards the exposed chest of the little Clara. Plunging fiercely into its heart, the little demon let out a shriek, spewing forth purplish-red blood and searing flames. The flames ignited its body, causing its skin and muscles, along with the sticky candy coating, to burn. It howled in a strange voice, terrifying the driver into a state of shock before the carriage. The sugary coating emitted a peculiar blend of strawberry scent and the smell of charred flesh. In no time, the little demon was reduced to ashes. Lo gazed at the charred remnants, muttering, "It really did smell like strawberries." "Indeed, I procured strawberry, banana, mint, and grape candies." Alice nodded affirmatively. The scalpel withdrew from the demon's body. Returning to Amelia's hand, she took out a small cloth, wiped the scalpel clean, and tucked it away. Then, she ruffled Alice's hair, smiling as she said, "Alice, your candy bomb was truly remarkable." "You all are so impressive," Kyle Miris stammered. Utterly stunned, his legs were still trembling. Chapter 16. The Lost Bloodstone. The carriage driver was quite shaken. Throughout the remainder of the journey, he appeared anxious, eager to drop off the peculiar passengers at their destination as swiftly as possible. Kyle Miris was forcibly pulled onto the carriage by Lance, as Kyle insisted he also wished to return to Nitara. However, he seemed exceedingly irate. Lance tightened his grip on Kyle's collar, stating, "You scoundrel, you still owe me a duel." "Why yes, you have no idea how unfortunate I am," Kyle huffed, sitting beside Lance. "I am truly the unluckiest." Lance scoffed. "What do you mean by unlucky?" Kyle swallowed hard, saying, "You have no idea how insufferable the upper officials of the guard are. They are just as foolish as the royal administrator." "Well, at least their panic afterward convinced me of their stupidity." That night, they allowed someone to break into the sanctuary and steal the demon bloodstone. Coincidentally, a certain individual escaped from the dungeon. They irresponsibly blamed us dungeon guards, claiming that the thief was likely one of the creatures we had released, insisting we must also take responsibility for capturing that rogue. It had nothing to do with us. Are you referring to that Commander Will? Lance inquired. No, no. Despite all the disparaging remarks I've made about that toothy Will, he is quite sensible. He recognized the gravity of this incident and granted me special permission to utilize public traps without restriction. Indeed, this matter has even stirred the Grand Tutor of the Royal Guard, Nicholas Redfield, who was vacationing in Kate Village. Kyle is so reluctant to exchange a word, he remarked. Not only am I burdened with this arduous task like other dungeon guards, but I've also encountered that thief. I believe it must be that thief, clad in a black robe, who fled at the sight of me, which is exceedingly suspicious. I intended to eliminate him, but for some inexplicable reason, he summoned that creature just now, and I found myself fleeing in terror. As you have witnessed, that accursed thing is utterly elusive. All I could do was run. Huh? He had been speaking in rapid succession when he suddenly noticed two unfamiliar faces among the familiar ones of Lance and Alice. This is Miss Amelia Stock, the physician, and Mr. Lowe, the Eastern traveler, Lance introduced. Greetings. Are you also headed to Nitara? Kyle inquired. We are accompanying Lance to search for someone, Amelia replied. Kyle pointed skyward, stating, A storm is brewing over Nitara. Truly did I sense something amiss. What was that thing just now? It was a demon, a lesser demon known as a Clara, Amelia explained. Are you familiar with demons? I am aware of them, but I have never encountered one. Good heavens. Does Nitara truly harbor such creatures? Kyle expressed his unease. You see, the guards of the Elrose Shadow Guard have never made such blunders. The sniper guards have almost never allowed a thief to prevail. Although I am unaware of what a demon bloodstone entails, I have heard it is of utmost importance to the entire Nitara Church, and indeed, to the kingdom itself. Are you suggesting that the loss of this item has escalated matters to involve the royal governor, the Nitara Church, and the Elrose Shadow Guard's three major judicial entities? Amelia questioned, somewhat astonished. Indeed, and that's not all. The Knights of the Song Shield have been dispatched to locate that bloodstone. However, with the dire situation in the northwest with Helo and the southern tribes, all four judicial entities are unable to muster sufficient personnel, and I may have made a grave mistake by failing to capture the thief. Where did you last see the thief? Lance asked, just a little ahead. But that fellow is virtually untraceable, and he has certainly escaped by now. I set numerous traps around him, but he didn't trigger a single one, Kyle lamented. Damn it. I must return immediately to report to the commander. What on earth is happening? Amelia pondered aloud. Demons have appeared in Cardo, and now they manifest in Nitara as well. The Nitara Church must bolster its defenses, but Kyle shook his head, stating, the exorcists of the Nitara Church are of little competence these days. I have, at least, encountered a demon now, but many of their exorcists have never laid eyes on one. Amelia fell into silence. Sister Amelia, let us slay the demon, Lo suddenly suggested. I mean, not me, but the other demons. I had no idea such stealthy demons existed. It's quite fascinating. Lo, this matter is not as simple as merely killing demons. We indeed need to consult with Jarrah Scovor, Amelia said with a serious expression. The demon within you may also pose a risk. If you feel anything amiss, do speak to me at once. This fellow stands no chance against me, Lo asserted confidently. Kyle held his head in frustration, his thoughts in disarray, while Lance and Alice looked on, somewhat bewildered. The five of them journeyed through the tumult until they finally reached the gates of Nitara. By this time, dusk had descended. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the city walls, making the prosperous city of Nitara appear as though it were gilded in gold. Ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the city on your own. My cart and I shall remain outside. The driver seemed to exhale a long-held breath. He then steered his cart towards the outskirts of the city, the imperial city of Nitara. Lance gazed up at this sacred metropolis, the heart of the royal family, the governor, and the church, as well as the cultural, economic, and military hub of the Nitara kingdom. The last time he had seen this city was 2 years prior. Alice had yet to visit Nitara. Upon witnessing such towering and majestic gates for the first time, she was filled with a sense of wonder. Much like Lo, Kyle Millis led the four through the gates, which were guarded by soldiers clad in double-layered armor. These soldiers wore chain mail on the inside and metallic armor on the outside, their breastplates emblazoned with a massive golden cross, an attire reserved exclusively for the Knights of the Song Shield. Clearly, the gate was guarded by the Knights of the Song Shield. Approaching them, Kyle was halted. I am Kyle Millis, a dungeon guard of the Elrose Shadow Guard, he stated. Produce your pass, lad. One knight spoke in a deep voice. Kyle, feeling indignant, retrieved a special decree scroll stamped by the governor from his pocket, saying, "Examine it carefully. I am a guard tasked with retrieving the demon bloodstone." The gatekeeper scrutinized the scroll and replied, "Very well. Have you located the bloodstone?" "No," Kyle admitted. The gatekeeper nodded and said, "You may enter." Lance followed suit, but was also stopped. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? They are my friends." Kyle bellowed in anger. "Everyone must be checked." "Young man, what is your status?" the gatekeeper inquired of Lance. Upon discerning that he was a knight of the Song Shield, Lance scowled and replied, "Young man, you must be new here." "What did you say?" the guard retorted. "You don't even recognize me." Lance pointed to himself. "Look closely, I am Lance Rel. Do not think that spouting nonsense will allow you to slip by," the gatekeeper said, somewhat irate. Other guards, overhearing, approached the knight and remarked, "Lance Rel seems to be someone of importance." Lance produced a platinum badge from his satchel, holding it before them, saying, "You are either knights sanctioned in 775 or 776. Upon seeing the badge, they were immediately taken aback that it was the Knight of the Song Shield, 3rd class, lifetime honor badge that Lance received upon his departure from the knightly order. Cabin perched on Lance's shoulder, incessantly squawking at the knights. "It dawns on me, Lance Rel, the prodigious knight under General Cantal during his lifetime," one knight realized, speaking in revelation. "Though I have been removed from the royal knighthood, I still possess more credentials than you," Lance said bitterly. He was angered that despite all he had accomplished, it had taken only 2 years for him to be nearly forgotten. The knights wore full helmets, obscuring their faces, but one could imagine their expressions. They stepped aside, allowing Lance to pass through. Alice grasped Lance's sleeve tightly as she followed him inside. The gatekeepers initially intended to question her, but Lance immediately interjected, "This is my new master. If you trouble her, I will fight you." The gatekeepers could only watch as Alice hopped joyfully through the gates. It was now Amelia and Lo's turn. Amelia was neither a knight nor a knight's master, and both Lance and Kyle were concerned that the gatekeepers might give her a hard time. Unexpectedly, Amelia signaled for them to remain calm, and without haste, she produced a letter, stating, "I am a nun from the Osmok Cathedral in Cardo, and this is our church's priest. We have matters to report to the higher-ups of the church in the city. This is an introduction letter with the seal of the High Priest of Osmok. I hope you will not make things difficult for us." The gatekeeper unfurled the letter, inspected it, and said, "Indeed. This bears the seal of the High Priest of Osmok. You may enter." Thus, all 5 individuals successfully passed through the city gates. Lance, feeling curious, asked, "Amelia, how did you acquire the High Priest's introduction letter?" "This is certainly not the High Priest's introduction letter. It was written by Uncle Breen. Furthermore, he arranged for the seal too. Do not speak of this indiscriminately. With this letter, we can use various reasons to access numerous secret locations. These city gates are hardly a challenge," Amelia said, her delicate brows arching slightly. "However, given the stringent checks at the gates, it appears that the demon bloodstone is indeed a matter of great significance. I must report immediately. If you need to find me, go to the eastern side of the city to the Song Shield encampment and seek the Dungeon Guard Division," Kyle declared before swiftly turning and departing. "Understood," Lance nodded. "Are we heading to the church now?" He turned to Amelia and asked. "No. We are going directly to find Jarrus Scovor. He is worth 2 Nitara churches on his own," Amelia replied. Chapter 17. A fruitless endeavor. Following the address given by Douglas Breen, the 4 began their search for the enigmatic Holy Sword Knight, Jarrus Scovor. They traversed the bustling Jewelry Street and passed through the still vibrant Artist Avenue, the myriad of sights and sounds leaving Alice utterly captivated. Yet, to avoid delaying their mission, she restrained her curiosity and closely trailed Lance. Fearful of losing him and encountering a demon as she had previously done, of course, to claim that demons were a common occurrence in Nitara would be dismissed as sheer fantasy by anyone unfamiliar with the situation. As early as the year 764 of the Glimmering Era, which was a mere 13 years ago, the judgment god Ashley Hild, whose powers were sealed within a mortal vessel, awakened alongside several other deities. And together they unleashed a torrent of vengeance upon the demons of Nitara, causing their blood to flow like rivers. He liberated the god of hope, who was also the princess of Nitara at that time, Elizabeth Cross, from the icy bindings that had ensnared her, and forcibly sealed one of the 7 demon lords, the ice demon Charek. This marked a pivotal turning point in the revival of the Toxhill's 10th Angel Order. Since that moment, Large demons no longer dared to set foot in Nitara. With the extensive training of exorcist physicians by the Nitara Church, numerous elusive minor demons were also systematically eradicated, and gradually, demons vanished from Nitara, never to be seen again. Over a decade has passed, and many young individuals, unaware of demons, are no longer regarded as ignorant by their elders. However, to be honest, Emilia feels a sense of security when Lance is by her side. She has never encountered someone of the knightly ilk before. Yet she certainly harbors no regrets about knowing him. Although she still harbors a tinge of resentment towards Lance for having killed her grandfather, who had been her sole companion, his willingness to sacrifice himself and his earnest efforts to help her lift the curse provide her with a sense of safety that she cherishes above all. Yet, every time she perceives Lance as a good person, she feels an inner conflict, wishing to prevent him from acting, for this is not merely her own prejudice. Everyone acknowledges the indelible nature of the Kozan five-pointed star. Nevertheless, she herself is not ready to perish. Sometimes, despite her desperate words, even a glimmer of hope can fill her with immense surprise. After all, she is only 14 years old and aspires to become an artist who surpasses her grandfather. Navigating through the artistic streets and winding alleys of Nitara nearly led them astray. Fortunately, they eventually located the modest residence they sought. The house was a quaint white villa, adorned with a small garden, in which stood a grand cross in the pond, a symbol of the Scoville residence, as Douglas had informed Emilia. Yet, as twilight descended, the villa remained unlit. Emilia approached the door and called out, "Is Mr. Scoville home? I am Emilia, Emilia Stork." She knocked several times but received no response. The courtyard lay deserted, devoid of any presence. Lance instructed Cabin to fly in for an inspection. After a moment of circling the courtyard, Cabin returned with a resigned chirp. What could Mr. Scoville be doing at such a late hour? Lance pondered in confusion. Could he have gone out? Emilia suggested. That would be quite unfortunate. Lance found himself at a loss, as he had not even considered the possibility of Scoville being away from home. If they could not locate Scoville, pursuing leads on the Spirit Academy would be utterly futile. Let us do this. Lance, we should find an inn to stay at. Mr. Scoville may return home tomorrow, Emilia proposed. Let us hope he hasn't moved, Lance replied with a hint of resignation. Oh, come now, Lance. Do not be so pessimistic. We have finally arrived in Nitara. Lo, coming from the eastern continent, has not seen much of our cities, and this is his first visit to Nitara. While we wait for Mr. Scoville to return, I intend to show Lo some sights, Emilia declared. That sounds splendid. Emilia, you look lovely today, Lo chimed in cheerfully. This is my first visit as well, Alice exclaimed with excitement. Then I shall take your highness out for some exploration tomorrow. I have resided in Nitara City for a decade, and am quite familiar with it. The artistic street we just passed is home to a variety of artists. Perhaps your highness might wish to engage with them, Lance suggested. Hey, Lance, although I have visited twice, I am not well acquainted with the place. Would you mind bringing Lo along? Emilia inquired. Certainly, Emilia. Let us all explore the city together tomorrow, Lance agreed. I think it would be best if I remain here. If I miss Mr. Scoville, and he departs again, it would be quite troublesome, Emilia reasoned. The four of them found a nearby inn, with two sharing a room each, Lo and Lance together, while Emilia shared with Alice. However, Emilia insisted on rooming with Lance, leaving Lo and Alice to share. Alice felt a certain distance from Lo and preferred Lance's company. Seeing Emilia's firm resolve, Lance acquiesced. Lance's willingness to share a room with Emilia. Could it be that he has always desired to be with her? Emilia is indeed a strikingly beautiful sister. It would be quite normal for Lance to be fond of her. Oh, Emilia. Haha, he must surely like Lance. But Lance is quite remarkable himself. Haha. Very good. Both Alice and Lo found themselves inexplicably amused, exchanging glances that culminated in a shared burst of laughter. Emilia, aware of the source of their mirth, remarked, "What are you two children laughing about? Lo, are you so afraid of me not being by your side that you wish to flee?" "No more running, no more running," Lo replied. "Emilia always catches me. I can't be bothered to escape." Alice, "Do not fear, Lo, that I have some matters to discuss with your knight." "All right. You and Lo should rest," Emilia gently suggested. Alice nodded and smiled. All right. Thus, Alice and Lo, with their belongings in tow, proceeded to their room, while Emilia and Lance entered theirs. Emilia set her things down and sat with Lance at the small round table. Her expression turned serious as she addressed him. "Lance, I do not know enough about you. Yet I sense that you are an extraordinary knight. Could you share some details about your past with me? Why do you wish to discuss this? You may find it hard to believe, but I suspect we shall encounter some troublesome events. Regarding that demon bloodstone, I recollected it after some thought that I once came across a mention of it in a book. This bloodstone is the crystallization of the souls of the 7 demon lords. If it were to be stolen, it could trigger a cataclysmic disaster. However, my understanding is limited, and we must await Mr. Scoville's return to clarify this matter, as it concerns the lives of many, Amelia explained. What does this have to do with your desire to understand my past? Lance inquired curiously. Because I require your assistance, Amelia replied. The 18th chapter. A primer on demonic knowledge. Once Lance finished his thoughts, he lifted his cup to take a sip of water and gazed out the window, where darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The moon hung high, appearing somewhat round, yet it had already passed the night of the full moon. For the past few nights, whenever Lance beheld the moon, he was reminded of that night with Alice, a feeling of dread washing over him. After hearing Lance's story, Amelia sighed softly. So, you have forfeited your lifelong honor as a royal knight in service to Alice, Amelia remarked. It matters not. Alice is a good mistress, Lance replied. Let us speak of other matters. What do you require of me? Lance, you are an exceptional knight. If possible, I would like your help in investigating the matter of the demon bloodstone. My own strength is limited, Amelia requested. As long as it does not interfere with the matter of Princess Alice's curse. I have no objections, Lance affirmed. Alice's curse can only be addressed once Mr. Scoville arrives. You encountered a demon in Cardo, and now another in the outskirts of Nitala. You should have acquired some basic understanding of demons by now. I am certain you will encounter a demon for the 3rd time, Amelia stated. Would you be willing to explain it to me? Lance asked. Yes. Amelia nodded. She then retrieved a notebook and invited Lance to peruse it. As he read, she elaborated. Demons are embodiments of evil, born from the malevolent hearts and souls of humanity. They deceive individuals into signing demonic contracts to claim their souls as fuel for their insatiable hunger. Souls contain immense energy, and when used as sustenance, they grant demons tremendous power, which is the source of their might. Throughout the ages, exorcist physicians have compiled various methods to eradicate demons and to heal those afflicted by their presence. Yet a knight like you, lacking foundational medical or holy skills, cannot master those techniques in a short time. You excel with tangible weapons, and thus you must remember this. To slay a demon with a weapon, one must pierce their heart. Inflicting wounds elsewhere will allow them to heal swiftly, leaving their combat ability unscathed. Lance nodded, saying, The demon I encountered in Cardo was even more terrifying. It easily disarmed me of my spear. Had it not been for that cloaked death knight assisting me, I would have been unable to protect Princess Alice. That death knight remains a mystery, yet should you cross paths with him again, do not let your guard down. Have you noticed? Amelia remarked that in the several small towns we passed through, there were places adorned with wanted posters from the kingdom. The criminals depicted bear an uncanny resemblance to the specter of the ghostly rider you described. And they are indeed notorious felons, permitted to be executed on the spot by capable citizens. Indeed, Lance nodded in acknowledgement. However formidable you may be, Lance, the odds of an ordinary person battling a demon are exceedingly slim. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not attempt to be brave. Should the opportunity arise, I will assist you in discovering a method suited to your skills for hunting demons, but that time is not now. Thus, if you encounter a demon again, your foremost duty is to protect yourself and safeguard Alice. Above all, ensure that neither of you falls victim to the demon, Amelia advised. Suddenly, Lance's attention was drawn to the window. Spotting a shadow flitting past amidst the night, he dashed to the window, flung it open, and leaned out, but all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. Was there something outside just now? Amelia seemed to sense the disturbance. Inquiring, I do not know, Lance replied, shaking his head as he closed the window and drew the curtains. The sense of unease washed over Amelia that in that moment, she longed for the presence of their mentor. Kristera. Although she considered herself a capable surgeon, this was her first time being completely independent from Kristera, and moments of confusion and fear occasionally crept in, especially as she was still a young girl. Lance, on a side note, your senses are likely sharper than mine. If I exhibit any unusual behavior during the night, or if there are strange noises, you must wake me, all right? Amelia's cheeks flushed slightly. Lance found her request peculiar. It was the first time Amelia had asked him something so oddly specific. Yet, he brushed it off, responding, Of course. Thank you. Point one last point you must always remember. Demons are adept at exploiting human emotions. When an individual faces immense suffering, despair, or resentment, demons will stealthily approach, enticing them into contracts with alluring promises. Just like that day with Alice. I believe that had she not felt your comforting embrace, offering her a sense of security, she might have unwittingly succumbed to a demon's manipulation. If you encounter those in extreme pain in the future, you must encourage and protect them, for this can prevent them from becoming servants of demons. While such occurrences are rare within the borders of Nitala, the events we are encountering do not bode well, and we must be vigilant. I understand. Thank you, Emilia, Lance replied. Your eloquence is admirable. You speak with the clarity of a wise elder. By the way, Emilia, what year were you born? I was born in the spring of the year 758 of the Radiant Era, and I recently turned 19, Emilia stated. I was born in 759, so you are just a tad older than I, Lance remarked. Then you shall refer to me as sister, Emilia teased playfully. I refuse to call you Sister Amy like Lo does. That title feels rather strange. Furthermore, it makes me feel exceedingly youthful, Lance replied. Though I am but 18, I am already a knight of considerable independence. Boys are so averse to showing weakness. Knight Lo is already 17, yet he behaves like a child. Being a traveler from the eastern continent, which can sometimes come off as peculiar. Very well, Lance, if you find it cumbersome, you can call me Amy, just like Christera. All right, Lance acquiesced. Chapter 19. The Descent of Hell. Has anyone ever beheld a place where sunlight does not reach, yet remains fragrant? Where sunlight is kissed by leaves into gentle warmth, and the speckles on stones shift in tranquil hues from dawn till dusk, from spring to autumn. Has anyone ever listened to a place where moonlight does not shine, yet is filled with song? Where butterflies dance alongside myriad birds, and deer and monkeys listen intently, relishing the embrace of a gentle rain, allowing their garments to become damp. Bumblebees flit about, and surely someone has experienced the realm where starlight pervades. Where a pot of rainbows must surely lie hidden beneath some tree. I have traversed forests thick with clover, savoring the serenity of fortune. To live is to be fortunate, but to coexist with other lives is to embrace happiness. One day, I shall expend all my words to exchange for the life I cherish most. I shall cease to sing, and instead eternally listen to the symphony of nature. Bard Bellamy. Finger before them stood a petite girl with a fair and delicate visage. Her voice was a melody so exquisite that Alice found herself pausing to absorb the entirety of her song. As the final notes lingered in the air, both Lance and Alice applauded. Following Alice's directive, Lance retrieved 15 cab coins and placed them in the small box before her. Thank you, beautiful miss, and generous sir, the bard girl expressed gratefully. Alice smiled. Sister, your voice is enchanting. Are you a remarkable bard? I may not be remarkable, but I am indeed a bard. My name is Bellamy. Finger, the girl replied, taking a seat on a nearby stool, having finished her song. I am Alice Parker. Alice introduced herself. I too am an artist. I am learning the craft of a jester. Wow. You aspire to become a jester. To excel as a jester requires a sharp mind. You must be an exceptionally clever girl, Bellamy remarked with a smile. I have not set any particular aspirations for myself. I simply enjoy singing, writing poetry, and traveling. I plan to gather some funds in Nitala and then venture into the southwestern forests. Are you traveling alone? Alice inquired. Yes, I am, Bellamy affirmed. Traveling alone offers a greater sense of freedom. A glimmer of longing shone in Alice's eyes. Your Highness, this street is a gathering place for artists. Many artists practice their crafts here while seeking patrons, Lance explained. There are also numerous shops catering to the needs of artists, if you wish to purchase something. Your Highness, you might want to explore. Jesters typically require complex props, do they not? Bellamy pointed in a direction. Over there lies a circus shop. Perhaps you will find what you seek. Wonderful. Thank you, Bellamy, Alice exclaimed joyfully. Waving goodbye, she and Lance then set off in search of the shop. Indeed, it was a splendid establishment, and Alice discovered an array of jester props. Thanks to Douglas's financial assistance, Lance's purse was quite ample for a traveler, allowing Alice's shopping desires to be largely fulfilled. Hey, Lance, I haven't seen Lo and Emilia all morning. Where have they gone? Alice inquired as she browsed through the items. Emilia took Lo to find Kale. She mentioned that Kale might possess some information she seeks. Thus, I am the one accompanying your Highness for entertainment, Lance replied. Wow, look at this, Alice exclaimed, pulling out a small spring, her face alight with excitement. This is a high-quality spring. And it's made of silver. Lance, puzzled, asked, what is so special about a silver spring? A silver spring can be perfectly controlled by magic. With this, I can create magical props. Alice beamed, her cheeks flushed with delight. Today marks the beginning of my serious study of magic. Starting today? Yes. Previously, my grandfather deemed me too young to learn magic. While I do not aspire to become a stuffy old wizard, learning some simple spells holds great significance for a jester, Alice explained. Lance, do you understand magic? I do not. Knights typically do not pursue the study of magic, Lance replied. We train in physical strength, endurance, and willpower. Very well. I shall learn on my own that I still possess a few fundamental magic books, Alice declared. She selected several springs, a few peculiar cube-shaped boxes, and a rather comical set of false teeth. After Lance paid the bill, they exited the shop. They made their way to the fountain in the center of the street, the very spot where they had encountered the bard Bellamy. It appeared that Bellamy had departed, and they decided to rest there for a while, observing the other artists. The fountain's waters flowed continuously, designed by some esteemed dungeon guardians, utilizing a touch of magical energy to create a delightful spray. Lance had often paused to admire this fountain during his previous visits. Now, he had transformed from a valiant knight hero into an unranked ranger, yet the fountain remained unchanged, joyfully splashing its waters. Suddenly, he noticed a hint of crimson in the fountain's waters. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, the water of the fountain exhibited a slight crimson hue. Your Highness, do you not observe that the water appears somewhat red? Lance inquired. Alice turned to take a look and confirmed that the fountain's water was indeed tinged with red, and it seemed to grow increasingly crimson. The sense of foreboding washed over Lance, prompting him to take a few steps back with Alice. They were not the only ones to notice the peculiar color. Numerous passers-by and artists nearby had also become aware. The water of the fountain deepened to a shade reminiscent of blood. Suddenly, a circular array of red light materialized within the crimson water, unfolding before their eyes. Magical runes began to inscribe themselves around the formation. Without hesitation, Lance swiftly picked up Alice and retreated several large steps. Before he could regain his footing, a thunderous explosion resonated as the once beautiful fountain shattered into fragments. From the remnants of the formation emerged a grotesque figure, entirely cloaked in red. A humanoid creature boasting massive ram's horns, eyes glowing like fiery embers, and enormous fangs that jutted from its lips, its muscular frame towering at 3 to 4 times the height of an average human. Before they could react, the creature swung its colossal hand, sending 3 nearby pedestrians flying. Karis answers the Lord's summons, born of blood and flame. It intoned in a deep growl. Chaos erupted along Artist Street as pedestrians and artists fled in panic. Merchants abandoned their shops, and the crowd disintegrated into a frenzy, with many weaker individuals trampled underfoot. The creature let out a furious roar, spewing flames that transformed the cobblestone ground into molten lava. Lance gripped his spear tightly, furrowing his brow as he regarded the abomination before him. Weak mortals, Karis shall annihilate you, that you may know the power of demons, the creature bellowed, its massive fists reducing those unable to escape to mere pulp. Simultaneously, it unleashed a torrent of fire, igniting shops and homes alike. In an instant, Artist Street was engulfed in a conflagration. People screamed, lamented, and fled in a frenzy. Flames encircled Lance, and those attempting to break free from the inferno were consumed by hellfire. Their cries extinguished as they succumbed to charred remains. A demon, Lance recalled Amelia's words regarding demons. Although he had found no contract, what else could this creature be but a demon? Your Highness, we are in grave peril. If necessary, when that creature's attention is diverted to me, you must flee, Lance urged. No, I cannot. Cabin, go see how we can escape, Lance instructed, gently patting the eagle on his shoulder. Cabin responded affirmatively and took to the skies to survey a route out of the burning street. The demon decimated the remaining stragglers, scanning the chaos that it soon locked onto the cornered Lance and Alice, roaring as it approached. Chapter 20. The burden of clumsiness before the creature. Lance exhibited no hesitation. He immediately leveled his spear and charged forward. Lance! Amelia cried out sharply. The demon, upon seeing Lance charge, laughed heartily and unleashed a searing fireball toward him. Lance swiftly dodged, thrusting his spear into the ground. Bending it, and using the momentum to propel himself upward, he soared above the fireball, aiming for the demon's head. Seizing the moment, Lance struck with a piercing thrust aimed at the creature's shoulder. The sharp spear tore a gaping wound, crimson blood gushing forth. Using the force of his strike, Lance vaulted backward, landing behind the demon. The demon growled in response and turned, roaring fiercely at Lance, its immense voice inducing terror. Lance instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blast of its roar. He brandished his Chapman Cantle spear, pointing it at the demon's nose, declaring, "You scoundrel, do you relish a duel?" A duel. The demon's voice resonated deeply, as though each word caused the earth to tremble. In a duel, the greatest taboo is to harm the audience. You oversized oaf, Lance retorted as he dashed forward. The demon swung a punch, but Lance deftly dodged, slipping between its legs while simultaneously stabbing its exposed rear with his spear. The demon held in pain. However, as Amelia had indicated, the creature's wound seemed to have little effect on its mobility. Lance noted that the shoulder wound had ceased bleeding, as if it were healing. The spear, designed to pierce through foes, left wounds that should be significant, yet against such a colossal creature, was a mere nuisance. The demon, however, struggled to match Lance's speed. Its size rendered it sluggish, limited to swinging its fists and breathing fire. Moreover, Lance observed that the magical array at the destroyed fountain continued to shimmer. Though he was no mage, it was evident that the array possessed some peculiar significance. Contemplating this, he shifted his focus and sprinted toward the fountain. The demon, now thoroughly enraged, clenched its hands into massive fists and brought them down with immense force. Lance leaped with all his might, executing a rapid forward roll upon landing that a tremendous crash echoed behind him as the demon created a large crater in the ground. Narrowly missing him, indeed, its size hampered its speed. Reaching the fountain, Lance attempted to prod the magical array with his spear. Yet, the red formation seemed an ethereal entity. Eluding contact at that moment, the demon charged forward, its heavy footfalls causing the ground to tremble. Lance sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the demon's fist as it struck the array. The array erupted with tendrils of red light. The demon let out a primal scream, seemingly engulfed in excruciating pain, collapsing to its knees. Lance stood momentarily stunned, unsure of what had transpired. After a moment of thought, he deduced that the array had been struck by the demon itself. Without further ado, he charged forward, aiming his spear at the demon's chest. "Ah!" The demon bellowed, suddenly pushing off the ground to rise, swatting Lance aside before he could deliver the blow, though the demon had not exerted its full strength. Lance felt the impact in his chest, sending him sprawling, gasping for breath as he steadied himself with his spear. Glancing sideways, he noticed Cabin had seemingly found a way out. The eagle flapped its wings and soared toward Lance. "Cabin, take Alice to safety," Lance shouted. "Get her out. I must deal with this fiend." Cabin circled in the air, hesitatingly flying a few times toward Lance, and then toward Alice, caught in indecision. "Cabin, obey me," Lance urged, witnessing the demon charge again, prompting him to sprint aside to evade the attack. Cabin let out a piercing cry before darting toward Alice. It landed before her, flapping its wings and calling out, seemingly urging her to follow. Seeing Lance in such peril, Alice felt compelled to assist, but stood frozen in anxiety, oblivious to Cabin's calls. Frustrated, Cabin flew up, grasping her hair with its claws and dragging her away. "Ouch! Cabin, stop pulling my hair," Alice protested, cradling the eagle gently. Cabin nudged her forehead with its beak. "I understand. I know you are concerned for our safety, but Lance," as Cabin attempted to tug her hair again. She relented. All right. With Cabin's unwavering faith in Lance, her worry seemed less justified. Perhaps it was simply the overwhelming strength of their FOEAS. Lance watched Alice follow Cabin to safety. He exhaled in relief, gently closing his eyes before suddenly opening them wide, his gaze sharp as lightning directed at the demon. "How could I ever be defeated by a scoundrel like you?" The demon, enraged by its failure to eliminate this bothersome mortal, wildly swung its fists, unleashing flames haphazardly. Lance focused intently, evading rapidly, knowing that a single punch could shatter him, and even a mere touch from the flames could incinerate him. But he dodged and ran, struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. In a chaotic frenzy, the demon had reduced the surrounding ground and walls to rubble, flames blazing and lava flowing, transforming the once beautiful artist's street into a hellish vista. Lance maneuvered cautiously, facing off against the demon. Having circled back to the shattered fountain, he considered that he had no other recourse. Resolutely, he stepped into the magical array, spear raised toward the demon, and proclaimed, "You shall pay for your actions today. You will face the most severe judgment." The demon, indifferent to his words, raised its fist and slammed it down. Flames had ignited upon its fist, yet it appeared unscathed by the fire. The enormous, flame-encased fist descended like a blacksmith's hammer, certain to shatter any ordinary person upon impact. Lance regarded the incoming fist with a slight smile, saying, "It has been a while since I fought with such fervor." As the fist neared him, he swiftly ducked and launched himself forward, the speed of his charge surpassing all previous attempts. The demon, unable to retract its fist in time, struck the red array instead. A brilliant crimson light erupted from the formation. Ah! The demon howled, trembling violently as it instinctively cradled its head with its hands. Lance would not miss this opportunity. Before the demon had the chance to stabilize its head, Lance leaped from beneath it, wielding his spear like a javelin, exerting all his strength to hurl it towards the demon's heart. He brushed past the demon's arm and landed behind it, a confident smile gracing his lips, for he vividly recalled scoring full marks in the javelin test when he graduated at the age of 15. The heroic spear once wielded by Chapman Canture pierced through the demon's chest, its tip bursting forth from its back. With another powerful leap, Lance grasped the spear's tip and forcefully yanked it free. Crimson demon blood gushed from the two small wounds on its chest and back. Lance held the spear, quietly observing it as the demon roared, thrashing its arms and stomping its feet, unable to halt the blood that gushed from its heart. Gradually, a massive tongue of flame erupted from the wounds, engulfing the demon's body. In that moment, the furious fire not only consumed the buildings of Art Street, but the very culprit was also devoured. Reduced to ashes amidst the terrifying cries and the shattering of the red magic circle, Lance exhaled, suddenly feeling his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Lance, Alice, aided by Carbon, had reached the outskirts of the flame-encircled square. Due to the recent battle, the flames and lava had tightened their grip on the square, rendering Alice unable to enter. She could only see Lance from afar, continuously calling his name. Lance smiled at her, though his vision suddenly blurred. Thank goodness this guy was too heavy and not very bright, but it was truly exhausting work, he murmured. Chapter 21. Following the clue well, I have nothing more to say, Lance thought. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still lying in the center of the square. The surrounding flames had extinguished, and the lava had been doused with water, cooling down considerably. A number of people had gathered around. Not passers-by, but rather a regiment of royal guards and knights, along with several monks and bishops from the church. The most pressing concern was that a row of needles had been inserted into his chest. Don't move. You fool. Emilia pressed down on him gently, saying, Honestly, I told you to run when you encountered a demon, yet you stubbornly engaged in battle. Did you not also tell me that I only needed to pierce their hearts? Lance retorted defiantly. It's fine for you to risk your life. But what would happen to Alice if you accidentally died? Emilia showed no leniency, continuing to insert needles while speaking. You don't appear to have suffered any serious external injuries, yet you inexplicably fainted. What could be the reason? Lance remained silent for a moment before replying. My legs may be unable to bear weight for the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, Emilia understood immediately. Did you break through the constraints? Can knights even utilize the method of constraint breaking? Lance shook his head and smiled, saying, No, not all knights can do that. This technique was taught to me by a senior in the order, allowing for a temporary surge of superhuman physical abilities, but the after effects are quite severe. Emilia nodded, suddenly tilting her head and smiling, saying, I'm not afraid of after effects at all. With that, she removed the leather armor from Lance's legs, pulled off his boots, and rolled up his pants. Lance was horrified. This woman had already stripped him of his upper clothing, and now she was meddling with his trousers. Lance. Alice ran over, throwing her arms around him joyfully, saying, You finally woke up. That's wonderful. Hey, it's quite impolite for a girl to hug a boy first, you know, and the same goes for boys hugging girls, came Lou's voice from nearby. Only then did Lance notice Lou's presence. It seemed that everything that had transpired before was certainly not a dream. His legs felt utterly numb, devoid of strength. Emilia cautiously inserted a needle into his calf, twisting the silver needle as she did so. Before long, she withdrew the needle, stowed it away, and smiled at Lance, saying, All done, you're fine now. Embarrassed, Lance redressed himself and stood up. Suddenly, he discovered that he could stand on his legs, much to his surprise. Breaking constraints is a method typically employed by more extreme individuals to unleash powerful strength from parts of their bodies, surpassing the inherent balance limits of their physiques. Consequently, if the legs are excessively overexerted, they may become disabled, Emilia said, noticing his unsteady stance, and extended a hand to support him, speaking earnestly. Well, I only resorted to that when there was no alternative. Thank you, Emmy, your needles are truly effective. I thought I would be confined to bed for 3 days, Lance replied. Emilia smiled without saying a word. At that moment, several knights approached. The lead knight removed his heavy helmet and addressed Lance. Hey, old friend. Lance was astonished to see the gray-haired middle-aged man and quickly exclaimed, Captain, no, Mr. Aramis. The knight before him was none other than Achizan Aramis, the captain of the Song of Shield Knights. Lance had not anticipated encountering him at this time. Although you have left the order, you are still an exceptional knight, Achizan sighed, patting Lance on the shoulder and saying, You never fail to meet expectations, Cantere's knight, Lance Lair. General Cantere has passed away. I am no longer his knight, Lance replied. Well then, whose knight are you now? Achizan inquired. I am now the knight of Alice Parker. Lance gestured toward Alice beside him. Achizan's expression darkened slightly. He looked at the frail young girl and asked, Is this your master? Yes, Mr. Aramis. Achizan seemed quite displeased. However, as the captain, he was not one to openly express personal feelings. He took a breath and continued. Regardless, I hope you always remember our knightly spirit. Furthermore, the recent demon incursion has caused significant casualties and damage. Had it not been for your victory over the demon, the situation could have worsened. On behalf of the Song of Shield Knights, I extend my gratitude. With that, he and the other knights bowed to Lance. Mr. Aramis, Lance noticed several guards approaching, one of whom said, regarding the summoning circle left by the demon, We require your order's high priest to analyze it. Additionally, His Majesty the King has commanded the order to recall all knights not on duty to reinforce the patrols in Nitara. The church has also received instructions to have the priests bolster the morale of the citizens. Upon closer inspection, Lance realized that the speaker was Kyle Millis. To his surprise, he was still the head of the guards. Understood. I will send someone to contact the high priest, Achizan replied. Thank you. We have other matters to attend to. So we will take our leave, Kyle Millis stated. With that, he made a face at Lance and led the other guards away. Lance, His Majesty will summon you tomorrow morning. I hope you arrive at the palace on time. Your master and friends must also be present. This is a private summons, and I am merely delivering the message from His Majesty. Once the guards departed, Achizan whispered to Lance. Lance nodded. Although the 4 judging orders wish to discuss matters with you. This Miss Amelia here indicated that you have pressing matters to address. What is so urgent? Is it related to the demon Bloodstone? Achizan queried. Amelia responded, This demon was summoned, so there must be a summoner. The summoner activated such a large magic circle. His magical aura is still quite potent, and we can trace this aura to locate the summoner. Following the clues, if we are fortunate, we may acquire some information regarding the demon Bloodstone from the summoner. Could the summoner be a thief? Achizan asked. That is unlikely. Stealing the demon Bloodstone is a formidable task, and a successful thief would not easily return to Nitara, Emilia replied. You make a valid point. How about I dispatch a knight squad to assist you in finding the summoner? Achizan suggested. We can manage on our own. The knight's armor is too cumbersome, making it difficult to move and potentially alerting the enemy, Emilia countered. Instead, let us search first. Once the high priest arrives and analyzes the situation of the magic circle, you can then send knights to assist us. If we wait for the analysis to be completed, we may lose the opportunity. Achizan found her reasoning sound. He was already aware that this girl was an exceptional surgeon from Osmok, and Lance Lair had once been the Order's ace knight. However, he still harbored some reservations about these 2 young individuals, so he insisted, at the very least, a knight should accompany you. Adolphe, step forward. A knight stepped forward, saying, Captain, do your utmost to assist Emilia and Lance in tracing the whereabouts of the summoner. Adolphe removed his helmet and replied, As you command. Upon seeing his face, both Lance and Alice were astounded. This knight was none other than the royal knight whom Lance had unseated from his horse in the town, only to have Alice cover him in candy beans. It would be quite a surprise if this fellow did not cause chaos while accompanying them. Chapter 22. The Trace of the Summoner. Noise. Is there still no way to lift the curse upon you? Well, I would prefer to say that I do not require its removal. People regard me as a devil, and I have grown accustomed to it. Poor knight, whether from the church or the populace. They delight in categorizing the unknown as evil. Even the holy knights are not immune to such disdain. At least the holy knights remain untainted. Do not fret too much. Noise. One's nature is determined by actions. And you have performed admirably. Indeed, as a murderer, my notoriety is quite significant. Gilas, as long as you trust me, I have few other requests. The demon seal is undoubtedly flawed. The Holy Alliance would do well to remain vigilant. We shall. The dark-clad knight downed his drink in one gulp, rose, and departed. Lance was inclined to decline Aramis's good intentions, but Aramis's determination was unwavering. Lance remained silent, and Alice dared not speak. Thus Adolf was duly appointed. Approaching Lance, Adolf solemnly stated, "Mr. Rail, I am Royal Knight Adolf, sirs. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. I have not previously served within the knighthood, so I apologize for not being acquainted with your name. No worries, Mr. Sirs must also be a courageous knight who does not favor candy beans." Adolf extended his hand, and they shook firmly, both exerting considerable strength, resulting in rather grim expressions. Alice, observing their exchange, felt an urge to laugh but restrained herself, covering her mouth in an attempt to suppress it, her eyes narrowing involuntarily into slits. "Very well. You may set forth. The horses at the West City Gate stables are available for your use. Once the High Priest has completed the magic array, we shall seek you out," Aramis declared. Leading the knights towards the Crimson Array. At that moment, Kyle Millis, who was arranging the guard's subsequent tasks, noticed the knights departing and promptly bounded over to greet them. "Kyle, attend to your own matters," Lance remarked. "Not at all. I've already made arrangements for those tasks." "I wish to hear your plans." Emilia stated, "I shall employ the method of breath resonance to discern the general direction of the summoner. Lo, Lance, Adolf, we shall venture forth together in search of the summoner. Alice, it may be perilous this time. You should remain here." Alice felt a twinge of worry, though she understood Emilia's concern for her safety. "If Alice wishes to stay, I can look after her," Kyle offered. "You all must prioritize your safety." "All right," Lance replied. "Kyle, I entrust you with the care of Her Highness." "Be cautious, Lance. Do not overexert yourself," Alice cautioned, pressing her lips together. "Understood, Your Highness." Lance bowed to her. Emilia extended her hand to draw the breath resonance array. But Lo suddenly interrupted. "Sister Emilia, I understand your intention. The summoner's aura is quite potent. I can locate it." Lo stated confidently. "Is that so?" Emilia regarded him with curiosity. "Absolutely." With that, Lo dashed towards the West City Gate. Lance, Emilia, and Adolf quickly followed suit. "Lance, be careful." Alice waved her small hand, calling out to him. Kyle chuckled, remarking, "You two seem quite fond of each other." "Lance is a good person," Alice replied. All right, demons may yet appear. Come, little sister. I shall escort you to tour the guards' camp." "What is there to see at the guards' camp?" "I wish to find a place to study basic magic. Could you help me locate a more spacious area?" "Huh. For basic magic, we have ample suitable practice locations at the Judgment Guard training grounds. Just find any Judgment Guard, and they can serve as your instructor. If you're just beginning, I can teach you as well," Kyle offered. "Wow, you can also use magic?" Alice exclaimed in delight. "It is merely fundamental skills that I shall give it a try. Should you find my knowledge insufficient, I will seek out a more accomplished Judgment Guard to instruct you," Kyle replied. "I hope I am not interrupting your work, Kyle?" Alice suddenly recalled that he was a guard captain. Not at all. With all this commotion, it is the subordinates, architects, and physicians who are busied. I should be relatively free. The dungeon will receive enhanced guarding. And I am tasked with designing traps. As long as the traps remain intact, I have little else to tend to. "Very well. Thank you," Alice responded. The four rode swiftly on horseback. In truth, Emilia did not wish to rush. But Lo, leading the way, was riding too quickly. Moreover, she was not particularly adept at horsemanship, and sitting astride the horse left her struggling for control. Lance guided his horse alongside hers, and, noticing her helpless expression, said, "Emmy, be cautious." "Yes, I am fine." Emilia forced a smile. "Miss, your grip on the reins is incorrect, and your posture while the horse gallops is rather perilous," Adolf Sirs, mounted on his tall brown steed, remarked. "If you are uncomfortable, you may ride on my horse." "I am all right," though Emilia replied thus. Her expression betrayed her weakness. Lance had seldom seen her appear so timid, and lacking in confidence, Lo led them several dozen kilometers beyond the outskirts of Nitala. As the sun began to set, Lo exclaimed in frustration, "What an insufferable fool, running so far. The scent of the aura along the way has been fresh. That fellow must be galloping away on horseback just like us." After enduring a day of tumult, Emilia finally grasped some basic riding techniques. Lo halted his steed and dismounted, stating, "We should be arriving." The sky was now darkening. The four dismounted and looked up to find themselves in a valley, surrounded only by a few scattered farmhouses, with an old chapel not far ahead. Lance noticed that Emilia's face was pale from the wind and appeared fatigued, prompting him to say, "Emmy, you seldom ride." "Indeed. You knights are truly remarkable. After riding for so long, your complexion remains unchanged," Emilia remarked, smoothing her wind-tousled hair. "One becomes accustomed to it." Adolf suddenly interjected. Lance felt somewhat irked by Adolph's interruption and ignored him. Turning to Emilia, "Shall we proceed, Emmy?" "Lo, do you think the summoner is within that chapel?" Emilia inquired. "Yes, he must be inside the chapel, or perhaps hiding in a coffin," Lo replied. "Sister Emmy, if a confrontation arises, may I use that power?" Emilia understood that Lo was referring to his demonic powers. Although she believed that, with the protective seal she had placed on him from the library of Osmok, Lo could control his demonic powers at will, the presence of Adolf, the royal knight, could lead to significant trouble if Lo were to unleash his powers. Could it be that Adolf was sent by Aramis to monitor them? However, she also recognized that this was not the time for infighting. Locating the summoner took precedence. Thus, she replied to Lo, "It is best not to." Lo obediently nodded. "Let us not approach too closely. If the summoner remains unaware of our presence, he may lower his guard that I will send Cabin ahead to scout the situation." With that, he commanded the Cabin perched on his shoulder to fly towards the old chapel. Cabin emitted a soft chirp and took flight. At that moment, aside from its sound, a few caws of crows echoed nearby. Chapter 23. The Demon Chapel. When Cabin returned, it did not land gracefully on Lance's shoulder as it had before. Instead, it wobbled and crashed against Lance's chest. He quickly caught it. "Cabin." Lance gazed at its unusual demeanor, filled with astonishment. Emilia examined it closely. The hawk's eyes were half open, its claws trembled weakly, and it gasped for breath in Lance's embrace. Is it ill?" Lance had never seen Cabin in such a state, and his concern was immense. Emilia cradled Cabin and inspected it carefully before stating, "Cabin has been cursed." "Cursed?" Lance's eyes widened. "Is it the summoner? How could he know about Cabin?" "Cabin is not just any wild hawk. No, he likely has not detected us yet," Emilia replied. "The suspicious ancient church is perched upon a small hill, encircled by dilapidated stone walls. Above the hill, amidst the barren landscape, stand a few desolate, leafless trees, upon which crows have settled. Below the church lies a tangle of unruly underbrush. 4 individuals are concealed in the thickets at the base of the hill, the twilight having deepened to the point where their figures would be indistinguishable from a distance of 20 paces. At the entrance of the church, a white horse stands tethered, presumably the mount of the summoner. Emilia scrutinizes the surroundings of the church, detecting no obvious clues, yet she senses an unnatural aura. Confirming her intuition, she whispers to her companions, "This church is peculiar. It is ensnared in a cursed barrier. Anyone who dares to trespass will be immediately overcome with fatigue. Cabin, being an eagle, will be less affected." "Is that so?" Luo appears somewhat irked. "I am familiar with barrier spells, but I neglected to study them at the time, finding them rather tedious. The single strike would suffice to shatter such a barrier. Swords are far more practical. The texts state that barriers are formless and colorless. How could one simply cleave through them?" Adolf interjects with skepticism. Casting a doubtful glance at the Eastern traveler, the traveler smiles, his expression sinister in the dim light. "I shall deal with him," Luo declares with a grin. "Luo, do not act rashly," Emilia cautions. "Let us first observe the situation. Do not be so impulsive." "Dear." With a frustrated sigh, Luo resigns himself to crouching down once more. Adolf produces a scroll from within his cloak, stating, "As luck would have it, I carry the purification shield incantation. Miss Stock, you should be able to comprehend this." Emilia's eyes widen in delight. This is precisely what I needed. Although I recall the incantation, without the scroll as a medium, I cannot utilize it. Why do you carry this with you? "I often collaborate with exorcists to address matters involving necromancers and the like, and I have grown accustomed to carrying spell tomes. Though I cannot wield them myself, I can provide them in emergencies to the exorcists around me, Adolphe explains. Lance regards him thoughtfully to his surprise. This seemingly brash individual possesses some skill. Emilia nods and says, Lance, your agility must be commendable. I shall cast the shield of evolution upon you. When you breach the barrier, you shall remain unscathed by the curse. Lance feels a surge of appreciation for this boon. Emilia closes her eyes, one hand cradling the scroll while the other traces her finger across it. She softly chants the incantation, and the scroll begins to emit a gentle radiance. Very well, Lance. Leave Cabin to me. Proceed to ascertain the truth, Emilia instructs. Lance rises and stealthily approaches the church's grand entrance. Luo observes Lance's movements, remarking, Lance is remarkably light-footed. He would make an excellent thief. If he is a thief, then you are a brigand, Emilia retorts. Meanwhile, Adolphe quietly watches Luo. Lance, uncertain of the location of the cursed barrier, suddenly feels a chill as he nears the church. Yet, in an instant, warmth floods his body, dispelling the coldness, as if it were a mere illusion. He surmises that this is the purification shield warding off the curse of the barrier. Lance cautiously approaches the church's heavy iron door, which stands ajar as he brushes against it. He feels the rust covering its surface, realizing that this door is quite old. Pushing it would undoubtedly produce a jarring screech. Thus, he sidles carefully through the narrow opening. The white horse remains to the right of the entrance to avoid startling it. Lance quietly maneuvers around the ancient statue positioned at the center, arriving beneath an open window on the left side of the chapel's entrance. Cautiously peering inside, he discerns that a few dim candles flicker within the church, casting faint light upon two figures engaged in conversation. The surge of apprehension grips his heart as he holds his breath, straining to listen. Kelsey, after attempting to summon a demon, do you not find that the power of the undead pales in comparison? A cold, indifferent female voice inquires. Though demons are formidable, they too can perish. The undead are another matter. You have stated that you would fulfill our pact. An elderly male voice responds in hushed tones. You are indeed fortunate to have entered into a contract with me. Do you still harbor doubts? Listen, I have no interest in your soul. I only ask that you complete the tasks at hand and refrain from obstructing us. Stay as far away as possible. I have done what you asked. I have done it. Whether you desire my soul or my departure, I shall comply, but you must honor your promise. You insolent old fool, should you continue to prattle, I may lose my patience that I am the first to awaken. My power not yet fully restored, but in a few days, I shall resurrect your wretched wife. What do you mean by wretched wife? You have no idea how deeply I love Paula. Spare me your sentiments. I care only for the souls I consume. Ah, so many delectable souls. Today, the one you summoned, Karuz, has brought me a bountiful harvest of fine, youthful souls, though it seems they are swiftly extinguished. Is Nitala truly that formidable? I cannot say. I summoned Karuz and fled immediately. Humph. What is there to fear from mere mortals? In the future, you may utilize the remains of the souls I consume, free of charge. I no longer wish to resurrect corpses or delve into necromancy. As long as Paula lives, why should I concern myself with such dark arts? My time is limited. I do not wish to squander it. Very well, very well. Listen, if you venture to a densely populated area and summon Karuz once more, feeding me enough souls, I will immediately resurrect your wife. Where should I go? Anywhere you desire. Cardo, Suter, Belry, or the cities of Nitala. Fine, I shall depart tomorrow. No, you must leave at once. Observe how splendid the night is. I relish this world. As she speaks, the woman appears to stride briskly toward the entrance. Startled, Lance retreats hurriedly, but she moves with such speed that before he can retreat a few paces, she bursts through the door as if defying the limits of humanity. Undoubtedly, Lance has been discovered. She is a slender woman with flowing hair. At least, that is how she appears at first glance. However, in the moonlight, Lance observes her features and skin. She is anything but human. Her disheveled hair glimmers with a faint blue hue, and her entire form is enveloped in a deep blue color, completely nude, exposing her bosom. If not for her skin tone, her figure would be strikingly alluring. Though a slender tail trails behind her, her face bears elongated eyes that glow red, and her long mouth reveals two sharp fangs, as she smiles wickedly at Lance. That smile contorts her features in a way that evokes memories of Luo's first smile. A demon. This is a demon. Chapter 24. Ice Demon Chalak. A demon. Lance repeats the word in his mind. This demon, though not as colossal as the previous Karus, sends a wave of paralyzing terror coursing through him upon sight. Even before he comprehends the entity before him is a demon, that fear and chill have already enveloped him. He has never before experienced such a sensation, whether confronting the undead or previous demons. Yet this, oh, look what I've found. Something delicious, the blue-skinned female demon exclaims with a piercing laugh. Kelsey, your foolishness has led to your being tailed. What? An elderly man clad in a gray robe emerges from the chapel, startled at the sight of Lance. Who are you? Are you a royal knight of Nitala? Kelsey exclaims loudly. Lance, engulfed in that chilling sensation, finds his limbs unresponsive, struggling to assert control over his faculties. He shakily draws his spear, positioning it defensively before him, and declares, Demon, is this your creation, the demon of Nitala? Indeed, and it has successfully claimed the lives of 168 souls. The female demon's smile is grotesque, inducing nausea at the sight of her twisted visage. You shall face the harshest of judgments. You will pay with your lives. Lance proclaims, furrowing his brow and tightening his grip on the spear, enunciating each word deliberately. What a dull fellow you are, the female demon scoffs. Lance, shrouded in that frigid aura, recognizes he can no longer allow this strange sensation to govern him. Steeling himself, he prepares to charge forth, intending to vanquish this demon as he did the last, and drag the old man to account for his actions. If I were you, I would kneel and beg for mercy immediately, the female demon taunts. Her finger twitching slightly, Lance was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling cold beneath his feet. He looked down to find that a thick layer of ice had formed beneath him, seemingly without notice. The ice rapidly thickened, binding his feet to the ground. Lance struggled to break free from the icy grip, yet the ice seemed to have a life of its own, growing thicker and taller, until it encased him above his knees. The frigid sensation pierced through his trousers, invading his legs, leaving him feeling achingly cold, gradually succumbing to numbness. And no matter how he fought against it, he could not escape the icy confines. The ice appeared to be several times more formidable than ordinary ice. Lance thrust his spear forcefully against it, but it left no mark whatsoever. Fool! The female demon scolded. In a fit of rage, Lance hurled his spear like a javelin towards the demon, yet to his astonishment, she did not even flinch, allowing the spear to pierce her abdomen. However, it was as if the spear had struck a stone wall. It failed to penetrate her skin, merely leaving a faint impression. Lance was engulfed in a chilling wave of fear and despair. What on earth was this demon? Hey! Suddenly, a peculiar laugh echoed from outside the door. A figure flew in, brandishing a sword at the demon. The demon, now somewhat alert, raised her hand to deflect the attack, exclaiming, Oh, what is this? Lance's heart sank. How had Luo gotten inside? No. His worst fears had come to fruition. Emilia, Luo, and Adolphe, upon seeing him in peril, rushed forward recklessly, prepared for a fierce battle. Yet, it seemed they were utterly oblivious to the fact that they too had been instantaneously encased in ice. Luo laughed heartily, launching a frenzied flurry of sword strikes at the demon, who swiftly met the onslaught with her seemingly steel-like hands. Luo's speed was beyond that of an ordinary person, and even Lance found it terrifying to behold. Adolphe raised his shield and sword, ready to charge, while only Emilia dashed towards Lance. Lance, what's wrong? She inquired, noticing Lance standing frozen, weaponless, and seemingly transfixed. Emilia? This devil, Lance stammered, his anxiety rendering him incoherent as he gestured towards his feet, due to the dim light. Emilia initially failed to comprehend. As she stepped closer, she discovered that his feet were ensnared by a transparent layer of ice. This ice magic shouldn't be too difficult to break, Emilia remarked, pulling out a scalpel, seemingly intending to slice through the ice. This ice is incredibly solid. I couldn't even leave a mark with my spear. Lance's voice trembled, his body shaking from the cold. Emilia immediately employed her magical powers to manipulate 5 scalpels, striking fiercely at the icy layer. However, as Lance had indicated, the ice proved impenetrable, refusing to yield even the slightest trace. An unsettling thought flashed through Emilia's mind. She swiftly turned to regard the female demon. At the moment her gaze focused, she found herself frozen in place. The demon's blue, steel-like skin emanated a terrifying chill. She recalled vividly the sensation she had experienced at the age of 5. She remembered the immense ice layer that had even encased the goddess of hope, rendering her immobile. This demon, was simply unbeatable. Luo and Adolf charged forward together. Luo swung his sword down fiercely from above, while Adolf thrust his massive shield towards the demon. The demon revealed her twisted smile once more. She extended her hand, gently pushing away the dual onslaught with her palm. The sword and shield collided against her hand, and both Luo and Adolf felt an overwhelming force surge through them, sending them crashing against the crumbling stone wall. The impact was severe, leaving both Luo and Adolf sprawled on the ground, pain radiating from their backs. Sitting on the ground, Adolf, still reeling from the blow, suddenly felt the icy breath of coldness immobilizing his body. The freezing layer of ice spread across his legs, encasing his lower half. Like Lance, he struggled, but it was futile. The demon lord of ice, Churuk, Emilia uttered vacantly, her eyes devoid of life as she spoke the name. Upon hearing her words, the demon joyfully turned her head, saying, "Oh, how delightful. Someone recognizes me." She approached slowly, gazing at the vacant-eyed Emilia, her face twisting into that grotesque smile once more. Churuk. Emilia seemed to lose her spirit, the 5 scalpels slipping from her magical control and clattering to the ground. She stood motionless, her hands hanging limply, seemingly devoid of the will to resist. Emilia, run, you can't contend with her," Lance gasped, his breath coming in shallow gasps, mustering his voice to shout. Emilia inhaled deeply, confronting the terrifying visage, murmuring, "Not only can I not fight back, but I cannot escape. Even the gods find her a formidable adversary. How could this be?" The demon stepped before Emilia, lifting her chin with a hand. Smiling, "Little girl, have we met, or have I seen you before?" Emilia gritted her teeth. "Churuk, how can you still be alive? How can you still exist? I witnessed you being slain, pierced through the heart by the judgment god Ashley healed." "Oh, wait. With your age, could it be that you were that little girl present that day? My, how time flies. I scarcely believed I had slept for so long, and yet you've grown so much." The ice demon Churuk burst into laughter, her grip tightening as she effortlessly lifted Emilia off the ground. Emilia struggled for breath, her head spinning. Yet she refused to resist, for she understood that all defiance was in vain. She needed no one, not even herself, to reaffirm this truth. "Release her, you wretched creature." Suddenly, Luo's terrifying voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Churuk loosened her grip, causing Emilia to crash to the ground, coughing violently. She felt as if her neck might snap. Churuk gazed at Luo, who had somehow liberated himself from the ice that had ensnared him moments earlier. However, upon closer inspection, Emilia gasped in shock, while Churuk raised an intrigued eyebrow. Luo was engulfed in a swirling aura of crimson and black, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, his face contorted in a malevolent grin, reminiscent of Churuk herself. Clutching his sword, he advanced step by step towards Churuk. Chapter 25. Sword Demon. Long ago, Luo had harbored a profound fascination with swordsmanship. Even after his family, including his beloved sister, was slain by foes, and he found himself wandering the western continent alone, he never relinquished his obsession with the art of the sword. Yet, he was an ordinary man, with limited strength, and his enemies were formidable sword masters, rendering him no match for them. In his despair and anguish, he forged a pact with the demon. With the demon's power aiding him, his swordsmanship soon reached extraordinary heights, granting him strength and reflexes several times that of an ordinary person. Harnessing the demon's might, he effortlessly avenged his enemies, embarking on a journey dictated by the demon to slay those who bore no relation to him. Through this continuous cycle of bloodshed, he merged with the demon's power, transforming into a figure of dread. His sword had yet to be drawn, and enemies could already sense his fury, hatred, and madness. He had once instilled fear akin to that of the demon itself. Until one day, he encountered the holy prayer master Christera and her student, Emilia Stock. They recognized his unique constitution and taught him to suppress the demon's influence. Gradually, he learned to control the demon's power. However, Emilia sensed that the demonic aura emanating from Luo now far surpassed that of the frenzied Luo she had first encountered. Luo laughed like a true demon, advancing forward, raising his sword. The ice demon Churuk clapped her hands, remarking, "How amusing that a fellow demon would dare to point a sword at me. Have you been ensnared by this mortal? You, wretched creature, dare not?" Lay a finger on Emilia. Luo's voice was chilling, seemingly not his own. but the voice of the demon within him. His eyes had turned a deep blood red, standing in opposition to Churuk, like two ominous storm clouds poised to collide. An elder named Kersey rushed forward, brandishing a staff, declaring, "Churuk, feel free to absorb their souls." As he began to chant a spell, it appeared he aimed to neutralize the only one among the four who had not lost the ability to act, Luo. Luo approached him, his hand moving with supernatural swiftness as he swung his sword. In an instant, the old man's neck, along with the staff, was severed, his head tumbling to the ground, blood gushing forth from the wound. Luo paid no heed to the old man's demise, his steps unbroken. Emilia instinctively covered her eyes, unable to believe this was Luo himself. She felt certain that this was not Luo, but the demon within him. Why would the demon inside him oppose Churuk? She recalled losing her only family during the turmoil of war at the tender age of 5. Her mother embraced her, shielding her with her body from blades and weapons, using her lifeless form to protect the unconscious girl. Subsequently, Kristara adopted her, embarking on a quest to seek out the deities of Takshil who had fallen to the mortal realm in those moments. She witnessed the ice demon Chalak effortlessly encase the god of hope, Elizabeth Klaus, in layers of ice, leaving the other deities utterly powerless against the thick frost. Likewise, she beheld the furious judgment god Hild thrusting over 100 swords into Chalak's heart, utterly obliterating her. In her memory, the term 7 demon lords was synonymous with the utmost terror. The ice demon Chalak, along with the other 6 demon lords, wielded dominion over all demonic power in existence. Confronting these fiends, who had once contended with the gods and instigated 2-inch seasons of hunting angels, felt akin to battling deities themselves. While she spiraled into her thoughts, Lo had already surged forward, his ghostly figure, accompanied by his longsword, initiated a relentless flurry of swift attacks around Chalak. Each thrust of his blade was so rapid that in ordinary eye could scarcely perceive its motion. His form was elusive, barely discernible amidst the intertwining black and red aura that enveloped Chalak. Chalak swiftly waved her hands, deflecting Lo's strikes with alarming speed. The sharp, piercing sounds of their clashes were enough to churn one's stomach. Both Adolf and Lance gazed at Lo in astonishment. However, both were encased in ice, the frigid grip numbing their senses as they struggled to breathe, striving to maintain a semblance of consciousness. "Hee, I'm going too easy on you." Lo suddenly laughed eerily. Positioning himself behind Chalak, he clasped the sword tightly and swung it violently towards Chalak's back. As she reached to block, she felt an immense force transfer through the blade, destabilizing her and lifting her off the ground, sending her flying towards the chapel. While still reeling from the pain midair, Lo rapidly closed the distance, hurling the longsword skyward, clenching his fist and unleashing a barrage of punches into Chalak's abdomen. Lo's grin grew increasingly maniacal, his laughter chilling as he accelerated his strikes, each hit akin to striking a sandbag with exhilarating fervor. "Die, die, die, die!" Lo screamed in madness. When Chalak collided with the cross at the chapel center, Lo's sword descended from above. He seized it with both hands, driving it forcefully towards Chalak's heart. His strength was sufficient to pierce her skin, driving the sword through her chest, before he planted his foot on her abdomen, withdrawing the blade only to stab again, repeating this gruesome act dozens of times in rapid succession, the purplish-red demonic blood gushing forth like a geyser. "Die, die, 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 die!" Lo continued to cackle. Such a violent assault even startled Chalak. Lo was convinced that this would undoubtedly lead to the demise of the loathsome female demon before him. Yet, much like Lo himself, Chalak's terrifying grin remained unchanged. She offered no resistance, allowing Lo to impale her chest until he exhausted himself. Panting heavily as he came to a halt, gazing at the gaping, bloodied wound on Chalak's chest, Lo's smile twisted into a grotesque grimace. However, upon observing her face, it still bore a smile. "Is this all your prowess amounts to?" Chalak suddenly spoke. She extended her hand, effortlessly brushing aside the spent Lo, then touched her own chest, savoring the purplish-red blood on her fingertips. Lo watched in disbelief as she stood as if nothing had transpired, his own distorted grin vanishing, replaced by an expression of hatred and horror. Chalak, licking her own blood, began to heal rapidly from the grievous wound on her chest. Lo stood frozen, astounded that his numerous heart-piercing strikes had failed to vanquish her. Chalak smirked, suddenly reaching out to grasp Lo's sword, wrenching it from his grasp. Before he could react, she kicked him away. With a smile, Chalak remarked. Let me learn from you. She then lunged forward, embedding the sword into Lo's chest. The long sword pierced through him, pinning him against the chapel's entrance. Lo's eyes widened, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips. His contorted features gradually returned to normal, the demonic aura dissipating. He felt an excruciating pain in his chest, swiftly rendering his body numb, his mind clouded. Chalak chuckled, waving her hand as she exited the church, spotting the collapsed Amelia on the ground. She approached and said, "Oh, it seems I have yet to properly attend to you." Though Amelia could not see inside the chapel, she surmised that even the sword demon Lo had been defeated by her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chalak with impotent fury. "How about this? Since we are old acquaintances, I shall kiss you according to your customs. What do you say?" Chalak proposed, cradling Amelia's head and leaning in to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Amelia felt a dreadful chill surge from the point of contact, instantly enveloping her entire being. She sensed her body temperature plummeting, her consciousness beginning to fade. It felt as if her blood was freezing, and if this continued, her heart would soon cease to beat. Was she truly on the verge of death? Chapter 26. The Saint. Just as Amelia felt herself slipping away, a radiant light suddenly descended from the heavens, illuminating her. The warmth of this light gradually dispelled the cold enveloping her, allowing her awareness to return. This sensation was all too familiar. She nearly cried out in surprise. With trembling resolve, she rose to her feet and turned to see a man clad in white robes pushing open the chapel doors. The man, wearing a white hood that obscured much of his face, revealed only a glimpse of his lips and a few strands of golden hair along his cheeks. "Amy, you truly are a cause for concern," the man approached, extending his hand to gently stroke Amelia's head. Overwhelmed with emotion, Amelia felt her nose tingle as tears brimmed in her eyes. She couldn't help but throw herself into the embrace of the man in white. Sobbing, Teacher Kristara. Silly child, you're all grown up now, yet still crying." The man in white gently patted her head, smiling as he spoke. "Look, so many boys are watching you." Amelia paid no heed to his words. She simply could not believe that this man had appeared at such a moment. Suddenly, another figure kicked open the rusted iron door with such force that it crashed to the ground. "Jairus, what have you been up to?" Kristara lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man clad in metallic armor, wielding a massive two-handed sword, his short hair and beard giving him a rugged appearance. "There were a few crows outside. I dealt with them," the man replied. "Crows? This place is ensnared in a curse of weakness." Those crows were clearly disguised little demons, standing innocently atop the trees. Kristara nodded in acknowledgement. He gently patted Amelia's shoulder, soothingly saying, "Amy dear, stop crying. Teacher has work to do." After comforting Amelia for a moment, he sat her down and turned to the man. "Jairus, you handle Chalak for now. I need to assist these children." Jairus nodded, unsheathing the massive sword from his back, proclaiming, "Chalak, do you remember the devastation you brought upon us Nitala back in the day? And now you dare return to seek death. The Holy Alliance will show you no mercy." Chalak's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the two men. She reined in her twisted smile, glaring fiercely at the one wielding the enormous sword. She understood that this man was not to be underestimated, for he was none other than Jairus Scaver, one of the saints recognized by the gods. Accompanying him was Kristara, Amelia's teacher, the Holy Prayer Master. The simultaneous arrival of these two saints instilled a sense of trepidation in Chalak. Kristara clasped his hands together before his chest, softly reciting, "The redemption embodied by light is the hope I have longed for. It freezes the dust. Yet the sanctity within the heart melts it away. O God, your radiance shall banish all cold from this world. Your love will purify all despair. Your decree shall be upheld in heaven and on earth, adhered to by all creation. Behind every darkness, there shall always be light to embrace the yearning for warmth." As he whispered his prayer, his robe began to emanate a luminous glow. The radiance emanated from his being, growing ever stronger, illuminating Lance, Adolf, and Amelia, enveloping them in a gentle warmth. The solid ice beneath Lance and Adolf began to melt under the brilliance of Kristara's light, transforming into water that seeped into the earth. Chalak grew increasingly flustered. She hastily extended her hands, summoning solid ice at Kristara and Scaver's feet. Though demonic ice sprouted beneath Kristara, the light enveloped his entire form, and the moment the ice made contact with him, it instantaneously transformed into a cloud of white vapor, dissipating into the wind. Observing the ice growing beneath him, Scaver swiftly plunged his colossal sword into the ground. The colossal sword emanated a golden radiance, its light seemingly penetrating the earth and spreading outward. The once blackened soil transformed into a brilliant, shimmering gold. Wherever the land glowed, the solid ice had yet to form, melting away into water. With a shrill cry, Chalak charged forward, her elongated claws wielded like blades, aimed at Gilas. Gilas let out a soft chuckle, drawing the enormous sword with a swift motion, striking horizontally and vertically to carve a cross in the air. The trajectory of the blade radiated light, and upon contact with Chalak, it sent her sprawling backward. Gilas swung the sword with a flick of his wrist, gripping it tightly, and suddenly shouted, advancing with fervor. Using his wrist as an axis and the blade as a radius, he executed sweeping arcs to the left and right, hacking and slashing with remarkable speed, rendering the massive sword as lightweight as a child's toy. Chalak struggled to defend herself. The rapid strikes not only bore the threat of the blade, but the sword itself, glowing with an inner light, radiated an intense heat that assaulted her senses. Although she managed to parry Gilas's strikes with her iron-like arms, the searing warmth each time left her limbs feeling scorched and excruciatingly painful. As Gilas continued his relentless assault, Chalak was forced to retreat. Suddenly, he gripped the hilt with one hand while steadying the blade with the other, thrusting the massive sword forward. The blade collided with Chalak, hurling her into the chapel. Gilas shouldered the sword and pursued her inside. Having finished his prayers, Cristera observed that the layers of ice enveloping Adolf and Lance had completely melted, though both remained incapacitated, slumped on the ground, devoid of strength to rise. Emilia, follow me, Cristera beckoned as he entered the chapel. Emilia nodded and hurried after him. Chalak lay in the center of the chapel, struggling to rise, her voice laced with fury as she growled. It is truly regrettable that I did not slay you back in the day. Who would have thought that two insignificant saints like you would dare to strike against me? You may have been able to kill me back then, Gilas replied with a smirk, but do not be overly confident. Cristera is not one to be underestimated. Your power has yet to fully return, Cristera said, entering with Emilia, removing his hood to gaze intently at Chalak. He was a handsome man, his golden hair tied back in a bun, deep blue eyes set beneath high brow bones, a prominent nose, and a clean-shaven face, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. You still remember this. Chalak stood up, her voice dripping with malice. Cristera. Cristera produced a notebook from within his robes. He motioned for Emilia to stand beside him, and they each extended a hand to hold the notebook. Recite with me, Emilia, in sincere prayer, Cristera instructed. Emilia nodded in agreement. The promised land bestowed by the divine, blossoming with the first fragrance under the sun. Upon hearing this opening, Chalak erupted into a frenzy, shrieking and charging at Cristera. Gilas swiftly intervened, brandishing his sword in a whirlwind of strikes, forcing Chalak back once more, ignoring the pain in her arms. She lunged again with frenzied determination, but Gilas's sword remained flawless, expertly repelling her every attack. The priest asked, Little one, do you know where sin is locked away? Sin is locked beyond our land. You know why darkness cannot endure forever. Darkness may enter our windows, yet it cannot penetrate our souls. The voices of Cristera and Emilia intertwined, echoing throughout the chapel. Low, pinned against the wall by a long sword, felt consciousness returning upon hearing their voices. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, This wretch is finished. Chalak screamed. Cristera, Cristera, Cristera. Her claws, sharp as the blades of night and accompanied by an icy chill, surged forward, yet Gilas's sword shone like the sun. Both Gilas and Chalak charged, fiercely clashing, the warm light battling against the cold darkness, evenly matched and entwined. We shall dye the sky with the most beautiful hues, our songs and dances carrying the essence of joy. We shall seal sin and hatred in the coldest corners of the world, coldly gazing upon the demons as they once coldly gazed upon us. The locks of the divine shall imprison their freedom forever. For they once seized the freedom of others. Cristera, Cristera. They shall face the most severe judgment, as the divine will seal their souls with their own hands. The angels will sing hymns, and the world shall restore beauty and peace. The priest asked, Little one, do you love this land? The little one answered, just as the divine loves her. As they recited, Cristera and Emilia harmonized, singing a sacred hymn. Their voices, akin to celestial melodies from heaven, enveloped the listeners in warmth. Chalak howled in madness, witnessing great chains of light manifest before her, ensnaring her limbs and neck. Then, beside Gila's, a radiant figure emerged, wielding two gleaming swords of light, advancing step by step. No, no, Hildur, get away from me, get away. You give me. Before she could finish, the figure thrust a sword into her chest. Chalak, momentarily stunned, suddenly laughed and said, "Fool, do you think I have a heart?" The figure, composed entirely of light, twisted the blade, forcibly carving a gaping hole in Chalak's chest. Gilas retrieved a transparent gem from his robes and tossed it to the figure, which caught it and pressed it into Chalak's chest, the gem sinking into the spot where her heart once resided. This is Chalak, bound by the immense chains of light, was rendered immobile. She could only see the brilliant glow emanating from the wound on her chest, the sensation of burning radiating throughout her body. She gazed at the luminous figure, barely able to discern its outline, and heard the voice she feared most. "Rest in peace. Hildur Ash, Lee Hill, Dura," she screamed, light erupting from her body like 1,000 blades. In that moment of penetration, countless rays burst forth from her form, slicing her into innumerable fragments, igniting a searing flame that quickly turned her to ash, vanishing along with the great chains of light and the radiant figure. The singing of Kristera and Amelia ceased. They both traced a cross over their hearts and uttered, "Amen." Silence enveloped the chapel. Chapter 27. Farewell. The ashes of the demon scattered with the wind. Lance and Adolf, propping themselves up, entered the chapel, gazing at the blackened remnants with expressions of bewilderment. Kristera turned, lifting his head, and asked, "Lo, are you all right?" Lo stammered, I'm fine, just stuck." Gilas plunged the colossal sword into the floor, leaping to Lo's side, swiftly withdrawing the blade from his chest and supporting him to ensure a steady descent. "Who is this child, bearing such a potent scent of demonic energy?" Gilas inquired. "He is my patient." Kristera approached, assessing Lo. The demonic power is healing his wounds. Thankfully, the blade did not pierce his heart. He will be fine. "It hurts a lot, Teacher Kristera," Lo exclaimed. Kristera smiled gently. "It will be better soon. Bear with it." Lo huffed in response. Noticing Lance and Adolph's confused expressions, Amelia hurriedly explained, "This is my teacher, the saintly priest Kristera, and this should be the sword knight Gilas Scoval." "Should be," Gilas replied, irritation creeping into his tone. "Little girl, have you forgotten me?" "You didn't have a beard back then," Amelia said, pursing her lips. Gilas chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "In truth, I wouldn't have recognized you either. You've grown from a little girl into a young woman over the years." "Mr. Scoval, how is it that you are with my teacher? We were just in Nitala City looking for you yesterday," Amelia remarked. "By the way, teacher, Mr. Scoval, this is Sir Lance Rail, the Ranger Knight, and Sir Adolf Thurs, the Royal Knight." "I have heard of both names," Gilas acknowledged. "You have?" Amelia gazed at him with curiosity. "I was once the High Priest of the Hymn of the Shield. Although I am retired now, I still keep an eye on the knightly order that Lance's reputation once soared, but then he simply vanished from the scene. Adolf, on the other hand, should be a steady and reliable royal knight." Both Lance and Adolf were taken aback. This was the former High Priest of the Hymn of the Shield. "However, Lance, Adolf, I hope you will not disclose my identity as the Sword Knight. Few are aware of this truth, and if it becomes common knowledge, my whereabouts will be easily uncovered, hindering my work." Lance and Adolf nodded in agreement. Kristera crafted a restoration array, allowing Lance, Adolf, and Luo to rest within its confines. He then summoned Gilas and Amelia, and together they proceeded to the chapel's exterior. "Emmy, it has been half a month since you last emerged. I had not intended to seek you out," Kristera stated with gravity. "However, recent unforeseen events have undoubtedly caught your attention. The demon bloodstone of the Nitara Church has been stolen." Amelia nodded in acknowledgement. "The demon bloodstone is the essence of a demon's soul," Gilas remarked. "In the past, the Toxil's 10th angelic sequence utilized this very artifact to seal the 7 demon lords. Yet, they never anticipated that it could also facilitate their revival. What could it be?" Amelia's eyes widened in shock. "The ice demon Chalak, whom you have encountered before. It is likely that the individual who absconded with the demon bloodstone has uncovered the method for resurrecting the demon lords. Fortunately, Gilas and I sensed the aura of the demon lord soon after learning of this matter. Chalak has yet to regain even half her strength. Should she fully revive, We may find ourselves needing George's assistance to contend with her, Christera explained. Gila's added, this is a terrifying beginning. If the ice demon Chalak revives, the other demon lords may also awaken. Should the season of hunting angels return, the consequences could be dire. Emmy, as the protege of Christera and the inheritor of the Holy Prayer Master, we three saints will do our utmost to address this issue, but some matters must be entrusted to you. What should I do? Emilia felt a rising tension as she listened to his words. The specifics will be relayed to you by Skoll. The 4 great judgment sequences of the Nitara kingdom are currently overwhelmed, and we must take decisive action. Listen, Emmy, I must depart immediately to seek out George. Skoll will escort you back to Nitara to make further arrangements. Teacher, are you leaving so soon? Emilia's gaze fell, a hint of reluctance evident. Christera smiled gently. We shall meet again, Emmy. Emilia nodded, stepping forward to embrace Christera softly. Thank you, teacher. She felt a lump in her throat, on the verge of tears. Christera affectionately stroked her head, saying, Little Emmy, learn to be a bit stronger. Many rely on your help. Emilia replied. After a brief embrace, she felt somewhat comforted and stepped back, forcing a smile as she waved gently at Christera, whispering, Goodbye, teacher. When we next meet, I will have grown stronger. Christera waved back, smiling. You have never disappointed me. Farewell, Emmy. With that, Christera turned and strode out of the chapel, his figure vanishing into the night. La la la. Emilia hummed cheerfully like a child. Bouncing back into the chapel, she did not wish for Gilas to see the tears staining her face beneath her forced smile. Gilas sighed deeply as he watched her. He understood well that this unfortunate girl had always viewed Christera as her only family. After living together for over a decade, Emilia would inevitably feel a sense of loss. Moreover, after this farewell, it was uncertain when they would meet again. Once Emilia regained her composure, Gilas approached her to discuss a few matters. Subsequently, Gilas instructed Emilia to tend to Lance's frostbite while he approached Adolf, saying, Knight, allow me to assist you in healing your wounds. By midnight, the sound of orderly hooves echoed from the hillside beneath the chapel. Gilas stepped outside to investigate and saw a group of mounted knights approaching the chapel with great urgency. The knight order has arrived. How lively, Gilas Skoll remarked with a shrug and a smile. Chapter 28. Basic Magic. When Lance awoke, the eastern sun was already rising. That he had never anticipated such treatment. The knights had transported him and the others back to Nitara in a carriage. However, ever since being frozen by the ice demon Chalak, he felt somewhat weakened. Sitting up, he noticed Emilia seated across from him. The carriage jostled relentlessly as it continued on its path, yet this experience was far superior to riding a horse. Seeing Lance's lackluster demeanor, Emilia contemplated pricking him with a needle. Upon noticing her movement, Lance quickly exclaimed, Don't poke me. Don't poke me. I'm fine. Lance. Emilia merely intended to startle him. She regarded Lance calmly and said, I am truly sorry for putting you in such peril. It was already a struggle for you to contend with Karuz. And now you face the ice demon Chalak. Lance sighed, raising his hand. Emmy, the demon was not summoned by you, so why apologize, had it not been for the timely arrival of the 2 saints? You could have been in grave danger as well. Emilia shook her head, gazing at her fingertips, quietly stating, I still feel inadequate. I can never seem to reach a satisfactory level, due to my misjudgment. Luo has also fallen into danger. He has completely unraveled the binding spell, and I do not know how long it will take him to recover. She lifted her gaze to the window, where the morning sun refracted into a spectrum of colors, casting its brilliance upon the beautiful earth. The azure sky instilled a profound sense of security, and the gentle, cool breeze flowed through the window. Lance, if we could travel together, would you be willing? Emilia asked softly, peering outside. I have always been a wanderer, Lance replied, also gazing out the window at the armored knights riding robust steeds along the road back to Nitara. He had once been among them, but now reflecting on it, the heavy armor felt quite uncomfortable. Many times, travel is a matter of life and death, Emilia mused. I do not know where the destination lies, but I wish to venture forth into the distance. My life may have never held much significance, Lance suddenly smiled, saying, I seek amusement, trouble, and the unexpected. I revel in travel, filled with surprises. Emilia smiled back, her bright eyes half closed, allowing the wind to play with her bangs. Alamis, I will write a report and submit it to you in a couple of days. Before the king summons Lance and the others, I need to meet with him first. The situation is urgent, and I hope the king will understand. Upon arriving in Nitara city, Gila's Skoll met with Alakis and Alamis, the leader of the Song of Shield. Alamis, concerned about the recent demon attacks in Nitara, believed that Gila's Skoll, who had once been his superior, would bring vital information to the king. Adolphers rejoined the ranks, while Lance, Emilia, and Luo were directed to the guard camp to rest at the guard camp. They encountered Alice Parker and Kyle Millis. From a distance, Lance noticed Alice tossing a small ball with an unfamiliar guard in the training grounds, finding it peculiar. "If you want it to explode at any moment," the guard said. Somewhat dissatisfied with the small ball Alice had thrown, "you must infuse it with explosive fire magic before throwing it. Did you not mention that your modified jelly beans could become very sticky, but required quick melting? Explosive fire can cause them to melt rapidly without igniting. Why can't I detonate it in time?" Alice asked, scratching her head in confusion. "You were too focused on its trajectory when you threw it, which weakened your control over the magic, preventing a timely detonation. After throwing the ball, you need to concentrate on the magic in your hands," Kyle Millis observed, standing by with his hands clasped behind his back. When Lance and the others approached, he finally realized. "Are you all right?" Kyle inquired. "Have you apprehended the summoner?" "Yes, not only the summoner, but also some other entities," Lance responded. "What is Alice doing?" "Alice is learning basic magic, taught by a friend of mine named Austin Carter, an outstanding guard," Kyle explained. "Alice seems quite interested in magic and is eager to grasp the fundamentals of elemental magic." "Indeed, she is diligent," Lance remarked. "Kyle, I truly appreciate your help." "It is no trouble. My capacity to assist is limited," Kyle replied. "By the way, I heard that His Majesty wishes to summon you all, Lance, Alice, Emilia, and Luo. Oh, you know the reason?" "I do not," Lance replied. Emilia and Luo also shook their heads. "Wait, how did you know we were summoned?" Lance suddenly asked, surprised. He recalled that this was something Commander Alamis had privately mentioned to them, suggesting it was a secret summons. "Although it appears you all accomplished a great feat, the situation seems more complicated than I initially thought. What puzzles me most is that I have also been summoned alongside you." Kyle scratched his head, stating, "You have been summoned too." Lance's eyes widened with curiosity. What could it possibly be? Emilia and Lo took a seat on the wooden bench beside the training grounds. She had yet to meet the king of Nitala and was unaware of what kind of person he was, truly uncertain about what the matter could entail. However, Lance's current concern did not revolve around that. It was the curse afflicting Alice that troubled him. He fervently wished that Scoval would expedite his official business and then guide him on how to locate the Spirit Academy, allowing him to embark on the journey with Alice as soon as possible. This unexpected complication had thrown his plans into disarray. Yet, every cloud has a silver lining, for he had at least found Gila's Scoval. Alice had been throwing a deflated, abandoned ball for over an hour, following the requests of the Judgment Guard, Austin Carter, launching it repeatedly and detonating it with precision. When she had nearly completed this task, breathless and drenched in sweat, she gradually exited the training ground. Upon spotting Lance, she jumped with joy, fearful that he might be in danger. "Lance!" Alice exclaimed as she rushed towards him. "Ivy learned the bursting spell." "Well, Your Highness, you ought to express your gratitude to Mr. Millis and Mr. Carter," Lance said, steadying her as she sat down. The Judgment Guard, Austin Carter, approached, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, and greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone." Kyle placed a hand on his shoulder, inquiring, "So, how was your first experience teaching magic, Austin?" "Indeed, imparting knowledge is quite different from mastering it oneself, and my own abilities are not particularly formidable," Austin Carter replied. "I would recommend 2 books to you. Miss Parker, with your keen intellect, if you study them diligently, you could quickly become self-taught. Point 1 is titled Introduction to Elemental Magic, and the other Fundamentals of Magical Regulation. These are essential texts for anyone wishing to learn magic, and they can be found in any ordinary bookstore." "All right, I'll remember that. Thank you, Mr. Carter," Emilia said with a smile. "Alas, if only your Judgment Guard ranks would send a few individuals to inspect the dungeons. Our dungeon guards are far too few. At times, we can scarcely gather enough to play cards, as they are either working or on duty," Kyle lamented, seizing the opportunity to vent. "Austin, how many apprentices are there in the current cohort of Judgment Guards?" "The Judgment Guards have a few more than you, 120 apprentices," Austin replied. "If I recall correctly, there are about 90 dungeon guards." "Well, this year is rather plentiful," My cohort has just over 20 individuals, Kyle remarked. Traps require a firm grasp of mechanical knowledge. And many guards simply do not measure up, hence their failure to pass the applications. Are you implying that your intellect is superior? Austin furrowed his brow. No, how could I dare compare myself to you esteemed judgment guards? Kyle chuckled. By the way, it's nearly noon. Shall we all go for lunch? Lance, Alice, Amelia. Lo, what do you say? Sounds great. Kyle's treating. Alice clapped her hands in delight. Indeed, I shall treat you all to Jack's grilled steak. Kyle proclaimed loudly. You've come from afar, and I have yet to properly host you. I am not a guest, you know, Austin interjected. Oh, you've been terribly busy with work lately. Now that you have a rare day off, let us go together. I particularly enjoy the wine there. And, Alice, they also have delicious grape juice. Alice pouted. Why did every adult seem so concerned about her drinking? Moreover, Kyle didn't appear to be much of an adult himself. Chapter 29. The king summons Kyle led Lance and the others to a restaurant named Jack's Night Grilled Steak for a hearty meal that it was said that this steakhouse was run by a retired knight, who, after his health declined and he left the knightly order, dedicated himself to the art of grilling steaks, which became immensely popular. This establishment had been cherished by the residents of Nitala for decades. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the group sat back at the table, resting. Kyle felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had crafted these delectable steaks himself. These steaks are generously seasoned with black pepper. I wonder if you all noticed. Kyle said gleefully. I absolutely adore these spices. The folks from Suitor are quite the contrary. They preach that cooking must preserve the original flavor of the ingredients, without any seasoning, which is precisely why Suitor's food is so dreadful. I, too, relish black pepper. It pairs wonderfully with steak, and when grilling meat, one should use anise, Lance added. When I grow old, perhaps I shall follow in this Jack Knight's footsteps and specialize in grilling steaks. You could grill river fish instead. I enjoy grilled river fish. Though there is no particularly good one in Nitala, Kyle responded. The best grilled river fish I've had was in a small town near the Little Mora River. I too had grilled river fish during my time fighting near the Little Mora River. It was quite delicious, Lance recalled. They shared laughter and banter, and sensing it was time to return, the six of them made their way back to the guard camp, only to find a court attendant had been waiting for them for quite some time. By the order of His Majesty the King, I summoned the Ranger Knight Lance Rawle, Dungeon Guard Kyle Millis, Artist Alice Parker, Surgeon Amelia Stock, and Eastern Traveler Lo. You are to proceed to the palace immediately. This proclamation had been pinned up within the attendant, and he nearly shouted it all in one breath. Lance and the others were taken aback by his tone and hastily gathered their belongings to head to the palace. The Palace of Nitala was a grand castle, constructed from immense white marble, embodying both majesty and splendor. Though all the buildings were clustered together, they were divided into numerous areas, with the true royal quarters located at the heart of the castle, including the royal gardens, while the surrounding structures housed the royal library, the Supreme Council Hall, and the Knights' Council Hall, among other significant locations. Most distinctive was the statue of the God of Justice, Klaus, adorning the top floor of the royal library. Over a decade ago, the God of Justice had battled the resurrected Light Dragon here, causing severe damage to the castle's summit. Although it was not Lance's first time entering the royal castle, he was once again awestruck by its grandeur. Amelia, too, gazed about in mild astonishment. Lo and Alice were particularly thrilled, eagerly looking around with uncontained joy, while Kyle consistently reminded them, in the palace, maintain decorum, guided by the court attendant. They entered through the castle's grand doors, turned through several corridors, passed a few palatial halls, ascended 6 flights of stairs, and finally arrived at the meeting room where the king awaited them. They stood at the threshold, waiting for the attendant to announce their presence. Moments later, a squad of sword-bearing guards emerged from the meeting room, startling Lance and the others, as if they were about to be apprehended. However, the attendants moved past them in unison, exiting the corridor, leaving only 4 attendants outside the door. One of them said, Mr. Rawle, you may enter. They entered one by one. Behind the large windows along the corridor, blue sunshade curtains hung, casting the meeting room in subdued light. As Lance stepped inside, he spotted a rectangular table at which 2 individuals were seated. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one as the short-haired, lightly bearded Gilles Scoville, while the other was adorned in resplendent attire. Wearing a gleaming, intricate crown, with golden hair and beard, his eyes radiating unparalleled charisma. Without hesitation, Lance approached and knelt, declaring, Your Majesty. Kyle followed suit, offering his respects. Emilia pressed low to the ground, mimicking their gesture. Alice, momentarily dumbfounded, wondered if this person was indeed the king. "Your Highness," Lance softly reminded her. Alice quickly dropped to her knees, her expression bewildered, murmuring, "The king, your majesty." Lance had encountered the king 2 or 3 times prior. The sovereign before him, known as Reynolds Kloss, was the second son of the former king. Alexander Kloss, though still under 30, this king possessed extraordinary intellect and governed Nitala with remarkable order. "Please, rise. You are not royal members. There is no need to be overly concerned with the minutiae of etiquette," Reynolds Kloss said gently as he stood. "Lance Rahl, I remember you. You once gained considerable renown within the knightly order." The 5 individuals, in accordance with the king's request, took their seats beside him. "Ah, this young lady, Alice Parker, is your new master, is she not?" "Lance," Reynolds inquired, glancing at Alice. "Indeed, your majesty," Lance replied. "I appreciate knights like you." "Many confuse honor with vanity," Reynolds remarked, his tone laced with admiration, which brought great joy to Alice. Her knight was being praised by the king rather than ridiculed as others often were. "I have already heard about the recent revival of the demons from Scoville. My father and brother paid a heavy toll in blood to seal the demons. Though I am reluctant to believe that the ice demon Sharuk has truly returned, I understand that it is better to trust Scoville's words than to avoid the matter. Should the 7 demon lords truly awaken, the consequences would be unfathomable. The tribes of the south and the Helo in the northwest would be utterly incapable of contending with the demons." Reynolds paused momentarily and continued. "The situation within the borders of the Nitala kingdom is exceedingly tense, with the primary pressure emanating from Helo and the southern tribes. The majority of the knights from the Shield of the Him Order have been dispatched to the front lines to lead the battles, while the royal regent has been perpetually fatigued by various domestic affairs that in light of the recent demonic incursions and intelligence regarding the presence of demons in other regions. The Nitala Holy See has been compelled to significantly bolster the training of exorcists and the cultivation of demon hunters. Furthermore, they must organize missions to preach and soothe the populace's anxieties. Meanwhile, the Ilas Shadow Guard is under immense pressure due to the loss of a demon bloodstone and is striving to enhance palace defenses and patrols. In summary, I must candidly admit that the 4 esteemed judgment orders of Nitala, which we take pride in, are currently in disarray. After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss regarding how to address the matter of sealing the demons. Scowell's suggestion has reminded me. I now require specialized individuals to resolve this issue to my delight. Scowell informed me that this Emilia Stock is a disciple of Saint Crystalla. Although many are unfamiliar with Crystalla, my elder brother once imparted knowledge about the saint. With Emilia's assistance, the task's complexity would indeed lessen considerably. However, my personal understanding of demon-related matters is rather limited. Thus, I shall defer to Scowell for the specifics moving forward. Jaralis Scowell nodded and remarked, "To put it simply, Your Majesty places great trust in you 5, but His Majesty wishes for you to form a special royal unit dedicated to investigating the sealing of demons, though the ice demon Chalak has awakened. Her resurrection was forced by the powers of a demon bloodstone in haste, which is why we were fortunate enough to triumph over her." Lance felt a tightening in his chest and could not help but voice, "Mr. Scowell, I apologize, but regardless of His Majesty's orders, I cannot undertake this task." "Why not? Do you lack confidence in your abilities?" Scowell inquired. "No, not at all, Your Majesty. I am deeply honored by your trust. However, the oath of a knight is not to be violated. My mistress, Princess Alice Parker, bears the dreadful curse known as the Kozan 5-pointed star, and our only hope lies in seeking the Spirit Conjuring Academy. Our journey from Cardo to Nitala was solely to consult Mr. Scowell regarding the whereabouts of the academy. Lance was aware that this might anger the king, yet he mustered the courage to speak. What the Kozan 5-pointed star? Scowell's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a young girl fall victim to the Kozan 5-pointed star? Indeed. Mr. Scowell, Lance replied quietly, glancing at Alice, who was looking down in silence. Scowell was momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, the matter of sealing demons is undeniably critical. However, Mr. Rail must adhere to his chivalric code that I am more than willing to assist in resolving this matter. Could you not dispatch other elite knights to undertake this task?" Emilia interjected, unable to bear seeing the king put Lance in a difficult position. Dispatching other elite knights had crossed my mind, King Reynolds Claus responded. But the very few knights I trust most have all been sent to the southern front. It is only with their presence there that I can find some measure of reassurance, for the forces of the southern tribes should not be underestimated. To speak candidly, I have not had the opportunity to closely engage with any of you. Trust is a fragile thing, and I imagine you would perceive any such claims as insincere. Currently, within the city of Nitala, those I genuinely understand and trust are limited to Commander Aramis of the Order of Knights, Grandmaster Nicholas Redfield of the Shadow Guard, and former High Priest Geralus Skoll. Although the Pope of the Holy See and the high-ranking officials of the Regency hold significant positions, they are not closely acquainted with me. Furthermore, their ignorance regarding the demon situation could inadvertently lead to the news of the demon's resurgence spreading throughout the kingdom, the ramifications of which would be dire. Skoll has recommended you, hence my willingness to employ you against the norm. My reasons for recommending you, Geralus Skoll continued, are as follows. Lance is a valiant and just knight, as evidenced by the Chapman Cantle spear in his grasp. Kalmi Riss is the grandson of Douglas Brain, the Grandmaster Exorcist of the Osmok Cathedral, and is renowned as a genius trapper among the dungeon guards. Emilia is a disciple of Crystalla and possesses extensive knowledge regarding demons. Alice and Lo are respectively Lance's mistress and Emilia's brother, both of whom are competent artists and travelers from the East. He paused before elaborating. Moreover, I wish to address the matter of the Spirit Conjuring Academy. The last time I encountered the academy was in the Sapphire Valley on an isolated island in the Western Seas, which also happens to be a sealing site of one of the 7 demon lords. Should you seek the Spirit Conjuring Academy, a visit to the Sapphire Valley would be fortuitous for this endeavor. Lance understood the gravity of the situation, yet he could not bear to witness Alice continue to suffer under the curse. His heart raced as if he were once again upon the battlefield. Chapter 30. The Chosen Ones. Geralus discerned the turmoil within Lance's heart, and even the king seemed reluctant to compel him. However, he was acutely aware that the absence of Lance's assistance would render this mission exceedingly arduous. He feared not the prospect of exorbitant rewards for Lance, but rather the possibility of his unwillingness. After all, King Reynolds Claus was no tyrant. He despised coercing his subjects. While it was indeed remarkable for His Majesty to extend such trust to one who knew nothing of demons and no longer served the crown, he would feel profound guilt should this quest delay the resolution of Alice's plight. Even if the hope was minuscule, he would exert every effort to seize it. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated for a while before ultimately deciding to decline. Lance! Alice's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Let us do as His Majesty suggests. If we do not strive to resolve these matters, more lives will be lost to those monsters. But Your Highness, Alice gently shook her head and replied, I am fine with it. It is only a matter of time. If it means saving more people, then let us do this together. Both His Majesty and Mr. Skoll have expressed their perspectives. They too have their difficulties. Her words left both Reynolds and Geralus astounded. This 14-year-old girl, burdened with the Kozan 5-pointed star curse, spoke with such profound righteousness. Moreover, she was unlike those reckless youths who irresponsibly proclaimed their desire to be heroes. She had endured the torment of the Kozan 5-pointed star countless times and had finally grasped a glimmer of hope. Your Highness, this is not your responsibility. You need not bear this burden. Fate has already been cruel enough to you. Thus, we cannot allow fate to be cruel to others. Lance, if you are my knight, you must heed my command, Alice said, her small brows furrowed as she gazed sternly at Lance. Lance stared wide-eyed at this slender yet immensely endearing girl, his heart softening. Was there truly no better alternative? Lance, Alice called out emphatically. Lance rose and approached her. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, resting one hand upon his shoulder and bowing his head, saying, At your command, Your Highness. Reynolds observed this scene, letting out a soft sigh. Geralus closed his eyes and silently traced a cross upon his chest. Lo abruptly leapt from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Reynolds, exclaiming, How can you, a king, act in such a manner? Before he could finish, Emilia swiftly yanked him back. Lo, His Majesty has already considered all aspects. Do not speak recklessly. Emilia chastised him. Yet the trace of empathy in her gaze was unmistakably directed at Alice. Reynolds did not display any anger at Lo's impudence. He remained composed upon his throne. Silent. Alice and Lance have both agreed. Kyle, Emilia, Lo, do you have any objections? Geralus inquired. At your service, Your Majesty. Kyle replied, I shall heed your command, your majesty. Emilia echoed low. Compelled by Emilia, reluctantly mirrored her sentiments. Perhaps you are not entirely aware of the details concerning the 7 demon lords. Allow me to share some critical information. Your majesty, I implore you to also take note, Jiralis stated. The 7 demon lords are immensely powerful demons. The one we have fortuitously sealed this time is the ice demon Chalak. The other 6 demon lords are the shadow demon Rosley, the stone demon Benny, the lightning demon Apostic, the flame demon Carrii, the succubus Shells, and the wind demon Lucy's. There exists but a single demon bloodstone capable of unsealing the demons. Although I am uncertain about the precise method to awaken the demon lord using the demon bloodstone, it is indeed a vessel that harnesses the power of souls. Once utilized, it cannot be replenished with soul energy in a short span. Thus, the next demon will not be revived for the time being. I possess the location where the demon is sealed, and what you need to do now is to reinforce the seal before that individual who stole the demon bloodstone can act, preventing him from succeeding. Mr. Skoll, will you assist us? Emilia inquired. After all, we lack sufficient experience. I shall provide you with the necessary support, yet I will not accompany you that I must meet with Kristera and tend to other pressing matters, Gila's Skoll replied. We shall discuss the specifics tonight. In the meantime, please relocate your belongings to the Royal Guard's barracks within the palace. With that, Gilas rose and said, Lance, accompany me. I need to speak with you privately. Your Majesty, we take our leave. Reynolds nodded and instructed, Kyle, please escort Miss Stock and Mr. Lowe to arrange accommodations at the barracks. Miss Parker, I would like you to stay behind for a private conversation. Kyle acknowledged and left with Emilia and Lowe. Gilas led Lance to the central courtyard of the palace. The central courtyard was an exquisite royal garden, teeming with rare and vibrant flora that emanated a delicate fragrance. Lance, do you understand why only you few were chosen among so many in Nitala? Gilas suddenly posed the question. Is it because others are unavailable? This is merely my explanation to the king. There are matters the king is unaware of, and it is perhaps better that he remains so. Gilas gestured for Lance to sit on an intricately carved bench beneath the shade of a tree, and sat beside him. What is it? Lance asked. The individual who stole the demon bloodstone. Both Kristera and I have a reasonable suspicion about. The king's initial thought was to dispatch elite royal knights or exorcist healers. However, firstly, these individuals are often hasty, and their involvement would surely alert the enemy. Secondly, the criminal possesses a formidable sense of aura detection. You must understand, whether knight or exorcist, they all worship the same deity. Exorcist healers revere the god of faith, Moriad, while the knights venerate the god of justice. Crossed, he is undoubtedly prepared for such pure auras, knowing that the kingdom would send its finest regular troops to thwart his schemes. Yet you 5 are different. You are knights. But Alice is an artist, presumably devoted to the god of fantasy. Serencius Urchil, Emilia, is a surgeon, worshipping the god of life. Raki Hilder, Kal serves as a guard, revering the god of peace. Durandi Cole, and Lowe, a traveler from the east, has no allegiance to Toxer. The mingling of your faiths conceals you from detection, which I deem most crucial. Or as faith. Lance felt bewildered by his words. If you cannot comprehend, it matters not. This is my most rational explanation for your selection. Selection? What do you mean by selected? Lance inquired curiously. Before Kristera rushed to stop the ice demon, he performed a very sacred prayer. Gilas shook his head. He sensed an unusual demonic aura, fearing a recurrence of the calamity from over a decade ago, and prayed to the deity for guidance. Subsequently, the deity spoke to him, revealing the names of you 5. This, Lance's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed, someone must address the revival of the demons. Yet you are well aware of Nitala's current plight, besieged on multiple fronts. Such alarming information must not be disseminated, nor should the knights, the clergy, the officials, or the Shadow Guard learn too much. But Adolf is a knight, and Kyle is a member of the guard. I have employed some purification spells on Adolf, rendering his memories of the demon, including those related to Lowe. Hazy.by the way, Kristera and Emilia have informed me of Lowe's situation. He unleashed demonic power before Adolf, and this matter must remain concealed from the other knights. What? When did you? When I treated his injuries in that dilapidated church, Gilas replied. Now he only recalls having slain the summoner alongside you. Externally, we have also declared that the summoner summoned the demon, and once he was eliminated, Such occurrences would cease. As for Kyle, it seems you already knew him. Yes, we previously undertook a commission from the Ranger Alliance together, Lance answered. As for why Kyle was chosen, I cannot elucidate. Days prior, before the demon attack transpired, Kristera had already informed the king of the selected individuals via confidential means. The king has undoubtedly pondered this matter. He has privately instructed Kyle not to disclose anything. In summary, whether it is your reliance on Lo's instincts to locate the summoner or the revival of the ice demon Chalak, we have done our utmost to downplay these matters to the knights and the guard, including the true value of the demon bloodstone. Apart from you few, only the king is aware within the palace. The king is a judicious ruler who understands the importance of discretion. For his father perished at the hands of demons. I sense that Captain Aramis is somewhat curious about this affair, yet I shall do my utmost to suppress his inquisitiveness. And Lance, this matter rests solely upon you. Not only are you the chosen ones by the deity, but you are also selected by Kristera and me, and indeed by His Majesty. I apologize for disrupting your plans with Alice. Having pledged my assistance, I shall not falter. I will endeavor to fulfill the king's wishes, for they pertain to matters of life and death, Lance declared. Excellent. There is another matter. The reason for your accommodations in the palace is twofold. Firstly, His Majesty wishes to express his respect for you. Secondly, in the coming week, His Majesty will provide you with the finest instructors for urgent training before your departure. Lance, you are no exception. Training again. Won't this delay us? This training is essential. Your instructor will be the captain of the Sacred Song Shield Knights. Achis and Aramis. Chapter 31. Her Highness the Princess Alice found herself alone before Reynolds Cross, the ruler of the entire Nitala kingdom, and could not help but feel a flicker of nervousness. However, the gentle demeanor of Reynolds alleviated much of her anxiety. In her imagination, kings were often depicted with V-shaped brows and inverted V-shaped mouths. Reynolds gazed intently at Alice, remaining silent, which only heightened her tension. Alice Parker, as he uttered her name, she fearfully lifted her gaze to meet his. Reynolds seemed slightly displeased with her response. However, as the supreme monarch, he had faced fear from others before, especially from such a small girl. He offered a gentle smile and rose to his feet. Please allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of Nitala. Alice. As he spoke, the king unexpectedly bent his body and respectfully bowed to Alice. Alice was taken aback, and she quickly jumped from her seat, exclaiming, "Why, Your Majesty, please straighten your back. You will become hunchbacked." "No, it will be, Anxiously glancing around, she realized that aside from the two of them, there were no other attendants in the meeting room. In fact, the king had dismissed all attendants before inviting them in. She had simply been too intimidated by the atmosphere to look around after entering. The king straightened up and spoke slowly. "Alice, within the palace, everyone considers their honor in life. They must preserve one or the other. Some die for honor, while others live in fear. This is merely a way of life. However, for you, dear Alice, is it truly your honor that drives you to risk your life? It is not. It is not. Alice does not seek fame, for fame would bring a lack of freedom." Alice quickly shook her head, insisting, "Your Majesty, I hold no hope for my curse. I will soon perish. Yet in my life, I have yet to accomplish anything meaningful. Many of my wishes remain unfulfilled. I wish to undertake as many endeavors that bring me pride as possible. Your Majesty has granted me such an opportunity, and I shall cherish it dearly. Tell me, Alice, what sort of reward do you desire? I can provide you with anything you wish." Reynolds inquired. "Do you seek wealth, or a royal title? The kingdom's treasury houses many rare treasures. I have heard that you are an artist, so you might appreciate such items." "Your Majesty, I do not know," Alice replied. "I enjoy crafting toys, and that night Jack steak is delicious. I would like to eat there again. However, I am quite satiated at the moment. I shall dine again when hunger strikes." Reynolds was momentarily rendered speechless. "Your Majesty, may I request something of you?" Alice suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "Your Majesty, my days are numbered. Should I pass away, you must ensure that Lance finds a worthy master. Let him become your knight, or if it pleases you, allow him to ascend to the rank of general, and let others serve as his knights. I am not well versed in such matters, and I cannot say if it is permissible." Alice said with a smile that Reynolds's expression froze, that he found himself internally repeating Alice's words. "Alice, Do you understand the nature of wealth, treasures, and the title of Duke? Reynolds's tone suddenly turned grave, instilling a sense of fear in Alice. She hastily replied, Your Majesty, I know that the currency of Nitala is the kabu. With money, one can purchase whatever one desires. During my travels with my grandfather, earning money was quite arduous. I understand that treasures can be exchanged for considerable wealth. And dukes command vast fortunes, along with numerous attendants and the respect of the populace. That is all I know. Reynolds sighed deeply. He gazed at Alice as if he were seeing the ghost of his late sister. The various noblewomen and attendants surrounding him had never satisfied him, not even his queen. The only woman he had ever respected was his sister, the girl before him, pure as an angel. Caused him to feel a twinge of shame. Were his earlier words not a form of insult to her? Your Majesty, is there anything else you require of me? Alice inquired curiously upon noticing Reynolds lost in thought. Reynolds snapped back to reality and said, Please sit and wait for a moment. He returned to his throne, picked up a quill from the ink pot beside him, took 2 sheets of parchment, and began to write. Alice was intrigued about the contents of his writing but dared not ask, so she obediently sat, resting her chin on her hands as she watched him. After completing the 2 sheets, he allowed the ink to dry before sealing them in envelopes. Alice, take these letters. One is for the attendant waiting outside. Instruct him to deliver it to the Queen. And the other is for Lance Rail. If you're unsure of Lance's whereabouts, simply inquire with the guard. And he will escort you to the guard headquarters. Kyle should be there with Miss Stock and Mr. Law by now. All right. As you wish, Your Majesty. Alice exclaimed joyfully, bouncing to his side to accept the letters. May I leave now? Indeed. Reynolds nodded. Farewell. Your Majesty. She waved goodbye to Reynolds and dashed out. Reynolds smiled, a sudden sigh escaping him as he felt a sense of relief he had not experienced in months. Lance and his companions had been provided splendid accommodations at the guard headquarters. They resided in chambers fit for the rank of captain, each enjoying a private room lavishly decorated. Jaraz had already taken Lance back to their lodgings, leaving him to organize his space. Kyle appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. Firstly, this place was his stronghold, and he felt an immense sense of accomplishment as if he were the host. Secondly, he had not anticipated being summoned by the king, becoming part of that remarkable fifth. Although he had been commanded by the king to remain tight-lipped, he still beamed with joy. When others inquired, he would exclaim, The roasted beef today was exquisite. Alice found Lance and handed him the letter. Though she was quite curious about its contents, the fact that it was from the king to Lance deterred her from opening it. Lance broke the seal and read it slowly. As he progressed through the letter, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Alice widened her eyes, unsure of what calamity the king had divulged to him. Upon finishing the letter, Lance stared blankly at Alice. What is it, Lance? Alice said loudly, uncomfortable under his gaze. At that moment, Amelia, Law, and Kyle were nearby tidying up and turned to look upon hearing her voice. Lance was thrilled. He eagerly wished for their attention to shift to the two of them. He knelt solemnly, as he once did, and with a grave tone declared, Your Highness. Huh. Amelia, Kyle, and Law voiced their lack of comprehension. Alice, with her wide eyes fixed on Lance, blurted out, What? Princess Alice, you are now the Princess of Nitala. Lance Rail stated without raising his head. The king mentioned in the letter that you bear a striking resemblance to a family member of his. He now regards you as his sister, the royal princess. What? Alice nearly leaped from her spot, exclaiming, He did not seek my consent. Who wishes to be his sister? The king further expressed his reluctance for Lance Rail to be perceived merely as a common knight. He wishes for me to serve under Princess Alice as my master and to restore my title as a royal knight. Lance continued, However, I do not wish to return to the knighthood. The king seems to grasp my sentiments. He explained that I need not register in any roster nor adhere to any knightly regulations. Yet I shall enjoy the privileges of a royal knight, and your highness shall enjoy the status of a royal family member. Alice was on the verge of tears. She had never anticipated that the king would whimsically designate her as a sister. What a peculiar notion. Nevertheless, if it would spare Lance from ridicule, it might be tolerable. The king hopes that Princess Alice's status shall not resemble that of an ordinary commoner. Essentially, he wishes to express gratitude for your generosity and kindness. Furthermore, he urged me to cherish you as my master. Lance added silently within himself. Chapter 32. Accelerated training. The sudden elevation of Alice to princess sparked an afternoon of fervent discussion among the five. Through their conversations, Kyle, Emilia, and Law became better acquainted. Kyle lamented that their arduous labor had gone unrewarded, with their only compensation being Alice, who had been snatched away by Lance, much to his dissatisfaction. This led to a spirited quarrel between Kyle and Lance, nearly escalating into a physical altercation reminiscent of their previous encounter. Yet, all were aware that their banter was in jest, and Alice distinctly asserted that she was neither a reward nor Lance's. It seemed that due to another letter Alice had given to the attendant, in truth, it was meant for the queen. The king's decree to bestow the title of princess upon Alice had already spread. Although both Lance and Alice felt that the king was somewhat overreacting, the queen firmly believed in the king's words. Alice bears a striking resemblance to my sister, and thus commanded her maids to present an array of items that a young girl would surely adore. Alice was compelled to don a beautiful white princess gown, undergoing a rather extravagant transformation. The guard headquarters was abuzz with speculation over the matter. Many guards could scarcely believe that the king had suddenly acquired a sister, flocking to witness the spectacle. However, Alice, already possessing great beauty, truly resembled a princess after her makeover, and her magnificent golden curls seemed to signal her royal lineage. Guards crowded into the small parlor where the five were situated, marveling at her presence. Ultimately, Kyle could no longer contain himself. He angrily shooed them away and slammed the door shut. That evening, they were treated to a lavish banquet at the guard headquarters. After feasting to their heart's content, Jarrus appeared, as if he had been waiting for them to finish their meal. He dismissed the outer attendants, securely closed the door, and addressed the five. It appears the king has bestowed upon you an esteemed privilege. I hope you have not grown too fond of this lifestyle. The fare here is truly delightful. Law exclaimed, I believe I am becoming quite addicted. As long as it does not surpass your addiction to swordplay. Sword demon, Skoll retorted. Sword demon, let us call you that for now, Eastern traveler, Skoll said. Beginning tomorrow, the five of you will undergo a brief, intensive training program. The king has arranged for mentors who will impart essential knowledge to you. Yet true understanding will require ample practical experience. Now, I wish to disclose the names of your mentors. Lance, your temporary mentor will be Captain Aramis, who will instruct you in the finest techniques of spear combat. Alice, your mentor will be the court's grand sorceress, Jessica Redfield. She is the cousin of Nicholas Redfield, the Grand Master of the Ilas Shadow Guard, and will teach you elemental and manipulation magic. Kyle, your mentor will be your highest superior. Nicholas Redfield, he will instruct you in the art of trap summoning. Law, considering your status as an Eastern traveler, I have not assigned you a mentor. However, I have procured your entry into the Illusion Training Institute. The institute is filled with various illusions created by court mages, which will aid you in self-training your swordsmanship. Though it may seem trivial to you, do refrain from employing demonic powers, as being seen would lead to significant trouble. Emilia, I shall be your mentor. Although I cannot guide you in surgical techniques, I will teach you some essential holy arts. You and Luo have established a solid foundation, so there is no need for excessive pressure. However, Lancelot, Alice, and Kyle, it is imperative that you train diligently. Lancelot waited until he had finished speaking before replying. Mr. Scoville, do you believe this week's training has been beneficial? It took me over a decade to reach my current level. Alice, Kyle, and Emilia shared similar sentiments, and Luo was particularly dissatisfied with being sent alone to battle illusions. You may feel that it is futile, but it is absolutely essential. Trust me, you are about to embark on a long and arduous journey, and this intensive training will prove invaluable to you, Garrus Scoville stated earnestly. Moreover, Alice, you cannot train in that attire. Indeed, I also wish to change. This corseted dress is quite uncomfortable, Alice lamented, finding the elegant gown beautiful yet torturous. Scoville intended to say little more. Just as he was preparing to leave, Lancelot suddenly inquired, Mr. Garrus, what is our planned route? Scoville understood that Lancelot was still concerned about Alice's situation, that he sighed and replied, in broad terms. You will depart from Nitara, cross the Solaya Mountains, enter the territory of the White Scrolls, and then take a ship to the Sapphire Valley. This is the preliminary plan. The known demon seals are located in the northern territory of the White Scrolls. The western seas of the Sapphire Valley, the southeast of Temilon Island, and the eastern Valaris Desert. I intend to confer with Crystalla and George before determining our next steps. Lancelot nodded. He remained somewhat anxious about the journey, and the intensive training only heightened his unease. It had been over a week since Alice's last curse episode, and he feared her condition would deteriorate further. Scoval recognized that his words would not alleviate Lancelot's concerns. He could only hope that Aramis might offer Lancelot some fresh insights. Well then, on this final night, ensure you rest well. Garras concluded the conversation and departed. Lancelot sat by Alice's bedside, recounting tales of how, at the tender age of 10, he aided a bullied girl in vanquishing a group of tormentors, and shared the legendary exploits of General Chapman Cantor, as recounted by the elder knights. Alice listened intently, though her youthful fatigue began to take hold. Chapman softly told his wife to await his return in Nitara, declaring that day would surely be bright, and she should prepare a delicious roast leg of lamb for their midday meal. His wife kissed him and replied that he must bring her the beautiful clover along the great Mora River, for she believed it would bring him good fortune. Lancelot read gently, watching Alice's eyelids flutter closed, her long lashes resembling delicate fans. "Your Highness," he whispered softly. Alice breathed evenly and peacefully. She had succumbed to slumber. Lancelot exhaled quietly, glancing at the wooden rack beside the bed, where Cabin also stood with closed eyes. He carefully rose and tiptoed out of Alice's room, closing the door behind him. "Thank you for your vigilance," Lancelot murmured to the guard. The guard smiled and nodded. Turning, he made his way to his own quarters, only to spot Emilia emerging quietly from Luo's room. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing smiles. "Lancelot, shall we take a stroll?" Emilia suggested. The two strolled slowly through the central courtyard of the palace, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. Though a few guards were on night watch, the surroundings remained tranquil, with a refreshing breeze caressing them. Luo's stomach is a bit unsettled. Perhaps it's because he is not from Nitara and is struggling to adapt to the local cuisine, Emilia remarked, gazing at the sparse clouds in the night sky, the stars appearing astonishingly close. "To you, Luo is like a younger brother," Lancelot observed. Mr. Scoval refers to him as the sword demon. Luo is profoundly passionate about swordsmanship and being possessed by a demon. 2 years ago, at the age of 15, he was confined by Master Crystalla, initially intended for execution as a demon, but upon realizing he could control his power, she patiently guided him. "In truth, you care for Alice much like a brother would," Emilia reflected, gradually lowering her gaze. "Lancelot," she continued, "I apologize. I never anticipated this outcome. That I understand that if such events were to transpire, I bear responsibility for resolution, that I wanted to seek your assistance, yet I never imagined it would escalate to such severity. In truth, I deeply wish to avoid seeing Alice in that state. If you wish to withdraw, please voice it, and I shall persuade Mr. Scoval and His Majesty to find someone else. Moreover, the three great saints are far more capable than we are, although I am unaware of their plans. Perhaps we are merely a tranquilizer for His Majesty." "Emilia," Lancelot said, his gaze fixed on the ground. "What of you? Do you truly wish to shoulder such a heavy burden?" Emilia paused, taken aback. "Why do you presume you must resolve this?" "Because I am a student of Crystalla." "You have the choice. Are you genuinely prepared to be the epitome of heroism, willing to sacrifice yourself for others? Are you not just a young girl? Why must you appear so strong? Why bear such a weight of responsibility?" Lancelot found himself unexpectedly voicing a multitude of questions to Emilia. Her eyes widened in alarm as she stared at him. Lancelot sensed his tone might have been too harsh. He sighed and said, "Emilia, indeed, I am selfish. I cannot bear to let anything jeopardize the life of Her Highness. However, on the other side of the scale, there lies life as well. That I have witnessed the demons claim countless lives. I detest the slaughter of the innocent on the battlefield. I can honorably respect those adversaries who fight until the end. Yet I have also seen that look of fear. The soldiers are not cowardly. They simply do not wish to die. They possess their own ideals, beloved families, yet are forced onto the battlefield by absurd reasons such as fate. Their dreams do not include dying in battle, unlike my own pride in such a demise. I am truly weary of it. I refuse to witness that helpless gaze again. Why must the innocent be compelled to perish? Whether it be the common folk, or Princess Alice, or you, Emilia, I cannot bear for you to walk a destiny you do not desire. Therefore, I will risk everything to save Alice, and I must ensure you are kept safe. What if our power is insufficient, and we are unable to effect change?" Alice asked, unable to muster the courage to meet Lancelot's gaze. "What we can do is this. The king has chosen us. Scoval has chosen us, and we will surely accomplish something. Lancelot Rail has but one life. It cannot be squandered. Emilia, while I cannot fully comprehend your feelings, do not believe that I am entirely ignorant of them. You cannot bear this burden alone. Emilia felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She was at a loss for words or actions. Having barely resolved Luo's issues, she now witnessed Alice's suffering while preparing to shoulder the monumental task of preventing the demon lord's resurgence. She silently counted her responsibilities, tirelessly pondering the best course of action, unwilling to shift this pressure onto others. All of it had been discerned by Lancelot. Her heart felt as though it had been laid bare before him. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to flow once more. Why? Why had she been so prone to tears lately? Why? She yearned to appear strong, to prove to Master Crystalla that she was capable of standing on her own. Yet, involuntarily, she leaned against Lancelot's shoulder and wept softly. "Stay strong," Lancelot murmured, gazing at the sky. Chapter 33. You are not the only one skilled with a spear outside the Nitara Palace, at the training grounds of the Knights of the Shield of Him. Aramis and Lancelot stood in the open duel arena, each wielding a lance. "Lancelot, I truly did not anticipate that I would once again teach you in the capacity of your mentor," Arixon Aramis called out, his voice robust and resonant, audible even from a distance. "Captain Aramis, I only know you for your prowess in knighthood and swordsmanship. My spear skills were taught to me by the elder knight Clark," Lancelot replied. Aramis raised his lance, stating, "Indeed, not all knights take to spear fighting. The majority still favor long swords and great shields. But do you believe that I have nothing to teach you?" "Captain Aramis, I merely fear that within this week, my progress will be minimal," Lancelot admitted. "Lancelot, among the youth, you possess a commendable understanding, yet you have not entirely shed your naivety," Aramis remarked, suddenly thrusting his lance forward with the swiftness of the wind. Lancelot swiftly sidestepped, raising his lance to deflect the point of Aramis's spear, and then leapt back vigorously. Aramis seemed to have anticipated his evasive maneuvers long ago. The initial thrust was merely a feint. Devoid of significant force, suddenly, with a swift twist of the gun's barrel, he utilized its elasticity to propel himself forward. Lance, wielding the weapon with all his might, attempted to block the oncoming strike, only to be met with overwhelming force that sent him staggering several steps backward. "Lance, tell me, how does a spear attack an enemy?" Aramis continued unabated, leaping into the air, gripping the spear with both hands and lunging towards Lance. "The foremost principle is the thrust, due to the sharpness of the spearhead." Lance deftly evaded Aramis's thrust, pivoting and extending the spearhead in a sudden counterattack aimed at the still airborne Aramis. In a surprising maneuver, Aramis thrust his spear into the ground with reckless abandon, leveraging its elasticity to propel himself back into the air. Indeed, the thrust is paramount. However, one must not overlook the flexibility of the spear, Aramis declared, drawing the spear from the earth and executing a powerful sweep through the air. The edge of the spearhead is sharp. Thus, the second principle is the swing. Lance positioned his spear horizontally, raising both hands to deflect Aramis's sweeping strike, and the horizontal block is the only means of defense for a spearman. Aramis was momentarily lifted by Lance's defensive maneuver, seemingly losing his balance midair, causing his spear to slip from his grasp as he fell toward the ground. Yet, the spear is not limited to thrusts. Swings, bounces, and blocks. At times, one must learn to break through. In an impressive display, Aramis extended his arms to catch himself on the ground, executing a handstand before suddenly clamping his legs around the descending spear. Utilizing one hand as an axis and the other applying force, he began to spin, with the spear whirling around him like a circular blade, aimed at Lance. Lance was taken aback. He had never witnessed someone control a spear with their feet. Momentarily losing his composure as he hastily raised his weapon to defend himself, he had always believed Aramis to be merely adept with a sword and shield, a novice in spear techniques. Yet now, Aramis suddenly righted himself, grasping the spear and initiating a rapid spin. The spear whirled swiftly in his hands, resembling a rapidly rotating blade. Aramis wielded the spinning spear, alternating between his hands and feet, his movements unpredictable yet continuously advancing toward Lance. Faced with the relentless assault of the rapidly rotating spear, Lance found no opportunity for counterattack, forcing him to focus solely on blocking the barrage of swift strikes. What kind of spear technique is this?" Lance exclaimed, leaping back in a desperate retreat. Lance, within this vast knightly order, you are not the sole practitioner of spear techniques, Aramis retorted, tightening his grip on the spear and hurling it towards Lance with great force. Seeing the spear hurtling toward him, Lance had no time to evade. He swung his spear with all his strength, deflecting Aramis's projectile just in time, but as he glanced at the spear, noticing its deviation. He exhaled in relief, only to find Aramis's flying kick striking him squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he was sent flying 7 meters away, while Aramis deftly caught the tail end of the spear, returning it to his grasp in an instant. A warrior wielding a spear must possess speed, for your defensive capabilities are severely lacking, Aramis observed as Lance struggled to rise from the ground. And for a ranger knight, it is not merely about offense or defense, but rather how to survive amidst various extreme adversities. Do you understand? Before a spell is completed, a ranger knight can slay 10 mages. Yet after, a mage can eliminate 10 ranger knights. Why? Because although you forego defense, your offensive power is not particularly strong. Your only reliance lies in your agile body and exceptional survival skills. Have you considered, Lance, how you would prevail if you were to fight while suspended from a beam? Or in a confined space where your spear is stuck, or at a great distance against archers or mages? The only answer is evasion. It is survival. You must continuously adapt your approach, always seeking the enemy's weaknesses. As a spearman knight, you cannot depend on a massive shield like other royal knights. You must escape danger time and again, seizing every opportunity to defeat your foe. Lance gazed at Aramis. Utterly stunned, he had never anticipated that Aramis would impart such wisdom, nor did he realize the leader of the knightly order possessed such extensive knowledge of ranger knights' experiences. Many ranger knights abandoned swords and shields in favor of spears, for the cumbersome shield is impractical for travel. Royal knights ride majestic steeds, clad in heavy armor, wielding great shields, while ranger knights wear lighter attire for ease of travel. Though both are knights, their combat styles are strikingly different. If you cling to the notion of relying solely on orthodox martial prowess to achieve victory, you have yet to grasp your true position. Lance, although you are accustomed to wielding a spear, your previous advantages of a grand steed and robust armor are no longer with you. And you have yet to fully adapt to combat without armor. Do you think I am mistaken? Rising to his feet, Lance raised his spear and shook his head, conceding, "Indeed, my combat style merely transitioned from horseback to foot without grasping the inherent differences." Commander Aramis, I truly did not foresee your depth of understanding. I have already stated, Lance. Aramis's tone grew more serious. You are not the only one well-versed in spear techniques, nor are you the only one who has lived the life of a ranger knight. Lance paused, contemplating the depths of Aramis's profound gaze, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that Aramis had once shed his armor, dismounted from his steed, and fought with a solitary spear? Had he, too, once traversed a period, or perhaps a prolonged duration, as a ranger knight? Lance, after your departure from the knightly order, the elders have been rife with speculation about you that I pondered for a long while, and gradually concluded that you might be better suited as a ranger knight than a royal knight. Your sense of justice is unbound and yearns for freedom. Although your current master, Alice Parker, is treated as a princess by the sovereign, I shall no longer regard you as a royal knight. He paused before continuing. This is not an insult. Ranger knights possess their own unique dignity. Lance, while I am unaware of the significant mission you bear, you are a proud knight and must never lose face as a knight, regardless of the circumstances. Now I ask you, do you wish to become an exceptional ranger knight? Lance remained silent for an extended moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, catching sight of the majestic eagle soaring above him. He realized he had indeed grown fond of the liberated life of a ranger, feeling not the slightest loneliness for his companion. Cabin had always been by his side. Clenching his spear with a fierce determination, his eyes sparkled like bright stars. Commander Aramis, I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 34. The gift. Alice timidly entered the Royal Magical Research Institute. She was taken aback by the sheer size of the magical research facility nestled within the Nitara Palace. After all, the Nitara Kingdom did not place great emphasis on magical studies. It seemed that the nation's magical elites were all concentrated in this very institute. Alice was aware that Jessica Redfield awaited her in the designated magical practice hall. Following the directions given by the guards, she made her way toward the practice hall. The immense stone door of the hall opened automatically as she approached, without her even needing to knock. Hello. Alice peered inside, her voice echoing in the vast space. No-one responded. Cautiously, she stepped into the magic hall. The entire hall was circular, its floors and walls adorned with beautiful white marble. A massive hexagram was drawn on the floor, while various magical patterns, though indecipherable to Alice, decorated the walls, creating an enchanting aesthetic. Apart from a finely crafted statue of the goddess of wisdom positioned against the wall opposite the entrance. The hall was sparsely furnished. However, at the very center of the hexagram, a large gift box floated in midair. The box was square and stood as tall as Alice herself, wrapped in a lovely pink hue and adorned with a bright yellow ribbon. It emanated a gentle glow, appearing exceedingly adorable. "Hello." Alice tentatively approached the floating gift box, glancing around before calling out again. Her voice reverberated through the hall, but still, no one answered, pressing her lips together in uncertainty. She decided to sit beside the gift box, reaching out to touch it, as her finger gently brushed against the box. It floated inward momentarily before returning to its original position. Wow! Alice pushed against the box with her palm, and it floated away again before returning. Curious, she considered using her body to nudge it, but just as she stood up, a voice called out, "Open it. It is for you." Alice looked up in astonishment to see a woman clad in elegant black gauze, adorned with a refined white scarf around her neck. Entering the room, two quills floated beside her, one glowing blue and the other radiating red. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a graceful figure and an extraordinary demeanor, with a fair complexion accentuated by subtle black eyeshadow and pink lipstick. "Hello." Alice seemed to realize that this was the esteemed court sorceress Jessica Redfield. She had heard that the Grand Magus of the Arrow Shadow Guard, Nicholas, was over 40 years old, and her cousin appeared to be somewhat older. "I do not deny that my age surpasses my appearance, yet people seem to prefer being deceived by facades," Jessica said with a smile as she approached Alice. No, you look so beautiful, elder sister," Alice exclaimed. Jessica furrowed her brow and replied, "You should address me as Aunt." "Hey, Aunt." Alice was taken aback, having never encountered a woman who would rather be called Aunt than sister. Yet, she felt as though her thoughts were laid bare before Jessica. Could it be that this formidable sorceress possessed some mind-reading abilities? "Your Highness, you are still quite young, and your magical prowess has not been rigorously trained. Your will is also insufficiently strong, making it easy for sorcerers to see through your thoughts," Jessica chuckled. "When I was younger, I enjoyed using mind-reading to delve into the thoughts of others, but I could never clearly read adults, as their will and thoughts are far more complex than those of a girl your age." She approached Alice and gently stroked her hair. "Little princess, this is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will like it." A gift?" Alice looked at the exquisite box, feeling uneasy about why this person would present her with a gift upon arrival. What could it possibly be? "Allow me to assist you in opening it," Jessica said, waving her hand lightly. The ribbon binding the gift box loosened on its own, and the lid opened, floating aside. Inside the large box was a smaller one. She gazed in wonder at the diminutive box. "Oh dear," Jessica waved her hand again, laughing. "It must be my assistant playing tricks." The ribbon of the second box came undone, and the lid flew off, revealing a third, even smaller box. Alice was at a loss for words. However, she subtly sensed that although each box was empty upon opening, the essence emanating from them evoked a peculiar feeling within her. Finally, in the seventh box, Alice discovered a beautiful white hula hoop. "This is, well, just kidding. This is your accelerated training. Your foundation in magic is rather thin. And though this method may have some side effects that could diminish your appetite for a time." Jessica's expression grew calm as she continued. "The essence of the 6 elements, light, fire, earth, wind, water, and darkness, has been concentrated for you in the previous 6 boxes. Your elemental magical power has likely increased 6-fold. However, do not be too elated. Your original magical capacity was quite limited, so even a 6-fold increase is not substantial. That I have also heard that you wish to study the art of the jester. So I present you with this pure white hula hoop." Alice picked up the hula hoop, examining it with curiosity. The pure white hula hoop is crafted from a material with a high affinity for magic, somewhat akin to the enchanted dual swords of the Judgment Guards. Jessica's suddenly serious tone made Alice realize that accelerated training had commenced. "To be honest, you should be able to deduce from my quills that I was once a mysterious artist. But I lost interest in art and entered the court to specialize in magic. That I will ensure that you master the essentials required for an aspiring jester artist within 7 days. But you must maintain your focus. Understood, Your Highness." "All right, Aunt Jessica," Alice replied joyfully. The abilities a jester must master primarily involve spatial manipulation and elemental attachment, alongside a foundational knowledge of alchemy and mechanisms. It is quite a breadth of knowledge to grasp. The pure white hula hoop will serve as your main tool, capable of absorbing various elemental powers. However, if you wish to manipulate it freely, relying solely on your arms will be utterly insufficient. You must depend on spatial manipulation magic. Today, I will teach you the basics of spatial manipulation magic. It is important to note that you need not master the magic of manipulating arbitrary objects in space, as that requires a significantly advanced magical foundation. Instead, during your training, you must establish a profound magical resonance with this pure white hula hoop, meaning your spatial manipulation magic will be limited to controlling the hula hoop alone. Alice felt somewhat dizzy after hearing all this. Jessica sighed, waved her hand gently, and the blue quill floated towards Alice, tracing glowing blue lines in the air. As she wrote, she spoke to Alice. This may be somewhat challenging, but I hope you will give your utmost effort to learn. It has been quite some time since His Majesty personally entrusted me with a letter like this, and I believe you bear an important mission. Alice furrowed her small brow and said, I will. Thank you for your gift, Aunt Jessica. Jessica nodded, her fingers moving, and the pure white hula hoop suddenly began to whirl rapidly around the two of them. As she manipulated the hoop, while inscribing floating words with the blue quill. She said, the power of magic ultimately results from the interplay between natural forces and the will of the caster, with spatial manipulation magic particularly emphasizing the manipulator's resolve that so. You see, this is the most fundamental spatial manipulation spell. Try gesturing with your hand and reciting it. Chapter 35. Transforming traps. The vampire's eyes exuded a terrifying aura as it lunged towards Kyle Millis like a demon. Should he inadvertently fall victim to its dreadful fangs, he would be infected with the lethal vampire venom. And without prompt treatment, he would transform into a monster akin to the vampire itself. Kyle was acutely aware of this, and although he continuously cursed Grand Magus Redfield for her cruel methods, his focus was entirely fixed on the creature before him. The space of the dungeon arena was already partially occupied by traps he had summoned. Silver Arrow Trap, Silver Spike Trap, Sulfuric Acid Trap, Magical Shatter Trap. Why does this creature not trigger any of them? Kyle quickly wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and narrowly dodged the vampire's fierce charge. This horrifying creature not only possessed sharp teeth but also boasted a muscular build, astonishing speed, and immense strength. Kyle rolled away, and as his hands touched the ground, he began to chant a spell. Summoning a holy water pool trap. Damn vampire. Kyle watched in dismay as the vampire completely disregarded the holy water pool trap he had set, bypassing its trigger zone and lunging directly at him. Just as the vampire was about to pounce, a tall figure suddenly stepped in front of him, wielding a chain. With 3 swift knee strikes, the figure struck the vampire's chest, then delivered a kick that sent the creature flying. The chain was thrown into the air, wrapping around the vampire several times and binding it tightly. The spiked end of the chain was driven deep into the wall, securing the vampire firmly in place. Though you have already mastered basic trap techniques, do you know why I did not assign you to design the vampire's prison trap? The tall man in the gray cloak, with short brown hair and a stubbled beard, possessed eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Without breaking a sweat, he subdued the vampire and turned to the perspiring Kyle. Because I only know basic traps. You may blame the Trap Management Bureau for consistently rejecting your applications to use advanced traps. But I know that will understands your capabilities quite well. Your trap placements, to put it bluntly, are rather ordinary. You employ the same tactics against all enemies, whether they be beasts, bandits, or armies. Your thinking remains confined to pitfalls, arrow barges, and sulfuric acid fountains that I suspect you rarely even utilized the holy water pool. Kyle gazed at the figure he had long admired, the Grand Magus of the Shadow Guard, Nicholas Redfield, nodding in agreement. He had never imagined that Nicholas would personally instruct him in trap techniques. It felt like a dream, and he was on the verge of tears. Pay close attention, Nicholas suddenly said. He threw a dart that severed the chains binding the vampire. The vampire thrashed violently, breaking free of its restraints and roaring as it charged at Nicholas. Nicholas extended his hands and silently recited a summoning spell. Suddenly, a massive crossbow appeared behind him, all bolts tipped with silver. Upon seeing the poised arrows, the vampire leaped into the air. The arrows were released in a sudden barrage, soaring forth like rain. Had the vampire not jumped in time, it would have been pierced through like a hedgehog. He skillfully evaded my trap. Kyle hastily remarked. Nicholas, with his eyes half closed, exhibited no semblance of panic. Just as the vampire was poised to launch an assault, a massive steel plate adorned with silver spikes descended from the heavens, pinning him down without mercy. The crossbow turret suddenly unleashed a barrage of silver arrows. The vampire had no time to react, as arrows and spikes pierced his body countless times, with blood erupting in all directions in an instant. Kyle, with his eyes barely open, glanced at the scene of the vampire being felled in an instant. He mused internally, poor vampire. Thus, one must never be easily ensnared into the dungeons of Nitala, especially not to entertain thoughts of breaking free. There are far more cruel traps than this one. Nicholas cast a sidelong glance at him and said, You are still a young man, possessing compassion for others. This vampire, having succumbed to the deceit of a sorcerer, willingly transformed into a creature of the night, slaying his own parents, wife, and 6-year-old daughter. His demise as your practice material spared him from the harsher judgments of the Nitala Church, making him rather fortunate. Kyle nodded. Yet the sight of the mangled corpse, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, left him feeling uneasy. That is not the crux of the matter. You must understand that you may encounter adversaries who will not fall prey to your traps so easily. What will you do then? Will you resort to the same old strategy of summoning traps haphazardly? Kyle hesitated, deep in thought. Traps are akin to your assistants. However, they are mere mechanisms and devices. Their cleverness is contingent upon your own intelligence. Thus, the coordination between traps, their placements, and the tactical positioning of yourself, who is far more adaptable than the traps, are all worthy of your careful consideration. Kyle, you are hailed as a genius trapper, yet genius merely acknowledges your innate talent. Without active contemplation and the ability to glean lessons from experience, no matter how high your talent, you will not achieve a commendable level. Nicholas approached him and extended his right hand. Kyle observed the small silver rings adorning each of Nicholas's fingers. So many rings? Kyle inquired curiously. Which one is your wedding ring? Fool, the wedding ring is on the left hand's ring finger, Nicholas chided. Do you not even know that? Kyle scratched his head, replying, I have never been married. Nicholas shook his head, saying, These are not wedding rings. They are magical binding rings. An accomplished trapper customizes foundational traps to better suit their needs, and the triggering of traps cannot rely solely on their design. Sometimes, one must seize the opportune moment to manipulate the trigger. The 5 traps I employ most frequently are of my own modification. When I summon them, the magical binding ropes on the mechanisms automatically link to the binding rings on my fingers, allowing me to control the traps through the rings. The silver arrow barrage you witnessed earlier was controlled via the ring, enabling the arrows to be released in 2 phases, the first as a feint, the second as the true assault. Such a transformation cannot be achieved relying solely on the trap's inherent triggering. Kyle responded, Actually, I wish to modify traps myself, but the Trap Management Bureau does not permit it. Well, to be precise, Commander will does not allow it. Indeed, your experience is still limited, and theoretically, you should not be permitted to modify traps. However, having witnessed your abilities firsthand today, while you may not be exceptionally formidable, you nonetheless merit the title of genius bestowed upon you. Previously, Will's restrictions on you are now null and void. Within this week, I shall train you not only in trap summoning and placement, but also impart knowledge on trap modification and the magic of concealed traps. You need not worry excessively. Your training this week will primarily engage your intellect and written skills. You won't be laboring to the point of exhaustion as you are now. Genius Trapper, do you have the confidence to master this? Absolutely confident, Commander. Kyle stood tall, saluting earnestly. You are the true genius. Flattery is for the church and the officials. The commander of the Shadow Guard does not indulge in such trivialities. Now, produce the various measuring and drawing tools you have brought, and let us together draft the schematics for trap modifications. Understood, Commander. Requesting free drawing paper. Chapter 36. A predestined journey for Lo. 7 days swiftly passed. He found little excitement in the fabled Phantom training grounds after just 1 day. Instead, he discovered far more enjoyment in practicing swordsmanship alone in a tranquil clearing, though he hailed from the east as a peculiar traveler. He was no madman. He was well aware of this. Originally, he had come to this land in search of vengeance. Yet, at the moment he exacted retribution upon his foe, he felt no satisfaction, for he realized that he had become lost in the very hatred that had driven him. Standing upon the corpse of his enemy, sword in hand, he found himself at a loss as to which path to take. Wandering aimlessly through this unfamiliar terrain, he was eventually found by Kristera and Amelia. Lo! Lo! Amelia's familiar voice echoed in his ears, prompting him to suddenly lift his head. They had already reached the northern city gate of Nitala. Glancing up, he beheld the countless twinkling stars scattered across the sky, reminiscent of the night sky of his homeland. Alas, he had risen too early, feeling utterly exhausted, and had dozed off while mounted. Lo, you nearly fell off, Amelia said, her eyes filled with concern. Lo scratched his head, feeling as if his dreams and memories had become intertwined. Amelia rode alongside him on another horse, observing his drowsy state, and could not help but smile, saying, Captain Aramis, Teacher Jessica, and Teacher Elrose also rose early to see us off. Look how spirited they appear. Humph. They are older, and I know that older folks find it harder to feel sleepy. Lo retorted defiantly. They had been traveling for an hour, and the sun had yet to rise. Only these three prominent figures from Nitala had come to bid them farewell. Not even Garrus Scover had shown up, let alone the king. Amelia pointed towards Kyle Millis beside them, who was leisurely riding his horse, whistling while perusing a piece of parchment. Above the parchment floated a small, glowing orb, suspended in midair. Oh, what is that orb? Lo's interest was piqued, and he inquired. Hearing this, Kyle responded, the dungeons are quite dark, and the guards often find themselves bored. If a game of cards is not available, they must resort to reading to pass the time. This is a luminous orb, a simple foundational summoning magic, eliminating the need to carry a torch. No wonder you often forget to bring a torch. Lance suddenly turned his head, adding that Lo looked up to see Alice and Lance sharing a horse, resting against Lance as she dozed, while her original horse was now burdened with their luggage. What? Forgetting to bring a torch? Kyle queried. Remember that time you and I ventured to the ancient tomb? And you forgot to bring a torch? Lance chuckled. I intended to summon a luminous orb, but since you brought a torch, I didn't wish to waste my magic, Kyle replied. Lance chuckled again and turned away, fearing his words might awaken Alice. Sigh, I should catch a bit more sleep. I am so tired, Lo said, closing his eyes. Emmy, if I happen to fall, do not worry about me. I will wake up on my own. Amelia shook her head. Lo was truly a child. She could hardly imagine the burden of hatred he had carried when he first arrived in this land. During the night watch, most people are in deep slumber, Kyle remarked with a smile. I have grown accustomed to this feeling. Even the most hardened criminals in the dungeons are generally still asleep. Amelia observed him engrossed in the parchment, occasionally gesturing at it with his fingers, and asked, Kyle, what are you reading? A trap principle diagram, Kyle replied, lifting the parchment to show Amelia. This trap is an adhesive trap that ensnares enemies who step within its range. However, the adhesive is magically processed, rendering it less effective against mages. I cannot comprehend this. Amelia gazed at the intricate geometric designs and lengthy formulas, shaking her head in confusion. Kyle, did you learn about traps from a young age? Indeed. I began training with the guards at the age of 6. That I found the dungeon guards quite impressive, so I sneaked some trap books to read. Sneaked? Amelia looked at him in astonishment. Yes, I borrowed them from the library without permission and was thoroughly punished. But I do not regret it. It was a worthwhile trade. Kyle seemed to take pride in this petty theft, saying, later, I participated in the theoretical exam for the dungeon guards and achieved good results. Commander Will accepted my application and transferred me from an ordinary court guard to the Elrose Shadow Guard. 5 years ago, the Elrose Shadow Guard was still under the jurisdiction of the Anthem's Shield. But now it has become independent, evolving into the 4th Tribunal of Nitara, alleviating considerable burdens for both the Holy See and the regents. He paused, suddenly recalling a question. Amelia, I've heard you are a pupil of the saints. What exactly is the concept of a saint? Saints. Very few have truly encountered one. Take Mr. Scoville, for instance. He was once the high priest of the Anthem's Shield, which is why he still maintains some connection with the Nitara court, though his whereabouts have become rather elusive. Kyle, do you know of the 5 most mysterious secret organizations in this world? 5 secret organizations. Kyle shook his head at this unfamiliar term. The 5 secret organizations are the most enigmatic and formidable forces in existence. To my knowledge, there are only 2. One is the mysterious authority in academia, the Spirit Communication Academy, and the other is the Guardians of Faith, The Holy Alliance. The three saints I am aware of are members of the Holy Alliance. They are individuals directly recognized and empowered by the divine. Free from the constraints and regulations of the Church. In some regions, people refer to them as paladins, although they bear little resemblance to knights. Furthermore, as they are not subject to the Church's control, the Holy See is not particularly fond of them. Paladins. I've heard that term before. I had thought they were affiliated with the Church. So, individuals recognized and empowered by the divine must be quite formidable. Kyle mused, gazing skyward. So, Mr. Scovall is that impressive, huh? Indeed, saints possess immense power, which has led many to covet them, Amelia remarked. If you are a student of the saints, then you must be quite remarkable as well. Kyle suddenly turned to look at her. In truth, I am not particularly special. It was sheer luck that I encountered my teacher. I am but a child who survived the war. Teacher Christera found me amidst the corpses on the battlefield and took me in, Amelia replied, shaking her head. You must be a person chosen by the divine. Kyle clapped his hands. Amelia chuckled softly, saying, Indeed, the divine has favored me. Hence I must undertake certain actions to respond to this grace. I also wish to alleviate some of my teacher's burdens. Kyle raised his eyebrows, stating, Since you have already dragged me into this, I shall not hold back. I apologize, Kyle, but this matter should not concern you, nor you, Lance, or Alice. This is merely my and my teacher's duty. Amelia lowered her voice, saying, I do not wish for Lance to feel guilt or anxiety due to any delays with Alice. But, well, although I am not well acquainted with you, Amelia, I find you to be trustworthy that I have only spent a few days with Lance, yet I believe he is worthy of trust. My friends in the palace are kind, albeit rather ordinary, but you all give me a sense of novelty and uniqueness that I do not believe that spending my life in a dungeon would hold much significance. If you say this is a predetermined journey, why should I evade it? Lance would not evade it, would he? Right. I do not wish for you to choose avoidance when I am not. Who can say if this is indeed a predetermined journey? Those chosen by the divine. I myself am unclear what it truly means to be chosen, Amelia mused, gently resting her chin on her hand. Poor Alice, she is still just a child. Could the divine be so cruel? Alice, she has indeed found fortune in misfortune. Consider how many can claim a knight like Lance. This fellow, in a moment of impulsiveness, became Alice's knight. Yes, it is not only he who is impulsive. Even His Majesty the King allowed her to become a princess. If rumors were to spread and tarnish her name, it could be quite troublesome. His Majesty seems merely to feel remorse for Alice and wishes to make amends in some way. The resemblance she bears to her sister may simply be an excuse. Amelia spoke softly. In uncertain matters, it is best to imagine the worst, and in uncertain individuals, to envision the best. I believe His Majesty holds affection for Alice, and I trust he genuinely believes in us, Kyle asserted confidently, seemingly encouraging Amelia. She could sense his support, and a wave of guilt washed over her. Alas, she had intended to bear this alone. Yet here she was, comforted by one person after another. She resolved not to remain in this despondent state any longer. Since this is a predetermined journey, at least I am not alone. She lifted her head, gazing at the pale light breaking over the eastern horizon. Then let us walk forward with courage. Thus, the 5 individuals embarked on their predetermined journey beneath the twinkling stars. Chapter 37. At the foot of Mount Solaya, furious, Chapman snatched the beef from his comrade, exclaiming, Why not save this for the wounded knight? His comrade attempted to confront him, but was no match for Chapman, who forcefully took the piece of roasted beef and handed it to the injured knight. Though his comrade was furious, he bore no hatred, for Chapman later sincerely apologized in private, revealing his considerate nature. Lance rode alongside Alice on a splendid white steed, recounting the tale of Chapman Cantle, which Alice listened to with great interest. Poor Chapman, he ultimately succumbed to illness, Alice remarked, a hint of sadness in her voice. Yet, heroes are forever remembered, Lance replied with a smile. I adore knights, I admire Chapman. And I also love Steak Jack. Alice clapped her hands in delight. Steak Jack? Lance chuckled. Does your highness truly enjoy the grilled beef of Nitara? Indeed, but I like Lance the most, and not in a grilled way. Alice playfully pinched Lance's cheek. Laughing, Lance, Princess requires you to take her to the most entertaining place. Lance felt a sudden jolt at her touch. Your highness. Oh, look at the snow-capped mountains, how beautiful. This must be the Solaya Mountains. Alice exclaimed. Releasing her grip and pointing at the mist-shrouded peaks ahead, she recalled that it was at the foot of the Solaya Mountains, in an ancient tomb, that she first met Lance. and it was in that eerie place that he became her knight. Your Highness, do you fancy this snow mountain? Lance inquired. It looks so cold that I have never crossed this mountain. Lance, what do you suppose lies beyond? I don't know. I've never been there, Lance replied. Emilia unfurled a map depicting the continent of all rest, stating, beyond this snow mountain lies the city of the White Scroll, the realm of mages, where we may encounter some troubles. Mages? I could learn magic from them, Alice mused. Mages are not as friendly as you might imagine. Alice, the kingdom of Nitala and the Mage Kingdom harbor a deep-seated enmity, Emilia gently admonished, her gaze fixed on Alice. That is a very dark chapter in history. The five rode for several days, finally arriving at the foot of the Solaya Mountains, known as the Claw of the Sky. The surrounding area was desolate, with only bare earth, rocks, remnants of snow, and moss growing miraculously. Occasionally, small snow hares and snow foxes darted past. Heeding the advice of the last innkeeper, they prepared ample provisions for their mountain crossing. However, the weather seemed unkind. They endured the biting cold winds for several hours as they entered the snow-laden Solaya foothills. And with a storm on the horizon, the five sought shelter in an ancient structure, remnants of a home built by the ancient Nitala people, now reduced to towering stone pillars and a dilapidated roof. Leaning against the snow mountain and overlooking a cliff, seeking refuge amidst the ruins, they managed to shield themselves from the impending blizzard, though the frigid winds could not be entirely kept at bay. And a fire could not be kindled. Lance tightly wrapped his cloak around Alice, fearful of her catching a chill. Realizing that none of them were clad in heavy royal armor, but rather in rather thin garments. Emilia swiftly drew a radiant magic circle in the dirt, emanating a warm sensation to prevent frostbite or illness. What is this? Lo inquired, extending his hand toward the warmth. Heating, Emilia replied tersely, uninterested in elaborating on the nature of the magic circle. This warmth is splendid. I'll bring the food to roast, Lo said. Emilia was pleasantly surprised, as she had not thought of the idea of hot food, yet Lo had immediately come up with it. These are potatoes, Sister Emilia, Lo declared, tossing a bag of provisions onto the magic circle. Are we preparing to eat? Kyle exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. The weather is frigid, and everyone is expending energy rapidly. We must consume something to warm ourselves, Emilia stated. I love potatoes, Kyle shouted. I love potatoes too, Alice cheered, exclaiming. Lance, do you like potatoes? Your Highness, Lance remarked with a wry smile. I once spent an entire month in a quaint southern town subsisting solely on lard-fried potato slices. Now, to ask me to profess my fondness for such fare is truly a challenge. He continued. However, I am not picky. As sustenance, it is quite acceptable. Why did you eat potatoes for an entire month? Lance inquired. Because I was commissioned to guard a potato farmer's estate against marauding bandits that I resided at the estate for a month, and it was only after the bandits arrived that I fulfilled my task. During that time, the farmer generously provided me with potatoes every day. The taste of those potatoes, which had once made him retch, still stirred a sense of nausea within him. The warm magical array slightly heated the food. And Emilia proceeded to distribute the potatoes among the other four companions. Lance gazed at the potato in his hand with an expression of resigned acceptance, stating, when one is hungry, anything is palatable. The blizzard howled as it swept through the frigid mountains. They consumed their potatoes while awaiting an improvement in the weather. This stretch of road was devoid of any villages or inns, necessitating their swift passage through it. Lo sat upon a stone, listening to the symphony of wind and snow. With his eyes closed, he keenly sensed the unnatural, faint sound intermingled with the wind and snow. Emilia, noticing Lo's peculiar demeanor, leaned in, gently patting his shoulder, and asked, What troubles you? Lo raised his palm, signaling for her silence. The unnatural sound grew closer. He concentrated, speculating. Was it an avalanche? Or perhaps a pack of wolves? The cacophony of the storm rendered discernment impossible. That it was a strange essence, yet he was certain it was not a demon. The noise approached steadily, and Lo gradually perceived it to be some form of breathing, or rather, a low growl. Opening his eyes, he stood atop the stone, sword in hand, fixated on the sky obscured by the blizzard. Through the swirling snowflakes, he discerned a shadow. Its form was indeterminate. Yet, a small, fiery glow emanated from that silhouette. Reacting swiftly, Lo seized Emilia's arm and leaped aside just as a fireball descended from the heavens. Crashing onto the stone he had just vacated with a thunderous roar. Lance, Alice, and Kyle were immediately drawn to the sound, their senses sharpened. Who goes there? Lo bellowed. Lance gripped his spear tightly, shielding Alice behind him, and looked up. The shadow within the storm loomed larger, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, another fireball erupted from the dark figure. Lance swiftly wrapped an arm around Alice. Leaping to evade the searing projectile, the fireball struck the ground, causing a tremendous explosion, and Lance shielded Alice with his cloak, ensuring her safety behind him. But as Lo witnessed a third fireball hurtling towards him, he abruptly pushed Emilia away and retreated, the fireball colliding between them, detonating with such force that it hurled Lo and Emilia a considerable distance. Emilia lost her balance and flew toward a protruding rock. Lance, unable to reach her in time, shouted, "Emilia, watch out behind you." Suddenly, Emilia felt her back collide with something soft. This impact slowed her descent, allowing her to come to rest in the snow. She found herself atop the soft object and quickly turned to stand, astonished to see Kyle Millis clutching a pillow, having been knocked into the snow by her fall. "Kyle!" Emilia exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, I managed to summon my own pillow." Kyle sighed in relief, tossing the white cushion aside. Emilia rushed forward, grasping his hand to help him rise. Once steady, Kyle brushed the snow from his clothes and pointed at the sky, shouting, "You foolish swine, reveal yourself." Chapter 38, The Fury of the Dragon Knight, Intruders in My Domain. Nitara. A furious roar echoed, and a bizarre creature plummeted from the sky, landing with a tremor that shook the earth. A disheveled figure rode atop this colossal beast, glaring menacingly at the group. Emilia gazed at the strange creature, nearly losing her composure. She pointed at it, trembling, murmuring, This is impossible. It cannot be." Lance brandished his spear at the peculiar figure, demanding, "Who are you? What is this beast?" "The dragons are extinct. This cannot be." Emilia's rare display of panic astonished Lance. She cried out, "Tell me it is not a dragon." "A dragon?" Lance echoed, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. "I knew you would be frightened by this creature. Indeed, it is a dragon, once brutally hunted to extinction by your kind. Now awakened and harboring the same hatred as I. You dare trespass in my domain. Today, you shall learn the consequences, vile Nitara." Emilia could hardly believe her eyes. A creature thought to exist only in tales had re-emerged before her. Over a decade ago, she had witnessed a similar ancient being, a dragon, when the magnificent creature Aurelio, the light dragon and companion of the justice god Klaus, had graced the skies. She vividly remembered its immense form. Powerful limbs sprawled upon the ground, a robust tail trailing behind, its tough, glimmering scales radiating brilliance, and enormous bat-like wings capable of conjuring fierce winds. The Nitaran palace had once been thrown into chaos by that divine dragon, impervious to countless archers and priests alike. Yet the creature before her, though not as grand as the light dragon, bore dark crimson scales, sharp fangs, colossal wings, and terrifying yellow eyes, undoubtedly akin to Aurelio. However, the light dragon had slumbered for a century, only awakening at the behest of the justice god Klaus, while the other dragons had perished centuries prior. The man atop the dragon was a wild-haired figure shrouded in a black cloak, with crackling orbs of electricity hovering in each hand, their brilliance stark against the icy backdrop. Lance remained vigilant, uncertain of this unexpected visitor's intent, while Alice hid behind him, her expression a mix of curiosity and fear at the unprecedented sight. "Forgive us, sir." Emilia quickly regained her composure, addressing him. "We are merely passing through. We had no knowledge that this was your domain." The dark red dragon beneath him suddenly threw back its head and roared fiercely, the sound reverberating through the mountains. "Exile, exile, what do you know? I swear I seek no vengeance, but do not provoke me. You madman." Lance could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, raising his spear to strike. The cabin atop his shoulder flapped its wings, soaring above him. "Regardless of whether you are a monster or a bandit, how dare you rain fireballs upon us, expecting civil discourse? Madman, scoundrel, I am a knight," the man roared back. "Even if stripped of my title, I remain so. You have no right to deny my honor. How could a rude fellow like you be a knight?" Lance's spear shot forth like lightning, aimed at the dragon's neck, though the dragon's tough scales provided protection. Lance's thrust was so fierce that it pierced the creature's flesh, eliciting a pained roar as it ascended into the sky. "Lance, no," Emilia cried out. "That is a dragon. Do not provoke its wrath." Lance glared at the rider, convinced that this sudden assailant was no ally. Though he had not encountered such a creature known as a dragon, he had faced many unfamiliar foes. If he allowed fear of the unknown to dictate his actions, he would never progress. Lance. Emilia was at a loss for words, fully aware that this being posed a danger even greater than demons. Lance, keep an eye on Alice. Lo suddenly drew his sword and charged forward, streaking past Lance with an aura of darkness. There are no spectators here, are there? Lo. Emilia had not anticipated that he would unleash his demonic power without hesitation. His form resembling a terrifying specter awakened from the shadows, wielding a sword enveloped in dark energy as he soared towards the dragon, flapping its massive wings. Lance returned to Alice's side, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Lance, he sensed something amiss in Alice's tone. Turning to her, he found her frowning, her expression one of anger as she gazed at him. Lance, please do not act so recklessly. Emilia has warned you not to engage. What if you get hurt? It matters not if I am injured. What do you mean it does not matter? Do you not feel the need to be cautious? Must you wait until you are gravely wounded, or worse before you realize the danger? Alice exclaimed, her eyes wide with agitation, unable to endure his reckless behavior any longer. Previously, when encountering the demon Karuz in Nitara, Lance was utterly oblivious to the depth of her concern. Luo, enveloped in dark energy, pursued the dragon, striking with his sword. The dragon rider gently patted the beast's back, causing the dragon to pivot sharply, its massive tail sweeping fiercely toward Luo. Luo's sword clashed against the tail, which was armored in scales thicker than its neck, and he was forcefully knocked down, crashing into the snow and creating a substantial crater. Idiot, the dragon rider muttered disdainfully. Then, he urged the dragon to dive toward Luo. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a barrage of enormous fireballs that hurtled toward Luo's position. Luo, Emilia cried out in alarm. Several colossal fireballs erupted around Luo, the tremendous explosion sending shockwaves that reverberated through the mountainside. Kyle, standing beside Emilia, suddenly felt the ground tremble incessantly beneath them. Lance abruptly realized the peril and exclaimed, Emmy. Kyle, beneath your feet. It turned out that the ice beneath Emilia and Kyle was entirely composed of snow and ice, with only one side anchored to the mountain. Below lay an abyss. The dragon's fireballs had struck with such force that cracks began to form in the ice. Simultaneously, the shifting mountain issued a deep, ominous rumble. Alice gazed upward, sensing a dark mass descending ominously. Cursed, Lance seemed to have noticed the overwhelming shadow as well. It was snow, a torrent of cascading ice and snow. The earlier tremendous impact had triggered an avalanche. With a sudden, sharp crack, the ice beneath Emilia and Kyle gave way, and they lost their footing, plummeting toward the white abyss below. Emilia! Kyle! Alice screamed. Lance's heart raced. He swiftly scanned the terrain around him. Cabine, circling overhead, emitted a piercing sea or wide eye in despair. Lance realized that with the avalanche barreling toward them, the mountain loomed behind him, and a cliff stood beside him. There was nowhere to hide. The blessing of Klaus is with me, Lance murmured, closing his eyes and wrapping his cloak tightly around Alice. Your Highness, Alice widened her eyes, staring at the roaring snow, her voice rendered silent. Then, a rush of white snow surged toward them, and in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision. The dragon rider hovered in the air, gazing at the terrifying avalanche, snorting disdainfully before gliding deeper into the snow-covered mountains. Chapter 39. The trap's utility. Emilia could only feel an irresistible sensation of weightlessness. She had no way of discerning just how deep the chasm below truly was. The howling wind rendered her ears nearly deaf, and she could only hear Kyle shouting beside her, though his words were indistinct. The frigid air enveloped her, almost robbing her of consciousness. Struggling to concentrate, she pondered how to escape this free-falling state. In desperation, she recited an incantation, conjuring a large sphere of holy light that enveloped both herself and Kyle. This sphere would help mitigate some of the impact and shield them from the biting cold. However, should the holy light sphere strike the ground, it would not completely nullify the force of the impact, and both would likely sustain severe injuries. Thud! The entire sphere seemed to plunge into water, and due to the tremendous shock, it abruptly dissolved, with transparent liquid flooding in and submerging them both. Emilia struggled to break the surface, only to find that this water was not the icy river or pond she had envisioned, but a small pool barely large enough to accommodate a few people. She assisted Kyle in climbing out of the little pool. Their clothes were soaked, and in the frigid air, they felt as though their very souls were freezing. Gritting her teeth, Emilia forced her numbed hands to sketch a holy light formation beneath them, which emitted a gentle glow, radiating a comforting warmth. Kyle, hugging his knees and trembling, looked at Emilia and said, "Freezing to death is far better than falling to death." As he spoke, the small pool beside them suddenly vanished. Emilia exclaimed in surprise, "What just happened?" They remained within the holy light formation until they had warmed up a bit. Kyle rubbed his forehead and stretched, saying, "Hey, we actually didn't die. What was that pool all about?" Emilia still awaited his explanation. "I summoned a holy water pool before we landed, to prevent us from dying from the fall. Falling from such a height can definitely be fatal. This thing was originally meant for dealing with undead and vampires, but who would have thought it could be used like this?" Emilia gaped at the cheerful fellow, saying, "So we were just washed in holy water." "Precisely, don't you find it fragrant?" Kyle sniffed. "Holy water has no scent. That must be your imagination," Emilia replied. "It does." Kyle sniffed his own clothes, saying, "Wait, it seems like the scent isn't coming from me." He looked up at Emilia and caught a whiff of that fragrance. Suddenly, he turned away and shouted, "It's coming from you." It turned out that the holy water had drenched Emilia's body, and as it evaporated in the holy light formation, her natural fragrance wafted into the air. However, she herself was oblivious to her scent, hence her confusion. Realizing this, her face flushed crimson. Kyle stood up and gazed at the sky, saying, "It seems the blizzard has ceased. Or perhaps we are sheltered from it here." He instinctively scrutinized the surrounding terrain and discovered that this valley was indeed a deep ravine encircled by sheer cliffs, with no gently sloping paths in sight. Moreover, this snow-covered little valley was devoid of trees or even a mouse. "Wonderful, we are trapped," Kyle plopped back down. "Seriously?" Emilia surveyed the surroundings anxiously. "We must find a way out. Emilia, can you perform flight magic or something?" Kyle suddenly fixed his gaze on her. "I haven't learned that kind of magic." Emilia shook her head helplessly. "Let me think." "Think." Kyle cradled his head, appearing utterly despondent. Emilia regarded him, perceiving a childlike quality in his demeanor. This palace guard was supposed to embody a restrained formality, yet he seemed anything but traditional. Perhaps he was even a bit childish like Luo. Kyle mumbled to himself, "I have an idea, though you'll probably think I'm insane." "Being insane is better than waiting to die," Emilia retorted. "Our belongings are above, and right now we have nothing. If we don't freeze to death, we will starve eventually." Kyle lifted his head and said, "Just take a look at this." He drew a summoning formation, conjuring a trap embedded in the ground, its surface a steel plate inscribed with the words, "Get rolling." "Kyle, can your trap summoning spell call forth any trap, or is it limited in type?" Emilia inquired curiously. "This summoning spell, since it conjures lifeless mechanisms, lacks the flexibility of summoning spirits or living creatures. We must engrave our summoning formation at the trap's storage location, and when summoning, we can only retrieve objects within that formation's range. Previously, my summoning formation was inscribed in the comprehensive trap storage of the Trap Management Bureau. Now, Master Redfield has granted me a private trap warehouse designed for skilled dungeon guards, stocked with various traps and essential modification tools. So, I now carry a trap warehouse with me, from which I can freely extract items. However, I cannot access anything beyond this warehouse." Emilia nodded in understanding, saying, "Then you must have quite a collection in that little warehouse." Of course, the genius dungeon guard Kyle Miris wouldn't leave his warehouse with too much unused space. "Now, look, this trap is a spring-loaded trap that can launch objects weighing up to 600 kg. I just need to adjust its fine-tuning screw to control the launch direction and distance based on my weight." "Your weight?" Emilia exclaimed in surprise. "You're not planning to launch yourself, are you?" "Of course not. I wouldn't throw myself to my demise," Kyle replied confidently, pointing at the steel plate. "First, I will assess the terrain. This is my strong suit. I will use this spring-loaded trap to launch myself vertically. And once I surpass the obstructing hills, I'll determine the correct direction. Then, based on my estimated distance and angle, I will make fine adjustments to this steel plate and attempt to launch us both to a safe area." "But what if you fall the first time?" "In that case, I will simply repeat the process," Kyle chuckled wryly. Thus, he ascended into the air, swiftly surveying his surroundings, and suddenly spotted a small tent not far beyond the hill, though visibility was poor due to the blizzard. Just before his descent, he timely summoned the holy water pool, only to once again become a drenched mess. Emilia sighed and reinforced the holy light array. Kyle shivered and remarked, "While I cannot bounce back to where I was, it seems there are others nearby." "Oh, others?" Emilia exclaimed with delight. "Could they be passing travelers?" Kyle nodded, unable to articulate his thoughts due to his shivering. Once he warmed up, he abruptly inquired, "How much do you weigh?" "You should be asking what your weight is. That is rather impolite." Emilia frowned. "All right, how much do you weigh?" He repeated his earlier question. 54 kg. That was half a month ago that I haven't weighed myself lately," Emilia replied. "After all your journeys, you must have lost some weight. I shall estimate you at 53 kilograms. But I hope you don't fall from the sky too soon. But I enjoyed so much delicious food in Nitara. I could have gained 0.5 kilograms. Emilia countered. "Fine, let's say 53.5 kilograms. That makes the calculations more cumbersome," Kyle said resignedly. "Will the margin of error be significant?" Emilia asked with concern. "Not at all. You girls think the world will end over a 0.1 kilogram difference, but we do not share that sentiment." Having said that, he summoned his toolbox from the trap storage and began modifying the trap. Emilia observed as he unfurled a large sheet of parchment, upon which intricate and complex geometric designs were drawn. That he held the nightlight pearl in his mouth, meticulously turning the screws on the trap with a screwdriver, occasionally scribbling calculations in the snow with his finger. Emilia felt overwhelmed by the complexity of the data. She had never attempted to learn the principles of such mechanical constructions. Yet, she grasped why humanity's three core competencies among all beings included constructive science, on the continent of all rest. Humanity's specialties are sacred arts, forging, and constructive science, which further divides into branches like mechanical production, architecture, and military apparatus. Though his actions appeared simple, beads of sweat formed on Kyle's forehead, freezing into crystalline ice upon contact with the cold wind, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. However, with both hands occupied and his mouth busy, he had no choice but to endure. Noticing his discomfort, Emilia released a warm glow from one hand to melt the ice crystals while wiping away the melted sweat with the other. Kyle intended to express his gratitude, but as he moved his mouth, the nightlight pearl fell to the ground. "Keep it up, don't speak," Emilia said, retrieving the glowing pearl and placing it back in Kyle's mouth. He nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his thanks. After much effort, the trap was finally modified. Kyle instructed Emilia to stand on the modified steel plate, saying, "This trap can only be used one at a time. You go first, then I will modify it based on my physical data and launch myself, achieving success. Listen, Emmy, I will count to 3, and then you must scream." "Why should I scream?" Emilia protested indignantly. 3. Kyle immediately pressed the switch, skipping 1 and 2. Emilia, caught off guard, instinctively screamed. The trap launched her abruptly, sending her flying upward at an angle. However, amidst the panic, she remembered to activate the holy light sphere, enveloping herself within it. Kyle had chosen the angle with great finesse. The holy light sphere brushed against the snow atop the small hill, slowing its descent, and then grazed a barren tree, further decelerating before gently landing in the snow beside the hill. The impact insufficient to deactivate the holy light sphere. She released the sphere, noticing several white tents not far away. Surely, they were the others Kyle had seen. However, once Kyle modified the trap, he would launch himself, so she decided to wait here. Moments later, Kyle emerged whistling, seemingly enjoying the method, having transformed into a drenched mess for the 3rd time. Chapter 40. Rose Sock. Holy, holy, holy water. Kyle continued to shiver. While Emilia used the array to warm him, she admonished, "At this rate, you will surely fall ill." "I was a bit overwhelmed with excitement," Kyle chuckled, still trembling. "I used to see those poor souls suffering from holy water, and I thought it would at least be somewhat bitter or stinging. I never imagined holy water could feel so pleasant. When you return to Nitara, you can bathe in holy water every day. But the clergy will surely scold you." Emilia smiled. "That sounds like a splendid idea," he exclaimed, raising his index finger in delight. Emilia felt that the array alone was insufficient for warmth, so she took Kyle's arm, leading him toward the tent. Thinking it would be warmer inside if those were generous travelers, perhaps they could provide some warming food and milk for the frostbitten Kyle. However, upon entering the tent, they were utterly taken aback. Inside lay a gruesome sight. A dozen bodies lay scattered, appearing to be passing travelers. Suddenly, one of the corpses stirred, causing both Emilia and Kyle to take a step back. The corpse slowly stood, brushed off its clothing, and muttered to itself, "Ah, finally found it." When the figure turned around, Kyle summoned the nightlight pearl to illuminate its face. Not a corpse, but rather a living, beautiful girl clad in a black magical robe, her hair styled in a large ponytail save for soft bangs and strands by her ears. You killed them," Kyle exclaimed in astonishment, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as he pondered whether he would have to confront this striking murderer. "What are you talking about?" the girl shouted, rushing towards Kyle and gripping his face tightly, declaring, "You were the one who killed them." Her grip was so strong that it made Kyle's vision blur. I'm sorry, he hastily pleaded. The girl released her grip, scoffing, "What an ill-mannered fellow. You are the one lacking manners. I am a court guard of Nitala. How dare you say I am impolite?" Kyle protested, clutching his reddened face. What is so great about being a court guard? Court guards are foolish. I've seen plenty. The girl retorted unapologetically. Seeing the two arguing fiercely, Emilia quickly interjected, I'm sorry. We didn't mean it that way. It's just that this scene is too terrifying." "Oh, indeed, so many dead all at once that I'm curious as to how they died. But it seems I have found a clue." "What clue?" Emilia inquired eagerly. "Look at this note. It appears to be an order from the Nitala clergy. These individuals must have been priests of Nitala." It turned out that the girl had been searching among the bodies for this very note, which had caused her to appear like one of the deceased. Emilia took the note, noting the Nitala clergy's seal of the Pope, which read, "At all costs, proceed to the White Scroll, regardless of how the mages obstruct, find the demon's seal, even permitting threats of war against them. We are unaware of what measures the king has taken. The clergy must act to resolve this. This matter is a top secret of the clergy and must not be disclosed to anyone." Ah, could it be that the clergy is aware of this matter? A look of terror crossed Emilia's face. The issue of the demon's seal should have been known only to the king. How could the Nitala clergy have gotten wind of it? If I were to guess, not only the Pope but also the leaders of the other two judicial factions of Nitala, Alamas and Commander Nicholas, must be in the know. Moreover, the highest leader of the ruling council is actually the king himself. Thus, it is likely that all four major judicial factions are now aware of this matter. It seems the Nitala clergy is uneasy about the king's secret decision, prompting the Pope to send someone to resolve it. But, Kyle glanced at the bodies, letting out a sigh. "What is it?" the unfamiliar girl suddenly asked. "Who are you?" Kyle abruptly regretted having revealed so much, neglecting the presence of this stranger beside him. "My name is Rose Sock," the girl replied. Upon hearing this name, Emilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Rose, is that really you?" she exclaimed with joy. Your hairstyle hasn't changed at all." "Huh." Rose scrutinized Emilia closely and said, "You remember I've had a ponytail since childhood?" "Indeed. I styled my hair in braids as a child precisely because I didn't want to look like you," Emilia replied gleefully. Emmy. Rose Sock seemed to reflect for a moment, then suddenly leapt forward, enveloping Emilia in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious, I should have guessed it. Your hair is simply tied back with two simple hair ties, just like the silly way you looked as a child." "You're the silly one," Kyle remarked, genuinely perplexed as he observed the two of them. Suddenly, he realized he was an unnecessary presence and quickly retreated. "Kyle, this is Rose Sock. You know the former captain of the Anthem Shield?" Before Kyle could exit, Emilia called him back, forcing him to halt, scratching his head as he replied, "Isn't it Sam Sock? Wait, Sock." "Indeed, this is Rose Sock, the niece of the esteemed former captain. When I was a child, my teacher brought me to Nitala, where I met Rose. Oh, by the way, Rose, ever since that epic battle between the God of Justice and the Dragon of Light, which damaged the crown of the Nitala Palace, we thought you had been abducted. What on earth happened?" Rose waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. It was quite unfortunate. I encountered the swordsmanship sage from the Spirit Academy, Raven, and he took me away." "The Spirit Academy? You've met someone from the Spirit Academy?" Emilia exclaimed in astonishment. "We were just looking for the Spirit Academy. You know where it is? Well, forget that for now, Rose. I am truly delighted." Emilia's cheeks flushed a charming pink as she embraced Rose once more. Kyle mused, could this be the legendary bond of best friends? Indeed, it was rare to see Emilia so jubilant. She typically bore a composed demeanor, her fleeting emotions only leaving a subtle impression. It seemed these two young women had once shared a profound friendship. "Emilia, are you still a student of Crystera?" Rose inquired. "Yes, but I am no longer by his side. That I have my own mission now," Emilia replied. Ah, never mind that I have wonderful news for you. Emilia, do you remember when I told you as a child that you were a student of the saints while I was merely a little girl in the palace? Yet I vowed not to fall behind you. Yes, I remember. Hee, I have applied to join the Spirit Academy. My love for reading allowed the sage to grant me a trial, though it spans 50 years, which is quite a long time. 50 years? Emilia gasped at the number, horrified. Will you not become an old woman? Fear not. It's nothing to worry about. The scholars of the Spirit Academy are unaffected by aging. And this is one of the trials I must complete over these 50 years, to remain ageless. Anyway, enough about the Spirit Academy. Emilia, I currently have no idea where it is, as it is essentially a floating city, drifting throughout the world without a fixed location. Ah. Both Emilia and Kyle gasped in astonishment. Emilia's thoughts drifted to the curse afflicting Alice, sending a chill through her heart. Could it be that this journey would be in vain for Lance and Alice? Well, should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to inform me that I shall do my utmost to assist you, dear Emilia. Now, it is my turn to pose a question. Do you have any leads regarding these deceased individuals? Emilia shook her head, stating, I cannot fathom who is responsible. However, the letter implies they were dispatched by the church to resolve the issue of the demon seal during the second season of Hunting Angels over a decade ago. You were also ensnared in it. Now, someone seeks to awaken the demon overlords, who have only just been sealed away. The Holy Alliance has already taken action, and I, along with Mr. Kylmiris and 3 others, have been appointed by the king as a special order to assist in resolving the demon seal. Oh, why must it be you? How do you intend to resolve it? Sir Scovel, the Holy Sword, stated that we are chosen by the divine. While I feel a duty to undertake this task, those others should not be involved at all. Here we go again. Emilia, why are you always looking back? Kyle interjected impatiently. Emilia realized she had misspoken once more. Yet this thought had remained unchanged in her heart, despite Lance and Kyle's reassurances to alleviate her guilt. Oh, dear, please continue. How do you plan to resolve it? First, we will go to the White Scroll and locate the first demon seal, Emilia answered. All right, I shall assist you with this matter. I was also en route to the White Scroll from Cardo, intending to inquire with the mages, so it aligns perfectly. The mages will surely not be kind to you, but they dare not be rude to me. Why is that? Because I possess a letter of recommendation from the Sage Raven. The Spirit Academy is a revered authority in academia, one of the 5 secret organizations, and at least in the realm of mages, it is regarded with divine respect. However, before we proceed, let us lay these poor priests to rest, if I have the energy afterward. I will investigate this matter, Rose stated. Few dare to tread upon this snow-capped mountain. I doubt you can easily traverse it either. Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me. I have a way to safely guide you through the Solaya Mountains. By the way, just to add, I am currently majoring in magical studies, focusing on mana tracking and classification, so feel free to inquire about any related issues. All right, let us first bury these individuals, and then I shall share further details with you, Emilia said. Kyle glanced between Emilia and Rose, scratching his head, thinking to himself, indeed, I am superfluous. Chapter 41. The pure white hula hoop cabin soared through the sky, letting out a long call as it dove down. Then soared back up. It could not plunge into the snow, merely watching as Alice dug furiously with her frostbitten hands. Lance, Lance. Alice cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she grasped something icy, drawing blood from a scratch on her finger. Lance. You fool. Woe is me. Emilia, Kyle, woe is me. Alice's tears fell relentlessly. She frantically dug through the snow until her fingers finally brushed against the hem of Lance's clothing. Cabin swooped down, gripping the edge of Lance's garment with its beak. Flapping its wings vigorously, Alice hastily cleared away the snow that buried Lance. When his face finally emerged, her hands had gone numb. Lance. She exerted all her strength to pull Lance from the snow. Embracing his body while weeping, she pressed her ear against his chest, listening for his heartbeat. Cabin perched atop Alice's head, calling out insistently, as if also beckoning to its master. The blizzard had ceased, and sunlight gently bathed the snow-capped mountains. Only Cabin knew how far Lance and Alice had been swept away by the avalanche. Though Lance's heartbeat still faintly pulsed, he lay in a coma, frozen. He had fought to shield Alice with his hands until the moment he could no longer hold on, using his last ounce of strength to push her onto the surface of the snow. And when the avalanche finally subsided, Alice managed to crawl out from the snowdrift, holding his icy body tightly. She sought to impart her warmth, but she too was frozen, her hands and feet numb and cold, seemingly ineffective. Anxiously, she rose, scanning her surroundings as if searching for something that must work. All around was snow. Their belongings buried out of sight. Gazing at the endless white expanse, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her, her tears melting into the snow beneath her. Suddenly, Cabin let out a loud call and dove headfirst into the snow. Alice rushed over to see Cabin grasping something in the snow, flapping its wings in an attempt to drag it out. Alice wiped her tears and helped Cabin pull out the object. She exerted too much force and tumbled to the ground along with the white hoop. The pure, white hula hoop, Alice exclaimed, recognizing the gift given to her by the court's grand sorcerer. Breaking into a joyful smile as she embraced Cabin tightly, saying, "Cabin, thank you, thank you." She vividly recalled Jessica Redfield's words. Her magical power was currently too weak to utilize independent elemental magic, but this hula hoop, which had established a magical imprint with her, could draw upon her faint magical energy and enhance it. Without hesitation, Alice concentrated her focus, reciting incantations to ignite the flame magic within her, gripping the pure white hula hoop tightly. Cabin watched her curiously, tilting its head. A faint aura of flame began to emanate from her palms, flowing into the pure white hula hoop. As if ignited, the hoop was immediately engulfed in flames. As Alice infused more and more power into it, the flames intensified, gradually transforming into a searing fire ring. Holding the hoop, after all, the flames were a manifestation of her own magic. She would not be burned. She rushed to Lance's side and utilized spatial manipulation to levitate the fire ring above him at a safe distance, testing the temperature with her hand until she deemed it suitable, before finally allowing the hoop to hover in place. "O God of hope, Elizabeth Cross, I implore you to shield Lance and hasten his awakening. May there be no unforeseen calamities." Alice clasped her hands over her heart. Bowing her head and whispering a prayer, the radiant, pure white hula hoop emanated heat, melting the snow that blanketed Lance, while the warmed water quickly infused his body, restoring warmth. By the time Lance regained consciousness, the sun was nearly setting. He slowly opened his eyes, groggily meeting Alice's crystalline gaze. Lance, you've awakened," Alice exclaimed, joyfully grasping his hand. "Are you cold?" Lance took a deep breath, gazing at Alice, and with considerable effort, murmured, "Your Highness, I feel utterly drained. Is it? Come, it's all right. I will help you up. The sun is about to set, and it will be quite chilly tonight. We must find a sheltered spot." Alice gently supported Lance's back, straining to lift him. However, her strength was insufficient, compounded by her own cold and hunger, leaving Lance immobile in the snow. "Your Highness, do not push yourself. I can rise on my own." As he spoke, Lance attempted to prop himself up, only to realize that even the slightest movement was an arduous task. For reasons unknown, he felt more fatigued than after a breakthrough, as if his body were paralyzed. And any exertion brought forth excruciating pain. "Lance, you've suffered frostbite. Do not move recklessly. Let me assist you." Alice bit her purpling lip and made another attempt to lift him, but to no avail. "Your Highness, I insist you must eat more." Lance smiled at her. Yes, but Alice too felt the weight of exhaustion. Despite multiple attempts, she could not raise Lance, leaving her bewildered as to how she had managed to pull him from the snow pit earlier. Kneeling helplessly beside Lance, she gasped softly, "Surely, there must be a way to move you." "It's fine, Your Highness. Allow me a moment to rest. I will be able to stand on my own," Lance said, looking at her breathless form with a tone of compassion. Suddenly, Alice recalled, a girl of your stature cannot solely rely on her arms. One must employ spatial manipulation magic. This was what Jessica had told her during their first meeting. Indeed, magical prowess and physical strength are entirely independent. Although she felt physically drained, her magical reserves remained largely intact. She placed the hula hoop on Lance's chest, saying, "Lance, grasp it." Lance extended his hand, gently holding the white hula hoop. Alice waved her arm delicately, using her magic to control the hoop from a distance. Guided by her magic, the hoop began to ascend. She intended to employ its power to lift Lance, yet he was far too weak, beyond opening his eyes. Even speaking seemed a laborious task. As the hoop rose, his grip faltered, and it slipped from his grasp. "Forgive me, Your Highness," Lance sighed helplessly, his arm falling limply to the ground. Gritting her teeth, Alice stepped forward. Seizing Lance's wrists, she extended her fingers to manipulate the pure white hula hoop, guiding it to her feet. She jumped into the hoop, raising it to her chest, exclaiming, "This should work." Then, she infused it with more magical energy, directing the hoop to move backward. It wedged beneath her armpit, pulling her body as she clutched Lance's wrist tightly, dragging him upward. That's it. That's it. Lance, bear with me. We just need to reach that small cave over there." Carbon flew over, flapping his wings, and with his sharp claws, grasped Lance's sleeve, aiding Alice in pulling him. Lance sighed, lamenting, "I feel utterly incapacitated." "You will recover. I will summon Amelia to give you numerous injections, and you shall be well." Alice, though straining and feeling the hula hoop pinching her underarm, persevered. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she infused the hoop with a touch of wind magic. The hoop began to emanate a powerful gust, swirling around it like soft cotton. Due to the wind magic, the hoop no longer made direct contact with Alice, and the pressure on her underarm ceased to be painful. So that's what Aunt Jessica meant by the strong adhesive nature of magic, Alice mused to herself. As the sun dipped lower, stars and the moon began to emerge. Alice dragged Lance into a slight hollow in the mountainside, finally laying him down. She infused the hula hoop with fire magic, allowing it to hover beside Lance, while she leaned against him for support. Although this cave was merely a recessed part of the mountain wall, it provided some shelter from the wind and prevented snow from blowing in, making it considerably warmer than outside. Suddenly, Alice noticed that Lance's other hand still gently clutched the long spear that had accompanied him throughout. It seemed that aside from Lance's weapon and her hula hoop, all other belongings had been swept away in the avalanche. "Your Highness, where are Kyle, Emmy, and Lo? What has become of them?" Lance suddenly inquired. "I do not know," Alice replied softly, her eyes downcast. "I saw Kyle and Amelia fall off the cliff, and I have not seen any trace of Lo. We must rescue them." Lance reached out, but a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and before he could lift it high, it fell back down. He gritted his teeth, bitterly cursing his body for failing him at such a critical moment. "Lance, we are in grave trouble. However, I believe Kyle and Amelia will be fine. They are so clever and skilled in magic. The cliff will not harm them," Alice reassured him. Although she was uncertain of how Kyle and Amelia would escape, she had faith in their abilities. After all, Amelia was a student of the saints, and Kyle was renowned as a genius trap master. "Lance, for now, your only task is to rest. Once your strength is restored, we must leave this place. We have no more food," Alice stated. Suddenly, Carbon called out and flew out of the cave. "Carbon!" Alice exclaimed. "He must be hungry. He has likely gone to find food." "Your Highness, rest assured. After I sleep for a while, I shall be fine by morning," Lance said confidently. "Yes." Alice nodded enthusiastically. "Lance, may I tell you a story?" "Huh?" Lance seemed taken aback. "Previously, you would tell me stories. Allow me to share one with you. And soon you shall drift off to sleep." Before Lance could respond, Alice added, "You are my knight, and you must heed my commands." "Very well. All right. You have regaled me with countless tales of knights. Now, I shall recount the story of an artist that my grandfather once told me." Alice gazed at the sky, speaking softly. "Once upon a time, there was a beautiful bard. Yes, it was her beauty that led her to become a bard. For she detested the idea of remaining at home, besieged by suitors seeking her hand." Chapter 42. The Fairy Dragon. When Alice opened her eyes, the sun had already risen. She was unaware of when she had fallen asleep beside Lance. However, the first sight that greeted her was not Lance, but Carbon, who nearly stepped on her forehead with a claw. She extended her hand, cradling Carbon, and said, "Carbon, what has you so excited?" Carbon chirped and leaped from her palm. Rubbing her eyes, Alice sat up. Suddenly, she noticed Carbon clutching a white object, flying toward her, and then abruptly tossing it. Alice caught the object, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a dead snow rabbit. Carbon flapped his wings, circling before her. "Is this what you caught?" Alice inquired. Carbon emitted a soft chirp. Elated, Alice jumped up, exclaiming, "Thank you, Carbon. You are amazing." Carbon flapped his wings and landed atop her head. Alice glanced at Lance, who remained with his eyes closed, and murmured, "Lance is still asleep. Carbon, are you hungry? I feel quite famished. How shall we prepare this snow rabbit?" Carbon flew aside, using his beak to grasp Alice's pure white hula hoop. Suddenly enlightened, Alice remembered that Carbon had witnessed her infusing fire magic into the hoop the previous day. She quickly retrieved the hoop and infused it with fire magic once more. The pure white hula hoop absorbed her magical energy, igniting with searing flames. Alice had never roasted meat herself, grasping the snow rabbit by its tail. The fur ignited in a blaze, producing a searing flame. Although the flames from the hula hoop would not harm Alice, the natural fire consuming the snow rabbit burned her, causing her to yelp and drop the rabbit. The snow hair fluttered onto Lance's forehead, and the searing flame instantly roused him from his slumber. Alice hurriedly rushed over, waving her small hand to swat the snow hair aside. "I'm sorry, Lance, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." As she blew gently on Lance's reddened forehead, she continued to apologize. Lance, still dazed, propped himself up and asked, "Your Highness, was I struck by a meteor?" "That was a rabbit. I was roasting a rabbit," Alice replied. "Oh. Lance, you've regained your strength. You can sit up by yourself." Lance rubbed his forehead and remarked, "I told you. A little rest does wonders." Suddenly, he felt his waist weaken, and he toppled back down. "Ah." Alice quickly reached out to help him sit up once more. "I'm still a bit weak. I was frozen too harshly yesterday," Lance muttered as he slowly sat up. "Your Highness can roast rabbits." "I can't. I just burned myself," Alice said, retrieving the singed rabbit. "This rabbit was caught by Cabin. He is quite impressive." "Your Highness, you cannot roast it this way. It must be gutted first, the entrails removed." As Lance spoke, Alice suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Noticing her delicate brows knitting together, Lance understood that she had never done such things. Thus, he asked, "Your Highness, where is my spear?" Alice promptly ran to fetch the long spear leaning against the stone and handed it to Lance. He took the spear, fiddled with it a moment, then detached the spearhead from the shaft, using it as a dagger to prepare the snow hair. Alice, feeling somewhat queasy at the sight, turned her face away, exclaiming, "Your spear is quite remarkable. The spearhead can be detached. This Chapman gun is a combination weapon. The spearhead can indeed be removed, and it seems that the tail is missing some component. While I typically use it as a regular spear, this heroic weapon appears to possess its own unique qualities." With dexterity, Lance gutted the snow hair, then impaled it with the spearhead and secured it to the shaft, declaring, "Your Highness, we can begin roasting now." Alice reignited the pure white hula hoop, and Lance wiped the blood from his hands in the snow, grasped the long spear, and commenced roasting the snow hair. The hare's body emitted crackling sounds, gradually releasing the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Both Lance and Alice, famished, swallowed hard at the delectable scent. Cabin, seemingly only having fetched the captured snow hare without indulging beforehand, fixated its gaze on the roasting rabbit. Once Lance had cooked the hare to perfection, he divided the meat into 3 portions, one for Cabin, one for Alice, and one for himself. The trio, the 2 humans and 1 eagle, began to feast. Though devoid of any seasoning, it was undoubtedly a divine delicacy for them. They appeared to console themselves with the Sutian perspective, to preserve the natural flavor of the ingredients. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from outside. Alice and Lance alertly turned their heads to see a colossal creature land not far from the cave entrance. "A dragon! That dragon again!" Lance exclaimed in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, despite feeling weak and fatigued, he struggled to stand and grasped his long spear tightly. Yet upon closer inspection, he noted that the dragon's skin was a uniform shade of blue-purple, its scales exquisitely intricate, with an elongated neck and limbs, a slender tail, and large eyes. Entirely unlike the menacing crimson beast from the previous day, the dragon gazed at the 2 of them, opening its mouth as if to unleash a fireball. Lance quickly wrapped one arm around Alice and threw himself to the ground. "Do not be afraid." "Hiss. No, mortal," came a melodious feminine voice. Lance looked up in surprise, staring at the dragon. "Do not fear, mortals. I will not harm you." Indeed, it was the dragon speaking. "I apologize. I did not mean to frighten you. Please, wait a moment." The beautiful dragon then let out a series of words that Lance and Alice could not comprehend. Following this, her form radiated a stunning luminescence, gradually shrinking until she transformed into the shape of a slender woman. Though Lance was taken aback, he abruptly turned his head away. Alice, too, noticed this. The woman who had emerged from the dragon was entirely unclothed. Seemingly aware of this, she hastily exclaimed, "I apologize. I am still not accustomed to human civilization." She then uttered an incantation, and a lovely dress materialized around her. Alice patted Lance's arm, saying, all right, you can turn back now." When Lance turned back, he beheld a girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. with delicate features, a light physique, and hair as pure and white as snow. Amor? No, I apologize. I am not very adept at speaking human languages. Yesterday, I heard the sound of an avalanche that I saw in Neil and his master. And I suspected that they were responsible for the avalanche, so I came to investigate today. Lance stared at her wide-eyed, stammering. Why you are a transformed dragon? I am not a transformed dragon, the girl clarified. I am a dragon. Humans call me a fairy dragon. Dragons. Weren't they supposed to be extinct hundreds of years ago? Why? Why have I encountered 2 dragons in such a short span? Lance could hardly believe his eyes. The fiery dragon from the previous day had already made him feel as if he were dreaming. Well, it is like this. You have seen my form, and among dragons, I am akin to a human infant. Lance struggled to comprehend her words. The dragon's previous size had been that of 2 or 3 people, which could hardly be associated with the term infant. I wish to ask a question. Were you attacked by Enil and his master? Enil? You mean that dark red dragon that can breathe fire? Yes, that is him. Indeed. We were originally 5 individuals, but now the whereabouts of the other 3 remain unknown. Their fates uncertain, Lance replied. Ah. Enil is attacking travelers again. I am so sorry. I have advised him, but he does not heed my words. He only listens to his master Grant, who is a banished knight with a tragic past. Grant has cared for him for over a decade, and he wishes to repay Grant. By the way, my name is Tira. No. That is in dragon tongue. I have chosen a human name, Alana. You may call me Alana. Lance furrowed his brow, staring intently at Alana. His mind was flooded with questions. Hello, Alana. I am Alice Parker. And this is my knight, Lance Rail. Alice said cheerfully, seemingly unperturbed. Greetings, Lance. Greetings, Alice. I apologize on behalf of Enil. He cannot speak human language nor take human form. He is nearly my age, but he is a flame dragon, while I am a fairy dragon that I could transform into human shape shortly after birth. But he cannot. It will take him over 200 years to master the magic of transformation. Lance's brow tightened, gritting his teeth as he declared, if anything were to happen to Amelia, Kyle, or any of the others, I will ensure his demise. I implore you not to kill him, and besides, you would be unable to do so. While we are hatchlings awakened from ancient dragon eggs in the 2nd season of Hunting Angels, human power alone cannot slay us. I deeply regret Enil's attack this time. Please forgive him. Suddenly, Alice stepped forward, grasping Alana's hand and smiling. I have read in storybooks that dragons are fearsome and cruel creatures, but Alana, you seem so friendly, unlike those dragons from the legends. Indeed, most dragons are indeed combative and cruel. They relish treasures, plundering, and slaughter, but we fairy dragons do not favor conflict. We once lived alongside the elves, but now, I do not know if there are any other kin left, but I do not hold much hope. Perhaps among the dragon race that has miraculously survived, only Enil and I remain. So, please do not seek out Enil, and do not inform your people that dragons still exist, or we shall all be hunted down. Huh, Lance exclaimed in surprise. Aren't dragons supposed to be unkillable? There exist individuals among humans and sorcerers endowed with the power to slay dragons. It is their presence that led to the extinction of the dragon race. At that time, Enil's and my eggs remained undiscovered by humans and sorcerers due to being encased in ice, which is why we survived. Therefore, Alice's eyes suddenly brightened as she inquired, Enil is a male dragon. I mean, he is a boy. Yes. Is he your mate? Alice curiously asked. No. Alana quickly shook her head, stating, though he is the only surviving male dragon I know, I do not wish to bear offspring with him. I have heard many tales about the dragon race, and I do not want to revive the dragon kin that once brought great calamity to other races. I only wish to live my life well. Moreover, I am not fond of the combative flame dragon. Upon hearing her words, Lance suddenly felt a pang of pity for her. Although he had heard tales of dragons, depicting them as ferocious creatures, this particular female dragon, this girl, was willing to sacrifice her own kind to avoid harming others. Alana suddenly let out a soft hum and said, I cannot maintain this transformation for much longer. I apologize. Before her words faded, her body began to emit a beautiful radiance, gradually reverting to the form of the fairy dragon. Lance, Alice, where are you headed? Allow me to guide you out of this snowy mountain. It would be too arduous for you to navigate alone. The transformed Alana nearly filled the entire cave with her presence. leaving Lance and Alice squeezed into a corner. Alana, could you perhaps move aside? We seem to be wedged in, Alice said, feeling quite embarrassed. I'm sorry. Alana quickly stepped outside the cave, leaving large footprints in the snow. Could you assist us in locating our lost companions? Lance inquired. Certainly, Alana replied. Chapter 43. The first stop. Pantatown. Lance and Alice rode upon the back of the dragon, gazing down at the snow-covered mountains and valleys. The sunlight was warm, illuminating the icy landscape with brilliance. For the first time, they beheld the Solaya snow mountains from above. Viewed from this height, these peaks offered a perspective entirely different from the imposing sight they were accustomed to from below. Alana, the fairy dragon, wielded the power of the winds with her immense wings, maintaining her steadiness in midair, while Lance's eagle cabin glided steadily alongside her head. Have you spotted your companions? Alana asked, her gaze scanning the horizon as her massive wings beat rhythmically. In truth, she was not flying particularly high, as soaring in the thin air of such altitudes was quite strenuous. Instead, she chose a lower terrain, weaving through the towering snow-capped mountains and icy cliffs. This one do, the valley is shrouded in mist, rendering visibility nearly impossible, Lance observed carefully. We have no idea where the avalanche might have swept them away. We are utterly disoriented. Searching for someone in such a vast snow-covered expanse is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Alana's voice, though youthful, resonated with clarity and strength, befitting her colossal form. Alana, which direction are you currently heading? Alice raised her voice, for the wind howled fiercely around them. She hung her hula hoop askew on her shoulder, leaning almost entirely against the dragon's back as the gusts tousled her golden hair. Didn't you mention wanting to reach the White Scroll? Alana continued. The White Scroll is the capital of the Mage Kingdom. Shells that I cannot allow the mages to see me. Hence I can only escort you to the vicinity of Pantatown. Pantatown is the southernmost settlement. Lance, disappointed, cast his gaze down at the vast white expanse. He understood that, although Amelia, Kale, and Lo's fates were uncertain and their whereabouts unknown, finding them in such a sprawling mountain range was nearly impossible. Moreover, the ancient dragon he now rode upon was a creature of immense power. Should she become irate, given his current condition, he would struggle not only to protect Alice, but even to flee himself. I shall take you to Pantatown, Alana reiterated. Lance sighed and replied, All right, thank you. Alana lifted her long neck, slightly ascending, and after steadying herself by flapping her wings, she announced, The weather is clear now. Should a blizzard arise later, visibility will deteriorate significantly, while I may withstand a collision with the mountains. You might find yourselves in peril. Thus, I shall accelerate if you find it difficult to balance. Grasp my scales tightly. Alice caressed the delicate, soft purple scales of the fairy dragon, sensing their fragility, gently tugging at a scale. She called out, for the wind still roared loudly. Does that hurt, Alana? Fear not, Alice. My scales are impervious to blades and arrows. If you manage to pull one off, I shall gift it to you. Reassured, Alice firmly grasped the scales. The rabbit meat in their bellies seemed to have some effect, as they felt their strength returning, no longer as fatigued as before. We're soaring through the clouds. Alana suddenly spread her vast wings, diving down with increasing speed. The roaring wind nearly deafened Alice and Lance as they swiftly traversed between two towering peaks, skimming over the frozen surface of a lake, only to ascend again. Soaring over a sparse grove of pine trees, that Alana's wings flapped rhythmically, tilting left and right as they followed the canyon's path between the two mountain ranges. Alice shrieked in surprise as the fierce winds buffeted her, gripping the dragon's scales with all her might. Unwilling to let go, Lance gazed up at the breathtaking white world, never having seen such exquisite snow-capped mountains, perhaps because he had never viewed them from this angle before. The Solaya mountain range served as the natural boundary between Nitala and Shells, since the signing of the truce over 2 centuries ago between the humans of Nitala and the mages of Shells. The two realms had known no military conflict, and Solaya had become increasingly desolate. Yet, everyone knew that this beautiful and mysterious frozen mountain range was not only the ancestral home of the Nidalrands, but also the source of the 2 great rivers of all rest, the Great Mora and the Little Mora. The Little Mora flowed along the border between Nitala and Helo, nourishing the thriving Aurelio forest in the southwest, while the Great Mora nourished the eastern regions of the continent, winding its way toward the eastern sea. Alana adeptly maneuvered her massive form, soaring through the skies like a bird, her wings stirring the air and creating a powerful wind that echoed throughout the canyon. The sleeping snow foxes and the snow mice munching on moss all looked up, captivated by the enormous figure gliding above. Indeed, despite being a snow-laden terrain, it was home to numerous coniferous forests, mossy vegetation, and small white-furred creatures, creating a natural kingdom of pristine white. However, the rugged mountains were unwelcoming to humans, and few travelers ever succeeded in crossing the Solaya peaks to reach the city of the White Scroll, unless they were as fortunate as Lance and Alice. Lance gazed upon the insurmountable cliffs. A sense of relief washed over him. Had the dragon not appeared, he and Alice might have been trapped in the snow-capped mountains. He pondered why the king held such faith in them, why Scovarl had declared them to be chosen by the gods. The illustrious and ancient kingdom of Nitala could not have dwindled to a mere handful of young souls deemed trustworthy. Had the king perhaps dispatched other specialized forces to the Mage City? After all, a king would not speak entirely truthfully. Which of his words were genuine and which were false? Nevertheless, having embarked on this journey and encountered their first trial, they could not turn back. Resolute, Lance decided they would rest at the White Scroll and await news of Kale and the others. He believed that Kale and the others would not be foolish enough to search for their companions amidst the snow. They would surely head straight for the White Scroll. However, one troubling thought lingered in his mind. Every time he considered waiting, anxiety gnawed at him. Hold on tight, we are landing. After hours of flight, Alana suddenly spread her enormous wings, beginning to decelerate and glide. Alice and Lance had begun to relish the thrill of soaring through the skies. Yet upon hearing of their impending descent, they felt a twinge of reluctance at this moment. The ground beneath them was no longer blanketed in white snow. They had reached the northern foothills of Solaya, where lush green vegetation began to flourish. Crossing the Solaya mountains felt like entering the realm of mages, and with this thought, excitement ignited within Alice. With a thunderous crash, Alana's feet touched the ground, sending a resounding tremor through the earth. Dust was thrown high into the air, scattering small creatures hidden in the grass. Even the cabin flying beside Alana was flung far away by the force of her landing. Squawking in indignation as it fluttered back, Lance, holding Alice, leapt down from the dragon's lofty back. Alana watched them, her eyelids drooping slightly as a gesture of friendliness. For dragons could not smile, so she expressed her goodwill in this manner. Thank you, Alana. Alice reached out to caress the delicate scales along Alana's body, exclaiming, I wish I could take a scale as a keepsake. Just kidding, I wouldn't harm you. I can only escort you this far. I must return. I will inform Einir that he must no longer heed the commands of his tempestuous master. I will also seek out your companions, Alana stated. Thank you. Lance bowed his head in gratitude. Lance, are you Alice's brother? No, I am the knight of Her Highness Alice. She is my master. Ah, another master. I hope that one day I too can have a reliable master. Farewell. Suddenly, Elena forcefully kicked off the ground, her wings flapping as she soared into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, she flew directly towards the snow-capped mountains in the south. Alice and Lance stood there, slowly waving goodbye to her. What kind of creature is a dragon? After all, Lance pondered the stark differences between Einir and Elena, as if he were overturning all the legends he had ever heard about dragons. Perhaps dragons, like humans, possess both good and evil, Alice mused. Gazing thoughtfully at the sky, Lance sighed, turned around, and stretched, saying, Your Highness, the day has passed so swiftly. Look over there. Those houses must be the town of Panta that Elena mentioned. Alice turned to follow Lance's gaze, and indeed saw several beautiful white buildings nestled among the lush green trees. The first stop of our journey. Panda Town, Your Highness, we have arrived, Lance said with a smile. Yes, let us go see what the mages look like, Alice exclaimed joyfully, gripping the hula hoop on her shoulder. Thus, Lance and Alice stepped forward together towards the first destination of the Mage Kingdom. Panta Town, Chapter 44. The Dying Demon. Hey, little one, do you know that without my power, you are quite feeble? Ah, sometimes, even when you possess my power, you remain weak. When you are weak, that is when I can control you. Haha. Before Luo lay an expanse of darkness. He could not even feel his own body, as if trapped in a dream, hearing no extraneous sounds and seeing no excess light. Yet, that peculiar voice seemed to emanate from within his mind. He could not reject the voice, which surged with intensity and then faded, like an inescapable hallucination. A frail soul will ultimately be devoured by a powerful one. I once felt your fury, But it seems you do not intend to fulfill our pact. I can no longer endure this. I await the moment you tire, and then I shall consume you. Curse it, your will should be weak. Get away, get away. Luo shouted furiously. His roar startled him awake. He opened his eyes suddenly, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Looking down, he saw a thick ice shard, stained with dark red blood, piercing through his torso. Ah! Luo cried out in agony. The searing pain coursed through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Eastern traveler, do you now realize how fragile your human body is? How easily your soul shatters? The voice from his mind resounded once more, each word striking him like daggers, intensifying the pain at his wound. The hole in his chest was slightly off-center to the right, seemingly piercing his lung but sparing his heart. Logically, with his demonic power, as long as his heart remained unharmed, other injuries should heal swiftly. Yet, why did such a death-laden pain persist? Could it be that the demon's power no longer aided him? You are nearing death, if you wish to die. I shall not hinder you, if you desire to live. We can strike a deal. Who are you? Luo gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, forcing out a response. Me. I am your master, the demon of the sword. The one who granted you immense vitality, and you have squandered our previous pact. I am not greedy. I do not demand reparations for the past. I only require you to renew our agreement. Luo suddenly understood. This voice belonged to the very demon with whom he had forged a pact, bestowing him with power. Why, despite Amy's binding spell, had it resurfaced? Even when he unleashed his demonic power against Churuk, that terrifying force was entirely under his control. Yet now, he could sense no trace of that power within him. He realized that after sustaining severe injuries from the fireballs of that fire-breathing dragon and subsequently crashing into the hard ice shard in the valley, the shards pierced his chest, perhaps due to his grievous injuries. The demonic power had overloaded itself in healing his body, allowing the sealed demon within him to awaken and reclaim its strength, now threatening him. You need not speak. I can see all your thoughts. Listen, if you submit to my will once more, you will regain my power, the might of the demon. All you need to do is capture more souls for me. What do you say? It's a most advantageous deal. Eastern traveler, do not forget, I helped you avenge your wrongs. I aided your survival until now. You should understand well what my power means to you. As Luo listened to the voice, memories began to surface. He recalled the gaze he cast upon his parents and sister lying in pools of blood, how he bore a sword across the ocean to this unfamiliar land, how he was nearly defeated by his foes, almost losing his life. At that moment, he believed his existence had sunk to its nadir, that his tomorrow was the epitome of despair. However, after forming the pact with the demon, his sword, like the claws of a devil, effortlessly felled foes he once deemed invincible. And again, under the demon's compulsion, he struck down those who bore him no grudge. He exacted his revenge, yet hope eluded him, leaving only confusion, and under the demon's tempting influence, he became bloodthirsty, losing his humanity. Even as he discovered he could control the demonic power, he continued to indulge himself, mercilessly slaying as long as he felt no threat from his actions, for as the demon said, the abuse of power was a form of enjoyment. Yet he grew weary of this monotonous path of bloodshed, uncertain of the purpose of his existence until he met Amelia and Crystalla. Together with Amelia and Crystalla, he listened to the stories of others, understanding their joys and sorrows. Many reasons for happiness or sadness had never crossed his mind. He had never truly known what joy was. Perhaps it was Amelia's unwavering kindness, her relentless efforts to help him find happiness, that allowed him to experience the genuine joy of life, conversing with others, sharing meals, traveling together. He began to relish the sweet melons gifted to him by generous farmers, to enjoy the smiles of poor children when he offered them candies. No, if he heeded the demon's call, he would revert to that fearsome soul reaper, that dreadful instrument of death. He would gain immortality but bring endless death. He did not wish to witness tears of sorrow, did not want to hear anguished cries. He no longer wanted the fearful, helpless souls to fall inexplicably beneath his sword. With a sudden roar, Luo forcefully pushed against the ice wall behind him. His body gradually broke free from the shard, and a more intense pain mercilessly assailed him, twisting his features in agony, his voice hoarse from screaming. As the ice shard slowly withdrew from his chest due to his push, with a final surge of strength, his body broke free from the bloodied shard, collapsing onto the snowy ground. The shard withdrew. The pain from his wound intensified. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining the snow a deep red. Foolish one, the mortal coil is doomed to death. Luo's head lay against the snow, heavy breaths escaping him. Ha! If death is to come, then let it come. Sister Amy will praise me. These were his final words. His ebony sword, which had accompanied him throughout, lay quietly beside him. Chapter 45. The Bard Bellamy. I gathered enough money in Nitala, intending to travel to the Aurelian forest in the southwest to visit my old friends. However, upon hearing that the front lines between Helo and Nitala had stretched long along the Little Moor River, I changed my mind. I have yet to cross the Solaya snow mountain. Although many say it is perilous, I fear not. That I packed my belongings, donned warm clothing, and set forth with provisions towards the depths of Solaya. Wherever life exists, there shall be my song, so I shall not be alone. What kind of adventures will this journey bestow upon me? Will I encounter brave explorers, or beasts of the deep woods? Or perhaps clever yet unfriendly mages? What poems will I compose? Melancholic, joyous, furious, or despairing? Might I meet an adorable snow mouse to become my new pet? Well, that depends on its willingness. Bellamy Finger's diary. La la la, the dance of the little fairies is so sweet and elegant. Look at the houses they build, like lighthouses in the forest. Their bodies resemble blooming morning glories. Hey, I want to host a ball with you, bringing along honey tangerines and sweet melons, to visit the fairies' home and spend a delightful early summer with them. Bellamy Finger was exceedingly pleased with her purple scarf, for it seemed to shield her from the cold of the snowy mountains. She nearly danced upon the ice, but the surface was too slippery, so she refrained. The snowflakes are so beautiful. Why do they all have such adorable shapes? She mused aloud while gazing at the sky. 2 tiny snow mice leaped out from the snow and landed before her. She bent down, extended her hand, waved gently, and smiled, saying, "Hello, little snow mice, want to play?" Both mice raised their front paws, hopping in place while squeaking, "Squeak, squeak. All right, go play, but don't let the fox catch you," Bellamy affectionately said. The 2 snow mice jumped twice more, seized her skirt, climbed onto her shoulder, and then leaped forward, disappearing into a snowdrift. Bellamy chuckled, saying, "What adorable little brothers." She continued her walk, glancing about as she went. After a while, her impatience grew, and she began to sing again. La la la. However, this time, before she could finish a line, she stumbled. She truly fell. It must have been a stone or a branch, for no fox or mouse would be foolish enough to trip over her feet. Rising to her feet, she turned to look back. Startled, the corpse lay behind her, its chest punctured by a large hole. She hurried over and turned the white-haired man onto his back. Indeed, his chest was pierced from front to back by some sharp object. Alas, such a tragic end. Could he be a traveler? She looked around, but saw no belongings or horses. So she called out, "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" "We don't know either," 2 crisp voices replied from behind her. She turned to see 2 figures that appeared to be little girls made of ice and snow hovering in the air. Yes, they were indeed little girls, their height barely the length of a normal person's head. Additionally, they had transparent wings resembling butterfly wings fluttering incessantly behind them. "Hey, good morning, lovely snow fairies," Bellamy waved without the slightest surprise. "I heard from the leaf fairies that you are beautiful. And it seems to be true. My name is Bellamy Finger, a wandering poet. I adore the pale green wings of the leaf fairies. I am entirely white, so others often can't see me," one little snow fairy exclaimed angrily. Her skin was pure as snow, and even in her anger, her face remained devoid of color. "The forest is all green, and their green wings are often missed too. By the way, do you know what happened to this dead man?" Bellamy pointed to the corpse on the ground and asked. "That man fell from the sky yesterday, or perhaps from a height. His chest was pierced by an icicle over there. That's unfortunate. He was merely a human, and human life is quite fragile," the other snow fairy said, gently fluttering up and down. Bellamy approached and propped the corpse against the ice wall, sighing. "Indeed, it seems he has perished, frozen for a night. His body is entirely stiff. In the Solaya mountains, travelers often meet such fates. I've seen 3 already," the snow fairy said, "but I've never encountered a human like Bellamy, who can converse with fairies." "Please don't die," Bellamy nodded, saying, "All right, thank you both." The 2 snow fairies waved goodbye before circling away. Bellamy glanced once more at the face of the corpse. He didn't appear to be from Nitala, nor Helo, nor Soot, and this man had white hair, which was peculiar. Alas, if only he were alive. She could have a companion on her journey. Surveying her surroundings, She spotted an ebony longsword lying nearby, approached it, picked it up with both hands, and said, "Is this yours?" Naturally, the corpse remained silent, its eyes closed. "This should belong to you," Bellamy declared, then placed the longsword back in the dead man's hand, encouraging him to grip it, saying, "I don't remember the prayers to the gods. My apologies. Well, I shall take my leave. I in the words of the fairies, may you rest in peace and return to nature, my sister." "No, brother." She stretched lazily, took a step forward, and, unable to contain herself, began to sing aloud once more. Her voice was as melodious as a celestial choir, resonating sweetly throughout the valley. Unfortunately, she seemed to lose her way afterward. However, she remained blissfully unaware of her circling path, continuing to walk happily until she suddenly tripped again. She truly fell. It must have been a stone, a branch, or perhaps a corpse, for no fox or mouse would be foolish enough to trip over my feet, she exclaimed. This time, she was puzzled. That exclamation shouldn't have come from her. It seemed as though someone else had uttered the "ah." "That hurts, you kicked me." Bellamy quickly stood from the snow, turning to see she had returned to the spot of the corpse, and the voice that spoke seemed to belong to that very corpse. There he was, sitting limply on the ground, lifting his head, his eyes glowing red as he looked at Bellamy. His chest was indeed rising and falling, clearly indicating he was breathing. Bellamy's heart raced, thinking of the undead. "My heart seems to have started beating again," the corpse said, one hand clutching his chest, the other scratching his head in apparent confusion. He touched the hole in his chest and suddenly realized, to his astonishment, that the puncture was healing. "Ah!" he cried out, joining Bellamy in exclamation. What are you?" Bellamy couldn't help but shout. I am Lo and you are." Lo replied loudly. "I am Bellamy. You didn't answer me. What are you?" "You didn't answer me. What are you?" I am a human. And what are you, an undead?" "You are the undead. I am human." "I am not the undead. You are the undead." "You are the undead. I am not the undead." The two engaged in a nonsensical argument for quite a while until Bellamy came to her senses and noticed that a circle of snow fairies had gathered above them, all floating in the air. Watching the pair, however, as soon as Bellamy looked up, the fairies dispersed in a flurry. "Well, I really do think I am dead," Lo finally conceded, saying, "I remember being pierced by an icicle, bleeding profusely. Now I feel much better. There is a continuous flow of power entering my body from this sword in my hand." "Your eyes are glowing red," Bellamy remarked. "Ah, red light? Could it be?" Lo seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, he had lost consciousness at that moment. Could it be that demonic power had revived him? But why hadn't the demon done so at that time? "Are you really not undead?" Bellamy asked again. "Are the undead as clever as I am?" Lo retorted bluntly. But when I first saw you, you were already dead, your body was frozen stiff, and the fairies said you had been dead for a night." "What are fairies? Don't believe them." "Really, you were dead, and then I returned your sword to you. And I left." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lo's mind and he picked up the ebony longsword and gave it a gentle swing. Yes, the demon was the sword demon. Perhaps it was not possessing him, but rather the sword itself. Crystallara had mentioned that his constitution was peculiar, and the demon could not control his mind. So, perhaps, hey, never mind. You seem to be a living person now. What do you plan to do next? What do you plan to do next? Why should what I do concern you? Why should what I do concern you? Bellamy thought this person was quite dense and stood up angrily, declaring, "I shall take my leave." "Where are you going?" Lo also stood up, sheathing the long sword at his waist. "I am going traveling. Do you want to join me?" Bellamy looked at him and asked, "Do you enjoy traveling?" "I have a passion for traveling. Yet I still have matters to attend to. Do you happen to know the way to bye-bye?" Suddenly, Luo found himself at a loss for the name of his destination, scratching his head and straining to recall. "The White Scroll?" Bellamy inquired. "It must be the White Scroll." Yes, that's where I need to go. My companions are also heading there, and I wish to reunite with them," Luo replied. I just happened to be crossing this snowy mountain, but do you know the way?" "Not at all." "How about you?" Bellamy shook her head, saying helplessly, "We'll have to ask someone for assistance." "But there's no one else here." Bellamy, brimming with confidence, called out, "Charming snow fairies, we require your help." No sooner had she spoken than a swarm of snow fairies fluttered in from all directions. Startling Luo, Bellamy herself was somewhat taken aback by the sudden arrival of so many fairies. Perhaps these delightful little creatures were simply too bored in the snowy mountains, and the presence of humans had ignited their excitement. I'll lead the way for you. Bellamy. Follow me. I shall show you the path. I'm the fastest. Bellamy, come with me. I know a shortcut. They're all fools. I know the real shortcut. A throng of adorable snow fairies clustered together, vying to dart ahead. Bellamy quickly followed suit, and although Luo was perplexed by the situation, he decided to tag along. Chapter 46. The silent ebony sword. The swarm of snow fairies rushed to a fork in the road, all veering to the left, except for one fairy that took a right turn. Bellamy noticed the fairy that had gone to the right and halted her steps. Upon seeing Bellamy stop, the group of fairies returned, chattering, "You're going the wrong way. It's this way." Bellamy pointed to the right, saying, "But one fairy flew that way." "Oh, that must be Chia. She's a bit of a fool." The fairies flitted about in the air like beautiful snowflakes. "The right side leads to a dark door we cannot enter." The fairy that had flown right also returned, and upon hearing the others, she angrily exclaimed, "You're the fools. This way is the closest. I've been inside and can pass through this mountain peak directly. But there's a great iron gate there. How will you get in?" A traveler went inside, and I followed. "You're lying." "I'm not." The little snow fairy named Chia began to quarrel with the others, and Bellamy, exasperated, said, "Chia, could you be mistaken?" "Everything I say is true," Chia shouted, her voice disproportionately small compared to her stature. "Let us go check out the big iron gate," Luo suddenly suggested. The snow fairies swarmed around Luo, saying in unison, "No way, Chia must be wrong. You little sisters only know how to bully the younger ones. Have you even checked the right side?" Luo frowned. "We haven't checked," the fairies replied. "Then why not go see for yourselves? You immature little sisters?" Luo exclaimed. "All right, Luo is right. Let us all go to the right. Bellamy, follow me." "Bellamy, they're too slow. Just come with me. I'm the fastest. I'm the fastest." The snow fairies began to chatter excitedly again, and then they all buzzed off to the right. Only Chia remained behind, asking Bellamy, "Bellamy, I've truly been inside." Okay, let us go see. Don't be upset, little Chia," Bellamy said, gently tapping Chia's tiny head with a finger. "All right, I am not upset anymore." Chia happily flapped her wings and followed the group of snow fairies. La la la, the fairies' dance is so sweet and elegant. Their homes resemble lighthouses in the forest, and their bodies are like blooming morning glories, Bellamy sang as they advanced. Luo trailed behind her, watching her curiously and wondering if she could walk like that without tripping. They wound through several bends in the valley and traversed a few snow caves, while the fairies chattered incessantly, attracting a number of snow mice and snow rabbits to follow. Before long, Bellamy and Luo found themselves surrounded by a flurry of snow mice and rabbits, all leaping and squeaking, creating a cacophony that drove Luo nearly to distraction. That he called out loudly, "Bellamy, why are there so many mice and rabbits here?" "Perhaps it's because they are curious about me," Bellamy replied. "Why would they be curious about you? Why would a bunch of mice be curious?" Luo was even more bewildered. "I am a bard who has made a pact with the fairies. I can summon them wherever they exist. I can also understand the language of animals," Bellamy said with a smile. "Often, the songs of birds and the chirping of insects are as beautiful as poetry. Perhaps my ability to understand them makes them happy." "Oh, could it be that you are the kind of fairy that Sister Amy spoke of?" Luo asked. "I'm not a fairy. I'm just a human like you. I simply have a deeper affinity for nature, for the forest and little creatures." "Ah." Bellamy suddenly stumbled as a snow mouse darted past her. Losing her balance, she was about to fall when a swarm of snow mice and rabbits rushed to her side, forming a soft cushion for her to land on. Embarrassed, Bellamy got up, saying, "That's the third time I've fallen today. Who told you to walk without looking?" "You brought this upon yourself," Luo said bluntly. "Humph, the first 2 times were because you tricked me," Bellamy retorted. "You're just too clumsy. You're the clumsy one." Well, aside from the noisy snow fairies, mice, and rabbits, these two began to bicker. The once tranquil valley suddenly became bustling with noise. If one were to speak of it, others would surely find it strange that these two humans could cause such a commotion in the mysterious snowy mountains. They continued their lively chatter until they reached the grand iron gate that Chia had mentioned. Indeed, it was a massive iron door embedded in the mountainside, its black surface sealed tight by ice and snow, appearing to be firmly shut. "This looks like it must be an ancient construction by the Nitala people, yet it seems so exquisite," Bellamy observed as she examined the door closely. "Let me see if I can open it." She pressed her hands against the door and pushed with all her might. But it wouldn't budge. She strained again with all her strength, pushing vigorously, yet still, it remained immovable. "It's so heavy," Bellamy remarked. "Fool, step aside. I'll give it a try," Luo said as he stepped forward. "I'm not a fool. You're the fool," Bellamy protested. Luo approached the door and placed his hands gently on it. That he thought to himself, since Bellamy had retreated, this door must be somewhat heavy. Thus, he shouted and exerted all his strength. To his surprise, the door swung open as easily as if it were made of paper, and he stumbled to the ground due to the force of his push. "What's this?" Luo exclaimed. "How could it be? I couldn't budge it even with all my strength." Bellamy was equally astonished at the sight. Luo helplessly got back up, brushing the snow off himself, saying, "Is this made of paper?" However, once the door opened, an inky darkness lay beyond that. A gust of chilling wind blew forth from the shadows, causing the small animals to scatter in fright, while the snow fairies squealed and flew away in a panic. "This doesn't feel right." Bellamy noted the animals' and fairies' fearful behavior, sensing an ominous presence. The creatures of nature are acutely sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Something must be lurking behind that black door. Suddenly, she noticed that the little snow fairy named Chia had not fled. She was hiding behind Luo, peering at the dark door. "Chia, what's wrong?" Bellamy asked. "Something's off. There wasn't this kind of aura before. Why is there such a strange presence now? Bellamy, will you take me in to see?" "I am scared to go alone," Chia said, leaning against Luo's shoulder. "Hey, little one, I'm Luo, and she's Bellamy," Luo said, somewhat irritated. "Oh, all right then, Bellamy, let us go in together." Chia looked into Luo's eyes, continuing to call Bellamy's name. Luo was at a loss for words. He sensed something was amiss. Habitually, he placed his hand on the ebony sword at his waist, suddenly feeling a faint surge of power within it. "Hello!" Bellamy cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted into the dark door. However, her voice seemed to be absorbed into a black hole, echoing within but never returning. "Let us go inside. There might be something fun waiting for us," Bellamy said as she pointed a finger inside. Luo remained silent. He could only sense the surging power within the ebony sword growing ever more intense. Suddenly, a small orb of light emerged from Bellamy's fingertip, radiating a brilliant blue-white glow. As Lo gazed at the orb, reminiscent of Kyle's night pearl, he inquired, "What is this?" "This is a fairy lamp," Bellamy replied, stepping into the massive iron door. "You see, it's quite a handy light, so this girl is capable of wielding magic as well." Being utterly ignorant of magic, Lo felt he had no right to comment. Thus he followed closely behind. Chia rested on his shoulder for a moment, and upon seeing both of them enter, she fluttered her wings and took flight. Hovering between Bellamy and Lo, she felt a greater sense of security being sandwiched between them. Lo gripped the hilt of his ebony sword tightly, a sense of unease gnawing at him as he muttered, "What on earth do you intend to do? You cursed sword." Chapter 47. The Sanctuary. Oh night, can you hear the nightingale singing somewhere? Can you see the gray wolf wandering about? The star silhouettes obscured by lofty treetops, peeking at the moonlight through the tranquil gaps in the leaves. Bellamy's fairy lamp was an intangible orb of light magic, affixed to her fingertip, capable of illuminating a distance of 6 to 7 meters. They traversed through the dark passage, where Chia was terrified, incessantly exclaiming, "It's so dark." Meanwhile, Lo remained preoccupied with the sword at his waist, for since entering this ancient relic, his sword had begun to feel increasingly peculiar. Only Bellamy continued to sing joyfully, seemingly untroubled by the encroaching darkness ahead. The ground of the passage felt damp, likely due to the snow-capped mountains above. Both the air and walls were incredibly moist, with patches of shallow moss adorning the walls. The passage was scarcely wide enough for 2 people. After entering through the grand door, they encountered a substantial iron barrier, which was either locked or jammed, and neither Bellamy nor Lo managed to budge it, and there was certainly no need to have Chia attempt it. So they opted for a small wooden door nearby. The Illusterians, the ancient Nitara people as they are known, once thrived at the foothills of Mount Solara. However, I believe the Illusterians bear little resemblance to the present Nitara kingdom, as their era was far too distant, and Nitara has existed for less than a millennium, Bellamy observed, scrutinizing the weathered totems on the wall, noticing they bore some resemblance to those she had seen in various texts. "I am not well versed in your history," Lo admitted, let alone your ancient past. Even your present holds many mysteries for me. You hardly seem like a local yourself. Where do you hail from? The continent of Dreyer, what you refer to as the Eastern Continent, Lo replied. Our civilizations differ vastly, although you may not perceive it now, as I am clad in your garments. That matters little. Your appearance suffices, she remarked. Am I truly that unattractive? No, you are quite handsome. I am curious about the girls from your land. The girls there are lovely, with splendid ebony locks. As they chatted idly, they continued onward. The passage twisted several times, ascending 2 modest flights of stairs, yet still, no light could be found. The ground was slick with a mix of icy water and moss. And both moved cautiously. Chia fluttered for a while, then, feeling fatigued, perched on Bellamy's shoulder to rest before resuming her flight. Bellamy felt as though she were traversing within the mountain itself, perhaps, as Chia suggested. This was indeed a shortcut, yet it also appeared to be a remnant of the Illusterians. A relic. Yes, it always exuded an eerie aura, however, apart from startling the diminutive snow fairy Chia. This ominous atmosphere seemed to have little effect on Bellamy and Lo. Darkness enveloped them like an elemental force, gradually encircling their beings. Bellamy sang merrily, oblivious to any abnormality, though Lo began to sense something amiss. His ebony sword began to tremble subtly, incessantly vibrating as if under some unseen influence. Anxious, Lo suddenly drew it from its sheath, startling both Bellamy and Chia. Please don't strike me, Chia squeaked, hastily hiding behind Bellamy. Lo quickly shook his head, assuring, I won't harm you. I merely drew it out. Bellamy seemed particularly concerned by his action. She illuminated Lo with her fairy lamp, gazing intently at him. Lo, what troubles you? Lo shook his head, helplessly stating, My sword has been quaking. What sort of sword is it? It is an ebony longsword, crafted from a rare wood in my homeland. As sharp as steel. That my father forged it with his own hands, and I have carried it ever since. But why does it tremble? Has it perhaps been sealed with some power? I do not know. I have never witnessed it behave this way. By the way, when you saw me today, was I truly dead? Indeed, your heartbeat had ceased, your body was frozen. You must have perished. I inquired of the snow fairies, and they too confirmed your demise. Which is why I did nothing but place your sword in your hand and departed. You placed the sword back in my hand? Could it be that this sword revived me? I find it perplexing. Such resurrection is something I only associate with Aurelio's Tree of Life. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would never have believed you came back to life. Lo was utterly baffled by the turn of events, yet he resolved not to dwell on it. After all, being alive was a blessing. They should hasten to escape this ghastly place and find Amy and the others. Nonetheless, the ebony sword grew increasingly enigmatic. Lo held it tightly, feeling as though he could scarcely maintain his grip. Bellamy and Chia could clearly see the sword trembling incessantly. Speculating wildly was futile. Bellamy declared, Let us press onward. We must find a way through. Chia, are you certain this path is navigable? I am certain. I once hid within a traveler's backpack and followed him through here. That time was far more terrifying. He had no light like yours, merely a torch, yet he encountered nothing strange. However, I returned via a different route because I feared traversing this dark tunnel, Chia recounted, resting on Bellamy's shoulder. Let us proceed, let us proceed. Lo appeared somewhat impatient and charged ahead. Bellamy quickly followed him, asking, Can you see ahead? Barely. I am not afraid of the dark, Lo replied. He wielded the incessantly trembling ebony sword, boldly forging ahead. Fortunately, the passage widened abruptly and remained straight, preventing him from colliding with the walls. The narrow passage gradually transformed into a spacious corridor. Bellamy noted that the carvings on the floor and walls had grown increasingly intricate, and the ground was no longer as damp as before. Strangely, torches igniting with bright flames began to emerge along the corridor's walls, dispelling the prior darkness. Lo gazed curiously at the torches, while Chia, startled, fluttered from Bellamy's shoulder, exclaiming, Bellamy, Bellamy, I fear fire. I fear heat. I might melt. I cannot venture further inside. Bellamy approached cautiously, extending her finger toward the flame. Ah, Lo gasped in shock at her reckless act. Fear not. This is magical flame, devoid of heat, merely luminous. Moreover, if you look closely, there is no fuel within the torch. Chia, do not be afraid. This fire is not hot, huh? Chia exclaimed in confusion. Lo scrutinized the torches and indeed found no fuel. He too reached into the flames, discovering they were utterly non-scalding. Chia, did you see these flames on your last visit? Bellamy suddenly recalled that Chia had mentioned it was pitch dark before. No, absolutely not. There were no such flames. Chia flapped her crystalline wings, flitting about. Magical flames are typically used in altars or sanctuaries, powered by some inherent magic from the altar or sanctuary itself. When the magic here is active, the flames ignite automatically. Could it be that this place is an ancient altar or sanctuary? At this point, Bellamy grew visibly excited, for she relished encountering peculiar phenomena during her travels, as it always brought her delight. Let me see what deity this is. But I can hardly recall the names of your gods. Oh, one comes to mind, the god of time, Teralatre. Yes, the god of time. As Lo spoke, he advanced further. If this were indeed a sanctuary, whose sanctuary could it be? Conventionally, the Nitara people had long revered Toxer and the 12 gods. Might the ancient Illusterians have worshipped different deities? The ancient totems here posed a perplexing riddle, seemingly necessitating further exploration to uncover the answers. As Bellamy pondered, she gently supported the frightened Chia with her hand, saying, "Chia, do not be afraid. It's all right." Bellamy was unable to prevent the thunderous sound. Lo had encountered a massive iron door and, without a moment's hesitation, kicked it open with a single powerful thrust. The reverberation seemed capable of toppling the ancient structure. Standing before the door, Lo gazed inside, his mouth agape in astonishment. Bellamy rushed forward to take a look and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before her stood a colossal bronze statue, flanked at its feet by two enormous, symmetrically placed braziers. That a tall staircase descended from the statue, flanked by massive stone columns, which were adorned with intricate and mysterious ancient inscriptions and totems. The hall was vast, its walls embedded with blazing braziers, and the ground around the statue was meticulously arranged with stone torches, their magical flames roaring brightly. The magical fire illuminated the entire hall with an extraordinary brilliance. However, what intrigued Bellamy the most was the identity of this statue. The deity was draped in a cloak, brandishing a trident, with a robust physique, yet its visage remained obscured. Only its head bore a pair of sharp, elongated horns resembling those of a goat. What god is this? Whose temple is this? Chapter 48. Demon resonance. Despite the grandeur of the temple, so brightly lit, it exuded an intensely chilling aura. Perhaps it was because the magical flames emitted no warmth, rendering the seemingly warm hall akin to a frozen chamber within a snow-capped mountain. At that moment, Lo's sword had transformed from a tremor to a quiver, compelling him to grip it tightly. Fearful that it might suddenly lash out at him, he scrutinized the peculiar statue, his brow furrowed in concentration. That he sensed that the anomaly with the ebony sword was undoubtedly connected to this place. Thus, he took a step forward, ascending the staircase towards the statue. "Bellamy, this place is terrifying. I feel as though I'm about to melt," Chia cried out, soaring from Bellamy's grasp to hover above her head. Bellamy extinguished the fairy lantern in her hand, comforting Chia as she followed Lo upward. With each step taken on the staircase, echoes of their footfalls resonated throughout the mysterious hall, devoid of any other sounds. As if even common creatures like mice or bats were absent from this subterranean lair. As Lo continued his ascent, a soft whisper suddenly reached his ears. "Lo!" He spun around abruptly to face Bellamy. She looked up at him, puzzled, and inquired, "What is it?" He shook his head, resuming his climb. A few steps later, the deep voice echoed in his ears once more, and he was certain that the strange tone did not belong to either Bellamy or Chia. "Welcome, Lo, the Eastern traveler who wields the power of the sword demon." Lo was taken aback, halting in his tracks as he scanned his surroundings, observing his strange behavior. Bellamy also paused, curiosity etched on her face. "What do you see?" "Lo." He shook his head, replying, "Nothing. I heard someone speaking." "No, you must have misheard," Bellamy insisted, convinced that it had been quite silent. Even Chia had not uttered a word. "You misheard. You misheard," Chia echoed. Lo exhaled deeply, before he could ponder further. The voice returned to him. "I stand before you, gazing down upon you, sword demon." Lo abruptly raised his gaze to the towering statue, cloaked in shadows. "Come closer, draw nearer," the voice urged again, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lo continued to ascend step by step. Seeing him silent, Bellamy assumed all was well and followed suit. Upon reaching the final step, Lo stood before the statue. "Excellent, excellent, sword demon. I can sense the power of the demon within you. The strength contained in your sword. I have never encountered a soul quite like yours. The power of the sword demon is so potent that it can grant you resurrection. yet you so effortlessly contain it within your sword, which astonishes me greatly. These words seemed to resonate only within Lo's ears, for Bellamy and Chia remained unresponsive. Terrified, Lo stared at the statue, demanding, "Who are you? Who are you?" Bellamy furrowed her brow, sensing a need for caution regarding Lo. Chia, frightened, took flight and hid behind Bellamy. "I am Kashala, the messenger of demons. Once, I was revered as a deity by the ancients, a signatory of contracts. I have slumbered for over 1,000 years alongside my brother Apostic. It is you who has awakened me, sword demon. It is the power within your sword that has stirred me. Surely you have a desire. Speak. Why have you sought out my temple? Why have you awakened me?" "I did not seek your temple. What are you talking about? I can sense that you have died and been reborn. Your power is divided between your body and the sword you wield, a power that rightfully belongs to a demon. The demon within your sword is wailing. It is this cry that has roused me, resonating with my temple. Why has Apostic begun to awaken as well? Tell me, what do you know? Answer honestly, and I shall grant you a reward, servant of the demon." "I do not understand your words. I am not a servant of demons." Lo suddenly gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at the statue and shouting vehemently. Bellamy took 2 steps back. Something was clearly amiss. Why was he shouting at the statue? She recalled her own experience in the Aurelio forest when conversing with the ancient spirits, though the spirits' voices were loud. The nearby leaf spirits had not heard them. Was Lo experiencing a similar phenomenon? Who, then, was speaking to him? Could it be this statue? "You seem to harbor a deep disdain for the term demon. I can feel your hatred and anger. In the civilization of Alistair, I was one of the deities they revered, for I aided them in transactions with demons, helping them fulfill their wishes. However, the angelic hierarchy of Toxel sealed me away, allowing me to slumber, to be forgotten. Do you truly believe that only the angels of Toxel are divine? It is merely a matter of time. Now, I sense the power within your sword. You are a formidable mortal. Should you gain my favor, your strength will be multiplied. Why would I desire your favor? What do you want from me? I only require your assistance to aid my brother Apostic. I wish for humanity to once again believe in me, to forsake their faith in the 12 angels of Toxel." A smile unexpectedly crossed Lo's lips. He suddenly raised his sword, leaping forward with vigor. "Apologies, 12 angels of Toxel, but I can hardly recall all your names." Before his words could fade, he swung his sword at the statue. This action undoubtedly startled both Bellamy and Chia. Bellamy surmised that the statue had been conversing with Lo and had incited his wrath. "Foolish mortal, I have warned you." Suddenly, Lo's sword came to a halt mid-air, immobilized against his will. His hand clutched the hilt tightly, yet it remained suspended. "The sword you wield is infused with the power of demons, and such power shall yield to me, not to you. Now, you must choose. Either become my servant or allow me to reclaim the demon's power within your sword, and then I shall kill you." The low, resonant voice pierced Lo's mind, leaving him dizzy, while Bellamy and Chia experienced an eerie silence surrounding them. "Kill me." Lo seemed incredulous at the voice's assertion that he did not believe this entity could do anything beyond controlling his sword. "If you doubt my power, allow me to demonstrate." Suddenly, the ebony sword pivoted and charged directly toward Bellamy. Lo, grasping the sword, was yanked along in its wake. Chia shrieked in terror, flapping her wings and retreating. Bellamy stood frozen in shock, as it appeared to her that Lo was charging at her with the sword. Instinctively, she thrust her hands forward, closed her eyes, and recited, "Ancient, eternal tree, I seek your protection, for darkness and evil are encroaching upon my being, and blades and greed threaten my life." A soft, tender green light emanated from her palms. Instantly, twisting vines sprouted from the glow, intertwining tightly, forming an impenetrable shield of vines in Bellamy's hands, each vine adorned with lush green leaves, radiating a gentle, pale green luminescence. "Is this summoning magic?" Lo gazed in astonishment at the vine shield in Bellamy's grasp, exclaiming in surprise. However, the ebony sword did not halt due to his distraction. Instead, it surged forward, aiming straight for Bellamy. Bellamy raised the vine shield, bracing herself against the incoming thrust. The moment the sword's tip connected with the shield, numerous new vines sprouted from the surface of the shield, ensnaring the flying ebony blade. Nevertheless, the sword persisted with unwavering ferocity, as if Lo himself were still exerting force. Yet, Bellamy noticed Lo shaking his head in confusion, sensing something was amiss, despite the frantic growth of the vines. The ebony sword pierced deeper, the blade gradually breaching the vine shield, threatening to reach Bellamy's body. "You this, foolish sword." Lo exerted all his strength, yet he could not halt the ebony blade, his heart swelling with fury. His anger surged as the sword, his weapon, defied his commands at that moment. Suddenly, Luo let out a deafening roar. His eyes began to glimmer with a terrifying crimson light, and a shroud of dark energy enveloped him. Veins bulged from his hands as an ever-increasing force surged from his palms into the ebony sword, gradually bringing it to a halt, inch by inch, pulling it away from Bellamy. "Come back to me," Bellamy heard Luo growling. His voice transformed as if he were a different person. The ebony sword was wrenched from the vine shield, and with a fierce bellow, Luo plunged the sword into the ground, embedding its blade completely into the stone. Bellamy lowered his shield slightly, gazing at Luo in astonishment. There, on his face shrouded in dark mist, was a grotesque smile. His eyes emitted a terrifying blood-red glimmer, reminiscent of a demon. "Luo, are you a demon?" Bellamy staggered back, covering her mouth with her hand. Chapter 49. The awakening of Apodic. Kia, paralyzed by fear, found herself unable to speak. She was a little snow sprite born from the snow, having never encountered such a being apart from passing travelers and the creatures of the snowy mountains. She flitted about in the air, seeking a place to hide, but after flying for a while, she still felt no sense of safety and ultimately retreated behind Bellamy. Luo cast a glance at Bellamy, revealing a spine-chilling grin. "Do not fear, watch as I slay him." Luo chuckled ominously, suddenly drawing the ebony sword from the stone, leaping into the air, and swinging it down toward the statue. This blow, even the sword's own power could not resist Luo's might. The sword, harder and sharper than steel, cleaved through the statue's abdomen, creating a deep gash. Luo landed heavily on the ground, using the force of his descent to drive the ebony sword into the earth once more. In his ears, that voice echoed again. "Never has a mortal dared to offend me so brazenly, especially relying on the powers of a demon. You shall face my wrath. Apodic has awakened, and he will tear you to shreds." "Who is Apodic? Tell him to show himself." Luo laughed, pressing down on the struggling ebony sword, rendering it immobile. Suddenly, the demonic flames in the hall extinguished entirely, leaving Bellamy and Kia feeling as though they had gone blind. In the darkness, a faint light flickered atop the statue. They looked up to see a glowing figure standing on the statue's pinnacle. Which fool dares to show themselves? Enveloped in dark energy, the demonized Luo could not discern the figure in the shadows. Only able to locate it by the glimmering red of its eyes, the figure on the statue leaned forward, floating in midair, gradually descending. It was surrounded by shimmering, rigid bolts of blue-violet light, with numerous flickering electric arcs tightly wrapping around its form, giving it the appearance of a being bathed in light. "The power of thunder has awakened me. The brilliance of lightning has granted me rebirth. Who dares to offend my brother, Kashura, the contract demon god?" The voice erupted in a furious roar, reverberating throughout the dark hall, shaking the very ground. The figure, surrounded by electric light, gradually descended to the ground, its face obscured in darkness, only revealing its dim blue glowing eyes. "What are you? Is being luminous so impressive?" questioned the pair of blood-red eyes. "I am one of the 7 demon lords. The electric demon Apodic, summoned from my slumber. Contract god, Kashura, I did not expect to awaken in your temple. Fear not, my brother, I shall cleanse the temple for you." The booming voice echoed throughout the temple, and everyone could hear the name of the demon, Kashura. At this moment, Bellamy seemed to grasp who Luo had been speaking to. "Apodic, my brother, these foolish mortals have become utterly unafraid of the demon's power. How long have you been asleep? How long have you been forgotten? Kashura, the contract demon god, my brother, I have slumbered for a millennium that I once heard the calls of my comrades, but I could not awaken. Yet now, I can sense their presence once more." Names like electric demon Apodic and contract demon god Kashura were foreign to Bellamy. She had no understanding of the church or the matters of exorcist demons. Yet instinctively, she perceived the unfathomable power of the electric demon Apodic, while the strength of Kashura, who could converse with Luo as if they were ancient spirits, was beyond estimation. With this realization, a flicker of fear ignited within her. Unable to conceive a better course of action, she could only stand still, watching the confrontation between the glowing red and blue eyes. Kia, fluttering behind her, emitted whimpering sounds out of sheer terror. "Electric demon Apodic? One of the 7 demon lords? Hehe, do you know Ice Demon Charuk?" Luo with the red eyes inquired. Charuk, my sister, of course. I know her, replied Apodic with the blue eyes. We have already slain her. Effortlessly dispatched by the saints. Electric demon, are you also one of the 7 demon lords? Haha, we have been searching for you. With that, the red-eyed figure, cloaked in black mist, lunged forward rapidly, the ebony sword in hand striking down toward Apodic like a demon's claw. I sensed Charuk's presence recently, but it seems to have vanished, Apodic stated as the electric light around him suddenly converged, forming a colossal shield of electricity, blocking the path of his blue glowing eyes. The blood-red eyes of Luo struck fiercely against the electric barrier, which emitted numerous bright electric strands, enveloping the ebony sword. However, as the sword was not metal, the electricity could not transfer into Luo's body. Luo was forced back 2 steps by the immense electric force. Coldly chuckling, what powerful lightning! You truly are a demon lord. Mortal, do not force me to use either hand against you. You dare to show disrespect to Kashura. Even demons must face punishment. Suddenly, the massive electric barrier transformed into thin, darting bolts of lightning, racing toward Luo at an unfathomable speed. Luo swiftly swung the slender ebony sword, using it like a shield, deflecting the barrage of electric arrows. The dark energy surrounding him intensified, nearly obscuring the blood-red glow of his eyes. The power of the demon resides within the sword. It seems even Kashura cannot control it. Rather, the demonic power within you resonates with that within the sword, merging into your very soul. Apodic remained motionless, the electric barrier around him continuously launching sharp electric arrows. The arrows came increasingly faster and in greater numbers, leaving Luo with no choice but to evade. His body transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting to the side, while the electric arrows struck the wall behind him, igniting dazzling sparks and the loud hissing of electric impacts. How swift! Luo murmured. An electric arrow struck his arm, sending waves of tingling pain through him, but the demon power within him swiftly suppressed the sensation. Although the demonic energy could heal wounds rapidly, he understood that if he suffered injuries as severe as last time, the overexertion of his demon power would lead to a loss of control, allowing the demon to escape. Though shrouded in darkness, his demonic eye could see clearly. This Apodic before him had not even moved a finger yet was forcing him into a panic. It was evident that this demon was far stronger than the ice demon Charuk he had previously faced. Furthermore, last time he had rashly confronted Charuk, he had been utterly defeated. It was clear that this electric demon was a genuine member of the 7 demon lords. Beyond his ability to confront head-on, and that mysterious voice, the contract demon god Kashura, he had no idea what other powers he possessed beyond controlling the ebony sword. Mortal, your heart wavers. This is wise, Apodic's chilling. Deep voice echoed again. Luo chuckled darkly, his uniquely twisted grin hidden in the shadows. Bellamy, unable to see anything in the darkness, could only discern the positions of the 2 figures through the electric barrier and arrows. No, the 2 demons. What should she do? What should she do now? This was undoubtedly the most challenging situation she had encountered on her journey. She had faced undead creatures, defeated giants, and had seldom worried for her own safety. Yet the sight before her was indeed a new revelation. Though nervous, excitement coursed through her veins. This figure, surrounded by terrifying electric light, must appear as a deity to ordinary folk. Who would have thought this was one of the 7 demon lords? The electric demon Apodic? Chapter 50. The butterfly's wind. Luo hesitated to attack recklessly. How unfortunate. He felt his demonic power waning compared to before, possibly due to the rebellious portion of demonic energy within the sword. Though he longed to charge and strike down the luminescent figure, such an action would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. He pondered swiftly. If he were to flee, he could indeed manage it. Yet, Bellamy and Chia remained there. Although Chia could fly, her speed was no match for a human's run, and Bellamy's swiftness paled in comparison to that of a demon. If he abandoned them here, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, what of these 2 strangers left behind? Escaping swiftly to find Amy and the others, to inform them of the electric demon's presence, was the priority. Luo seemed to have made up his mind, suddenly. He leaped with great effort, landing atop the statue's head. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a grand door behind the statue, an apparent exit. Mortal, do you dare to flee? Apodestic ascended as well, hovering at the same height as Luo. Luo cast a glance at the door, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, You may not be able to catch me. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of electric arrows surged toward him. Luo nimbly dodged to the side, jumping back to stand before the statue, waving farewell to Bellamy and Chia, though they could not see him in the darkness, saying, "Farewell." Bellamy, taken aback, wondered if this demon, Luo, truly intended to escape. The situation seemed increasingly precarious, prompting her to contemplate their next course of action. "Don't say farewell. Let us leave together, please," Chia shouted with all her might. Her voice held a tremor of desperation. Yet no tears fell, being a snow sprite. Her form was composed of ice and snow, rendering her incapable of shedding tears. Luo did not respond. His body transformed into a shadow as he laughed heartily and dashed toward the door. Apodestic, following the sound, pursued him with remarkable speed, his figure gleaming like a flash of lightning. He truly was making his escape. "Rogue, vile rogue!" Chia cried out, leaping onto Bellamy's head. Gritting her teeth, Bellamy felt at a loss for a comprehensive plan. Deciding to take one step at a time, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and intoned, "O ancient spirits, flames of civilization, may the dawn awaken all things." Just as she finished a line, an arm swung around her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Chia sensed Bellamy moving at an alarming speed, instinctively clutching her hair, exclaiming, "Ah, ah." Bellamy was suddenly swept off her feet, and in a panic, she ignited a spirit lantern, which illuminated the surrounding darkness with swirling black mist. "Luo, mortal, how dare you toy with me?" Apodestic's radiant form appeared before her, yet seemed to move in the opposite direction of her. It must have been Luo carrying her, her head facing backward as he raced toward the exit. Meanwhile, Apodestic pursued with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of light. Luo had unleashed the full extent of his demonic power. Upon exiting the door, the path narrowed and twisted. Luo maneuvered with remarkable agility, disorienting both Bellamy and Chia. Yet Apodestic remained hot on their heels, the terrifying blue-violet lightning drawing ever closer. "Do something!" Luo shouted. Chia's weight was negligible, but carrying Bellamy slowed him considerably compared to fleeing alone. In desperation, Bellamy extended her hands and sang, "You dance with the wind." Unaware of fatigue, you have a mysterious rendezvous with the breeze. Together, you transform the morning mist into dew. I need the allure of your silhouette to guard my dreams' intoxication. As her melody filled the air, a blue butterfly suddenly emerged from her hands. The butterfly seemed to emit its own light, its beautiful blue wings visible even in the darkness. Following that, a delicate purple butterfly, slightly smaller, fluttered forth. Then, a pink butterfly gracefully took flight. In an instant, a multitude of butterflies erupted from her hands, cascading like a vibrant floral shower, filling the narrow passage. Those butterflies, each radiating a spectrum of soft light, collided with Apodestic's electric aura, not only surviving but causing the lightning to scatter chaotically. The butterflies swarmed before the electric demon, obstructing his vision, causing him to miss several turns, and allowing Luo to gain a significant lead. "Wow, beautiful! So beautiful! What is this?" Chia exclaimed, her body swept by the wind, her grip on Bellamy's hair preventing her from being blown away. "The wind of butterflies. These butterflies are born of magic. Aren't they lovely?" Bellamy replied with a smile. "So beautiful, truly beautiful." Chia chimed in, her spirits lifted. This left Luo perplexed. Had not this little girl been crying moments ago? It struck him as foolish. He needn't concern himself with them. Yet, at that moment, he thought of Amelia, if it were Amelia. She would rather perish than abandon them. Sighing, he reflected on how foolish she was, yet why did she provide him with such a sense of security? Enough of that. He resolved to press on. Luo sprinted onward, crashing his head against an iron door, which gave way. Had it not been for the protection of his demonic power, his skull would have surely been fractured. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. A blinding light streamed through the door, piercing his eyes. He knew he had emerged from the mountainside. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the mountainside beyond the door, tossing Bellamy and Chia into the air. Then began a flurry of punches against the icy surface above the door. The ice layer and mountainside trembled under the tremendous impact, collapsing and crushing the iron door beneath a heavy heap of ice and stone. Sealing the exit firmly, Luo dared not relax for a moment. His demonic blood surged, propelling him forward as he caught Bellamy and Chia, who had been thrown aloft just before they hit the ground. Continuing to sprint with fervor, due to his incredible speed, compounded by the fierce winds of the snow-capped mountains, The sounds of their voices were drowned out as he ran for nearly an hour, only halting when he sensed his demonic power waning. Seeking refuge from the wind. He could no longer feel Apodestic's formidable demonic presence. Luo cautiously set Bellamy down. Turning to face her, he anticipated her to be frightened and in tears to his surprise. Her cheeks flushed as she joyfully sang. She had never experienced such exhilarating speed, and her excitement was palpable. In a fit of irritation, Luo tossed her into the snow, but Bellamy, unfazed, rose and brushed the snow from her clothes, cheerfully exclaiming, "Luo, you run so fast, like the wind, like an eagle." "Woo-woo, my wings feel numb from the wind." Chia, dazed, lay atop Bellamy's head. Bellamy gently lifted her down, saying, "That was dangerous, Chia. Can you still fly? Let me rest for a moment." "Just a moment," Chia replied, still shaken. "All right." Bellamy nodded. Noticing Chia's eyes fluttering shut as she began to doze off, the tender smile graced her face as she lovingly cradled the delicate, enchanting snow sprite, her arms careful not to disturb her. "I can't rely on my demonic powers for long," Luo panted, "but we should be relatively safe now. We must hasten our journey. That wretched demon could pursue us at any moment." Bellamy nodded in agreement. Rising to her feet, she softly called, "Dear snow sprites, I require your assistance." Before long, a dozen petite snow sprites appeared before her. "This is Chia. Do you know where she comes from?" I know Chia. She lives across from this mountain." "I know too. I even know the specific valley she resides in." I know. I'm aware of her favorite place spots." The snow sprites chattered excitedly. "Then, could you kindly return her home? She is currently napping, so be gentle." Bellamy urged softly. Of course. The sprites found a smooth stone and, with 8 of them lifting it, ensured it remained steady in midair. Understanding the cue, Bellamy gently placed the sleeping Chia on the stone, and the sprites joyfully took off. "These little fellows are always so helpful," Luo inquired with curiosity. "Sprites are scattered throughout the continent. As long as there are plants and animals living peacefully, these adorable little beings will be present, though they usually do not reveal themselves to humans," Bellamy explained. "Oh, then you must be a very special person," Luo remarked, hoisting his ebony sword and stepping forward. At that moment, his ebony sword had ceased its trembling, obediently gripped in his hand. "Perhaps, but Luo, you are truly a unique demon." Bellamy smiled. "Aren't you afraid of demons?" "I've heard demons are wicked creatures, mostly from what the priests say. Yet I have never seen one with my own eyes. True demons, like I was just now, or that electric demon, are indeed frightening. Aren't you afraid of me?" "No, not really. You're not bad. So, you're only afraid of the wicked demons." "I fear them not. I simply detest evil ones. With the wicked demon pursuing us. Shouldn't we hurry?" "Ah, where are you going?" "I am headed to the White Scroll to find Sister Amy. Would you like to join me?" "I also wish to go to the White Scroll, hee." "Let us go together." "All right, let us make haste up. By the way, who is Sister Amy?" Thus, Luo and Bellamy set forth on the path leading to the White Scroll. In the distance, they could already glimpse the verdant forest emerging at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, while quaint white houses inhabited by diminutive wizards came into view. Chapter 51. Simon Griffin Town is nestled in the Creek Valley of the northern section of the Solaya mountain range. Serving as the southernmost settlement of the Kingdom of Shells, the crystal-clear waters streaming down from the snow-capped peaks nourish the fertile land that sustains the townsfolk. The primary occupation of the residents revolves around livestock farming, yielding a bountiful harvest of snowberries and milk, thus making strawberry milk the town's signature beverage. Over 5 centuries ago, a retired old wizard from the White Scroll brought his family to this locale, which became the nascent form of Panda Town. Although the current scale of Panda Town is modest, it attracts many travelers who revel not only in the strawberry milk but also in sketching and making music. Numerous human artists frequently visit this place. Despite the absence of the White Scroll's military presence and a formal prohibition against human entry, the local populace remains wary of humans. Only within the magical tavern can humans escape the weighty burden of racial discrimination, albeit human artists seem largely unfazed by such sentiments. Since parting from his companions, Lance Rail and Alice Parker had no choice but to press onward towards the White Scroll. With the assistance of the fairy dragon Alana, they finally emerged from the snow-capped mountains and arrived at the southern town of the Kingdom of Shells, Panda Town. Alice was brimming with excitement, twirling a pure white hula hoop as she bounced along. Even Lance's eagle companion became animated, flitting over to frolic with her. However, Lance's thoughts lingered on Emilia, Kyle, and Luo, anxious for their safety. And thus, despite being in the Wizarding Kingdom for the first time, he could not fully embrace the excitement. Panta Town is situated within a natural valley, bordered by low stone walls, upon which blue runes floated, presumably serving a purpose akin to spikes. Though who could fathom the wizard's reasoning? The entrance to the town was effectively blocked by a stream, with a crystalline bridge resembling glass spanning the waters. As Lance and Alice stepped onto the bridge, it suddenly levitated, trapping them in midair. "Hey, who are you?" lounged two men clad in gray robes at the town's entrance point. One sported long gray hair and a beard, while the other appeared younger with a fair complexion. Their faces were elongated, yet still bore resemblance to humans, with softer contours and subtle cheekbones. The older man's beard was particularly smooth, akin to a woman's hair. "The magic bridge has identified you as outsiders. And it seems you are not wizards. Are you humans?" inquired the younger wizard. "Yes, we are from Nitala," Lance replied. "That we are merely travelers, not soldiers, and we hope you will permit us entry into the town." "Oh, humans," the older wizard scoffed. "We have no interest in humans." The younger wizard stood up, raised his hands, and uttered a few incantations, causing the bridge suspended in midair to descend. Lance and Alice approached them and offered a polite bow. "Oh, I can sense your magical power, but not hers," the older wizard pointed at Alice, then at Lance. "I am a magic apprentice," Alice replied with a smile. "The magic within you is quite complex. The aura of the 6 elements is remarkably balanced, indicating that you are not a utilitarian human focused solely on one element of magic. Nevertheless, I do not wish for you to cause any disturbances within the town. I shall place a simple magical seal upon you, using a magical sealing device to prevent you from casting destructive spells," the older wizard said sternly. Clearly, he harbored no trust for these two outsiders, especially not for foreigners. "What, you want to place a magical seal?" Alice exclaimed in surprise. "Doesn't that mean I won't even be able to use basic magic? Who knows if you might ignite someone's house with a small flame?" The wizard regarded her with disdain. "All the residents of our town receive thorough magical education from a young age, and they are well aware of the safety of magic. However, you humans are often impatient in your magical studies, lacking a systematic approach to teaching novices, and I have encountered several catastrophes caused by reckless magic usage." Alice, though reluctant, recognized that humans were indeed not trusted by the wizards. However, Lance seemed somewhat relieved, as these individuals appeared to have softened their resentment towards humans due to the passage of time since the brutal war between humans and wizards a century prior. "And your firearm appears quite perilous. I also need to place a seal on your weapon." The wizard pointed at Lance without reservation. "Does a weapon really require a seal?" Lance replied with some annoyance. "If I wanted to cause trouble, I could simply grab any kitchen knife in town. How can you not comprehend this?" "You've reminded me. Then I shall place a seal on your hands instead." Lance seemed to realize he had celebrated too soon. For these two foreigners, the two tedious guards appeared intent on making things difficult. Just as they felt cornered, a commotion erupted behind them. "I am so thrilled. I am so thrilled. What a fortunate day, ha ha ha." They turned to see a young man in a light blue robe rushing towards them like a gust of wind. The speed of his sprint was nearly double that of a normal person, making Lance feel something was amiss. "Hey." In no time, the young man reached Lance. The young wizard hurriedly cast a spell, conjuring a wall of ice before them, nearly colliding with the rushing youth. Just before impact, some immense force seemed to halt him abruptly, and at that moment, Lance and Alice felt a powerful gust of wind emanate from him. "Do not think that just because you are wearing wind armor, you can run amok, Simon," the older wizard admonished. The young man glanced around, spotting Lance closest to him, and suddenly lunged forward, embracing Lance tightly. "Brother, do you know? Agnes accepted my proposal. Oh my goodness. Although I spent 100 kbis on a persuasion potion to speak more fluently, I never expected she would agree without hesitation. Listen, I want to invite the first 2 people I meet as honored guests to my wedding. And hey, you too." He suddenly noticed Alice beside Lance and embraced her as well. "Beautiful girl. Lucky lady. You wouldn't refuse to attend my wedding, would you?" After giving them both a hug, he let go, eagerly awaiting their responses. "Wow, you're getting married?" Alice exclaimed in delight, clapping her hands. "Isa wedding fun. Oh, there will be plenty of delicious food. It will be lively, haha, and there will be spectacular performances." The older wizard guard approached, somewhat irritated. Simon Griffin, we are currently dealing with this suddenly. The young man named Simon waved his finger, and the wizard guard's lips unexpectedly sealed together, rendering him speechless. Ugh, ugh. The guard was unable to utter even a spell, angrily gesturing for Simon to release him. If you continue to prattle, I shall bind your limbs as well, Simon replied impatiently, casting a glare at the young wizard guard, who recoiled in fear. He knew that Simon Griffin was a renowned second-year student at the Lycarian Academy in the City of the White Scroll, and his magical prowess far surpassed that of the two town guards. By the way, I am Simon Griffin, and my fiancée is Agnes Cura, Simon added. Your Highness, would you like to attend Mr. Griffin's wedding? Lance inquired respectfully. Of course, Alice replied joyfully. But we are not wizards. You are humans. I can tell that. I also know a few half-blooded humans at the Academy. Simon seemed capable of discerning their race from their appearance. Even so, I cannot contain my excitement. You are the first people I have encountered since my proposal was accepted. Regardless, please await my notice. You must come to my wedding. With that, Simon dashed towards the town, calling out, I'm getting married. I'm getting married. Chapter 52. The Flying Pumpkin. It seems to have become a habit over the past 2 years, upon arriving in a village or town. Lance's first destination is invariably the tavern. When inquiring with the local residents, the inhabitants of the mage community largely exhibited a notable hostility towards the two human outsiders that in the eyes of the mages. These humans were either ignorant muggles devoid of magical understanding or foolish brutes enamored with violence. After a prolonged period of questioning, a somewhat amiable young woman finally directed them towards their destination. After navigating several turns within the mage village nestled in a small valley, they discovered the tavern known as the Flying Pumpkin. Although Lancelot felt a twinge of irritation after the extensive inquiries, Alice remained unfazed, delighting in the architectural beauty of the mage settlement. The houses, constructed from white stones, varied in shape. Some were square, while others were round. The glass windows were adorned with exquisite magical inscriptions, and each rooftop was crowned with towering spires, some resembling chimneys, others resembling lofts. Most intriguing were the semicircular doors, which were adorned with floating objects, some levitated vibrant gemstones, others delicate white swan feathers, while some displayed a swirling flame of magical energy entwined with garlic, and others bore fresh strawberries paired with goblets. As Lancelot stepped into the tavern, scarcely 2 or 3 paces in, the gazes of the patrons converged upon him, fixating on the exotic figure with an eagle perched upon his shoulder. These stares ignited an inexplicable surge of anger within him. Instinctively, he placed his hand protectively on Alice's back, shielding her from the scrutiny. Alice, perceiving Lancelot's overreaction, looked up at him and remarked with mild discontent, You needn't be so tense. Lancelot's brow remained furrowed as he replied quietly, It's prudent to exercise caution in unfamiliar surroundings. Seated at the bar, the tavern owner approached them with an air of calm, inquiring, Would you like to have? The middle-aged woman, with a refreshing visage and kind demeanor, alleviated some of Lancelot's agitation. What beverages do you offer? He asked. We have green grape sour wine, specially brewed strawberry wine, and Solaria's petite snake wine, which may differ from what you humans are accustomed to, she replied with a habitual smile. I can sense that you do not wield magic. Yet this young lady does. Does that have any bearing on the drinks? Lancelot inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I recommend you try the specially brewed strawberry wine. The innkeeper, seemingly confident that Lancelot and Alice would heed her suggestion, turned to fetch the drinks. And for this young lady, you could sample a bit of the petite snake wine, which aids in balancing one's internal magical energies. But given your age, moderation is advised. I shall prepare a generous glass of strawberry milk for you. Ah, strawberry milk! Alice exclaimed with sparkling eyes, for she had a fondness for strawberries. The strawberry milk from Panta Town is a local specialty, if you do not try it. Your visit here would be in vain. I suggest the gentleman also give it a taste. A voice interjected from a nearby seat beside Alice. She turned to see a hooded mage seated next to her. His tone unassuming. A goblet floated before him, tilting gently towards his lips, allowing him to savor the drink within. Dear writer, would you like some snacks? The innkeeper inquired as she busily attended to her tasks. Oh, right, strawberry pudding, strawberry pudding. The mage suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, Bring me 3 portions of strawberry pudding. The innkeeper complied, serving Lancelot and Alice 2 glasses of strawberry milk, a sizable glass of specially brewed strawberry wine, and a petite goblet of the blue-violet snake wine that could be consumed in a single sip. Alice gazed at the crystalline beauty of the petite snake wine, reluctant to partake. That will be 15 Toby gold coins. Sir, the innkeeper stated. May I pay with Kaboo gold coins? Lancelot inquired. Toby coins are the currency of the Shell's kingdom, and their value is similar to that of Kaboo coins. Sir, that would be rather troublesome, the innkeeper replied. Although Kaboo and Toby hold similar value, there is minimal trade between Shells and Nitala, and Kaboo is not widely accepted here. Lancelot, feeling helpless, shook his head and said, Then I shall forego these items. Suddenly, low chuckles echoed around them. The sound of mockery stirred Lancelot, causing his brow to furrow and his fists to clench. Allow me to cover your tab. You can give me the Kaboo coins, as I shall be visiting Nitala shortly. The mage beside Alice offered unexpectedly. And, if you would, please share one portion of the pudding with this gentleman and one with the young lady, he continued. Thank you. Before Lancelot could respond, Alice expressed her gratitude with enthusiasm. Hernai, has your book been acquired by the library? Have you found yourself in a more prosperous situation? The innkeeper inquired curiously as she turned to fetch the pudding. The mage removed his hood, revealing a slender face, deep-set eyes, and gray hair tied in a bun at the back of his head. He bore no facial hair, but faint wrinkles indicated his maturity. The library has indeed compensated me handsomely, though I do not believe my writings attract many readers, he confessed, tilting his goblet to drain the remaining contents. As long as there are royalties. That is what matters, the innkeeper replied. I am Hernai, the mage said, turning to smile at Lancelot and Alice. My homeland is Panda Town. While we may not be particularly welcoming towards humans, we do not harbor animosity. In any case, you are warmly welcomed to Panda Town. Although this was merely a simple courtesy, it struck a chord with Lancelot and Alice, making them feel unexpectedly at ease. They had previously perceived mages as cold and distant, but their fortune had led them to encounter both Simon Griffin and Hernai, alleviating their discomfort as outsiders point 3 plates of pink pudding floated beside the innkeeper, gradually gliding towards the trio, coming to rest on the bar before them. Lancelot had once been repulsed by a tavern owner whose grimy thumb had plunged into his dish, yet the mage's method of serving, devoid of physical contact, felt refreshing and novel. Although he understood that such manipulation was merely a simple spell, it nevertheless captivated him. Alice scooped a smooth piece of pudding with her spoon and tasted it, her eyes squinting with delight. This is absolutely delicious. Thank you, she exclaimed, shoving another spoonful into her mouth. Her words barely coherent due to her eagerness. Young lady, what is your name? Hernai inquired as he savored his pudding in small bites. Alice Parker, she replied. And you, sir? Hernai turned to Lancelot. You appear to be a robust warrior. Are you what they call a knight? Indeed. I am Lancelot Rell, he responded. I have yet to witness the renowned brave knights of the Sacred Shield, but my time in Nitala has certainly opened my eyes. Hernai spoke slowly. I enjoy traveling and writing. I also appreciate the artistry of humans. That hula hoop of yours is truly exquisite. I am a jester. Alice giggled, patting the pristine white hula hoop leaning against her chair. A jester, one who crafts toys and brings joy to children. Hernai inquired. A hint of uncertainty in his voice, for his encounters with human artists had mostly involved mysterious painters and musicians. Yes, indeed. Perhaps you would find this interesting. Hernai suddenly recalled, retrieving a small, round fabric ball from his pocket and offering it to Alice. She grasped the soft ball, squeezing it curiously and asking, What is this? We call it a bobby, a simple magical trinket. I once witnessed a jester utilizing one of these, Hernai explained. Infusing the bobby with elemental magic grants it a soul. However, only one element can bestow a soul upon a single bobby, and a living bobby will continuously consume a portion of its owner's elemental energy. Thus, accomplished spellcasters often refrain from using them, as they are more commonly regarded as pets for children. Suddenly, the small fabric ball seemed to come to life, indenting as though it had formed a mouth, then opening wide to gently nibble on Alice's fingertip. Yet, due to its soft nature, the sensation was entirely painless. Oh, it seems it has taken a liking to you, Hernai remarked, gently patting the bobby, which then released its grip and leapt back into Hernai's hand. How adorable, Alice exclaimed, her excitement evident. These are readily available in stores and quite inexpensive. You might exchange some Toby coins for Kaboo coins with me. Otherwise, you may find it challenging in the Shell's kingdom, Hernai suggested. I am truly grateful, Lancelot replied with genuine appreciation. Zierni felt that the hour was getting late, so he bid farewell to the two and picked up the two books beside him before departing from the tavern. As soon as Zierni left, Alice found herself feeling bored and asked Lance, "What shall we do now?" "I don't know," Lance shrugged and replied. "Should we go see the type of poppies Zierni just mentioned?" "All right," Alice nodded, leaping from her seat and slinging the hula hoop over her shoulder. At that moment, the tavern's door was suddenly flung open, and a young man rushed in, shouting, "I'm getting married." The exclamation startled Lance and Alice, but they quickly recognized who he was. The mages in the tavern gently applauded. "Congratulations, young man. Don't let your studies be delayed after marriage. Make sure the wedding goes smoothly." After this round of blessings, Simon Griffin jumped in front of Alice and Lance, disregarding their astonished expressions, and said, "Friends, this is my final stop. I have informed everyone in the town. Oh, by the way, I don't yet know your names." Alice and Lance introduced themselves. "Oh, Miss Alice, Mr. Lance, it is a pleasure to meet you. I would like to invite you to my wedding. As I said earlier, I want the first two people I meet to be my honored guests at the ceremony," Simon said, his face brimming with excitement. "We've already accepted your invitation," Alice exclaimed. "We agreed earlier." "Your Highness, we still need to hurry to the White Scroll," Lance reminded. Indeed. When is your wedding?" Alice inquired. "Tomorrow, just tomorrow. I won't procrastinate, and my parents won't allow me to either. After the wedding, I must return to the academy to continue my studies," Simon explained. "What? Doesn't your academy give you any time off?" Lance asked, somewhat intrigued. Even in the rigorously structured Knights of the Him Shield, one would expect to be granted nearly a month off for such a significant occasion as marriage. According to the elders, the god of summoning, Rex Belly, would assist the newlyweds in completing a month's worth of work. As in folklore, the god of summoning is also regarded as the deity of marriage and family, safeguarding the magical bonds between summoners and the summoned, as well as the ties of kinship, friendship, and love among people. No, the mentors say that academics are far more important than marriage, especially at our stage, as we are about to choose our major subjects, which will have a significant impact on our lives. Many mentors have abandoned the thought of marriage to achieve their academic goals. Simon shook his head and said, "Of course. I value it. I adore Agnes, but I cannot spend too much time with her. I have my studies, and she has her research." Lance and Alice were momentarily at a loss for words. Did these mages truly place such importance on academics and research? Nonetheless, we should cherish these days. "Lance, Alice, can you assist me in preparing for the wedding? All that is required is to prepare from now until the evening." "Prepare for the wedding?" "Yes. It won't be too tiring. I can manage most of the work myself," Simon stated, "and I would like to invite you to stay at my home tonight to meet my parents." "Oh, splendid," Alice said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What shall we do?" "Come, follow me. We need to buy some things first," Simon replied. The two followed Simon to the town market, initially thinking Simon would purchase something peculiar. They were surprised to find that he only bought candles, colorful paper, and a large assortment of food, such as pudding, cake, and strawberries. Furthermore, none of these items required Lance or Alice to carry them, as Simon had a beautiful ancient broomstick beside him, with all the bags securely tied to the broom's handle, which floated steadily beside him. Lance couldn't help but think that the mage's magic indeed made their lives exceedingly effortless. "Hey, I read that you humans are quite adept at preparing food. While we are not, I would like to have some delightful dishes to share at the wedding. Can you assist me?" "Lance, can you cook anything?" Alice suddenly recalled how adept Lance had been at roasting snow hares up in the snowy mountains and asked. "During the war, I cooked with my comrades in the Night Order," Lance replied. "How about trying grilled steak?" Grilled steak. Alice instantly thought of Night Jack from Nitala and his grilled steak. She couldn't help but imagine that Lance might inherit that steakhouse in the future. All right. What do you need?" "Steak, salt. What else? They sell it over there," Simon exclaimed cheerfully. "Our regular food is rather monotonous. After all, no one considers culinary skills to be a significant discipline." Thus, a small broomstick, laden with various bundles, continued to float steadily forward. The two followed Simon to his doorstep. The house before them was not particularly large, but the white exterior appeared quite clean, with a rectangular base that looked elegant. Attached to it was a white circular tower with a radius of about 3 meters. Above the main door, as with other houses, several beautiful, sparkling gemstones floated. "Hey, I'm back," Simon said to the wooden door, which opened by itself. "This is the main entrance. The floating gems signify that our family is currently focused on elemental magic research, Simon explained. The tower beside us is our family's library. Nearly every mage family has their own library. By the way, I need to put these things in their proper places, Simon concentrated, maneuvering the broom laden with bags slowly into the house, avoiding it getting stuck in the doorframe. Lance and Alice carefully followed the broom inside. Simon. Dear, you're back. A middle-aged woman joyfully approached, embracing Simon. Mother, let us prepare for the wedding quickly. I have invited the wedding guests, Simon said with a smile. Guests? Let me see who they are. Simon's mother. Anna Griffin curiously peered at the two behind him. Lance Rell and Alice Parker. They are citizens of the kingdom of Nitala, Simon introduced. This is my mother, Anna Griffin. Oh, Anna suddenly displayed a look of surprise. What? You chose two humans to be your wedding guests. Yes, it is the arrangement of fate, mother, Simon replied. How can it be like this? You should have consulted the divination teacher beforehand, Anna exclaimed, clearly displeased with the choice of human guests. Do you really want two humans as your wedding guests? Hearing her tone, Lance felt a twinge of irritation. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Aside from Serene and Simon, the other mages indeed harbored a rather unfavorable attitude towards humans. Humans understand marriage and gatherings better than we do. I believe I can do this better than anyone else, Simon stated earnestly. Mother. Dante, focus on their race. They are wonderful people. You are old enough now. You can make your own decisions regarding these matters. Anna ultimately sighed and said, Your father just went out because Dave's magic refinement experiment was successful. He has gone to discuss the thesis with Dave. What? Then, he won't be attending my wedding. Simon exclaimed in surprise. It seems unlikely. Hi. Dave is about to advance to your Lycarian Academy's alchemy class. This experiment and thesis are very important to him, Anna said. Well? However, these two guests you found are rather lovely. Oh, I forgot that Dave was advancing. I should have remembered, Simon said, slapping his forehead in frustration. Oh well, as long as I have my mother. Did you ask the mayor if there are any other events in the square tomorrow? I asked. There aren't any, Simon replied. I will get up early tomorrow. After we tidy up tonight, Alice, I'll take you to meet Agnes. You must come with Agnes tomorrow. Simon said. Lance, you will stay with me. What? It is our custom for the wedding guests, one male and one female, to accompany the groom and bride through their last night of singlehood, Simon explained. Lance and Alice suddenly understood. There was a similar custom in Nitala, although they referred to them as the best man and maid of honor. So the term guests referred to the best man and maid of honor. In Nitala, the maid of honor was typically the bride's close friend, while the best man was the groom's good friend. But why had Simon chosen two seemingly unrelated foreigners? Your confusion is written all over your faces, Simon sighed. He manipulated several stools to float over from the corner, landing behind them, inviting them to sit. Mother, could you make some fresh coffee for my guests? Simon requested. His mother, Anna, nodded. She seemed to feel a certain discomfort in the presence of these two foreigners. So she complied with her son's request and went to the kitchen to grind coffee. I apologize if you are not familiar with mages, Simon remarked, not exhibiting much pride as he spoke of them. Most of my friends are studying at the academy. A few acquaintances from the town are also preparing for their exams, and I cannot afford to delay them. Moreover, fate has brought you before me, and I am willing to accept its design, even if you are foreigners. Lance felt a twinge of sympathy for him and said, Marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime affair. Isn't there anyone who would not wish to delay you for even a single day? Simon was taken aback by Lance's assertion. A once-in-a-lifetime. That perspective is rather rare in our land. While it is true that marriage occurs but once, it pales in comparison to the importance of education. Marriage is merely a minor interlude. In our kingdom, whether one is married or has offspring bears no impact on one's reputation or status. How can that be? Alice, having recently absorbed many of Lance's tales about the legendary Chapman Cantor, firmly believed that true heroes are those who excel in both career and family. She felt that Simon's view trivialized marriage, likening it to a mere weekend gathering. In our culture, there are priests who officiate the weddings of couples, and many friends, relatives, dignitaries, and children attend the ceremony. Lance sensed that the customs of mages indeed unsettled him. Do you not have any differences? We do not believe in deities, my friend, Simon replied. I will elaborate on this shortly. They conversed for a while longer until Simon's mother brought in freshly brewed coffee along with ham and cheese for dinner. From her demeanor, Lance sensed that she did not harbor any animosity towards the two foreigners. She was merely unaccustomed. After dinner, as per Simon's request, Lance remained at his house to prepare for activities such as paper cutting, while Simon took Alice to visit Agnes's residence. Chapter 54. The Harp Maiden. Agnes's home was situated outside of Panda Town. Simon mentioned that she was a scholar majoring in literature and also a musician. To avoid disturbing others and to prevent others from interrupting her, she had relocated her dwelling to a small grove of pines on the outskirts of town. After knocking, a girl who appeared to be of a similar height to Alice opened the door. "Hey, darling," Simon greeted with a smile and a wave. "Simon." The girl leaped forward and embraced Simon's neck. Due to her shorter stature, she hung in midair after wrapping her arms around him. "Oh, don't be silly, darling." Simon quickly bent down to let her feet touch the ground. "Look, I brought a guest for you. This girl's name is Alice Parker. Alice, this is my fiancée, Agnes Culla." Alice was utterly astonished. "What? This is Simon's fiancée. She is the same height as me." "A human?" Agnes remarked as she scrutinized Alice. "Yes, she hails from the kingdom of Nitala," Simon gently replied. "I trust you do not mind." "Hey, Simon, darling." Agnes jumped up again and quickly kissed Simon on the forehead, adding, "You are truly a magnanimous person. I know you are not concerned with race." "Hello, Alice. While some other mages may hold certain views about your kind, I do not share such sentiments." Alice smiled, though Agnes's previous remark left her feeling somewhat uneasy. "Hi." Agnes noticed Alice's discontent. "I apologize. I simply did not expect to meet a human. You know, I've recently been writing a novel about humans, and I wish to learn more about you." Alice was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, darling, I shall see you tomorrow. I must return now to prepare for the wedding." As Simon spoke, he embraced Agnes once more and kissed her lightly on her soft lips. "Goodbye." Agnes waved as she led Alice into the small house. Agnes's cottage was constructed of wood, surrounded by a fence. Upon entering, Alice beheld 6 neatly arranged bookshelves, a writing desk, and various household items. The beautiful little harp leaned against the writing desk. "Oh, it's getting dark," Agnes remarked, noticing the dimming light. She recited a spell, conjuring a bright orb of light from her palm, which flew toward the wall. Upon reaching the wall, the orb adhered to it like a piece of taffy, instantly illuminating the small wooden cottage. "May I ask, Miss Culla, how old are you?" This question had been on Alice's mind for quite some time, and she finally mustered the courage to ask. "Oh, I am nearly 15. How about you?" "I am 14, Alice replied. However, she was truly taken aback. 15 years old and about to marry tomorrow. This was something that a Nitara native would deem utterly absurd. "What's wrong?" Agnes inquired, noticing Alice's startled expression. "Do I appear very young? Or perhaps quite old?" No, absolutely not." Alice hastily waved her hands, attempting to explain. "It's just that, in our land, girls may only marry at 18. Being 15 still classifies one as a young girl, and the notion of marriage is beyond contemplation." 18. How long must one wait for that? Agnes too displayed a look of surprise. Scholars believe that a girl's emotions are most genuine and fervent between the ages of 15 and 16. And at this time, boys around 18 or 19 are typically not burdened with academic pressures. I have a paper on this topic. Would you like to read it? Alice quickly shook her head. I wouldn't understand." "Oh, then never mind. Regardless, Alice, you must accompany me for my last night as a maiden. I am so excited," Agnes said with a smile. Agnes, what about your parents?" Alice suddenly recalled that Simon lived with his parents, and it seemed peculiar that such a young girl would reside alone outside of town. "My father and mother perished in a magical experiment accident," Agnes replied. "The Magic Academy provides me with ample living expenses, and a great mage visits me regularly to cast protective wards on my home." So, Agnes, like herself, was also a girl who had lost her parents. Yet, when Agnes spoke of her deceased parents, there was not a trace of sorrow in her expression. Alice tentatively asked, "You must have been very heartbroken over your parents' passing." "I too lost my parents when I was very young. Well, I was indeed quite sad at the time. However, upon reflection, we all must face death. Be we human or mage, what matters is that I make good use of my life, creating excellent works and music," Agnes stated as she spoke. She went to retrieve the small harp, sitting down and placing it on her lap. Alice felt a tumult of emotions within her. Although she could not recall what her parents looked like or the words they had spoken, every time she thought of her lack of parents, Watching other children being held by their fathers or mothers, a pang of sadness always welled up inside her. Ever since losing her grandfather, that feeling of unease and loneliness had intensified, while she was fortunate to have Lance. He was not her kin. She felt like an orphan, for she did not trust the so-called relationship between a master and a knight. Yes, this bond might seem solid to Lance, but it provided her no sense of security. She wondered why that was. Yet, why did Agnes think this way? Did she not feel lonely? Was it because she was about to marry that she felt this way? Could such loneliness truly be healed by love? And who could heal her own solitude? Alice's heart sank. She could not fathom why such thoughts plagued her mind, why she felt this disquiet. She glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. What could it be? I practice the harp every day without fail. Alice, would you like to listen to me play? Agnes inquired. Sure, Alice replied, startled from her reverie. Thus, Agnes's delicate fingers began to gently pluck the strings of the harp, producing melodies reminiscent of the sky and flowing water. The music repeated in sections, gradually ascending in pitch, the ethereal sound resonating within the small cottage, as if her fingers were caressing the strings while the strings gently touched the heart of the listener. Alice closed her eyes, and in her mind's eye, she envisioned beautiful forests, dancing butterflies, blooming morning glories, and swaying clovers. Do you like this piece? Agnes asked after finishing a song. This is one I composed myself. Entitled Summer of the Clover. It feels as though I have returned to my childhood. Alice opened her eyes, still savoring the moment, like running by the riverbank, like lying beneath the leaves, with the sun's dappled light dancing upon my face. Yes, it's wonderful that you enjoy it. Simon's favorite is this piece as well, Agnes replied. Does Simon enjoy listening to you play the piano? Not quite. He is still most passionate about elemental studies. But he willingly accompanies me and listens to my music, which other boys do not. Agnes spoke of Simon, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. He doesn't even read the books I write, as he doesn't favor storybooks. Yet, he is eager to hear my ideas and the characters I create that I know he will make a fine husband. I had no idea, Alice remarked, that you and Simon had such differing interests. Having a little companionship is already quite splendid. We each have our own pursuits, Agnes said, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. Have you heard the tale of Chapman Cantere? I have heard a few things. He is a legendary hero of your Nitala, but I find it rather strange that he could spend such a long time with his wife. For us, that seems utterly unrealistic. Why is it unrealistic? Isn't it only natural for a husband to accompany his wife? Not at all. Academia is of utmost importance. Agnes replied earnestly. It would be unforgivable to delay Simon's studies just to have him by my side. Alice chuckled softly, unable to fathom that this girl, seemingly of her own age, could utter such words. Did she truly love Simon, or did it seem as though she wished to send him away? Nevertheless, she realized she ought to embrace her role as a bridesmaid and treat Simon and Agnes's wedding with the seriousness it deserved. She had never experienced a wedding herself. Although this was a wizard's wedding, it too would surely be filled with joy. How many more opportunities would she have to share in the happiness of others? After all, life would soon come to an end. What would it be like to have a wedding of her own? Such thoughts were, ultimately, a mere luxury. Agnes continued to play the piano, and Alice remained an attentive listener. They conversed about many topics, exchanging abundant information regarding the lifestyles of humans and wizards. Despite their differing races, they were both young women of similar ages, and their conversation flowed with delightful ease. Indeed, Agnes was a gentle, beautiful, elegant, and forgiving girl. It was no wonder Simon was so delighted to take her as his wife. The following morning, the sun cast its first rays of light early in the day. The snow-capped mountains reflected the fresh scent of dawn, as the white town, surrounded by greenery, gradually awakened from slumber. The sky was clear and cloudless, heralding the promise of a fine day, although not far from the snow-capped peaks. The valley town of Panta, encircled by coniferous forests, was not particularly cold, especially with the sun now shining. At Simon's request, Lance had risen early to help Simon prepare a grand assortment of balloons, candies, paper cuttings, and barbecue grills in the town square. The previous night, he had witnessed the power of magic firsthand. Simon had single-handedly manipulated a dozen scissors, transforming the purchased paper into various beautiful shapes, even crafting them into stunning ivory towers and trees. Upon arriving at the town square, before Lance could remove the items from the broom, as they had borrowed 3 brooms from Simon's parents. Laden with numerous items, Simon again utilized magic to set down the crafted paper and place candles upon paper candle holders, suspending them in midair. Meanwhile, his mother, Anna, brought a plethora of fresh flowers, originally a soft pink. She recited incantations while caressing the petals, transforming them into pure white, violet, crimson, and pale blue hues. With meticulous care, she arranged all the flowers in their proper places and at appropriate heights. Balloons, candles, and exquisite flowers encircled a grand circle, forming a natural stage. Lance was astonished by the sight. He had only ever witnessed weddings in churches and had never seen such a beautiful open-air sanctuary. However, it seemed the only thing he could manage was grilling steaks, a task that Simon appeared to struggle with. Utilizing elemental magic, Simon ignited the charcoal beneath the grill, manipulating large cuts of steak to float above the flames, while Lance simply needed to sprinkle seasoning and flip the steaks with a long iron tongs. The flames of the charcoal were well controlled. Standing nearby, Lance felt no discomfort from the heat. He had to admit that the wizards made the process of preparing food remarkably clean, convenient, and refreshing, without the need to worry about greasy hands or sparks flying in their faces like humans did. Colorful candies twirled around the perimeter of the venue. Early risers among the children spotted the delightful treats, and they eagerly hopped on their little brooms, soaring into the air to snatch the candies, their laughter and shouts filling the square with merriment. Even Lance's shoulder-mounted cabin bird found the scene amusing, taking flight to peck at the sweets. These children are quite adorable, aren't they? Now you can understand why wizards harbor such disdain for humans. The bloodbath in Cardo City remains a shadow over our entire nation, Simon remarked, gesturing towards the young boys and girls. They live so carefree now, but once they grow taller, they will face immense academic pressures. Lance pondered for a moment before grasping the meaning behind Simon's words. 2 centuries ago, wizards had overtaken Cardo City, and a faction had secretly assassinated the wizard leader of Cardo, disemboweling all the children in the city and hanging them in the Osmok Cathedral of Cardo. Though this massacre allowed Nitala to reclaim Cardo, it led to an almost permanent mutual isolation between wizards and humans, with neither war nor interaction. However, 200 years had passed, and humanity had largely forgotten the incident. While wizards seemed unable to let go of the past, though the animosity had somewhat diminished with the passage of generations, the wizards' attitude towards humans had yet to reach a state of affection. Must all these children attend school? Lance inquired, gently adjusting the position of the stakes with the iron tongs. Can't they pursue other paths, such as becoming soldiers or blacksmiths? In our society, every profession is a discipline. One must complete the foundational magical education before choosing to delve deeper into specialized fields. Even blacksmiths must learn fundamental magic. You see, our most commonly used mode of transportation is the broom, and mastering it requires more than just a year or 2 of practice. Having arranged his items, Simon fetched some flowers brought by his mother and began to position the floating blossoms alongside her. Oh, for children who wish to become blacksmiths, they can simply go to the smithy as apprentices once they are strong enough to lift the hammer, Lance chuckled. Oh, I do not comprehend your society. Wouldn't that lack a great deal of common knowledge? Simon responded, somewhat puzzled. Lance shook his head with a smile that he understood that such differences in perspective could not be easily explained in just a few words. And since today was Simon's special day, it was better to avoid unnecessary debate. Hey, Lance, do you think this looks beautiful? Look up, take a look. Once Simon finished arranging the flowers, he eagerly beckoned Lance for his opinion. Lance lifted his gaze to see candles ablaze with magical flames, forming a grand circle with an opening serving as a doorway, encircled by vibrant blossoms. The flowers and candies floated at a higher elevation, creating a semi-spherical roof, while the paper cuttings shaped like stars and birds floated within, and the colorful paper-crafted trees and ivory towers adorned the edges of the ground. The once empty square now resembled a splendid palace, a sight Lance had never encountered before. He marveled, his astonishment growing as he surveyed the scene, his appreciation for magic deepening. Young wizards, riding their brooms, reached for the candies above. Some little ones inadvertently collided and fell into the palace, gently landing thanks to the magic's control. It turned out that some idle adults had also gathered, intending to partake in Simon's celebration. Lance grilled several large steaks, and Simon skillfully used a small knife to cut them into bite-sized pieces, serving them on plates. The plates floated gently around the guests, allowing them to help themselves. The guests were curious about this human-made dish, and once they tasted it, the wizards began to praise it fervently, declaring it to be incredibly delicious. This human is truly remarkable, the wizards exclaimed. Lance was somewhat taken aback. Although his skills were slightly superior to those of the knights in the order, they had been honed during long marches. And compared to the expertise of a professional steakhouse like Jack's, his abilities were still lacking. Yet, the Wizard's Delight revealed just how low their average culinary skills must have been. Simon began conversing with the adult wizards, who seemed to impart much advice regarding his studies. Although there were blessings exchanged, they appeared to be rather cursory. Lance learned from the mages that Simon was considered one of the more distinguished youths in town, which caused the elders to regard him with a certain degree of extra importance. Hey, the bride is coming. The bride is coming. The children, with their keen eyes, spotted the bride in the distance. Simon trembled with nervousness, his entire body shaking. Lance chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are truly a fortunate fellow. Do try to steady yourself." Simon cleared his throat, clad in a pristine white robe, which the mages referred to as a ceremonial gown. Quite distinct from the attire of Nitara, he stood squarely in the center of the square, his gaze fixed ahead as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet to Lance, he resembled a marionette. There's no need to raise your head too high. Simon, keep your waist straight and relax your shoulders. Lance, employing the stance of a royal knight as a model, instructed Simon on how to adjust his posture. Simon heeded his advice, but his inner tension remained palpable. And lacking the specialized training that Lance had undergone, his stance appeared rather awkward. Observing his friend's predicament, Lance sighed and formally positioned himself before Simon. He exuded the essence of a royal knight, his tall frame radiating the valiant spirit befitting a knight, which even stirred a subtle admiration among the nearby mages. Indeed, it was rare to encounter a youth like Lance, who had undergone rigorous physical training and had first-hand experience of war. As the aura of a knight starkly contrasted with that of a mage. In the distance, Lance spotted Princess Alice, her face alight with excitement as she approached. The princess donned a lovely white gown, adorned with a large bow at her chest, her naturally curly golden hair cascading down her back as she walked behind her pure white hula hoop. In fact, it was her hula hoop that led the procession, drawing colorful magical lights that danced around it, woven from elemental magic like ribbons. These vibrant magical lights were typically employed by mages during events, symbolizing blessings. Thus the bridesmaids summoned these ribbons to convey their well wishes to the couple and to inform those around them. This is the bride's entourage. Do not obstruct their path. Due to her still developing control of magic, Alice extended one hand to manage the hula hoop and magical lights while holding Agnes's hand with the other. Agnes, clad in a delicate white gown, sat gracefully on her broom. The gown resembled a long dress with a single shoulder strap, its flowing hem comprised of numerous layers of white chiffon. Agnes's long hair cascaded elegantly over her fair shoulders, billowing gently in the breeze, while her broom had been magically transformed into a large white rose, its handle resembling a rose stem, and its head adorned with exquisite petals. The garland of clover encircled her head, symbolizing luck. Upon sighting the bride, the children descended from the heavens, casting their brooms aside. The girls rushed forward, hand in hand, encircling Agnes and Alice in a grand circle. A few older girls retrieved their wooden wands, as their magical powers were still limited. The children carried wands to enhance their spell effects, inscribing magical runes to summon floating instruments. The instruments, animated by magic, began to play on their own. Meanwhile, the boys ran to Lance and Simon, pulling out their wands to sketch runes in midair. These simple incantations summoned beautiful starlight, and as the children chanted their spells, the enchanting magical starlight spread around them, transforming the wedding hall, adorned with candles and balloons, into a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Witnessing this spectacle, Alice was nearly moved to tears, struggling to believe she was not within the pages of a storybook. Yet, she dared not forget her duties, steadfastly progressing forward as Agnes had instructed her on the bridesmaid protocols. Lance finally understood why Simon's wedding required so few assisting hands. Although Simon had mentioned that it was a tradition for the children to help with the wedding, he had not anticipated their sense of responsibility and the organized, almost professional manner in which they acted. He was also greatly impressed by the mage's trust in the children to manage such a significant occasion. Alice guided the bride to the center of the square, where they entered the grand hall. The girls dispersed from their circle, gathering behind Agnes. Alice grasped the hula hoop, carefully resuming it on her shoulder, then extended her hands to gently support Agnes as she descended from the grand white rose. Afterward, Lance and Alice retrieved the wedding rings they had prepared. Opening the boxes, Lance revealed a ring adorned with a ruby, while Alice unveiled one set with a sapphire. The power of the ruby protects the bride's beauty and kindness, Lance intoned. The power of the sapphire safeguards the groom's wisdom and loyalty, Alice echoed. Standing a few meters apart, Agnes and Simon exchanged rings with the assistance of Lance and Alice, who placed the sapphire ring upon Simon's left ring finger and the ruby ring upon Agnes's. Following this, Alice held Agnes's hand while Lance took Simon's, drawing the newlyweds closer together. Finally, they positioned Agnes and Simon's hands side by side, slowly withdrawing their own. Thus, the hands of the newlyweds were united. The adults erupted into applause. The children cheered joyfully, sending the summoned starlight swirling through the air that moment. The sun began to rise, casting gentle rays upon the newlyweds as the dawn witnessed their first kiss as a married couple. Alice deeply felt their happiness, leaning contentedly against Lance, murmuring, "How wonderful! Let us bestow our blessings upon them," Lance replied, smiling as he watched the couple. Indeed, this was a mage's wedding, although they may not have expended as much as the people of Nitala or had a dedicated officiant. The dreamlike scene was imbued with all the romance a wedding ought to possess. It was truly a splendid ceremony. Chapter 56. The Wedding, Part 2. I will protect you for all my days. Agnes. And I you, Simon. Simon and Agnes gazed deeply into each other's eyes, immersed in the bliss of their union. The dawn light graced Agnes's fair visage, blending her blush with the morning glow, rendering the young maiden's shyness all the more endearing. A warm wave of happiness surged within Simon, for he knew he was the luckiest man alive to stand beside Agnes. According to the customs of the mages, weddings were held in the morning because, upon completing the ceremony, the newlyweds did not indulge in a grand feast as humans might. Instead, they would embark on a high-altitude journey upon a shared broomstick. That fortunate broomstick, without a doubt, was Agnes's white rose. Simon mounted the white rose, with Agnes seated sideways in front of him. Lance, Alice, children, townsfolk, thank you all, Simon called out exuberantly. Simon's mother waved at him, saying, I will take care of the aftermath, Simon. Go and enjoy yourself. All right, Simon nodded. Thank you. Alice, and you too, Lance. Agnes smiled, adding, Yes, thank you. Blessings to you both, Alice exclaimed joyfully. Simon wrapped his arms around Agnes's waist and gently pushed off the ground. The large white rose began to lift from the earth, ascending slowly under the power of magic. Oh, Alice exclaimed, jumping with delight as she waved goodbye to them. Lance also waved, though to Alice, it appeared more like a salute. That royal night. They watched as the newlyweds soared into the sky. From Alice's envious gaze, Lance surmised that the girl longed to fly as well, yet with her burgeoning magical studies, she would surely achieve that soon. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept overhead, hurtling toward the ascending Agnes and Simon. Lance instinctively looked up, his keen observation skills immediately identifying the massive creature beneath the dawn's light. Without thinking, he dashed toward his chapman's spear, abandoned nearby. The children screamed in fright at the sight of the looming beast in the sky. A wave of uncontrollable fear and panic surged through Alice. Why was that creature here? That wretched dragon. Simon, wholly focused on manipulating the broomstick's magic to ensure a steady ascent, was oblivious to the approaching threat. As they ascended to about 50 or 60 meters above the ground, Agnes sensed an unusual aura. She turned to glance and was met with a pair of terrifying yellow eyes glaring fiercely at her. Without a moment's hesitation, Agnes raised her hand to draw a magical sigil. Meanwhile, Simon, still unaware, suddenly felt a tremendous impact. The massive creature collided with their broomstick, its enormous body sending Simon and Agnes tumbling through the air. Simon! Agnes! Lance shouted, gripping his spear tightly. Indeed, that creature was the fire dragon Aenir, accompanied by its deranged master, who had inexplicably appeared above Pantatown. Abruptly, a beautiful bluish-purple dragon darted toward them from the side. Behold! A fairy dragon! Exclaimed Alana. Lance, he called out loudly that it seemed that the fairy dragon Alana, who was in pursuit of Enil, had heard Lance's voice. She lowered her altitude slightly and uttered a series of peculiar words in the tongue of dragons. Lance gazed at her in confusion. Lance, I require your assistance. Alana seemed to realize her mistake in using the dragon language and quickly switched to a language comprehensible to Lance, without a moment's hesitation. Lance surged forward, dashing a short distance before thrusting the end of his spear onto the ground, propelling himself into the air with a vault. Alana executed a swift dive, deftly grasping Lance with her claws and gently tossing him onto her back. Enil has gone mad. I have never witnessed such frenzy. It cannot even comprehend my words. Alana's tone conveyed her urgency. Enil circled above Pantar town, roaring furiously. Its master, the exiled knight Tom Grant, rode upon its back, seemingly shouting commands. Enil unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the town, each explosion raining debris upon rooftops and stables, igniting flames that engulfed the struck buildings. Fireballs erupted one after the other from its maw, crashing onto the streets and igniting infernos, accompanied by thunderous roars. Children screamed and scattered in panic, while adult mages recited incantations, attempting to conjure protective barriers. However, their barriers proved feeble against Enil's fireballs, shattering upon contact, leaving several mages grievously injured. "Cease this madness, Enil," Alana shouted. Yet Enil continued its relentless assault. "What can we do to stop him?" Lance clenched his spear tightly, inquiring loudly. "We must attack him," Alana replied, resigned. "How do we attack him?" "Allow me," she said, unfurling her massive wings and ascending. Chanting in a language unfamiliar to Lance, a brilliant sphere of lightning materialized within her formidable jaws, launching forth towards Enil. Enil, noticing the approaching lightning, roared in anger, evading the strike and soaring northward with powerful wing beats. Alana, determined, flapped her wings vigorously, pursuing him while unleashing more brilliant lightning spheres. Enil nimbly dodged each one, pressing onward. Though Alana failed to strike him, she at least managed to halt his onslaught upon the village. Thus, the two colossal dragons entwined in a frantic chase northward, quickly vanishing beyond the mountains. The devastation wrought upon the town by Enil left it unrecognizable. Flames raged through the streets as children cried and fled, while adult mages anxiously worked to extinguish the fires and aid the injured. Cabine, unable to catch up to Lance in time, abandoned the pursuit of the dragon, returning to perch atop Alice's head. Frantically squawking to Alice's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She sprinted along the street, spotting the fallen Simon and Agnes. Simon sat despondently on the ground, cradling Agnes in his arms, as a burning beam from a nearby building crashed down upon him. But he showed no reaction. In a panic, Alice removed her pure white hula hoop. Hurling it into the AIR.AS, it ascended. She employed her manipulation magic to accelerate it, sending it crashing into the burning wood, deflecting it away. Alice rushed to Simon's side, exclaiming, "Simon!" Suddenly, she froze. "Agnes," Simon murmured, his head bowed. His beautiful bride lay half-conscious in his embrace, her expression frozen in that moment, blood seeping from her forehead and staining her pale face with vivid crimson. Alice stood in shock. It turned out that when the fire dragon had attacked, Agnes had immediately cast a shield spell on Simon, but had not had time to protect herself. They had been struck down from a height of about 100 meters. Simon, shielded by Agnes's spell, had landed on the stone ground with minimal injury, but Agnes. Chapter 57. The indifference of mages. I believe that humanity cannot comprehend the realm of mages, just as mages cannot fully grasp the nature of humanity. The subtle differences between reason and emotion invariably influence the entirety of civilization. Silnai glanced back at the distant flickering lights of embers, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke, then turned and continued on his path. Alice's heart felt as though it were ablaze. She longed to approach, but hesitated. She hoped for an answer to her question that diverged from her fears, her voice barely a whisper. "What is wrong with her?" Simon did not lift his gaze. Alice heard him muttering to himself. Though she could not discern the words, he traced something in the air with his finger. Then, Simon lifted Agnes into his arms. Standing up slowly, he cast a fleeting glance at Alice and uttered, "She is gone. She is gone. No, it cannot be." Why does Simon's expression appear so calm? Alice stood there, stunned, her mind reeling. Simon's eyes revealed neither anger nor sorrow. What was happening? "Agnes, surely Agnes is fine. Do you doubt it? Place your hand here," Simon said, stepping close and firmly taking Alice's hand, guiding her fingers to rest upon Agnes's still neck. Though Alice was small, she possessed some knowledge. Agnes, the pulse in Agnes's neck was utterly still. "This cannot be true. This cannot be true. Simon, you are deceiving me. You must be." Alice's eyes widened in terror, her voice rising. "I felt a faint heartbeat." Simon, without a word, continued on, cradling Agnes's body as he walked forward. That is merely the pulse of your own fingers, foolish girl, Simon replied coldly. Alice followed him, her eyes devoid of hope. No, this cannot be. Agnes. How could Agnes be dead? She was a bride. Just moments ago, they had shared so many tales of humanity, and she had spoken of mages. She was smiling just now, smiling sweetly. She was a bride, the very bride from her first time as a maid of honor. Her spirit seemed to drift from her body. After barely 2 steps, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. She struggled to extend her hand toward Simon, desperately calling out, "No, no, no." Simon said nothing. Walking forward like a puppet, Alice's tears streamed down her pale cheeks, blurring her vision as she wept, helplessly watching Simon, her fiancé, silently carrying his bride along the shattered streets of the town. The adult mages quickly regained control of the situation. Extinguishing nearly all the raging flames, people rushed into the streets to aid their injured and trapped companions, while the deceased were gathered together. Mayor, the tally is complete. 114 injured, including 25 children. 12 deceased, all adults. The mayor, leaning on his long staff, listened to the report, his brow furrowed in concern that he stood silently at the center of the square, unable to bear the sight of the shattered town. Have all the bodies of the deceased been located? Yes, except for the body of Agnes Culla, which Simon Griffin is holding. The mayor glanced at Simon, who sat in a corner, cradling Agnes in his arms, motionless. What is that human doing? Is she crying? The mayor noted Alice. Her face stained with tears, kneeling beside Simon and Agnes, curious about her display of emotion. It appears so, sir, replied a nearby subordinate mage. She was a guest of honor at Simon's wedding. Ah, I do not understand humanity, the mayor remarked. Tell Simon to place Agnes's body with the others. They shall be cremated together this afternoon. To leave a body lying for too long is a desecration of the deceased. Suddenly, the mayor spotted 6 black-robed mages riding broomsticks charging towards the northern gate of the town. Their robes bore a prominent magical insignia, signifying their affiliation. People from the academy? The subordinate mage noted. Students from the elemental department of Lycarian Academy. No, not students, but lecturers and mentors, the mayor clarified. The group swiftly approached the mayor, the leader, a mage with a black magical hat and a neatly trimmed gray beard, landed gracefully and inquired, "Where is the mayor of Pantar Town?" "I am the mayor," he answered. "What has happened to this village?" "You may find it hard to believe, but the townsfolk claim they were attacked by a dragon." "What? A dragon? Dragons have long been extinct." "I shall submit a report to the council. This matter does not require your academy's concern." The inquisitive gaze of the gray-bearded mage lingered for several moments before returning to tranquility. "Where is Simon Griffin?" The mayor gestured towards Simon, who was seated against the wall. The leading mage approached, and before coming close, called out, "Simon, Simon Griffin." Simon lifted his head, a flicker of surprise igniting in his vacant eyes. "Master Tucker, a fire has erupted in Element Laboratory 26, for which you are responsible, resulting in significant loss of data. You must accompany me back to the academy immediately to investigate this matter," the mage named Tucker stated. "Is that so?" Simon lowered his head, his gaze returning to the serene Agnes in his arms. "We depart at once." Tucker barked sternly. "Why are you shouting?" A voice unexpectedly interjected from the side. He turned to see a blonde human girl, with a large hula hoop slung across her shoulder, rising from the ground, her face streaked with tears and her eyes ablaze with fury. "Do you even know today is Simon S. wedding?" "Oh, I did not know." Indifferently, Tucker remarked. "It's just a wedding. Do you not know about the bride, the bride?" Alice glared at them with venomous intensity, as if she were confronting an enemy, seemingly wishing to transfer all her anger and sorrow onto this reckless assembly of mages. "My bride is dead," Simon said flatly. "Oh, how unfortunate," Tucker replied, his expression still devoid of emotion. "Let the mayor arrange for her cremation. We are leaving now. Take your broom." Unable to contain herself any longer, Alice pointed an accusing finger at Tucker, shouting, "You scoundrel! You villain! What on earth are you thinking? Can't you spare a moment for Simon to be with Agnes? Just a little longer." "What do you propose?" Tucker retorted sternly. "What do you think? Human, what significance does holding a corpse hold? You are nothing short of a devil." Alice screamed. "Simon, do not listen to them. These cold-blooded fiends. Mind your words. Human, do not presume you can act with impunity in our domain." Tucker countered fiercely. Several mages behind him even drew their wands, prepared to cast spells. "How can such people exist? Alice was nearly driven to madness, grasping the hula hoop, ready to hurl it at Tucker. Suddenly, Simon extended his hand and cast a controlling spell. Seizing Alice's arm with magical force, preventing her from striking, he adjusted Agnes's body to sit securely against the wall, then stood up. Alice, did you mention going to the White Scroll? Simon inquired. Alice was momentarily taken aback, staring at him blankly. Come with me, Simon said as he summoned the white rose broom to his side. Simon, you cannot. Hurry, get on. Simon's tone was nearly commanding. He mounted the broom and patted the front handle, indicating for Alice to sit there. Alice shook her head in confusion, helplessness, and disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation before her. What had happened to them? How had they become so indifferent, so cold as ice? Chapter 58. City of Mages Rants. I can't hit him. Alana exclaimed in panic. He is flying towards the northern mage city. He will be captured. In this situation, him being captured would be a blessing, Rance replied, pressing closely against Alana's back, his eyes squinting against the fierce wind as he struggled to see the flame dragon, Enil, ahead. No, that cannot happen. He will die. Are you still concerned about his life? Do you even know how much destruction he has just caused? Rance stated bluntly. No, I know, but I do not want him to die. He is my last kin. Alana's voice carried a hint of pleading. Surprising Rance. Why would Alana address him in such a manner? If necessary, she could effortlessly end her own life. This fairy dragon was certainly not a malevolent creature. However, we must not allow him to continue spewing fireballs, Rance insisted. Alana, do not attack him. Pursue him with all your might, and when we are close, I will stop him. How will you stop him? By subduing his master. Oh, will that work? His master seems quite troubled as well. How would we know without trying? Thus, Alana ceased her lightning strikes and pursued Enil with full force. Enil seemed to sense Alana's cessation of attacks, accelerating in speed, no longer needing to evade. The two colossal dragons raced through the sky, stirring tremendous winds and creating thunderous sounds wherever they passed. This is mage territory. Are you not afraid of exposing yourself, Alana? Rance called out. I cannot think of that now, Alana replied, exerting herself to the utmost. Showing no sign of relenting, she chased after Enil, and gradually, the two dragons entered the basin of a great river. Rance surmised that this broad river was the Malden River he had heard flowed through the White Scroll. It appeared that if they continued north along this river, they would reach the White Scroll. Why was that cursed flame dragon heading this way? Had it truly lost its senses? Shell's territory lay to the north of the continent, predominantly covered in coniferous forests and low shrubs. Following the river upstream, they gradually approached an expanse of greenery, and from above, among the low shrubs, stood tall towers crafted from white marble. These towers were the watchtowers of the White Scroll. Though Alana exerted her utmost effort, she remained at a distance from Enil. Enil soared up and down, his wings stirring up mighty winds that bent the trees below. Enil did not shy away from the watchtower's range, and he was in a particularly combative mood. Spotting a white watchtower, he charged at it without hesitation, unleashing a fireball straight at the tower's apex. The fireball soared towards the watchtower, followed by a resounding explosion. Debris scattering and flames erupting, obliterating the upper part of the watchtower. Alana called out to Enil in dragon tongue. However, no matter how fervently she wished for him to halt his foolish actions, it seemed to be a one-sided desire. Enil continued his rampage as if she did not exist. After demolishing one watchtower with a fireball, he lunged towards the next watchtower, approximately 1,000 meters away. This time, he extended his massive dragon claw and struck the sharp-tipped tower, forcibly tearing its top off. If the mages in the watchtower did not notice this colossal creature, they surely had issues with both their sight and hearing. The guard mage raised his wand, firing a red beam of light that shot up from the decapitated tower into the sky, exploding upon reaching its height, before Enil could reach the next watchtower. A second beam of magical red light also ascended. Rance thought to himself that this must be a warning signal from the mages. This was bad. Such a course of action would surely summon formidable mages to retaliate. The end of the river valley revealed white city walls, lined with tall white arrow towers behind them. Rance, momentarily stunned, suddenly shouted, Alana, turn back. Do not approach this city. This is the White Scroll, the mage's city. No, we must stop him, Alana replied. The silhouettes of the two dragons instilled great panic among the mages within the watchtower. The warning lights appeared increasingly rapid, quickly transmitting to the city that as they drew closer to the white city walls. The city's form gradually became discernible. The banks of the Malden River were flanked by sloping hills, and the walls of this capital of shells stood perpendicular to the river. The entire city was backed by towering snow-capped mountains. Facing a wide river, while its side boasted high walls and grand gates, the buildings of the city extended northward from the walls, and the predominant color of these towers and houses was white. Viewed from the sky, the entire city resembled an unfurled white scroll laid out along the river. The walls served as the scroll's spine, the river as its edge, while the various buildings resembled the text inscribed upon the scroll. However, Rance had no time to marvel at the magnificence of this mage city, rivaling that of Nitala in the distance. He spotted numerous mages wielding wands atop the walls. Enil charged menacingly towards this scroll city, and the mages had already begun to prepare defenses, opening barriers and readying spells to confront the impending threat. Alana, do you hear me? Turn back now. Rance shouted loudly. Alana paid him no heed. She flew above Enil, gradually closing in on him. Rance jumped to the right. Suddenly, Alana instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Rance steadied his spear and leaped to the right. As Rance landed beside her claw, Alana agilely sprang to the right, seizing Rance with her right claw and flinging him forward with great force. Alana had full faith in Rance's abilities. Otherwise, such a throw would have terrified an ordinary person to death. Although she was still a bit distant from Enil, her upward throw allowed Rance to fly directly towards Enil's back. Wow. Although Lance was quite bold, this high-altitude connecting leap was a first for him, and he couldn't help but let out a loud cry. However, he gripped his spear tightly, directing its tip straight downward, and with the force of his descent, he plunged it into the scales of Enil. While it did not pierce through completely, the spear embedded itself securely within the scales. Allowing Lance's landing on the dragon's back to be relatively stable, he glanced back at Alana, gave her a thumbs up, and waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly. Seeing the mages on the walls ahead, Alana understood Lance's intent, and she soared upward into the sky. Tom Grant, the master of Enil, was not far ahead of Lance. Crouching on the dragon's back, Lance steadied himself before pulling out the spear and shouted, "Make it stop, or I'll pierce your throat." "If I could make it stop, I would have done so already, you bastard," Tom Grant yelled back. Lance raised his spear and said, "Do something." "How am I supposed to do that?" Tom shouted. "I couldn't care less how you do it." With one hand gripping the dragon's scales and the other holding the spear, its tip drew near Tom's back. "If you don't believe me, just watch." Tom pounded his fists against Enil's back, bellowing, "Enil, stop. Do you hear me? Stop. You're asking for death." Indeed, Enil completely ignored its master's loud commands and continued charging straight toward the white scroll. The mages on the walls held various elemental magic orbs, which appeared vibrant from a distance but were, in reality, potent magical forces. The faintly glowing barrier had already enveloped the area above the walls, and the mages awaited the arrival of this colossal beast. Lance lifted his spear, striving to drive it into Enil's back. However, the dragon's scales were indeed unlike ordinary scales, while he had managed to embed it slightly in his earlier descent. A forceful thrust now only left a faint mark, utterly incapable of piercing through. This meager mark was imperceptible to Enil, let alone inflicting any injury. The towering walls loomed ever closer to Lance's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the dragon's scales. Suddenly, just as Enil was about to soar over the castle, the mages unleashed their magical attacks simultaneously, in an instant, searing fireballs, blinding bolts of electricity, corrosive dark orbs, massive magical rocks, and sharp magical arrows surged toward Enil. The dragon could not evade the torrential onslaught of magic. Spells of all kinds struck Enil, exploding in a dazzling display of colors. The sounds of explosions and electric shocks filled the air, and the tremendous force threw Enil off balance, causing it to tumble awkwardly through the sky. Both Lance and Tom clung tightly to the dragon's scales. Their bodies lifted off the ground as the dragon swayed precariously. A moment's release would send them plummeting from the heights. The mages continued to unleash wave after wave of magic, enveloping Enil in a cacophony of magical explosions and smoke. Despite being battered and shaken, the dragon's scales remained resilient, and Enil suffered no significant harm, swaying dizzily as it flew toward the castle walls. Several fireballs grazed the backs and heads of Lance, sending his heart racing. Suddenly, a group of mages began to chant spells. They raised their hands, and blue magical light traced arcs through the air. converging into new shapes. Other mages persisted in waving their staffs, launching attack after attack, rendering Anil nearly unable to advance. In a haze, Lance caught a glimpse of the converging magical forces gradually forming a massive cage. The blue framework of the cage materialized, slowly moving toward Anil. That mad dragon! Lance couldn't help but exclaim. The enormous magical cage descended above Anil. Due to the relentless barrage of spells, Anil could not perceive its surroundings nor control its flight direction. It desperately flapped its wings, but could only manage to spin in place, oblivious to the looming cage. Suddenly, the mages chanted in unison, and the immense cage swiftly descended, catching Anil, along with Lance and Tom. Entirely within its grasp, the magical door at the bottom of the cage sealed shut, merging with the cage itself, and plummeted downward. Then, a tremendous crash echoed as the magical cage forcibly slammed Anil to the ground. The impact shaking the earth beneath them. That moment, Alana had already soared to heights beyond the reach of the mages, witnessing the scene with a sense of helplessness as she circled in the air, hesitating for a moment before finally flapping her massive wings and flying southward. Thus, the mages captured this. No, these three uninvited guests. Chapter 59. The prisoner. When Lance awoke, he found himself no longer on the dragon's back. The last thing he remembered was falling hard and losing consciousness. However, before he could open his eyes, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. Based on his past injuries, he surmised that his limbs were severely scraped. As he groggily opened his eyes and attempted to sit up, a wave of agony surged from his chest. The familiar sensation struck him. He thought, this must be a broken rib. The scene before him revealed an unfamiliar environment. Although he felt sharp pain in his arms, he still managed to prop himself up against the wall. A glance around the small, locked room revealed a fur blanket spread on the ground. Gray stone walls and thick moss in the corners. Directly opposite him stood a large iron door, secured with a heavy lock and adorned with a softly glowing circular magical array. He placed his hand on his chest and pressed gently. Indeed, a broken rib was a result of that sudden fall. Thankfully, he had been riding atop the dragon. Had he fallen directly, he likely would not have survived. He also noticed a slight fracture in his leg, with bruises and scrapes covering his body. Even standing was a challenge, but nonetheless, being alive was something to be grateful for. However, where was he? Outside the iron door lay a corridor surrounded by stone walls, illuminated by torches. Looking up, he could see a beam of light streaming in through a small window in the wall behind him. Hey, is anyone there? Lance called out. There was no response. Is anyone there? He called again, but still no answer. Thirst consumed him, yet in his current condition, he could do little more than sit or lie down. He surveyed the small, locked room. Apart from the blanket, there was nothing else. A wave of anxiety washed over him. His trusty Chapman gun, which he always kept by his side, was nowhere to be found. Hey, can anyone tell me where I am? He shouted, not knowing to whom he was directing his cries. He breathed heavily, fatigue overtaking him due to the pain and thirst. With no other choice, he leaned against the wall to rest. Perhaps due to the small window above, a mosquito appeared before him. Its wings buzzed irritatingly as it flitted around Lance. He stared at it, watching its movements. The mosquito flew in circles before landing on his forehead. Lance felt a slight itch and reached up to swat it. But a sudden pain radiated from his arm, causing him to flinch. Taking advantage of the moment, the mosquito darted away, and Lance missed. Under normal circumstances, he would have hit it with perfect accuracy. The mosquito resumed its irritating flight around him, buzzing incessantly. Though Lance wished to swat it away, his arm felt weak, and his joints ached. After several failed attempts, he could only allow it to buzz around him. As people often say, the most annoying aspect of a mosquito is not the bite itself, but that damned buzzing. In the stillness of the small room, the sound of the mosquito became painfully clear. Strangely, it seemed disinterested in biting Lance, merely swirling around him, its buzzing heightening his frustration. At least my carbine doesn't make such noises, he consoled himself. Thus, Lance endured an indeterminate amount of time in the company of the bothersome mosquito. Finally, the mosquito flew away, and he let out a silent sigh of relief, feeling as though a year had passed. At last, he could enjoy a moment of peace. Just as Lance was contemplating this, footsteps echoed from outside. He instinctively raised his head. Watching the iron door point, 3 mages clad in black robes appeared at the entrance. Each held a book, along with an inkpot and quill. Hey, where is this? Lance asked upon seeing them. The mages cast him a cold glance, but offered no reply. One mage waved his hand lightly. Summoning a round table and 3 wooden chairs, they gathered around the table and sat down. "Listen, intruder," one bespectacled mage fixed his gaze upon Lance and spoke. "You are a human who, without permission, rode a giant beast and attacked the White Scroll. While we do not know your intentions, it is clear that your actions were exceedingly foolish. Therefore, in the upcoming interrogation, it would be wise for you not to act as foolishly as before. It would serve you better." Lance stared at them in astonishment. "What is your name?" "I am Lance Rail of Nitala." "Answer me, where is this place?" "Very well, Lance Rail, human." Another mage interjected. "This is the high tower prison of the White Scroll Center, specifically designated for the incarceration of high-profile offenders." "High-profile offenders? What offenders?" Lance was utterly bewildered by their words. "Although we find it hard to believe. The scholars of the ancient dragon clan have verified that the beast you rode is an ancient flame dragon. The dragonkind has historically brought great calamity to humans and mages alike. Possessing formidable power, we deduce that, for some obscure purpose, you intended to employ this dragon of unknown origin to assault the White Scroll. However, the Watchtower detected you in time, preventing your success. Now, I implore you to speak the truth. Are you in the service of Nitala? Can your attack be construed as a declaration of war from Nitala against us?" "What are you talking about? You are speaking nonsense," Lance exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean by Nitala declaring war on you?" "Though I am of Nitala, I have long ceased to serve the royal family and the army." "Then how do you intend to explain this attack?" the mages queried while deftly recording notes with their quills. "That dragon went mad," Lance replied. "Even its master, Tom Grant, could not restrain it." "Have you captured Tom Grant?" "The other prisoner remains unconscious. We cannot ascertain whether he is indeed the Tom Grant you mentioned or the dragon's master." "Fool, that man is the dragon's master," Lance insisted. "I came to stop them, but I failed. However, if you intended to stop them, why did our mages witness you leaping from a dragon? Do you also possess a dragon?" No, that dragon is another one, the fairy dragon Alana. She too sought to stop." "Nonsense." A mage slammed the table and retorted. "Do you mean to suggest that dragon harbors no malice?" "Indeed," Lance asserted earnestly. "That dragon was pursuing the rampaging flame dragon to halt its rampage. Humans, how can you be so foolish? When fabricating tales, do you not bother to consult any references?" The bespectacled mage appeared incensed, stating, "Throughout history, records of dragons have never once included terms such as good or benevolent. Dragons are inherently malevolent beings. They plunder, kill, and dominate, never satisfied. Are you, a mere human, unaware of how your ancestors were ruthlessly treated by these fearsome creatures? Ilana is a good dragon. If she wished to kill me, she would have done so long ago." Lance raised his voice, expressing his dissatisfaction with the mage's skepticism. "Are you still attempting to wriggle out of this?" "I am not wriggling. I speak the truth. How could a knight lie?" In that moment, Lance felt a profound insult. Among the knight's 8 spirits, one of the most significant is honesty, and the notion that they believed him to be lying struck him as a blatant affront. "We do not believe your nonsense." "A knight? Huh?" The mage laughed coldly. "It seems there is no need to continue this discussion with you. Obstinate one. A just judgment awaits you." With that, they rose and exited. The table and chairs vanished as they departed. Hey, on what grounds do you not believe me?" Lance shouted, attempting to move. But his pain and fatigue forbade any significant motion. He could only shout loudly. Yet the mages paid him no heed. He glared at their retreating figures, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Now, he was a prisoner, a knight, reduced to the status of a prisoner. Chapter 60. The Redberry Cottage, a broad street lined with an array of splendid shops and stalls. This was the most prosperous area of the White Scroll, the renowned Portus Magic Market. Cloaked mages bustled about, most of whom were students and professors from the Magic Academy, coming here every few days to procure new magical materials, especially the mages from the Albanhole Alchemy Academy. Magical caravans, driven by levitating magic stones, floated through the air, capable of carrying a considerable load, requiring only a goblin as a driver. As the 4 prominent academies of the White Scroll entered a new quarter, the demand for magical supplies surged, resulting in an influx of mages to the Portus market today. Some merchants were mages sustaining themselves through their magical craft, while others were clever and greedy goblins. The goblins employed various tactics to procure rare and exquisite goods to attract the attention of mages, thereby extracting coins from their purses. Indeed, These goblins were brazen and unscrupulous in their quest for profit. As Kyle lingered a moment longer, he found himself accosted by a round glasses-wearing goblin. "Listen to me, good sir. This is a superior magical ring. Whether for adornment, gifting, or storing magical energy, it is incredibly practical, crafted from refined silver. Look at the exquisite patterns upon it. Beautiful, I assent to it." The goblin's peculiar voice irked Kyle, and the myriad benefits he espoused were of no interest to him. "I do not wish for this, sir," Kyle replied. "It serves no purpose for me." With that, he attempted to bypass the goblin merchant. "Hey, good sir, I have everything. Tell me what function you desire, and I shall recommend the finest goods, all at a price lower than others." "I swear." The goblin leapt in front of him again, displaying a multitude of beautiful rings on his arm. "All right, do you have a magical rope ring?" Kyle replied curtly, seeking to pose a challenge to the goblin and discourage further pursuit. "A magical rope ring? One that can bind an object with a magical rope?" The goblin repeated, scratching his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Kyle inwardly rejoiced, thinking that this goblin would surely cease his pursuit now. "Hey, I've just remembered, I have 2 special silver rings. Look." The goblin suddenly brightened, retrieving 3 small silver rings from his collection, holding them up to Kyle's gaze. "See, I told you they're good. I just acquired them 2 days ago. The quality is absolutely assured. Specifically crafted for creating magical ropes. Other ignorant goblins claim they don't exist, but I know their worth, so I purchased them from the merchant. Take a look." Kyle, intrigued, took the rings to examine closely. Emilia and Rose, unable to proceed due to Kyle's detainment, waited nearby. Emilia was good-natured, but Rose, witnessing Kyle's prolonged entanglement with the goblin, grew increasingly irate, especially since the goblin had initially been the one to pester him. And now he seemed to be taking an interest himself. Without hesitation, Rose stepped forward and declared, "Stop looking. This is indeed a genuine magical rope ring. One can discern its magical structure at a glance." "Haha. This young lady has a discerning eye. I would never deceive you. We merchants value our reputation highly." The goblin grinned widely. 100 Toby for each ring, an absolute bargain. "Toby." Kyle suddenly appeared troubled. "I only have cab coins. Will you accept those?" The goblin's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "Haha. No problem. You humans are easy to read. If it's cab, how about 120 cab for each ring? You see, cabs are hard to spend here. I'm doing you a great favor." Before Kyle could respond, Rose angrily seized the goblin's pointed ear, causing him to yelp in protest. "You sly goblin. Cab is worth more than Toby. Do you think you can swindle us just because we are outsiders? Be careful, or I will toss a spider into your ear." Rose scolded vehemently. "Ouch. Let's talk this over, please," the goblin pleaded, wailing. "I know goblins' ears are impervious to reason. Today, I will tear yours off so you understand how to conduct business properly." Rose remained adamant, her slender fingers pinching the goblin's ear painfully. The goblin cried out, "I understand my mistake. I understand my mistake." "Rose," Emilia quickly interjected. "Look around. The mages are watching us. Let us not make it harder for him." Rose huffed, released her grip, and said, "Let us go." Kyle had initially entertained thoughts about the ring, but since this goblin had attempted to deceive him, he decided to abandon the idea and hurriedly followed Rose and Emilia onward. "Rose, are we heading to the end of this street?" As Emilia beheld the multitude of mages congested along the street, their progress was agonizingly slow, although Rose had not previously disclosed their destination. She and Kyle found themselves in unfamiliar territory. Having gained entry into the city through Rose's letter of recommendation, they had no choice but to follow her lead. Indeed, at the end of the bustling thoroughfare, there stood an apothecary, and I seek to find its proprietor. The old mage's name is Oddwindler. Rose sighed, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. "It is truly unfortunate that we have arrived during the seasonal transition at the academy. And with the festival of white scrolls approaching, the streets are teeming with people. There's nothing we can do about it." "Hey, why don't we purchase a broomstick?" Kyle suggested, pointing at the few mages soaring overhead on their brooms. It seems that broomsticks are quite the fashionable mode of transportation among the mages. That is out of the question. In the city of White Scrolls, it is generally prohibited for ordinary folk to fly in the streets. Those above are the council's attendants. They possess special flight permits, Rose explained. "When I first visited here 2 years ago, I was fined 200 Toby for reckless flying." "Rose, we have become separated from our other 3 companions," Emilia expressed acutely aware of her mission, her anxiety gnawing at her for days. If possible, I would like to know how we might expedite finding them. They should also be on their way to White Scrolls, and they may have even arrived already. Ah, dear Amelia, your worries are unfounded at this juncture. Simply follow my lead, and I assure you I will not squander your time, Rose consoled. As she squeezed through the throng, along the vibrant street, the trio trudged for nearly an hour before reaching a less crowded intersection. Rose guided them into an alleyway, leading them to a modest apothecary. Above the entrance, an array of mugwort and stargrass hung, while a wooden sign inscribed with "The Berry Cottage" swayed gently. Upon entering, Kyle's gaze was immediately drawn to a skeleton laid out upon the central wooden table. Surrounded by a scattering of small magical stones and candles, the circular room was lined with large wooden cabinets, each adorned with numerous small drawers, and the shelves bore an assortment of glass bottles containing an array of peculiar items: frogs, snakes, bees, and spiders, causing Kyle to feel a wave of nausea. Ah, if only these could be utilized in traps, he mused, a strange idea suddenly taking root in his mind. Hello, Mr. Odwinder. Rose ventured tentatively as she stepped inside. The shop appeared deserted, for no one responded. Feeling perplexed by the open door, which implied business hours, Rose's irritation grew. Kyle approached the central table, his curiosity piqued by the skeleton's purpose. Hello there, Kyle exclaimed with a grin. Waving at the animated figure, the shop was brightly lit thanks to the torches ignited with magical flames hanging between the cabinets. Yet Rose surveyed the surroundings and confirmed the absence of any human presence. Humph. That careless old man, Rose declared, slamming her hand onto the table in frustration. Suddenly, as if triggered by her action, the skeleton's limbs began to move. Its previously disjointed joints seemed to reconnect through some unseen force, enabling it to support itself and rise gradually. Huh. Kyle gasped in astonishment at the reanimated undead, exclaiming, "Is this the shop's mascot?" A faint blue light flickered within the deep sockets of the skeleton's skull. It slowly turned its head, those blue glimmers resembling eyes fixated upon Kyle. Greetings. The skeleton's jaw suddenly articulated, producing sound. Ah, Kyle yelped, taken aback. Though he had witnessed the resurrection of the undead before, he had never encountered one capable of speech. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and struck the skeleton's hip bone. The impact, unexpectedly forceful, sent the skeleton's hip flying, causing its entire structure to collapse in disarray. Oh dear, I didn't mean to do that, Kyle exclaimed. Astonished by his own unintentional destruction, the skull rolled to his feet, and despite the severed neck, it continued to chatter. You rude fellow, could you not be more gentle? Huh. Kyle stared blankly at the talking skull. Amelia, too, found the skeleton exceedingly peculiar and prepared to recite a holy incantation to repel the undead. However, Rose abruptly dashed forward, seizing the skull and poking its forehead, exclaiming, Mr. Odwinder. Oh no, don't poke me. I have feelings, the blue-eyed skull protested loudly. Who are you? I am Rose Sock, she declared, leaning closer to the skull's ear, though it had none, and shouting. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. I'm already on the verge of deafness, the skeleton retorted. I am currently conducting an experiment on remote control of the undead. Alas, there have been no customers today, so I had no intention of continuing business. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, and I will have Jimmy attend to you. Where are you? In my laboratory at home, which is a fair distance from the shop. Very well, just watch me take everything in your store. Please don't. The items in my shop are enchanted with magical seals. I'm not incapable of breaking those seals. That's precisely what I fear. If you break them, I shall have to reapply the seals, which is quite the hassle. All right, hurry back. Okay. With that, the blue glow in the skeleton's eye sockets extinguished, and it fell still once more. Rose placed the skull back on the table. Huffing in exasperation, both Kyle and Amelia, bewildered, inquired, What just happened? It seems Odwinder is conducting an experiment on the remote control of the undead. He is manipulating this skeleton through magic, gaining its sensory experiences. I am uncertain whether he has acquired a new magical medium, as this spell necessitates a special magical conduit to be completed. Neither Amelia nor Kyle specialized in the study of magical energy, their faces reflecting confusion. Well, it's nothing to worry about. Just a mere skeleton, Rose chuckled. He said he would return shortly. Let us wait for him. Thus, the trio lingered in the shop for a while. Rose and Amelia began to curiously examine the peculiar plants and animal specimens within the cabinets, While Kyle remained transfixed by the skeleton, suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air from outside the shop. Kyle glimpsed a shadow hurtling toward him, seemingly intent on collision. Without a moment's thought, he conjured a magical incantation. Boom! A large white pillow materialized in Kyle's grasp, intercepting the oncoming figure. The impact sent the intruder crashing into the soft cushion. Kyle sighed inwardly, reflecting on the pillow's utility. It served remarkably well as an emergency shield. Ouch! The figure groaned as it tumbled to the ground alongside its broomstick. Kyle removed the pillow and squinted at the sight before him. To his surprise, it was a goblin. How? How had it flown in on a broomstick? Chapter 61. Mr. Oddwinder the goblin that had crashed and possessed long ears, a short and stout figure, and brownish skin, an unmistakable goblin. Kyle found himself puzzled as to why this goblin had entered riding a broomstick. Emilia and Rose approached, revealing expressions of astonishment at the sight. The goblin, rubbing its sore backside, struggled to rise and murmured to itself, "That was perilous. Truly perilous. If Jimmy had been even a moment slower, I would have been captured." Kyle bent down, peering into the goblin's eyes, which only reached his thigh, and asked, "Who are you?" "Ah, I apologize, esteemed guests. Jimmy did not see you. I accidentally crashed into you." The goblin quickly turned away, cradling its head in resignation. "Your name is Jimmy, is it not? Are you the goblin of this establishment?" Emilia inquired softly, observing its embarrassment. "Indeed, my master is Mr. Oddwinder Doe. By the way, my master informed me of the arrival of guests and instructed me to attend to you. I was just out buying supplies. I sincerely apologize." The goblin, named Jimmy, bowed deeply in contrition as he spoke, continuing to rub his backside. He gathered his broomstick and satchel from the floor, moving to place them on a nearby table cluttered with miscellaneous items. "You are not permitted to fly on a broomstick," Rose admonished the diminutive goblin. "Unauthorized flight within the city is strictly prohibited." Yes, I understand, but Jimmy lacks the strength to fly unaided, so I was pursued by the patrolling mages and lost control of the broomstick," Jimmy confessed, a troubled expression etched upon his elongated face. "Oh, you managed to evade capture. Impressive," Rose exclaimed, astonished. "Alas, residing in this city is truly vexatious. Jimmy yearns to escape its confines." Jimmy lamented, cradling his head. "Jimmy requires a smaller broom, so he might soar beyond the city's borders. However, Mr. Oddwinder would certainly not permit such an endeavor." Kyle perceived that although this little creature was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, he bore an earnest demeanor that seemed far more favorable than the goblin he had previously encountered. Jimmy cast a glance at them and remarked, "Jimmy knows there is frozen milk in the shop. I shall fetch the frozen milk." "Ah, how did that skull come apart?" He rushed over in a panic, grasping the skull's head, and exclaimed in terror, "Oh no, Mr. Oddwinder will make me scrub the toilets for a month. I must return it. No, I shall retrieve the frozen milk first. Ah, I must set it back." Jimmy found himself torn between two tasks, indecisively pacing back and forth, appearing quite clumsy. Emilia observed his conflicted state with a blend of sympathy and affection, promptly taking the skull from his hands and stating, "Allow me to assist you with the skull." "Ah, do you know how to arrange each bone of the skeleton?" "It's not as simple as it seems," Jimmy replied, looking up at her with a serious expression. "I am quite well versed in this. I am a physician," Emilia smiled. "Oh, I am immensely grateful to you, kind human. Jimmy shall fetch the frozen milk right away. Just wait a moment." "For Jimmy is quite swift," he declared, bounding off to the nearby storage room. Who would have thought that goblins could be so endearing? Emilia mused, glancing sideways at Rose, wondering if she would share the same sentiment. She noticed Rose was removing a hair tie from her hair. Such a foolish goblin is rather rare, though if he were a tad more intelligent, he wouldn't be serving others, Rose commented as she took down her hair, letting her light blonde locks cascade over her shoulders. Emilia was taken aback not only by Rose's somewhat unkind words, but also by her sudden change in demeanor. Moments ago, Rose had been vibrant and laughing, and now she seemed to have grown cold, her gaze tranquil, and her smile diminished, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. This peculiar phenomenon did not escape Kyle's notice either, although he found Rose's current demeanor somewhat more attractive, and thus refrained from commenting. Not being too clever might not be such a bad thing, Emilia defended Jimmy. "Who knows?" Rose replied, gathering the hair tie and picking up a leg bone from the ground. "Let us arrange it properly." Emilia felt something was amiss with Rose. Indeed, the Rose she had known from childhood was no longer the same. She recalled that Rose had once been a quiet girl who loved reading. After their reunion many years later, she found Rose had become considerably more outgoing, a stark contrast to her former self. Yet, she had no doubt about Rose's identity. Their conversations had included childhood memories that could not belong to anyone else. And there was no reason for anyone to impersonate Rose for a chance encounter. Together, Rose and Amelia restored the skeleton to its original form. Just then, Jimmy emerged joyfully from the storage room, carrying a round platter adorned with 3 steaming cups of hot milk, although the milk appeared to be infused with coffee, giving it a brown hue. "I hope this isn't bitter," Kyle remarked, somewhat displeased by the milk's color. No, 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 no," Jimmy insisted, shaking his head vigorously as he walked, causing him to wobble slightly. "Mr. Outy Winter said that girls prefer sweet things, so I added pure chocolate to the milk, and then warmed it ever so slightly with magical flames, hoping you would enjoy it." "Oh, how delightful. You truly are quite capable," Kyle exclaimed, lifting a cup of milk, recalling the goblin who had initially planned to trick him, and thus intended to lavish praise upon Jimmy. "Thank you," Amelia said, taking a cup and smiling. Rose accepted her cup, nodding gently. The 3 of them sipped their milk in the shop, but as Rose suddenly fell silent, Kyle and Amelia found themselves at a loss for words. After arranging the items and platter, Jimmy noticed the trio sitting in a stupor and leaped forward, proclaiming, "You all seem weary. Jimmy shall find a way to help you relax. Would you like to hear me sing?" "Oh, do sing for us," Kyle said, looking at the rather unattractive creature with a hint of annoyance. Jimmy cleared his throat and began to sing. "Beneath the oak there dwells a massive mouse. Yes, a truly gigantic mouse. A mouse as large as a cow." Please stop singing," Kyle exclaimed, covering his ears, as he was met with what sounded like a monstrous wail. It appeared he had placed too much hope in this goblin's musical talents. Indeed, their vocal abilities were ill-suited for song. "Oh." Jimmy awkwardly ceased his singing, pausing for a moment before offering, "Jimmy can perform magic. Would you like to see? Just a summoning spell. I can do that too," Kyle jested, waving his hand to conjure a pillow, which bore an imprint, the very mark left by Jimmy when he had collided with it moments ago. However, Kyle had not noticed this before. Upon summoning it again, he jumped back in surprise. Leaning closer to inspect the imprint, he suddenly leaped back, exclaiming, "How foul! Is this your saliva?" "Perhaps it might be." Jimmy scratched his head in response. "Oh, my Rex Bailey, how revolting. Where's the water?" Jimmy stepped forward to retrieve the pillow, stating, "Jimmy shall wash it for you. I can make it clean." With that, he dashed out through the back door. "Hey, Jimmy, Jimmy," a voice called from the entrance, but due to Jimmy's haste, he failed to hear it. That foolish goblin, an elderly man with a grizzled beard, strode into the shop. He donned a gray robe, and though he appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, he still exuded vigor, even carrying his staff nonchalantly over his shoulder. Many frail old sorcerers relied on their long staffs as walking sticks. "Oh, my dear," the old sorcerer exclaimed upon seeing Rose, rushing forward to embrace her, tossing aside his staff with abandon. Rose remained still, not reciprocating the embrace, merely stating in a cool tone, "Mr. Outy Winter." Releasing her, Outy Winter scrutinized her, suddenly nodding. "Ah, it is the blue rose that I recall now. You mentioned several months ago that you would return for another white scroll that I had nearly forgotten in the passage of time." "Oh, as long as you haven't forgotten to prepare the items. That suffices," Rose replied, her tone flat. "You know what I require." "Indeed, but I have more than just the type of magic stone you seek. I also have news to share," Outy Winter remarked, glancing at the other 2 patrons. "Are these 2 your friends? Rarely do humans frequent my establishment." "Yes," Rose affirmed. Outy Winter stepped into the storage room, and the sound of clattering filled the air, as if all the vessels had toppled to the ground. When he emerged, he held an old, pointed magic hat aloft. "Here, look," he said, raising the hat. "What I desire is the crystal magic stone from the Sapphire Valley." Rose replied coldly, indicating her disinterest in jest. "Do not be hasty. Genius, energy weaver," Outy Winter retorted, extending his finger to inscribe a complex series of magical runes upon the hat, then drawing a glowing magical circle at its brim. "You sealed the items within the hat." Rose realized. Yes, no one would have any interest in this wretched hat, which is why I do not require a safe. However, in a few years, this method will no longer suffice, as my memory is failing. Who knows when I might mistake a pair of diamond-sealed socks for rubbish and have Jimmy dispose of them. Outy Winter recited a series of incantations, causing the hat to emit a faint glow. Indicating the seal had been lifted, he reached inside the hat, rummaged around, and produced a stunningly beautiful sapphire, handing it to Rose. She accepted the gem and tucked it away. Then inquired, "What is the news you mentioned?" "Ahem, to be brief, I doubt you wish to spend the night with the white scroll that I have received a rather alarming piece of news. The griffins of Sapphire Valley have advanced their egg-laying period by half a month." "What?" A look of surprise crossed Rose's face, which quickly shifted to contemplation. "You must act promptly. Otherwise, you will have to wait another 5 years, Outy Winter cautioned. "Outy Winter, these two friends require your assistance. They are in search of a lost human companion. I will help you locate the book you seek. But now, you must lend me a fine broom." Rose suddenly lifted her head, as if having made a resolute decision. "Very well, I happen to have an excellent broom." Old Outy Winter once again dashed into the storage room. And once more, an unpleasant noise echoed from within. "Listen, Amy." Rose turned her head, a serious expression on her face as she addressed Amelia. "I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave White Scroll immediately. This Mr. Outy Winter is a trustworthy mage. If you encounter any difficulties, you may seek his assistance." "What urgent matter?" Amelia inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you," Rose replied without hesitation. Although Amelia was indeed not well versed in matters of magical theory, Rose's indifferent tone left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, she was not one to pry, and since Rose was unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to press further. "Oh, look!" Outy Winter finally ceased his cacophony and held up a beautiful broom. "It is crafted from exquisite materials, adorned with laurel branches at the tail, which enhance its balance," he remarked. "Laurel branches. Rose took the broom, appearing somewhat displeased. "Take good care of my friend." She mounted the broom, tossed out her final words, and with a powerful push from the ground, the broom soared into the air, propelled by her formidable magic, leaving Amelia and Kyle with no time for farewells. Soon, a great commotion erupted from outside, suggesting that Rose was flying without permission and had been spotted by the mages. However, Outy Winter knew that no one could catch Rose, at least not those patrolling mages. Chapter 62. A temporary abode. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. Kyle could no longer contain himself as he watched Rose fly away without so much as a goodbye. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Although she is quite amiable, she does not resemble the Rose I once knew," Amelia responded. "She seems to be in quite a hurry. It appears that no one is investigating the matter of the deceased priest at Solaya Peak." Outy Winter observed the puzzlement on their faces and chuckled. "Did Jimmy serve you my milk?" "Yes, sir," Kyle replied. "It was delicious." "Ha ha," Outy Winter laughed. "Are you friends of Rose? I can ascertain that you have not recently made her acquaintance." "Rose was a good friend of mine in childhood," Amelia stated. "How young were you?" "Around 6 years old, I suppose." "That's about right," Outy Winter said. "Rose, that girl, came to study magic at White Scroll before she turned 7. She is a rare genius." Oh, though Amelia counted Rose as a close friend, her memories of those early years were faint, and she knew little of the person Rose had become. "By the way, sir, what did you mean by Blue Rose earlier?" "It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of that." Outy Winter shook his head. "Now, how may I assist you?" "We have become separated from our companions in the Solaya Mountains. Our intended destination was White Scroll, so they should also be on their way here," Amelia explained. "I understand. You few humans are unfamiliar with White Scroll, are you? Although the law does not stipulate that foreign beings will be bound and burned alive, given the mage's disdain for you, the slightest infraction could lead to your arbitrary arrest on spurious charges. Before meeting Rose, I too held humans in contempt." Kyle felt a twinge of irritation at the old man's bluntness. He was tempted to ask what right the mages had to look down on humans. Merely due to a war that occurred centuries ago. Wasn't that a rather petty sentiment? Rose is an exceptionally intelligent girl. You may not grasp the hierarchy of the academy, according to Rose's current level of magic. She ought to have attained the title of magical compiler at the Great Magus level in the Hiltos Magic Academy. Mind you, the Great Magus is the 5th level of the academy, a title that a typical mage would only acquire in their 40s. If I recall correctly, Rose is only 19. Furthermore, her magical knowledge and abilities seem to be growing exponentially. Amelia and Kyle exclaimed in unison, astonished. "Previously, I viewed you humans as rather dim, neglecting magic and the pursuit of knowledge, preferring instead to engage in martial pursuits. However, Rose has altered my perception of humanity, but I can also sense that you too possess a modicum of magical power. Here is what I propose. I shall allow you to stay at my establishment for a few days to prevent you from causing any trouble. And I will inquire whether there are any individuals in the city who might assist you in locating your companions. Thank you, Mr. Outy Winter, Emilia expressed politely, bowing slightly. By the way, what are your names? Emilia Stock. Kyle Millis. After a while, Jimmy entered, informing Kyle that his pillow had been cleaned and set out to dry. Just as Kyle was about to commend him, Outy Winter preemptively scolded Jimmy over some trivial matter, even going so far as to kick him. Instructing him to arrange accommodations for the two guests, poor Jimmy led the pair towards the back courtyard, not daring to glance at Outy Winter. Both Kyle and Emilia felt a surge of anger on Jimmy's behalf. He truly was a fierce master. Yet, as they were in need of assistance, they could not afford to stand up for Jimmy. Perhaps, as Rose had suggested, these goblins would be bullied by the mages once they displayed any foolishness. Goblins, though ugly, small, selfish, and cunning, had carved out a niche for themselves in the world of mages through their cleverness. The greatest virtue esteemed by mages was wisdom, hence, despite their deceitful nature, mages did not harbor the same disdain for them as they did for foolish goblins, an opinion entirely contrary to that of Kyle and Emilia, who believed it preferable to be kind and simple rather than clever and wicked. They were shown to a wooden cabin in the back courtyard to rest. Kyle offered Jimmy some comforting words and then pulled out a few gold coins, explaining that though they were Nitala currency, he could exchange them for Toby coins with other goblins. Jimmy beamed with joy and, in return, brewed them 2 large cups of coffee before skipping off to change the coins. That goblin is truly delightful. Kyle sighed as he watched Jimmy's retreating figure. Is being clever really that important? Is being a little foolish entirely unacceptable? Emilia busied herself arranging her bed, remaining silent for a moment. She shared the same sentiment, but struggled to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps this merely reflects the differences between mages and ourselves. They favor clever goblins and despise foolish ones. In the end, she uttered an explanation that left her feeling wholly unsatisfied. Alas, what misfortune! We have traveled so far and still have no idea what we are truly doing. Kyle lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. This small cabin was evidently designed for guests, featuring 3 neatly arranged beds and a small table in the center, atop which lay several divination stones. We will surely achieve results, for now. We simply need to locate them, Emilia asserted. Moreover, Skoal mentioned that the flame demon Kali is sealed somewhere in this city. How does Skoal know where each demon lord is sealed? Why doesn't he come in person? Kyle pondered this question, finding it peculiar. It is a prophecy, a mysterious prophecy, Emilia replied. Whether it be the abandoned church, White Scroll, or the Sapphire Valley, these places were revealed to teacher Crystalla through prophecy. He once told me that the prophecies bestowed upon saints by the divine possess a strong element of uncertainty. Yet they must never be disregarded. The first prophecy has already brought us face to face with danger. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Oh, just how powerful is Crystalla? Could he be a god himself? No. Saints are merely agents of the divine in the mortal realm. They are still mortals, subject to the cycles of life and death, but while they live, they can receive direct guidance from the divine. As I mentioned earlier, language carries a great deal of uncertainty. I suspect there may be more than one location foretold for the resurrection of the demon. It is entirely possible that the prophecy indicates the flame demon will revive in Sut City. And their meeting with the paladin George likely serves a purpose of its own. We need not concern ourselves too much with it. I have another question. Kyle suddenly sat up in bed, raising a hand. Can we mere novices seal a demon lord? That seems extraordinarily difficult. What was your previous encounter with a demon lord like? Last time, we were utterly defeated, and it was our teacher who came to our rescue. However, Skoal informed me that with the holy crystal, which demons fear, along with the new sacred prayers entrusted to me by the teacher, we should be able to summon the Judgment God Hild to assist us in sealing the demon. Huh? The Judgment God Hild? Kyle exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. How is that possible? It is indeed achievable through sacred prayers. That is how we sealed the iced demon Charuk last time, Emilia explained. Impressive indeed. Kyle murmured, as expected. You saints are beyond what mere mortals like us can compare to. Emilia, you must have endured quite a lot. Not really, Emilia replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. I've spent the last decade or so idling away in the palace. Guarding the dungeons is hardly a daunting task, so my life has been rather leisurely to my superior. The toothy Sir Vale and Master Nicholas both claim that my intellect is extraordinary, yet I have little inclination to enhance my own abilities. You see, when a person lacks both pressure and temptation to grow stronger, they tend to remain complacent. So, do you wish for our current mission to be more challenging? Emilia inquired with curiosity. If possible, I would appreciate more opportunities for growth. Suddenly, Kyle sprang to his feet exclaiming, "For instance, let us stroll about the streets now, see what wares are available, and perhaps engage with other mages to discern their thoughts. Aren't you concerned about stirring up trouble?" Emilia asked. "Trouble does not frighten me. A mundane existence requires enhancement. And besides, I possess quite the talent for evasion." Kyle struck a rather comical pose as if preparing to flee, prompting a laugh from Emilia. All right. Emilia also rose, stating, "It would be best to minimize any inconvenience to Mr. Oddwinter." Indeed. Kyle nodded in agreement. Chapter 63. The bookstore Oddwinter appeared engrossed in his skeletal research. His upper body sprawled over the large central table as he contemplated the skeleton before him. As Kyle and Emilia exited the shop, he barely lifted his head to issue a brief admonition, cautioning them against seeking trouble. However, the moment Kyle stepped out the door, he remembered the matter of currency. He hurried back to Oddwinter to request a currency exchange. Although Oddwinter had no interest in the cab coins, he dutifully retrieved his coin pouch to assist the Friends of Rose, as instructed. The two of them emerged from the Redberry Cottage and returned to the main thoroughfare of the Perched Magic Market. The street remained bustling with activity and lively chatter, flanking the wide avenue, which could accommodate 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side, were charming shops adorned with signs for black magic and necromancy supplies, elemental artifacts embellished with gemstones, and stores offering magical paraphernalia and divination tools. Of course, there were also numerous goblin stalls, their offerings a hodgepodge of assorted goods. Mages seemed disinclined to haggle, yet they could spend half an hour observing a magical ring. Kyle harbored a poor impression of these goblins, thus he steered clear of their stalls and, alongside Emilia, entered a shop dedicated to summoning magic tomes. After all, Kyle was only knowledgeable about summoning magic and wished to avoid other shops where his ignorance might invite scorn from the mages. How could a human possibly be here? A raspy and unpleasant voice emanated from behind the counter. Yet neither Kyle nor Emilia could discern the speaker's identity. Suddenly, a diminutive, elderly, and unattractive crone leaped from behind the counter, standing atop it as she pointed at Kyle and exclaimed, "Are you a human?" Kyle looked down at her as she stood on the counter. She still did not surpass his height, and asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" The old woman, clad in a black magical robe and a pointed hat, sported a pair of spectacles perched on her nose. Her nose was sharp like a raven's beak, and her eyes were crusted over, making her appearance rather unappealing. "I am, of course, the proprietor of the Feather Contract, and people call me Madame Rosiel." The old witch croaked, "What brings a human to my shop? Can you truly wield summoning magic with your limited intellect?" Before she could finish her tirade, a massive, floating circular trap materialized behind Kyle, its surface riddled with arrow slits capable of transforming enemies into pincushions in an instant. With arms crossed and a smug grin, he declared, "Look where this contraption emerged from." The old crone adjusted her spectacles and squinted at the device for a while, utterly perplexed. "Humph, do you think that merely knowing a bit about summoning makes you impressive? Do you understand mechanics? Can you design machinery?" Kyle retorted sarcastically, "Do you truly believe that only you mages possess superior intellect?" "Kyle." Emilia quickly patted his shoulder, urging him to refrain from provoking further discord. The old crone grumbled for a moment before conceding. "Very well, I do not comprehend this device of yours, but it seems you possess some knowledge of summoning magic, which is commendable. However, summoning is an intricate art. Do not take pride in merely scratching the surface. What do you wish to acquire?" "I'm looking for a point summoning magic circle." Observing the old crone's unexpected concession, Kyle's confidence surged as he inquired, "Do you have any relevant spell books?" Of course, point summoning magic circles are a niche topic, as this type of spell is used to summon non-living entities, and very few mages utilize it. However, I possess a comprehensive collection of books here. Aside from a few forbidden tomes, you will find everything else available on the market. The old crone leapt down from the counter and retrieved a black cat from the corner. Cradling it in her arms and stroking it gently, the cat, asleep and nearly indistinguishable against the dark corner, had gone unnoticed by either Kyle or Emilia. "That shelf over there, containing the point summoning magic circles, The old crone indicated toward another shelf. Kyle approached the shelf and, indeed, found it filled with various tomes on summoning magic circles. He took down a volume titled, An Overview of Bidirectional Summoning Circles, and sat on the floor to begin his perusal. Emilia had little experience in summoning studies. While the holy invocation was akin to a summoning spell, it differed fundamentally from summoning magic. She could not even articulate the principles behind holy invocation. She simply followed the instructions given by Crystalla. Finding nothing of particular interest in the bookstore, she sat beside Kyle, tilting her head to observe the book, its pages densely packed with explanations of magical principles and incantations, which she found rather challenging to comprehend. Noticing Emilia's struggle, Kyle placed the book between them, asking, "Are you interested in point summoning magic circles as well?" Emilia smiled and shook her head, replying, "I'm just browsing for fun." "Oh, you're not particularly interested, huh? Just wait a moment. I'll read quickly. And then we can move to another place," Kyle said. "No worries. Take your time," Emilia reassured him. Kyle furrowed his brow and began to read diligently, flipping through pages at an astonishing rate, as if skimming through them. Emilia glanced at his eyes, observing how those bright orbs swiftly scanned the lines of text with remarkable speed. After 10 minutes, Kyle closed the book and announced, "I've finished the first chapter. It wasn't too difficult. And I can remember most of it. Let us explore other places first, then return here to select some essentials." "Ah, did you really read it thoroughly?" Emilia gazed at him in astonishment. "Yes, the preface outlined the primary branches of summoning magic and the magical positioning of bidirectional summoning circles. The first chapter covered the fundamentals of the magic involved in bidirectional summoning circles, divided into 5 sections. The first section discussed the theoretical basis and proof of the inclusion relationship between summoning magic and bidirectional summoning circles. Employing a variant of the second theorem of magical substitution, the second section, noticing Emilia's lovely eyes growing increasingly bewildered, Kyle realized she was lost in his explanation. Feeling embarrassed, he abruptly halted, stood up, and returned the book to its rightful place. "Kyle, you are truly remarkable," Emilia suddenly exclaimed. "You can remember so much just from a cursory glance. I fear being perceived as a freak. My reading speed and comprehension of texts are indeed quite abnormal." Kyle hesitated before leaning closer to Emilia, whispering, "Could it be that you possess a genius akin to Rose?" Emilia immediately recalled Rose, the prodigy mentioned by Oddwinter. I doubt I am that exceptional that I in truth. I am rather lazy. Despite my fast reading, as I mentioned earlier, lacking ambition and pressure leads to a lack of motivation to read. During the Dungeon Guard's written examination, aside from the few trap books I had surreptitiously acquired and previously studied, I spent an entire night cramming for the remaining theoretical knowledge. An entire night? How long did others take? Emilia asked incredulously. They began preparing for the exam a month in advance. Alas, I spent that month merely playing cards with the other guards. Kyle scratched his head. Emilia could hardly believe that Kyle was such a clever individual. No wonder he was deemed a genius, albeit perhaps a somewhat lazy one. At that moment, the old crone, who had been amusing herself with the cat at the door, called out again, seemingly because new customers had entered the bookstore. "Hey, are you Mr. Griffin? How curious. Today my shop is graced solely by outsiders. Has humanity collectively visited the White Scrolls for a sightseeing tour?" "Oh, my apologies, Madame Rosiel." A young man clad in a student robe entered the shop. The pendant composed of 6 gemstones, red, yellow, black, white, blue, and green, hung from his chest, signifying his affiliation with the Lycarian Elemental Academy. "You can be considered a half-genius, Simon Griffin. Typically, one becomes an apprentice elemental mage at 25 or 26 years of age, yet you achieved it at 19. Surely you've penned quite a few accelerated application letters." The thoughts of the old witch seemed to leap about erratically, suddenly shifting to this person's studies. "Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Rosier. My friend has purchased 4 brand new bobbies, and I would like to ask for your assistance in activating them." Accompanying him into the store was a young girl, the very human that the old witch had shouted about. She had a mane of golden curls, a white hula hoop slung casually over her shoulder, and a cloth belt around her waist adorned with 4 grayish-white fabric balls. Upon seeing the girl, both Kyle and Emilia were taken aback. "Alice." "Kyle? Emilia." Indeed, the golden-haired girl was one of their long-lost companions, Alice Parker. Alice rushed over in jubilation, leaping in front of Emilia and enveloping her in a tight embrace, burying her head in her bosom. "Oh, how wonderful, how wonderful. At last, I have found you, Alice exclaimed, her voice trembling with joy. Emilia gently stroked her hair and replied softly, Yes, yes, what a stroke of luck. We were searching for you as well. Alice, have you encountered any misfortunes? Alice lifted her head and smiled, saying, I'm fine, there's nothing wrong. Simon Griffin observed this scene with curiosity and inquired, Alice, is this your friend? Yes, Alice momentarily forgot Simon, awkwardly releasing her grip on Emilia to say, This is my friend, Emilia Stock and Kyle Maris. This is the mage I met in Panta Town, Simon Griffin. He is quite nice. At last, you have found the friends you have been mentioning, Simon remarked with a neutral expression. Are you going to leave with them? Alice shook her head in confusion, stating, I don't know. Alice, where are Lance and Lo? Do you know their whereabouts? Emilia naturally began to inquire about the other two individuals. Well, I don't know about Lo, but Lance, I'll tell you later. Alice said earnestly, I bought 4 bobbies, and I want to activate them. Bobbies? This one. Alice removed the cloth belt from her waist and displayed the fabric balls to Emilia, though Emilia was unsure of what they were. Suddenly, the old witch called out to her black cat, which darted over and snatched the belt along with the fabric balls. The black cat was flung against the wall, emitting a piercing shriek. I am the proprietor of the summoning bookstore. Why am I being asked to activate bobbies? The old witch glared at the fabric balls, displeased. I heard from a mentor that you once studied soul magic, and summoning was merely a minor subject for you, Simon explained. Oh, you traitorous scoundrel. I can guess who it might be, the old witch fumed. Then placed the 4 fabric balls on the table, saying, Fine. Little girl, how would you like me to activate them? Bobbies representing the 4 elements of wind, earth, ice, and fire, Alice replied. This way, their elemental powers will be more pure. The old witch extracted a pen from her robe and tossed it to Alice, saying, Mark them, lest they become confused. Alice received the pen, scratched her head, and murmured, Fire represents anger, wind represents joy, ice represents sorrow, and earth represents tranquility. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she began to draw simple expressive lines on each of the 4 fabric balls. Emilia examined them closely, noting a smiling face, a crying face, a face with an open mouth in anger, and a face staring blankly with wide eyes. All done. After finishing her drawings, Alice handed the pen back to the old witch. The old witch glanced at the 4 fabric balls, muttering a few indistinct words, then extended her hands and began to chant a spell. The incantations were unintelligible to all. Even Simon could not decipher her words. He knew only that soul magic was a profound discipline within the arcane arts, and those who understood it were few and far between. That a faint glow emanated from the 4 fabric balls, only to be drawn back in as if absorbed by them. The old witch delicately waved her long, pointed fingernails over the fabric balls, fixated on them, her lips moving incessantly. Bobbies are magical dolls that can speak like living beings once activated. Alice attempted to explain simply, I believe I need this. Emilia nodded in partial understanding. Suddenly, an eagle swooped in through the doorway. Upon sighting the eagle, the black cat pounced, swiping at it with its claws. The eagle, seemingly incensed by the cat's reckless attack, squawked loudly while flapping its wings, retaliating with its claws. In an instant, the cat and the eagle became entwined in a chaotic tussle. The old witch, initially focused on casting her spell on the bobbies, was distracted by the commotion caused by the black cat. Turning to glance at it, she inadvertently split her magical energy, disrupting the once balanced elemental forces, the result being an explosive bang as a cloud of acrid smoke erupted before her, causing everyone to cough uncontrollably. Chapter 64. Conversation. Cough. Damn it. The old witch coughed as she summoned a whirlwind to disperse the smoke, though the gust also sent several books flying. Nevertheless, this was deemed a fair trade-off, as the smoke was overwhelmingly pungent. Cabin, Alice called out, gazing at the eagle. The eagle, embroiled in a scuffle with the cat, was indeed Cabin, who had been following Alice closely. It had taken to the skies when the crowd became too dense, and now Alice was puzzled as to its whereabouts. Cabin fiercely pecked the black cat on the head, then flapped its wings, landing atop Alice's head. The black cat, unable to reach it from its elevated perch, was left frustrated. Well, this isn't too bad. The old witch seized the fabric strip, finding the string of bobbies seemingly unharmed. There should be no issues now, despite the minor hiccup. Payment is due. Each bobby costs 50 tobies, totaling 200 tobies. Ah, so expensive. Alice exclaimed in astonishment, Didn't Simon say they were practically free? Allow me to cover it. Simon stepped forward, retrieving his coin pouch and producing gold coins to hand to Mrs. Rosier. Simon, consider it my token of gratitude. You need not stay at the academy tonight, Simon said without glancing at her. His tone flat. The laboratory was destroyed, and I am rather busy. Alice was momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, since the arrival of the White Scroll, Simon had indeed been looking after her, assisting with her accommodation and daily needs. However, his current demeanor suggested he was eager for her to leave. Yet, she had no justification to linger at Simon S. Academy. She was already grateful for all he had done for her. Please take care of Alice for me. After Simon settled the payment, he gently spoke to Amelia and Kyle, then turned and exited the store without a backward glance. What is up with him? Kyle asked in confusion. Well, thank you, Mrs. Rosier. Alice tied the fabric strip around her waist and, grasping the hula hoop, headed outside. Kyle, Amelia, let's South find another place to talk. We need to request Mr. Oddwinter's permission, Amelia suggested, to allow Alice to stay there. That old man will surely agree, Kyle replied without a second thought. Thus, the three departed from the peculiar bookstore. By the time they returned to the Red Berry Cottage, night had fallen. Jimmy had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing them, he exclaimed joyfully, Mr. Oddwinter has returned home. He left Jimmy here to host you. Jimmy has prepared dinner for you. Come in quickly. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 3? Why is there an extra person? Who are you? Jimmy noticed Alice, the unexpected guest, and hurried over to point at her in inquiry. This is our friend. Her name is Alice Parker. Jimmy, do you think Mr. Oddwinter would allow her to stay here? Amelia replied with a smile. Well, Jimmy doesn't know that, but since Mr. Oddwinter is not here, you are guests, and Jimmy will follow the guest instructions. I shall prepare dinner for the third person. This is Alice Parker's dinner. Yes, Alice Parker's, not Amelia's, nor Kyle's, and certainly not Jimmy's. Jimmy cheerfully scampered off to the backyard. It was then they realized that the bookstore's backyard even had a kitchen, resembling a complete dwelling. Perhaps Mr. Oddwinter had once lived there. Coincidentally, the room where Kyle and Amelia stayed had 3 beds, seemingly prepared just for Alice. Jimmy soon brought out dinner, and the three began to eat, while chatting about all they had been holding back. Amelia and Kyle briefly mentioned their encounter with Rose, but naturally, Alice had the most to say. She recounted the events she had experienced, including the fairy dragon Alana, Simon's wedding, the tragedy involving Agnes, and Lance, who had gone missing alongside the dragon. The impact of these events weighed heavily on her, and her storytelling was vivid, causing Kyle to jump in surprise at times. After a while, Alice's throat grew dry from talking, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. Her greatest sorrow was the death of Agnes, and each time she beheld the silent Simon, she would speculate on his thoughts, though she could never fully comprehend his anguish. The mere act of conjecturing about it would make her heart ache, as if it were being torn asunder. Amelia, do you know of this kind of magic? Alice wiped away her tears and extended a finger, tracing a magical incantation in the air. This is the spell I saw Simon secretly draw. He used this incantation when he witnessed Agnes's demise, Alice explained. Could you draw it again? Amelia suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity. Alice drew the spell once more. This, I remember. Once, a drunken man barged into the church, saw me, and brandished a dagger intending to kill me. Teacher Cristale used this spell on him. Later, the teacher explained that it was a spell to dull emotions, called tranquility. The drunken man, consumed by rage and grief, lost his reason, and this spell could render him calm and rational. Amelia elucidated slowly, relying on her memory. So, this spell can numb one's emotions. For instance, if I am heartbroken right now, would casting this spell make me feel calm? Yes, that should be its effect. Alice cradled Cabin in her arms, her eyelashes lowered, saying, Could it be? I've always perceived mages as cold, their minds entirely consumed by so-called reason. Yet I clearly see Simon is deeply saddened. He must be grieving. However, he remains so composed. It must be due to this spell. But why would he cast such a spell upon himself? By the way, Alice suddenly recalled something significant, lifting her head. I heard that a dragon and 2 humans attacked the White Scroll. I suspect one of them must be Lance, but he should have been captured by the mages now. What should we do? Captured by the mages? Amelia exclaimed. So, as you said, Lance rode the fairy dragon and crashed into the White Scroll, and was apprehended as an assailant. It seems that way, but I heard they only captured one dragon. I hope it is not Alana, Alice replied. Kyle remained silent, suddenly, as if struck by a revelation. He leaped up and ran outside. Jimmy, Jimmy, he called loudly at the door. Jimmy, who was tidying the storage room, hurried over, tossing aside his broom, saying, "Did a guest call for Jimmy? Do you need a late-night snack?" No. No, Jimmy, come in. We need to ask you some questions. Ah, questions? Jimmy. Jimmy is rather foolish, and surely won't be able to answer your questions. Jimmy scratched his head, speaking unconfidently. That is not true, not true at all. Kyle pulled him inside and firmly seated him on the ground. Listen, Jimmy, one of our friends has been captured as a villain. Oh, you know how we can see him? Kyle inquired. We are unfamiliar with your laws, so we have no leads. Well, what crime has your companion committed? He is accused of attacking the White Scroll alongside a dragon. A dragon? What is a dragon? It's a kind of monster. Indeed, Jimmy had little knowledge, having never even heard of dragons, but it was no surprise. These humans learned only through stories or legends. And a foolish goblin like him, serving others as a servant, had little opportunity to read storybooks or engage in conversation. Attacking the White Scroll alongside a monster, that is a grave crime, punishable by death, Jimmy exclaimed. Panic-stricken. Is he truly your friend? Kyle nodded and asked, then, what would the trial process be for such a crime? Oh, you know, starting tomorrow, the White Scroll will host the annual Scholars Week. During this week, mages will exchange knowledge and engage in debates. Additionally, some serious offenders will face judgment from the most esteemed scholars. If no one defends them, they are doomed. Scholars Week. Yes, Scholars Week, Jimmy repeated. Kyle's eyes flickered quickly. Then he grasped Jimmy's shoulders, saying, Jimmy, can you help me find some books? Books. Jimmy looked at him in astonishment. Section 65. Tranquility. Simon walked alone along the path leading to Flame Laboratory number 26 at Lycarian Academy. He was so lost in thought that he collided with another mage. What are you daydreaming about? The mage bellowed. For reasons unknown, an uncontrollable surge of rage erupted within Simon. He almost raised his staff to strike the man. However, instead, he cast the tranquility spell. The mage glanced at him, exhaled, and said, It seems you still possess some reason. With that, he turned and walked away. Simon, having invoked the tranquility spell, felt a semblance of relief wash over him. He wandered to the charred remains of the laboratory, resuming his search for any fortunate remnants of information and organizing them. It was said that other mages had discovered the fire in time, preventing excessive loss of materials. He believed that, given several more weeks, he could reconstruct the lost information from memory. All right, I admit it, he muttered as he sifted through the documents in the burned laboratory for 2 hours. He could not fathom why the effects of tranquility were diminishing, and the feelings within him grew ever stronger. The moon had risen, and with no one around the laboratory, he let out a primal scream. He gasped heavily, collapsing to the ground. Why was this happening? Hadn't he been striving to remain rational? She was merely an ordinary person. How could her life impact his so profoundly? Death was an experience everyone faced. It was nothing to fret over. Was it? No. How can it be like this? Our wedding has yet to conclude. Why? Why must it be? He suddenly hurled the documents in his hands to the ground, frantically trampling them underfoot. Why? He stomped madly on the painstakingly organized papers. From the moment I was born, I began to learn, to strive to become a great mage. I have endured countless injuries from flames and caustic liquids in the laboratory, persistently applied for advancement. And then what? What am I pursuing? Simon shouted vehemently. It seemed he was beginning to realize he had lost control, raising his staff with the intention to cast tranquility once more. No. He suddenly gritted his teeth, gripping the wooden staff tightly with his other hand. Then, with tremendous force, he snapped the staff in two. He joined the broken halves together and forcefully broke them again, reducing them to 4 segments, and then rejoined them, until he could no longer break them. At which point he hurled the staff away with great force. Yes, I have always used tranquility on myself. Always. Maintain reason. Maintain reason. Why should I maintain reason? Fate, you can snatch Agnes from my arms without a second thought. What else can you not do? Tomorrow, you can make me forget all the knowledge I painstakingly accumulated, easily fabricate a scandal to ruin my reputation. What else can you not do? Answer me. A searing fireball erupted from his hand. Soaring straight into the sky, he gasped for breath, his body pressed against the ground, trembling all over. Father, mother, they only see me as their successor. Humph, all they care about is my success or failure in advancement. When I first learned magic, they didn't even smile. All I needed was a simple spell, and Agnes would smile for a day. I read books. I chanted incantations. I conducted experiments. All followed a rigid routine. With no surprises, no delightful surprises whatsoever. I made steady academic progress, and people only cast envious glances when I received awards. A day later, no one remembers me. Only Agnes, only Agnes. She alone would mysteriously come over to invite me to listen to her play the piano. And each time her piece was new. Only she. I could never predict what she would say next, what stories she would tell. I was merely curious about the words she was about to utter. Only she could provide me with such freshness. But, what is the meaning of this? Aren't these things worthwhile? Do they not believe that each outburst of anger, each moment of sorrow, each instance of joy is a thrilling experience? Why must one maintain this so-called reason at all times? For what? To live a life devoid of flaws, to avoid causing any disturbances, to attain truth. Truth, begone. Truth means I live my life like a corpse. Becoming the greatest mage, only for everyone to gaze upon my lifeless body. Is being an exceptional mage truly that simple? No, I refuse. Why must I conform to this? This is your life, and I refuse to live as you do. All I desire is Agnes. I only want Agnes. Tears streamed from Simon's eyes, gushing forth like a spring, blurring everything before him. In the haze, the vision of Agnes, along with her smile, emerged in his mind. And he could hear her voice. This is it. This is it. I do not wish to maintain my sanity. Sanity is utter nonsense. I want Agnes. I only want you, just you. I am willing to forsake everything. Do you understand? Can you hear me? Agnes, I long to kiss you. I shall never again claim to be busy. I want to hear your story, to listen to all the melodies you play. I know you would willingly do this for me. Will you? Will you? Please, just grant me this. I implore you. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Beneath the tranquil moonlit night, only the wind and his voice remained. Fate never bestows gifts without cost. You wish to see Agnes, do you not? You yearn to possess her once more, do you not? Sometimes, people coldly mock your sorrow as a joke, simply because they fail to comprehend your fury. Your anger resonates with mine. I empathize with you. A mysterious voice seemed to emanate from deep within his heart, causing him to question whether it was indeed his own inner voice speaking. I wish to see her. I miss her. Above all, I wish for her to live well. To be well, Simon choked out. Only through anger can you perceive the truth. All the hypocrisy that conceals emotion will be laid bare by the flames of fury. You must tear through this veil of deceit, making fate aware that it cannot act at will. Agnes will forever belong to you. Fate cannot snatch her away. You must reclaim her. Of course I want to have her back. I would even abandon all my studies. I no longer care for this tedious reality and rationality that I wish to live with her, together for eternity. Let the academy perish. As long as you are willing to pay the price with your soul. It is not difficult. Before him, Agnes's smile flickered into view. That beautiful maiden, eternally pure and sweet like a fairy, captivated him, rendering him indifferent to all else in the world. He only desired to hold her close. Never to let go. What is reason? What is tranquility? He had spent years in pursuit of truth, yet could not even protect this beautiful angel before him. What does truth even mean? Look, she is calling for you. If you are willing, nothing can stand in your way. Suddenly, a fiery red shadow replaced Agnes's apparition, hovering before him. Simon Griffin, your anger must be unleashed. Your soul cannot be extinguished by the icy grip of reason. You must understand what you truly seek, that I will fight alongside you to fulfill your desires. Let us forge a pact. I am Carii, the infernal demon, the harbinger of wrath, and I shall not renege on my word. Can you truly help me rescue Agnes? Allow me to possess her once more, to genuinely possess her, and not merely in dreams or illusions. Indeed, dreams and illusions are comforts for the cowardly. Those who dare to stake their very souls for their desires shall undoubtedly achieve victory in reality. The fiery shadow extended a hand towards Simon. He stared blankly at the flame-wreathed figure. Agnes, but I love you. Chapter 66. Scholars Week. On this day, the mages of the White Scrolls awoke early. The market of Perth was abuzz with a myriad of new magical goods. Enormous wheeled carts drawn by elephants trundled onto the cobblestone streets. Pedestrians hastily cleared a path, allowing these grand caravans to pass through to their clients' shops. Of course, numerous owls carrying parcels and goblins piloting small flying vessels bustled back and forth, laden with various goods, should anyone think their presence less imposing than that of the elephants. Thereby deeming their cargo less valuable, they would be sorely mistaken. Who knows which owl bore a precious magical stone within its grasp? However, for safety reasons, the cargo delivered by owls was generally not overly valuable, and each item was enchanted with protective magic. Furthermore, they were trained professional messengers, making it far safer for them to deliver certain items than for humans. The elephants came to a halt, trumpeting loudly. And then the mages and goblins of the caravan began unloading their wares. Under the radiant sunlight, the market of the White Scrolls flourished, bustling with activity no less than that of the festive Nitala. An elephant adorned with gold and silver trimmings stopped before the red berry shop, and Odwin Winter promptly dashed out from within. He appeared to have returned to the shop in the dead of night. The exact time unknown to Kyle and the others, who had only just awakened at dawn. "Ah, Mr. Odwin Winter, your order is complete. However, the prices from the source have increased. I calculated carefully, and you may need to pay approximately a 13 increase, which is beyond my control." An elderly goblin, having dismounted from the elephant with its trunk's assistance, addressed Odwin upon seeing him. "Damn it, you always have a reason to raise prices. I shall not place another order with you." "Old Khan," Odwin grumbled as he entered the cart to inspect the goods. "Khan is utterly trustworthy. If you go to other merchants, you might end up paying a 16 increase instead, since prices have risen. Who wouldn't he want to inform you of a higher figure and pocket some profit?" "I, Khan, calculate entirely based on cost," Khan retorted unhappily. "Cost is merely your shipping fee, a formula defined by yourself. What can I do about it?" "You treacherous goblins," Odwin shot back. "Oh, you are quite rude. The mages of the academy refer to me as clever. Treachery and cleverness are two entirely different matters," Khan replied without hesitation. Kyle observed from the side. Feeling enlightened, he had thought goblins were all submissive, whether good or bad. Yet this goblin exuded such confidence. Could it be due to wealth? "Kyle, what's wrong with your eyes?" Emilia noticed Kyle's dark circles and asked. "Nothing. Just a bit of insomnia," Kyle mumbled. "This week is Scholar's Week. According to Jimmy, Lance and the others may be judged in the central square, but we must find him." Kyle shifted to a more pressing topic. "Jimmy told me he could lead the way, but now he has to help Mr. Odwin Winter sort the goods. Why don't we lend a hand?" "Yes, let's help." Alice was the first to jump in. Odwin Winter's red berry shop primarily sold herbs and alchemical materials, apart from a few heavier animal specimens. The plant materials were mostly dried, easily manageable even for Alice. Kyle, believing himself to have decent strength, attempted to lift a vial of bat blood that he glanced at the other animal goods: lizard tails, cockroach legs, spider eggs, snow rat tooth powder, and even human bone powder. He could not fathom what alchemists would do with such oddities. After a flurry of activity, they managed to somewhat organize the goods. Khan collected Odwin Winter's gold, climbed back onto the elephant with its trunk, and then drove the caravan towards the next client's address. "Do you wish to participate in the activities of Scholar's Week?" Odwin Winter, upon hearing Jimmy's request, looked at the three outsiders in surprise. "Yes, we might find clues about our companions," Emilia replied. "Very well, you won't accomplish much by staying in my shop, but I have a few pieces of advice for you." Odwin Winter raised a finger and said, "First, do not cause trouble. Many scholars will be engaging in discussions, and there will be numerous speakers along the streets. Do not disrupt the mages' academic exchanges, or you will regret it. Second, do not readily accept offers for debates. During Scholar's Week, debates are one of the most significant activities, but our debates resemble your human duels. The losing side will lose a portion of their magical power as a prize for the victor. You have little magical power to begin with, and it is nearly impossible to win against the Academy's mages, so under no circumstances should you agree to debate. Of course, I do not believe you would be foolish enough to propose a debate yourself." He paused, then continued. "The most important point is that you are humans. Do not attempt to confront high-ranking mages of the ruling class or students and mentors from the 4 great academies. The Academy and the ruling class are the authorities of the entire kingdom. Angering them as humans will challenge the entire mage kingdom. That is about it. Also, today's goods are all new arrivals and particularly expensive. Do not waste your gold." And certainly do not trust goblins. Though Jimmy was present, Audwin Winter spoke loudly, causing Jimmy to display an embarrassed expression. Jimmy, take good care of the guests, do not get lost, and be sure to use your wits. Audwin Winter instructed. At your command, Master, Jimmy shall guide the guests with the utmost cleverness, Jimmy replied. Thus, the three humans and a goblin set off toward the center of scholarly exchange. The Ares central magical square as flying on brooms was prohibited. They had no choice but to traverse along Pert Street. The street was more congested than it had been the day before, causing their arrival at the Ares central magic square to be delayed by an hour. The White Scroll itself was constructed amidst a hilly terrain that lay almost parallel between a river and a mountain range, resembling an actual scroll, entering through the southern gate of the White Scroll. A main thoroughfare traversed the entire city, leading directly to the northern gate. Other streets branching off from this main artery spread throughout the city like a web, with the bustling Percy Magic Market being one of its prominent offshoots. Eastward, perpendicular to the main thoroughfare, an avenue connected to an elevated area above the city, nestled within the plains and the snowy mountain range. This hilly terrain was of utmost importance as it housed the palace of the Shell's Kingdom, which was the seat of the Shell's Central Council, as well as the renowned Wielding Academy, which evolved into four illustrious institutions: the Lycarian Elemental Academy, the Hiltos Academy of Magic, the Aubenhill Alchemy Academy, and the Desicao Academy of Sorcery. This core area was fortified with stringent protections and immense power, typically prohibiting ordinary residents from entry. The intersection of the avenue connecting the hilly region to the residential area and the main thoroughfare of the White Scroll marked the very center of the White Scroll. Known as the Ares Central Magic Square, it served as a venue for grand gatherings of magicians, characterized by its vast circular expanse, at the center of which stood a stone statue, said to represent the legendary founder and first president of Wielding Academy. This wise old wizard held a staff in one hand while the other grasped an open tome, gazing upward into the distance. It was rumored that his final fate led him to the Spirit Academy, a journey akin to becoming a god for humanity. Stone slabs formed concentric circles emanating from this statue, each inscribed with the history of the White Scroll. Surrounding the square were neatly arranged magical fountains, accompanied by stone tables and benches for passers-by and discussants to rest. Due to the scholarly atmosphere, numerous small wooden platforms were established throughout the square, each hosting a magician delivering speeches, encircled by eager listeners. In some areas, magicians stood in pairs on either side of a square, engaging in debates, reminiscent of the discussions mentioned by Audwin. Despite the throngs of people, the grandeur of this academic exchange left the trio in awe. Such a scene was nearly inconceivable in Nitara. The topics of the magician's speeches were rather profound, and the three found themselves struggling to comprehend them. However, Alice appeared particularly intrigued by a lecture on elemental studies, prompting Kyle and Amelia to accompany her in listening to the elemental scholar's discourse. The wind is light. It flows, it disperses, it ascends. It is intangible. To master the nature of the wind element, one must analyze its effects in daily life. There is a significant distinction between a gentle breeze and a hurricane. Yet the powers and manifestations of the winds that lie in between are ever-changing. Alice found this relatively straightforward and began to listen intently. The speaker also demonstrated simple spells during the lecture to support his arguments. Amelia's understanding of magic was limited to manipulation, as Crystalla had only taught her defensive techniques involving a scalpel. Of course, divine prayers could also serve as a means of self-defense, but their consumption and potency were too great for dealing with common brigands. Her interest in magic itself was rather lukewarm, especially since the magicians appeared to show little regard for medical or healing arts, further diminishing her enthusiasm for their academic pursuits. Nonetheless, she sensed that there was no harm in listening, and thus began to pay closer attention. Meanwhile, Kyle seemed quite distracted, his impatience evident as he glanced around before eventually retrieving a notebook from his bag to peruse. As noon approached, the magicians began to disperse, leaving the once crowded square with fewer than a quarter of its original occupants. Naturally, the magician delivering the elemental lecture concluded his presentation. This did not dishearten Alice, as she had begun to struggle with comprehension after a while. According to other magicians, the lecturer was a mentor from the Lycarian Elemental Academy, instructing students around 30 years of age who had already earned the title of Elemental Mage, making it quite commendable for a novice like Alice to grasp even a fraction of the material. Nevertheless, Alice felt that the magician's attitude towards her was not overly negative. They seemed not to disdain humans who cherished learning. Their contempt for humanity typically manifested when confronted with those lacking in magical understanding. Feeling slightly peckish, she turned to Amelia and inquired, "Shall we go for lunch?" Having focused intently on the lecture, she was surprised to find Amelia holding 2 steaming hot cakes. Ecstatic, Alice took one from her hand and took a bite. "Oh, this cake is quite dry. Thankfully, there's a little butter." This was Alice's rather unimpressive assessment of the food, as she was not picky and seldom criticized ordinary fare. "Kyle bought these at some point. He claims magicians have dull palates," Amelia remarked with a resigned expression. "Oh, then let us dine here. I am curious about what exciting activities the afternoon might hold." Alice rolled the hula hoop leaning against her feet to the nearby flower bed and sat at its edge, diligently gnawing on the hard, dry cake. "Hey." Kyle emerged from a cluster of magicians still engaged in discussion, making his way to them that he settled beside Alice on the edge of the flower bed and remarked, "These magicians aren't stingy. They generously lent me some books to read." "So you went to borrow books?" Amelia asked with curiosity. "Indeed. The content of the notebook I brought was rather scant, and upon overhearing the magicians discussing summoning spells, I joined in their discourse. They mentioned terms I did not understand, and when I inquired, they tossed me a few books, instructing me to read on my own.by the way. Where's Jimmy?" "Jimmy went to find a place to relieve himself," Amelia replied. "He seems to have upset his stomach." "Oh. Can a magician's food really cause stomach troubles?" Kyle questioned incredulously, believing that what magicians consumed hardly qualified as food. "Poor thing." Alice sighed, recognizing that an upset stomach was no trivial matter. Thus, the 3 began their lunch. The flavor of the cake was indeed unremarkable. Perhaps the burnt offerings of an apprentice baker from Nitala would be more palatable. As Alice noted, it was fortunate that it contained a modicum of butter. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to swallow that moment. The magicians in the square had gathered around the central statue, from the hilly region where the Shell's central council was based. A throng of magicians seemed to be approaching the plains. Among them, a massive blue magical light took the form of a cube. Kyle, who had been nibbling on his cake, suddenly straightened up, his alertness peaked as he gazed intently. "What's the matter?" Amelia noticed his unusual demeanor. "It seems they were right," Kyle muttered. With that, he hastily stuffed the remaining cake into his mouth, stood, and made his way toward the crowd. Intrigued, Alice and Amelia followed suit. The procession gradually neared the central square statue, and the remaining magicians appeared to be in a state of excitement. As if anticipating a remarkable event, the colossal blue cube drew nearer. They could discern that it was not merely a cube, but rather a square magical cage. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the dark red behemoth contained within. It was a creature with dark red scales, a horned head, sturdy limbs, enormous bat-like wings, and a fearsome long tail. The trio recognized this monster all too well. It was the very fire dragon that had attacked them at the foot of Solaya Mount. However, they were unaware of the dragon's name. Although news of the dragon's assault on the White Scroll had already circulated throughout the city, and they had each speculated on the creature's identity. The sight of the dragon before them confirmed their suspicions. "This foul dragon has been captured by the magicians," Alice whispered. "At least it will no longer wreak havoc upon travelers. I imagine this long-extinct beast, which has resurfaced after centuries, will be the subject of much scholarly examination by these magicians," Amelia remarked. "But if it has been captured, why is it being brought here?" Kyle remained silent, his gaze fixed on the throng of people. With too many magicians blocking his view, he summoned a wooden scaffold to elevate himself, then conjured a telescope. His actions left Alice and Amelia astonished. He wielded summoning magic as if it were a treasure chest. Kyle had previously mentioned that his fixed-point summoning circle could only call forth traps and tools from his trap repository, leading them to ponder the vastness and completeness of his trap collection. Capable of summoning even scaffolding, Kyle held the telescope for a while, suddenly letting out a loud shout that nearly caused him to tumble from the scaffolding. The mages turned their heads to gaze at this disorderly foreigner. Kyle quickly waved his hands in apology, then cautiously climbed down from the scaffold. "What happened, Kyle?" Amelia inquired with concern. Pondering whether Kyle was unwell, he shook his head and whispered, "I saw Lance." Where? Alice exclaimed upon hearing the name Lance. "What a fuss." The mages turned their attention to them once more, some expressing considerable displeasure towards these foreigners. Alice, blushing, covered her mouth and lowered her voice, saying, "I want to see." Kyle handed her the telescope and lifted her onto the scaffolding. Alice knelt on the flat surface at the top, one hand steadying herself on the board while the other held the telescope, peering into the procession. Within the circular field of vision, she beheld 2 iron cages, each containing a person, dragged by several horses beside the enormous, dragon-locked light prison. Among them, a man with disheveled brown hair languidly slumped at the foot of one cage was none other than her familiar Lance Rel. She nearly cried out, despite knowing that Lance had been captured by the mages. What were these people here for? Did they have rules akin to Nitala's, where certain offenders faced public execution? Lance could not be subjected to such a fate. If they proceeded with such actions, then she would have no choice but to. "Hey, little princess, did you see?" Kyle called out. Alice nodded, returning to the ground with Kyle's assistance. "Let's assess the situation. I need to confirm a few things." Observing her anxious demeanor, Kyle seemed to fathom her thoughts. He gently patted Alice on the head, intending to calm her. Emilia instinctively drew a cross on her chest and began to pray silently. The mage procession escorting the prisoners gradually approached. Kyle had previously learned through Jimmy and various texts that this was an event of Scholars Week, designed to showcase particulars special, which here might indicate those with significant controversy, offenders from the kingdom of shells to the public, allowing scholars to collectively discuss and deliberate on suitable resolutions to submit to the Central Council as alternative proposals. The mages remaining in the square were primarily scholars related to this matter. Some were interested in studying law, though in the Mage Kingdom, law was not a distinct discipline. Others focused on rare creatures, as some offenders belonged to less common races such as vampires or giants, and still others enjoyed participating in discussions to uncover the potential academic value of certain offenders. While those uninterested in such matters had largely departed, they would forego the afternoon's trial discussions and instead partake in other activities that evening. The procession halted at the center of the square. Before a statue, the leading mage, employing transformation magic, enlarged himself to 3 times his original size to capture the crowd's attention. He opened his mouth, preparing to speak. "Esteemed scholars," his voice resonated, magnified several times over. Alice recalled a spell recorded in a tome she had once seen that utilized wind magic to amplify one's voice, commonly referred to as the amplification spell. "I must say, our wise white scroll has encountered a disaster this past week. One might even call it a miracle. It is well known that the dragon race, once a scourge upon the land, was entirely eradicated by the combined efforts of humanity and mages centuries ago. However, the dragon before us has been verified by ancient biologists as an authentic fire dragon." The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, drowning out the speaker's voice. "Silence," the speaker bellowed. "I appreciate your fervent emotions, but I implore the overly excited scholars to exercise the tranquility spell." The giant mage, leaning on a silver staff with a white beard, continued, "This dragon has destroyed several of our White Scroll's lookout towers and attempted to breach the city, posing a grave threat to the safety of the Kingdom of Shells. Now, this vile dragon and its 2 handlers have been captured. Yet considering the academic value of this ancient beast, the Council has decided to solicit opinions from you scholars to determine the best course of action. Any suggestions are welcome." After saying this, he recited a spell, returning to his original size. The audience of mages began to murmur amongst themselves. However, mere moments later, a booming voice interrupted. "I suggest releasing one of the humans." The mages turned to the source of the voice. Discovering it was Kyle Maris, they did not recognize this foreigner, yet upon realizing he was human, they all erupted in protest. A foreigner causing a ruckus. He must be an accomplice. Kyle nodded toward Alice, thanking her for the amplification spell. Alice seemed to have grasped the method of using the pure white hoop to channel her wind magic, significantly enhancing her typically weak powers. Kyle's voice seemed to surpass even that of the elderly mage who had spoken earlier. "Foreigner, are you jesting or speaking seriously? This is the kingdom of mages. You had best comprehend that fact." The old mage admonished in a similarly loud tone. According to the Codex of Cities and Citizens of Shells enacted in the year 705 of the luminous calendar, any foreign human residing temporarily within the White Scroll, provided they did not enter without permission, is entitled to the rights of a second-class citizen of Shells. Kyle Maris entered the White Scroll through a letter of recommendation from a spirit scholar. I believe this can be verified in the city gate guard's records. Kyle climbed the scaffolding, standing on the top board, speaking deliberately. Furthermore, The regulations for managing the city of White Scroll enacted in the year 550 of the Luminous Calendar states that second-class citizens, such as goblins, possess the right to participate in all academic exchanges during Scholars' Week. Since the Codex does not explicitly exclude participation in special trial discussions, and as I am not a criminal, I naturally have the right to propose suggestions. The mages regarded this foreigner with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. This fellow is remarkably well-versed in the laws of shells, they murmured. Moreover, Kyle continued, I contest the council's judgment process. I hope the relevant parties will publicly display the evidence of the trial regarding your earlier reference to its two handlers to ascertain its veracity. Undoubtedly. Kyle's remarks ignited a tumult among the mages. Many began to brand him a troublemaker, brandishing their wands in preparation to unleash magical attacks against him. Allow me to remind you, assaulting a citizen on the street, regardless of their status as a second-class citizen, will incur severe penalties. The application for titles among students of the 4 great academies will be adversely affected, and they may even lose the opportunity for promotion, Kyle stated unperturbed. The leading mage, intrigued, commanded the crowd of mages to part. He approached Kyle step by step, saying, I am curious, young foreigner, what exactly do you intend to do? Let me summarize for you, Kyle said with a smile. First, I propose a suggestion regarding one of the offenders, specifically the human named Lancerel in the far-right cage. This audacious suggestion will undoubtedly require sound justification. Second, I wish to question the trial process concerning this offender and seek to defend him. Defend? The mages seemed unfamiliar with the term. The old mage expressed surprise upon hearing it. To my knowledge, the majority of your judgments are dictated by the Central Council, whose members are esteemed sages. Ordinary citizens typically do not question them. However, the legality of the act of defense is still mentioned in the corners of your codex, so I hope you will not disregard the law simply because I am a foreigner. Such negligence would significantly undermine the authority of Shell's ruling class. The old mage glared intensely at him, his expression more perplexed than one would display when confronting a dragon. The discussions among the mages persisted, while Kyle maintained a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow, seemingly unwilling to cede an inch in the confrontation. This is sheer nonsense, the mages muttered. After a moment of contemplation, the old mage finally provided a response that seemed to satisfy Kyle. Leave your information. I need to report to the Central Council, he said. I am Ronald, the captain of the White Scroll interrogation team. Chapter 68. Scholars' Week. To avoid complications, once Jimmy returned, Kyle instructed him to take Emilia and Alice away from the square, stating he needed to find something. Emilia, concerned for his safety alone, insisted on accompanying him. The scholars in the central square continued their discussions regarding the trials of the prisoners, yet they all evaded any mention of Lancerel. Patiently awaiting the Central Council to show these foreign entities their true colors, although Lance could discern the tumultuous clamor of the crowd in a daze, he remained oblivious to the nature of their uproar. At present, he was akin to an eagle confined within an iron cage, a wounded eagle, with naught to do but wait. The treatment he received as a prisoner had rendered his body considerably weakened. All he could do was await whatever fate had in store for him the following day. In stark contrast, the fiery dragon and its master were brimming with excitement. The dragon roared furiously, intermittently unleashing flames from its maw, yet the magical cage constrained it from projecting its fire beyond the bars. You wretched lot. Comprehend who you are opposing. Enil surely harbors his own intentions, and your interference will yield no favorable outcome. Tom Grant, the dragon's master, bellowed in anger. He glanced at the restless dragon, Enil, appearing increasingly agitated, yet, like Lance. Both the caged dragon and eagle were powerless to act. Kyle, what precisely are your plans? I require books, more books, Kyle muttered as he scanned the bustling streets of Portus. Emilia questioned the audacity with which he challenged the leaders of the sorcerers. Albeit for Lance's sake, even someone like her, a saintess disciple, could only conceive of some violent coercive methods akin to Alice's thoughts. Whether or not you believe me, Emilia, Kyle's tone revealed no hint of impatience. I possess a high reading efficiency. Yet I had previously neglected my studies. Now, I intend to make these insufferable sorcerers truly appreciate humanity. This is their land, their territory. Do not forget that sorcerers and humans are sworn enemies. I have not forgotten how they once united against the vile dragon. Kyle discovered a bookstore named The Traveler and made his way toward it. Oh, let this be what I seek. They both entered the bookstore. The proprietor was an elderly man, seemingly hard of hearing, as he ignored Kyle's vocal attempts to get his attention, dismissing the old man. Kyle began browsing the shelves, gathering a sizable stack of white scrolls, historical texts on shures, and various legal tomes. The bookstore was notably desolate, primarily due to the indifference of sorcerers toward history, politics, and law. Emilia, you are kind and cautious, yet kindness and caution do not always rescue one, Kyle remarked, opening a book titled The Judicial Process of Shures. You've approached the white scrolls with utmost care to avoid provoking the sorcerers. This is wise. However, I detest the attitude of the sorcerers, especially with Lance still suffering. We did not come here to challenge the sorcerers. Could there not be another way? Emilia's anxiety was unmistakable in her voice. I have already grasped their fundamental legal frameworks from a few books Jimmy provided me. Now, I plan to provoke them into dispatching a council member, a representative of the sorcerers, to engage in a debate with me. You know, Alice spoke candidly of her experiences. Do you recall the sorcerer named Simon Griffin and the ordeal he faced? Indeed. Alice mentioned that on his wedding day, his bride met with a tragic accident, and the sorcerers even forbade him from attending her funeral. Emilia replied, do you not find that utterly outrageous? I believe you can sense the dreadful atmosphere of the sorcerer kingdom. They are a bunch of bookworms who disdain food and jest. As Kyle spoke, he swiftly flipped through the pages. What do you need to understand? Perhaps focus on your reading. I will peruse some as well. Emilia, wary of interrupting his studies, selected a book for herself to skim through. Do not concern yourself with disturbing me. Emilia, Alice is but a young girl. She tends to be emotional regarding such matters. You see, while sorcerers appear cold-blooded, in truth, they are not so different from humans. It is merely a choice they have made. Their values dictate their way of life, prioritizing knowledge and academia, arrogantly believing themselves superior to humans. At least, they consider gatherings of humans indulging in food, drink, and revelry a waste of time. Emilia stared at him. Taken aback, Kyle had donned a pair of black-framed glasses, his expression grave as he focused intently on the text. In a short while, he had already traversed a significant portion of a tome thick enough to require the stacking of 2 hands. Emilia had to admit she had never witnessed anyone read with such speed, nor had she encountered a Kyle who appeared so earnest. Typically, he was the most playful and humorous among them. Yet in this moment, she found herself unable to fathom his thoughts. Wait, Emilia, the sorcerers will come to inform me of the debate. They will not wish to let this matter slide or resort to underhanded means to eliminate me. For they are proving the worth of their race, facing a human they deem foolish and lowly. What I need to do now is amass knowledge about sorcerers in a short span. Emilia, if you are willing to assist me, please gather every book in this shop concerning the logical theories, laws, philosophies, and histories of sorcerers, selecting those you deem valuable. I wish to remain seated. Kyle, can you truly read all these books? Can you really acquire enough knowledge for the debate in such a brief time? Emilia finally voiced her deepest concern. I have always placed my trust in you, Emilia. Kyle raised his gaze to meet hers. So I ask you to trust me as well. Lance is my friend, and he owes me a duel. He returned his focus to the text, adding, by the way, those fellows calling me a genius is no mere jest. Well, it isn't funny at all. Though he found his own words lacking in humor. He merely hoped Emilia understood that his reading efficiency was indeed extraordinary, yet Emilia managed a slight smile. Perhaps she had previously misjudged Kyle. He could indeed be serious. You can do it. Emilia whispered encouragingly in his ear before standing up to help him find books. Alice returned to the Berry cottage in a huff. Although she was aware that Kyle had his own plans, it felt utterly unfair that he and Emilia had left her to return alone. Even if she had not expressed her discontent at the moment, fearing she might be a hindrance. Jimmy, do you practice magic? She suddenly asked Jimmy, who was preparing to clean the shop. I know a little. What do you need? Jimmy looked up at Alice, inquiring. Could you train magic with me? Alice pressed her fingertips together, asking him. Hey! Before Jimmy could respond, Audwin Winter burst out from the backyard, exclaiming, Jimmy has cleaning to do. No other tasks until that is completed. Alice felt a twinge of fear towards the old sorcerer. She uttered a soft, oh, resting her hands on the hula hoop around her shoulders, and lowered her head as she walked back inside. Alice, why do you wish to train magic? Audwin Winter suddenly asked. Every time I feel powerless, I wish to become stronger, Alice mumbled. Your magical prowess has indeed grown. I can sense it. What? You are not so lacking. Young lady, come here. I will train magic with you. Audwin Winter promptly turned and headed towards the backyard, adding, if all goes well, you are precisely the kind of human apprentice I find satisfying. If Alice heard correctly, There seemed to be an air of excitement in the peculiar old sorcerer's tone as Boppy activates. It immediately recognizes its master. Undoubtedly, it has acknowledged you as its owner, rendering me unable to wield it. Pay close attention to how the essence of magic is summoned. Audi Winter instructed Alice to take a few steps back, raising one hand with a wand while inscribing incantations in the air with the other. Whether it is the wand, the incantation text, or the spell, they serve as conduits linking one's intrinsic magic to the manifest magic. In truth, if your magical power is sufficiently potent, such implements become unnecessary. However, due to the lack of limits on amplification, many still prefer to utilize them. Regular spells allow the internal magic to convert into external magical energy at a normal rate. Yet, if one were to unleash magic at an excessive rate, the essence of magic would be released. A flickering orb of orange flame appeared at the tip of Audi Winter's wand. Shimmering rapidly, he cradled the flame in his hand, suspending it before him, and said, "Now, Miss Parker, please attempt to extinguish this flame." Alice gripped the pure white hula hoop tightly, summoning the ice magic within her. Tendrils of moonlight blue frost immediately enveloped the hula hoop, causing the surrounding moisture to crystallize into ice, rising in thick clouds of frost. Subsequently, she directed the enhanced ice magic, transformed into a concentrated mist, toward the flame. "Oh, this hula hoop is no ordinary object. It is far more effective than a wand," Audi Winter remarked in admiration. The icy dance, wrapped in frigid power, embraced the flames, leading to their mutual annihilation. The ice crystals swiftly transformed into a mist that rose incessantly. Alice tirelessly channeled her ice magic, sending wave after wave of icy mist toward the flame. Yet the fire evaporated them all, continuing to flicker without a hint of extinguishment. Magic is an extension of your spirit. It can also be said to be a part of your life. When this concentrated essence of magic becomes overwhelmingly powerful, it seems to come alive, perpetually regenerating. If your attack's magic remains as feeble as a bubble, even after a year, you will be unable to extinguish it. Now, Miss Parker, envision all your frost magic being consolidated with your other powers, then forcibly expelled. Concentrate the magic you would normally unleash over a minute into a single second. I admit that during the first few attempts, you may feel spiritually drained, but you will adapt. The flame continued to flicker provocatively. Alice ceased supplying magic and scratched her head, asking, "Why must it be this essence of magic?" "Because Boppy can only be controlled with essence magic, under normal magical influence. Boppy is as fragile as a mere toy," Audi Winter replied. "Boppy is akin to a puppet. A lifeless puppet and a living one are entirely different. Few sorcerers can adeptly maneuver Boppy. For a capable controller must bring Boppy to life. I hope you can enlighten me." Alice nodded, closing her eyes to concentrate. She could vividly recall the theories discussed by Jessica Redfield, the court sorceress of Nitala. Magic is a form of spiritual power, and sorcery is the method of materializing that power. An exceptional sorcerer must possess formidable spiritual strength. She endeavored to focus her spirit to evoke her essence magic. Audi Winter circled the tightly shut-eyed girl, observing her with a peculiar gaze. Suddenly, Alice unleashed her magic, and the hula hoop emanated an even colder energy. No, that's incorrect. Your spirit is not focused." Audi Winter shook his head, sighing. "What are you thinking about?" "I am striving to summon the essence magic." Alice gritted her teeth, persisting in her efforts. Audi Winter clicked his tongue, gently tapping Alice's head with his wand. She yelped, reaching to touch her crown, exclaiming, "Why did you hit me? Why do you wish to learn magic? Why do you desire to control Boppy?" Because I need to grow stronger. It might be useful." Alice bit her lip, speaking slowly. "Might be useful. If you are uncertain about its utility, why even pursue it?" Audi Winter exclaimed loudly, his tone dripping with disdain. "No, it will be useful. Lance has always been there to assist me. I can't keep relying on others for protection." Alice raised her head, pouting. "If your resolve regarding magic is merely this, it would be better to abandon it. You are even less proficient than an average sorcerer." Audi Winter shrugged, walking away. "If you cannot even discern your innermost desire, what use is it to become a figure of magical renown?" Innermost desire? She vaguely sensed her wish to learn magic, to possess the ability for self-defense, to attain a sense of security. No, not just security. She yearned to be capable. Like Lance. Lance was a knight who could stand alone, and did she not aspire to be an outstanding artist, a remarkable jester who surpassed her grandfather? Yes, had she not always wanted to be an exceptional jester? She learned to craft props, studied foundational magic, all to become a brilliant jester. Her life was not long. After all, was it not this desire that rescued her from despair? Yes, this desire, her innermost wish. The mysterious ice magic within her suddenly surged intensely. Alice thought to herself that her strength needed to grow because an exceptional jester must possess such power, just as Audi Winter stated. Allowing magic to truly bear its role as a part of her life and spirit, to condense it, to bring it to life, the ice magic suddenly softened and thickened, transforming as if from gas to liquid. Condensing and flowing, they coalesced into a gem-like, exquisite power, streaming from Alice's palm and seeping into the pure white hula hoop. Alice abruptly opened her eyes, encircling the hula hoop with her ice magic, hurling it directly toward the floating flame. The hula hoop, radiating a pale blue icy energy, spun as it flew forth. Upon contact with the flame, a hissing sound of ice and fire meeting echoed. A cloud of white mist emerged, enveloping the flames. When the vaporous white mist dissipated, she was astonished to find that the flames had been extinguished, yet the icy energy on the hula hoop seemed entirely intact. The hula hoop spun rapidly in midair, the ice magic coalescing into sharp, blade-like edges embedded within it, transforming the once smooth hula hoop into a sharp, icy wheel. Its rotation and levitation were not the result of Alice's magical control. She did nothing but stare wide-eyed at the wondrous hula hoop. Suddenly, Alice seemed to understand something. She swiftly removed the fabric ball adorned with a crying face from the strip and threw it toward the spinning hula hoop, channeling the magic from the hula hoop into a concentrated mass to collide with the fabric ball. Boom! Countless shards of ice and frost scattered in all directions, the fine ice particles striking Alice's face, causing a tingling sensation of tiny pinpricks. She hurriedly raised her hands to shield her face. When the icy debris ceased, she lowered her hands to see the hula hoop lying on the ground. Of course, there was also that boppy. However, that boppy was no longer a mere fabric ball. Ah, dear master, what a regrettable encounter. A girl, enveloped in a mist of moonlit frost, stood before her, bowing slightly. The girl was wrapped in white fabric, her long moonlit hair cascading down to her waist. Ah, you are boppy, Alice exclaimed, nearly losing her composure in fright. You actually called me boppy. The girl raised her head, tears streaming down her pristine cheeks in an instant. I have no name. I have no name. Sob. Her immediate tears left Alice perplexed. Why was she crying? Oh, wasn't this the ice boppy she summoned with essence magic? Ice represents sorrow. She suddenly recalled her previous words. This fabric ball. Did she not draw a crying face on it? Indeed, this must be the sorrowful ice boppy. It had to be. Hey, please don't cry, Alice hurriedly said. You shall be called Gibbs. From now on, I will call you Gibbs. All right. The girl, exuding coldness, wiped her tears, pursing her lips, and managed to stifle her sobs, nodding. All right. From now on, my master shall call me Gibbs. The ice girl spoke in a quivering voice, although she had ceased her crying. Her tone remained sorrowful. Alice felt that conversing with her was making her feel melancholic as well. All right. You're Gibbs. Let me think. I want to name you all together. Alice clapped her hands, summoning the pure white hula hoop back, then replicated the process, successfully invoking the essence magic of fire, earth, and wind, transforming all the fabric balls into humanoid forms. Yet, as Audi Winter had previously stated, the activation of this essence magic was exceedingly strenuous. By the time the last boppy was summoned, she nearly fainted. Gibbs rushed forward to support her. Master, what is wrong? Please, don't do this, woo-woo. Sighing to herself, Alice observed the familiar sight of her companion beginning to cry once more. In front of her stood 3 other bobbies. The fire bobby, with bright orange-red hair tied into a high ponytail, eyes sparkling, lips rosy, and brows furrowed. The earth bobby, whose steady brown hair was elegantly styled into a large bun at the back of her head, deep dark pupils giving her a somewhat dazed expression, and the wind bobby, with platinum blonde hair fashioned into 2 braided pigtails, bearing a delicate and fair complexion, her thin lips curving into a naturally confident smile. Sia Shilama Kula. In an effort to avoid repeating past mistakes, Alice promptly uttered their names. Hello, everyone. To her surprise, all the bobbies presented themselves as girls, which instilled a profound sense of safety within her. The quartet, no, the 4 bobbies, appeared to be of a similar age as Alice, clad in simple cloth robes, yet each distinctly radiated their unique magical essence. The air around Air shimmered with intense flames. Shilama Air emanated a heavy aura of earth and stone, while Kula was enveloped in a swirling breeze. Hey, is that all you have to say, just hello? No more captivating opening remarks? Air exclaimed, seemingly annoyed, though her furrowed brow bore an endearing playfulness. Master. You hello? Shilama Air stuttered, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink as she shyly addressed Alice. So my master is like this. Quite satisfying indeed. Kula beamed, gently waving her hands at Alice. For reasons unknown, Alice felt an overwhelming joy blossom within her, prompting her to leap to her feet and cheer loudly. Quiet down, you foolish girl. Out of nowhere, Outy Winter appeared, pointing his grand staff at Alice with a fierce expression. Unexpectedly, the four bobbies sprang to Alice's defense, glaring defiantly at the old mage, Outy Winter. Haha, just kidding. Outy Winter suddenly tossed aside his staff and chuckled. I knew I was right about you. Alice Parker, now you understand what I meant by bringing magic to life, don't you? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Outy Winter. You are truly a good person. Alice joyfully rushed forward and threw herself into Outy Winter's embrace. Goodness, what on earth is happening? Can someone tell me what is going on? This old man is not an enemy. Air shouted furiously. This, Shilama Air murmured to herself while covering her face. Master, do you perhaps like this old man and not me anymore? By C's voice quivered with tears. How amusing, my master seems so happy. I can't help but want to laugh. Oh dear. Kuela's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, her long, dark eyelashes appearing particularly enchanting. Finally, a rare, gentle smile broke through Outy Winter's typically stern demeanor as he lightly tapped Alice on the head and said, Silly girl. Take good care of them. They are now your living companions. But remember, magic cannot be sustained indefinitely. Summon them when needed. Yes, I will. Alice looked up at the old mage with a smile and nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 70. Scholars Week. The mages had shown an unexpected mercy. They carelessly performed some healing spells, which were so rudimentary that even someone like Lance, who was utterly clueless about magic, could comprehend them. They were undeniably at a novice level. His entire body still ached, and due to the blood pooling at the fracture site, he felt even worse than before. Having been dragged out for a brief outing yesterday, he now found himself once again imprisoned in the High Tower's dungeon. Although he could not see the guards, his brief venture outside revealed that this tower, situated in a hilly region, was heavily fortified, with high-ranking mages patrolling and layers upon layers of magical barriers preventing any escape. He was oblivious to what transpired outside or what he could do to alter his predicament. Frankly, this was the first time he felt so utterly powerless. The mages strictly monitored him, sometimes appearing to forget his existence altogether. As food was delivered sporadically, and it was particularly unpalatable, Lance nearly vomited several times, leaving him exceedingly weak, to the point where even sitting became a challenge, just as boredom began to overwhelm him. A mage entered. This mage sported a long brown beard and clutched a short birch staff. Lancelier. He casually glanced at Lance, his lips twitching beneath his beard. While we appreciate your bringing us a rare live dragon, that does not mean you will be granted mercy. I'm sure the Central Council feels the same. Where did you spring from, and what do you want? Lance rarely had visitors, apart from the last confused individuals who had subjected him to a trial. However, since this was a mage, he expected nothing favorable. Suddenly, the mage lunged forward, raising his staff menacingly at him. I know you must be plotting something. You claim to be innocent, but only a fool would naively find themselves imprisoned by mages. If you were truly innocent, how could you have attacked the White Scroll for no reason and willingly allowed yourself to be captured by us? I willingly allowed myself to be captured. Lance chuckled derisively, saying, Bastard, return my gun to me. Let me recover, and I assure you all of your throats will have an additional hole. It's fine if you don't speak, but your accomplices have already been exposed. They seem to be challenging the authority of the White Scroll. Oh, challenging the authority of Ciaer. I wonder if Nitala is trying to provoke some incident as an excuse to invade Ciaer. Lance spat, anger surging within him. Nitala, under the protection of the god of justice, would never stoop to such despicable acts. My companions are surely working hard to clear my name. A wise man wouldn't use gods to deceive mages. You know mages hold no gods. Only foolish humans like you would worship non-existent entities, the mage said with a malicious glare. Who knows what schemes you might be plotting? I believe that attacking those currently enjoying second-class citizen status under the name of the Central Council would suit your purposes perfectly. However, for a prisoner like you, we can take any measures we see fit. With that, he waved his staff, summoning 2 ice arrows that flew toward Lance without hesitation. The sharp ice arrows struck him in both shoulders, and Lance let out a cry as a wave of intense cold and pain surged through him, leaving his mind in a daze. Is this torture? Lance gritted his teeth, struggling to straighten up, his voice trembling. The mage ignored him, continuing to wield his staff, conjuring an unceasing barrage of miniature lightning bolts that crackled against Lance's body. He felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles, both painful and numbing, while the ice arrows embedded deep in his shoulders exuded a chilling sensation, causing his blood to congeal. The agony wrought by this elemental magic was no less than that of blades and firearms. And Lance could not help but scream in torment, rolling on the ground. Oh! The mage paused amidst the lightning strikes, saying, "This is merely an appetizer. However, it seems you are already struggling to cope. You truly have a poor appetite. My apologies, but Lion, the enforcer of the High Tower's dungeons, is not as gentle as those interrogators." Lance lay on the ground, gasping for breath. That's because the food you mages provide is nearly inedible. Hey, look, the main course is here. Lion raised his staff, preparing to unleash a more potent spell to torment Lance. Though Lance was battered and bruised, he refused to submit beneath this man's feet. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to demonstrate a knight's resilience. Get lost. Suddenly, a low whisper echoed, and Lion's wand was knocked from his hand. He looked around in panic, finding no one. You can use anti-magic defense spells? Lion exclaimed in shock. Staring at Lance, confused, Lance raised his head, asking, "What?" Just then, he noticed a towering black figure materializing behind Lion, exuding a terrifying aura, moving as silently as a specter. Anti-magic defense spells. Why did you knock my staff away? Ah, so you were prepared. You can wield magic, and your power is so strong that we cannot perceive it. Lion gasped in astonishment, utterly oblivious to the figure approaching him. Good evening, friend. Suddenly, a deep, chilling voice resonated behind him. Astonished, he turned to see a colossal skull, enveloped in a black mist, grinning ominously at him. Ah, he gasped in shock, but before he could utter another sound, he froze in place, collapsing as if turned to stone. His face forever etched in a state of horror. Before him stood a ghostly figure, shrouded in black mist, emanating a terrifying and despairing aura, as if freezing everything around him. Lance gazed at him in astonishment, feeling the slowly swirling black aura, which was as awe-inspiring as death itself. However, the dark specter seemed to harbor no animosity towards him. The black mist encircling the skull gradually descended, coalescing into a dark cloak that draped over the figure, while the skull itself slowly morphed into a human face. The atmosphere of terror and despair that had enveloped him began to dissipate, becoming increasingly imperceptible. Lance scrutinized the man's visage, noting his gaunt features, chiseled contours, and pure white short hair reminiscent of Loth. His gaze was cold and piercing as it met Lance's own. Clad in a black cloak and bearing a massive purple-black scythe on his back, he stood there silently, resembling a harbinger of death. Lance Lair, he suddenly spoke, enunciating each syllable with deliberate clarity. Lance felt an eerie familiarity in the voice. Curiously observing the man in black, he inquired, "Is he dead?" "That accursed mage is merely a soul I have frozen." The man in black stepped forward and kicked the prison door. For reasons unknown, the magical seal above vanished in an instant, and the lock unlatched itself. "I must have seen you somewhere before. Who are you? How did you get in?" "You are on the brink of death. I am uncertain whether you will endure until dawn." The figure appraised Lance's condition, speaking in a detached manner. Then he placed his hand upon Lance's head and instructed, "Breathe deeply, child." A surge of dark energy erupted from his palm, swirling rapidly around Lance's body, with some even penetrating within him. Lance merely felt a slight tingling sensation as the darkness entered his being, but he surmised that the man was attempting to assist him and asked, "Are you healing me?" "I am merely siphoning your pain and mortality," the man in black replied coolly. "I have merely appropriated a portion of the Grim Reaper's power." The tendrils of darkness swirled momentarily before retracting into his palm. Sitting up, Lance felt a significant alleviation in his physical condition. He touched his chest, where the broken bones seemed to have ceased their torment, and the blood flowed seamlessly through his body, Even the 2 ice arrows lodged in his shoulder had vanished, and the fresh wound had inexplicably scabbed over in dark lesions. "Why are you saving me? Is it Amelia?" Lance could no longer suppress his curiosity. "I did not save you. I merely prevented the mage from disrupting the rules of the game," the man in black rose, seizing the statue-like form of the mage Leon, and began to stride towards the exit. "Like this fellow, saving you is the responsibility of another." As Lance gazed at the enormous scythe on the man's back, he suddenly recalled the wanted poster he had seen in Nitala and the black-clad figure he had encountered alongside Alice in Cardo City. The Phantom Rider, he murmured. "Oh, right." The man in black gestured towards the window above. An eagle suddenly flapped its wings and burst through the small opening, landing beside Lance and calling out twice. "Captain, this eagle pursued you to the tower prison after spotting you, but it could not breach the magical barrier outside." The man in black clucked his tongue, stepping over to the paralyzed mage, lifting him with one hand. "I shall not disturb your rest. By the way, your eagle is quite impressive." With that, the figure cloaked in darkness exited the cell, watching him carry the mage away with one hand. Lance's mind brimmed with questions. However, he then caught sight of his old companion, and the oppressive knots in his heart unraveled in an instant. "Hey, Cabin," Lance greeted with a smile. "Hey, Lance." Lance was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 71. The Scholar's Week. The small window allowed a beam of light, the only connection to the sky within Lance's prison. Beyond the window, the Central Council's buildings were meticulously arranged atop the hills, flanked by towering structures, half of which served as prisons and the other half as repositories of knowledge. Enclosed by high walls and magical barriers, the Central Council's domain housed the largest mage court of the White Scrolls. Known as the Logic Scales, this appellation was not merely symbolic. The open court resembled a vast circular theater, with 2 stone platforms suspended above the stage, representing the opposing sides, while the central position, meant for the judge, held a gigantic golden balance scale. The scale appeared stunning, towering 3 men high, emanating a palpable magical force that anyone could sense. Kyle swaggered into the Logic Scales court, surrounded by a throng of mage guards. He deliberately walked with his feet turned outward, resembling a tall and slender goblin. Oh yes, he remembered, he was now a second-class citizen, on par with goblins. However, his dark circles were not intentional, though he had just procured a vial of potion from Odwin that revitalized him. It hardly altered his outward appearance. Alice and Amelia had already taken their seats in the audience, appearing to be mere spectators, yet both were fully armed, uncertain of what unexpected events might unfold. The current situation was that Kyle's defense plea had surprisingly been approved by the Central Council. It seemed they wished to showcase their power to humanity while more legitimately claiming the dragon and its 2 riders. After all, both the dragon and its riders held immense research value. Should Nitala ever seek to demand individuals or dragons from the White Scrolls, they would now possess compelling evidence. Previously, Nitalan's defense had failed, justifying the White Scrolls' acceptance of the 2 riders and 1 dragon. The representative dispatched by the Central Council was the Silver Senator Gresham, rumored to have a background in demonic studies and well-versed in numerous branches of that field. Moreover, given the plethora of branches within demonic studies, this individual might very well dabble in illusion, using magic to enhance his rhetoric and reasoning abilities. However, since he was here, he might as well engage in a proper argument with them. At least that was Kyle's intention. The seats surrounding the court were filled with mages. Gresham soared on his broomstick towards the hovering stone platform, while Kyle, gazing at the elevated platform, scratched his head and muttered to himself, "How terrifying." Amelia observed him from a distance, suddenly struck by a premonition regarding this guy's intentions. He indeed wasted no time summoning a trap adorned with the words, "Get lost," along with his toolbox, attracting the attention of numerous mages. Kyle paid little mind to their bewildered stares, extracting a modified blade to adjust the trap, occasionally gesturing with his hands while glancing up at the height of the hovering stone platform. Then, he grinned, stowing away his toolbox and positioning himself atop the trap. "3," he shouted, and the trap instantly activated, propelling the steel plate above it upward with a robust spring. Kyle leveraged that momentary force and soared into the air. The mages regarded this peculiar human with expressions akin to witnessing a monster. Haha, Kyle had calculated accurately. As he ascended to the stone platform, he reached it at a time when his speed was minimal. He landed on the platform without even needing the holy water pool, completely unscathed. While the mages found his approach creative, It appeared far too unorthodox compared to a standard broom flight. They were more intrigued by the board that had propelled them upward, but as several curious mages approached, a small magical array materialized around the trap, rendering the trap itself transparent before it vanished. The mages soon realized it was a summoning spell. Alice surveyed the entire courtroom, noting that quite a number of spectators filled the Colosseum-style seating. Perhaps the mages were merely curious or bored. But to Alice, it seemed they could engage in many other activities during Scholars' Week. She had previously skimmed through the 4 major academic disciplines studied by the mages and was astonished to discover that the so-called elemental studies, magical studies, alchemy, and demonic studies were not limited to practical spells as she had assumed. These broad categories encompassed numerous subdisciplines. For instance, thermodynamics and combustion studies fell under elemental studies, focusing on heat and combustion knowledge. While optics and curse studies belonged to the realm of magical studies, at least in Nitala, she had never encountered such an extensive academic system. The mage's dedication to scholarship was indeed well-deserved. Nevertheless, she was still seething over Simon's matter. Agnes's visage continually resurfaced in her mind. Though they had only shared a night together, Alice was certain she had come to regard her as a close friend. She had animatedly recounted the entire story to Kyle and Emilia, nearly to the point of tears, and they too felt regret for Agnes and Simon. However, she knew there was nothing more to be done about the situation. She even contemplated whether, upon her death, she might encounter Agnes's spirit. If that were the case, it would be splendid. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the clock tower resonated clearly, carrying far and wide. This signified the hour had come. Clearing his throat, Kyle produced a small vial from his robe. The vial bore an inscription, "One vial to shatter glass." Accompanied by a drawing of a skull, the potion was bestowed upon him by Audi Winter, and it seemed to have piqued his interest in the old mage, who now appeared somewhat intriguing. "Permit me to." The mage across from him, Gresham, the silver counselor of the Central Assembly, waved his wand and cast an amplification spell upon himself. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with large black-rimmed spectacles, his long, Mediterranean-style hair, now streaked with gray, was tied back in a braid that a silver 6-pointed star badge hung from his chest, emblematic of his status and rank. Undoubtedly, he was a respected counselor, frequently participating in trials and debates. However, he was not considered a high-ranking member of the Central Assembly, merely on par with a mid-level governor of Nitara. "Permit me to express my respect for the scales of logic." Gresham's voice resonated loudly enough for the entire assembly to hear. He bowed towards the enormous suspended scales positioned at the center. "And extend my compassion to my human friend standing opposite me." The mages erupted in a cacophony of laughter. "Oh, thank you for your kind intentions. Are you attempting to introduce me to a young lady?" Kyle took a sip from the vial, his voice suddenly booming, even louder than Gresham's. "What?" The mage was taken aback by his meaning. "Oh, I mean, since you show pity for my current state of bachelorhood, why not introduce me to a girl? I wouldn't mind a mage girl," Kyle chuckled, his laughter echoing even to the most distant spectators. Gresham paused, seemingly at a loss for words due to Kyle's retort. However, he quickly regained his composure, stating, "In a debate, jesting is inappropriate. I presume you are not acquainted with the principles of the scales of logic. I am willing to provide you with a brief introduction to the rules." "Hey, my friend, I am a pitiable soul. As you have acknowledged, I not only lack a girlfriend, but I haven't even had breakfast. Please bear with me. You know how impatient the youth can be. Unlike the elderly who take their time." Kyle maintained a deep gaze and a smile at the corner of his mouth, despite the frivolity of his words, standing as upright as a palace guard. Well, he was indeed a palace guard. "Enough," Gresham suddenly shouted. Yet, he appeared somewhat flustered, hastily casting a spell upon himself. Although he merely whispered a few incantations, Kyle's keen eyes did not miss it. The scales of logic will tilt based on the persuasiveness and rationality of each side's arguments. When the lever tips entirely, the lighter side loses. Am I mistaken? Kyle, uninterested in further banter, spoke earnestly. "It seems you possess some knowledge," Gresham replied, regaining a semblance of his earlier calm. "Let us declare the topic of debate. I, Gresham, Silver Counselor of the Central Assembly's Punishment Bureau, will debate the guilt of Lancel Rail, the Dragon Rider." At that moment, a massive yellow glow materialized on the tray on Gresham's side of the scales. Due to the weight of this counterbalance, the scales began to tilt ever so slightly towards Gresham. "I shall advocate for the innocence of Lancel Rail while denouncing Simon Griffin of the Lycarian Elemental Academy and his fiancée, Agnes Chura. As Kyle's words fell, another large blue glowing counterbalance appeared on his side of the tray. The lever began to tilt back, ultimately resting in a position of balance. Simon Griffin. Gresham's confusion was mirrored by the gazes of the mages in the audience. Most of them were familiar with Simon due to his numerous academic advancements. However, why would this human mention Simon Griffin? What could his intentions possibly be? This revelation startled Alice, as Kyle had not informed her of his plans to mention such matters. Yet, asking him now seemed impractical. She leaned against Amelia, anxiously observing Kyle, who stood on the floating stone platform with a calm and composed smile. Unbeknownst to her, Amelia's expression reflected a mix of tension and anticipation, rivaling her own. Over the past 2 days, she had accompanied Kyle in reading an extensive array of materials to prepare for this debate. She was well aware of how much rest she had afforded herself. Yet she had no inkling of whether Kyle had managed to close his eyes at all. Her sole hope was that Kyle would find a way to save Lancel and then continue their mission. Although the arguments were somewhat ambiguous, the appearance of the weights on the scales signified that the propositions had been established and the debate must commence. After what Alice deemed to be a plethora of unnecessary objective statements, Kyle and Gresham's debate officially began. I trust everyone acknowledges the fact that during the capture of the dragon, both Lancel Rail and Tom Grant were on the dragon's back. May I pose a question to you? Sir, if a bandit were to abduct your daughter, placing her upon a horse, and then make his escape, would the guards convict the bandit merely because your daughter was also present on that steed? The dragon is a perilous creature. I doubt I need to cite ancient texts to substantiate this claim. The dragon's ferocity is evident to all, and Lancel Rail, in the presence of such a colossal beast, managed to avoid its attacks or attempts to flee. Doesn't that raise suspicion? This doubt merely presents a possibility. Additionally, the mages who participated in the guard that day observed 2 dragons, one of which fled. That I personally believe the most plausible scenario is that Lancel Rail is the rider of the dragon that escaped. Not even a human, let alone a mage, could remain unscathed atop a dragon for even 10 seconds, yet Lancel Rail has accomplished this effortlessly. What can you say regarding this possibility, sir? Oh, you are evading my question, Kyle interjected incisively. Very well. Let us set aside your daughter. Indeed, it was the dragon that directly attacked the white scroll, but it was merely a dragon. Your 2 hypotheses are as follows. The first, that Lancel's safety is due to his ability to control the dragon. The second, which is perhaps more likely, that Lancel was riding another dragon that fled. Have I misstated anything in my expression? At that moment, since Kyle had not provided any defensive or counterarguments, the lever began to tilt towards Gresham. In essence, while not exhaustive, your assessment is not incorrect, Gresham replied. Excellent. Let us first address the first hypothesis. Part of the rationale, as I previously articulated regarding the bandit, is that although Lancel was in the company of criminals, it does not imply he himself is guilty. My assertion is that Lancel risked climbing onto the dragon's back to prevent the beast from attacking the white scroll. That I presume you are well versed in the challenges of mounting a dragon. Our ancestors, both human and mage, have attested to this through their blood. Regarding the matter of dragon riding, I believe the ancient tomes in the Morning Library's restricted section elucidate that the dragon you have captured, known for its inherent aggressiveness, has a slim chance of obeying a human or mage. Yet only one person possesses that possibility. That I trust you have observed the dragon in prison alongside Tom Grant. It should be fairly evident who is more likely to be the master. Allow me to impart a simple method. Should the scent of the master's blood be detected, the dragon will become frenzied. Specifically, it may erupt in a sudden onslaught of fireballs, should one attempt it. I am certain Tom's blood would incite the fire dragon's wrath, yet Lancel's blood might not even warrant a cursory lick. How do you know this method is effective? Gresham inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded the foreigner standing steadfastly on the opposite floating platform. Oh, you are far too specialized in your studies. I suggest diverting some attention from your orthodox subjects to the realm of antiquarian books. You may find it enriching, Kyle replied unflinchingly. Although his method lacked substantiation, the scales gradually began to lean towards Kyle. This extraordinary balance would not reveal the truth to others, but was attuned to discern right from wrong. This shift indicated that Kyle's arguments were sound. Simultaneously, Kyle continued unabated. This disproves your first hypothesis. As Lancel is not the dragon's master, according to the laws of the Shell's severe crime trial city, any external destructive assault on the city, or instigation, direction, or conspiracy thereto, results in the citizen being charged with treason. While non-citizens are treated as military enemies, Lancel does not fulfill these criteria, thus we transition to the second hypothesis. Kyle and Gresham engaged in a methodical and reasoned debate, the mages below listening intently, while Alice found herself muddled, even on the brink of dozing off. Can Kyle truly persuade these mages? I believe they are resolute in their intent to cause trouble. After all, someone must shoulder the compensation for the damaged towers. Alice stretched her shoulders, voicing her thoughts. Emilia continued to listen attentively, her response to Alice's remark merely a gentle shake of her head, indicating her concern for Kyle's strategies. Alice recognized Kyle's unconventionality, yet witnessing his usual light-hearted demeanor left her entirely unaware of his capacity to command such a grand assembly. It was crucial to note that he was now facing all the mages, not merely Gresham, and he managed to speak fluidly, unhesitatingly, all while deftly navigating the debate. Although she had heard adults say that speaking with intimidation is impolite, for some inexplicable reason, Kyle's rapid-fire rebuttals brought her a sense of relief. Gresham is not suited to deal with this person, came the voice of a small child nearby. Alice turned to see a boy even smaller than herself, clad in a deep crimson robe, complete with a hood, who was muttering beside her. Noticing Alice's gaze, he suddenly turned and glared at her, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Is there something worth looking at?" Humph. It was Alice's first encounter with such a fierce little brat, and a surge of indignation rose within her. "Who is looking at you?" "You are." The boy fixed his fierce gray eyes upon her and challenged, "Do you have doubts about my remarks? Speak up." Humph. It's not that Gresham is unfit to handle Kyle. It's that he simply cannot win against Kyle. Alice retorted defiantly, "You mages only bury yourselves in research and can't even wield your tongues properly." "Oh, are you confident in your eloquence? Would you like to have a debate with me?" The boy sprang up, removing his hood to reveal a head of short gray hair, his round face flushed crimson, as if he were genuinely angered. "Humph, how dare you get angry? You've provoked me, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Alice, still quite young, felt aggrieved by this little brat's challenge. She jumped up as well, declaring, "Let us try it then." No sooner had she spoken than a shadow unexpectedly materialized between them that a tall man cloaked in black appeared, pressing both Alice and the boy back into their seats with a hand on each. "Hey, you." The boy was about to speak when an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, his eyelids suddenly heavy. Before he could continue, he fell asleep. Alice stared in astonishment at the uninvited guest, who was garbed like the Grim Reaper, instinctively reaching for Emilia's arm beside her. Emilia turned alertly to examine the figure in black, her heart skipping a beat. Both girls were utterly astonished. Though the reason was not complex, anyone encountering such an individual would undoubtedly feel a pang of terror. To say he resembled the Grim Reaper was not merely due to his tattered cloak of pure black that enveloped him. He also bore a massive scythe slung across his back. The mage boy had been seated in the corner, and now the man in black, positioned next to him, remained shrouded in darkness, invisible to the other mages. "If I recall correctly, you are a wanted criminal of Nitala, the Black Knight." Emilia pulled Alice closer, holding her tightly while preparing to draw her surgical knife. "I have no intention of fighting you, young lady," the figure in black said, lifting his gaze to the confrontation above, seemingly unperturbed by their hostility, "and, little princess, this is the second time we've met that if I'm not mistaken, your name is Alice." Alice pondered, her memory suddenly flashing back to an encounter in Cardo with a black-clad knight who had helped them drive away a demon. It seemed to be this very person's attire. Moreover, the knight from before had not been a villain. "If I'm not mistaken, there will be some troubles that you cannot handle. Allow me to listen to this debate. Please refrain from shouting." "All right." The Black Knight extended a hand, gesturing towards them both, speaking softly. Alice timidly responded, "Sir, you were in Cardo. I doubt there is another ghostly knight like me in this world." "You are not mistaken," the Black Knight replied nonchalantly. As Alice remained enveloped in astonishment, Emilia scrutinized his bandaged arm. Her intuition and logic indicated that this Black Knight was not here to trouble them, but rather a figure they could not afford to provoke. However, the tightly wound white bandages covering his arm triggered a reflex in Emilia, the physician, who sensed something amiss. "Sir, your hand carries a scent of decay." Emilia substituted this observation for a greeting or inquiry. The Black Knight, who had been motionless, gazing at the sky, slightly tilted his head at her words. Yet, the darkness of his hood concealed his features entirely. The children of the Crestera school are indeed remarkable. I wish I had a student like that, the Black Knight sighed. Speaking slowly, not just my arm, but my entire body is rotting. Emilia was certain he was not jesting. The chill and despair emanating from him could not possibly belong to a living being. This man, in appearance, manner, and aura, resembled the Grim Reaper, exuding an indescribable darkness. Yet, he had mentioned Crestera. Thus, the second hypothesis was invalidated. Furthermore, based on my earlier logical deductions, the evidence you possess has numerous inadequacies in its judicial proceedings, rendering it unconvincing during arguments. Indeed, you could argue that certain judicial proceedings lack persuasiveness, but considering the safety of the White Scroll, you cannot deny the connection between Lance and the dragon that escaped, nor the potential threat he poses. While he may not be the captured dragon's master, we cannot ascertain the fate of the escaped dragon that in light of the lingering suspicions, he cannot be absolved. Gresham seemed to perceive the scales tipping too far, and thus had to concede. He was already quite astonished, for Kyle's reasoning and defense were flawless, devoid of any errors or oversights. The mage's confidence stemmed from their belief that this foreigner would struggle to grasp the legalities surrounding the White Scroll. That even if he knew some details, he would be unable to fully comprehend the procedures or recall them clearly, thus allowing them to target his vulnerabilities and ensnare him in a web of confusion, thereby gaining the favor of the logical scales. However, this seemingly unremarkable human, Kyle, spoke with such precision that even the scales of logic unhesitatingly tipped in his favor, leaving every mage in the room in astonishment. Do not continue to act so rudely. If there are individuals posing a potential threat, they should be apprehended. Your prisons may not even suffice. Kyle suddenly bellowed. You possess only suspicions, lacking sufficient evidence to prove Lance's guilt. Hence you cannot continue to detain him. The laws of the White Scroll do not permit a suspect of such a degree to be treated as a serious criminal. At most, he should undergo appropriate questioning and investigation. Gresham was taken aback by his outburst. Simultaneously, the logical scales shifted towards Kyle, radiating a brilliant light as the weights began to levitate. If you believe that outsiders are ignorant of your laws, unaware of basic judicial principles, or lack deep knowledge regarding dragons, then you are sorely mistaken. Your emphasis on academia does not mean that wisdom is exclusive to you. Furthermore, in my view, your abandonment of the wisdom of the mind is a pathological form of wisdom that will never lead you to true truth. This guy is going too far. The attending mages began to voice their displeasure loudly. Nevertheless, the logical scales rendered their judgment, affirming Kyle's words. Gresham glared at him coldly. Yet, he displayed no anger or dissatisfaction, remaining as calm as before. Young man, do not think that the approval of the logical scales grants you the license to slander us regarding the White Scroll. Do not overstep your bounds. Suddenly, the logical scales returned to equilibrium, as if starting anew. However, Kyle understood what this meant, stating, Rest assured, we humans are not as baseless as you assume. Next, mages, I intend to make you aware of just how pitiful your glory truly is. Let the Lycario Elemental Academy immediately authorize Simon Griffin's return to his hometown of Pantaz Town for the reburial of his deceased wife, Agnes Culla. This was the next topic of discussion. Upon hearing this, Alice raised her head, momentarily forgetting her earlier joy over Lance Lar's acquittal. For she was not only concerned about Lance's fate, but also the matter of Simon Griffin that Kyle had mentioned. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, never imagining that Kyle could persuade the mages. Yet, his previous remarks were laced with a hint of volatility, causing her to worry. Would the mages, angered by his radical statements, swarm him, resulting in Lance's continued imprisonment? Emilia had remained silent throughout, yet her tension was evident on her face. Kyle, what on earth are you saying? Chapter 73. The Escape. Cabin, are you speaking? Are you speaking? Lance could not help but reach for Cabin. Cabin jumped, dodging him. Don't be so startled. I didn't intend to scare you. Cabin's beak opened and closed, emitting a voice akin to that of an adult man. It was only with great difficulty that the ghostly knight helped me break the barrier outside, allowing me to enter. Lance, I cannot elaborate too much at the moment. We must escape together. But, what exactly are you? Lance still struggled to believe his own eyes. The eagle that had accompanied him for 2 years had suddenly spoken. A revelation that was hard for anyone to accept. Cabin seemed rather exasperated. You truly are a fool, Lance. How naively you believe that an ordinary eagle could coexist with humans, eating, living, and sleeping together, while fully comprehending human speech. Lance was taken aback. Well, you really are stubborn. I understand better than you do. Cabin continued. We must rescue the flame dragon, Enil, and its master. We have unraveled the cause of their madness. It stems from the dragon's intense sensing of demonic presence. The fire demon, Benti, has awakened, and we alone cannot thwart him. Meanwhile, Kal is currently engaged in debate with the mages. He appears quite confident, but is oblivious to the gravest issue at hand. All right, Lance, just remember what I've said. Now, we must escape. You have urgent matters to attend to. You. Please don't say too much. Let me collect my thoughts. Lance was already feeling dizzy. Suddenly, Cabin soared into the air, crashing against the magically sealed lock on the iron door. With its sharp beak, it tore at the magical array, which obediently shattered into fragments. Then, the lock opened automatically. Keep talking as we go, Lance, Cabin said while flapping its wings. Lance hastily rose to follow. They opened the great door of the tower's prison and descended the open spiral staircase. The staircase wound around the tower. Devoid of railings, the cold wind swept around the ivory tower, which loomed over 100 meters high. As Lance walked along the edge of the staircase and glanced down, a wave of dizziness washed over him. It is rare for anyone to associate demons with dragons, as dragons have been extinct for far too long. Yet their connection is indeed real. Cabin flitted alongside Lance, remarking, I would not have realized this had I not encountered the Ghost Knight. Noise Carter. Ghost Knight? Who is he? And what are you exactly? He was a friend of the three great saints, a knight cursed by the undead, once an eminent knight like you. As for me, I am a moon eagle. Are you familiar with moon eagles? Cabin inquired. No, I am a companion of the Moon Clan, having been stranded on the continent of Allrest due to an unfortunate incident that I was gravely injured and had my ability to speak and wield magic sealed. Reduced to acting like an ordinary eagle. At that time, I was on the verge of death, and you saved me. Now, having snuck some rare herbs from the mage's shop, I have regained my speech and magical abilities. Do not worry. I shall alleviate many burdens for you. The astonishment etched on Lance's face reached unprecedented heights. Moon Clan? All right. I have been unable to speak for 2 years. Once we resolve these matters, I will explain everything to you. Wait, stop. Lance noticed a small platform ahead, resembling a balcony. Below it was another staircase, and he found himself in the upper middle section of the tower. The small platform was supported by a rope, one end tied to a pillar, the other stretching towards the adjacent tower. If we proceed any further down, we will encounter formidable magical arrays and the oversight of mages. Although the Ghost Knight Carter helped clear this segment, he cannot single-handedly challenge those magical arrays. After all, they were set up to contain you, a heavy criminal. Listen closely, Lance. You must traverse that rope to the other tower. You should be able to see the massive cage atop that tower, where the flame dragon, Enil, is imprisoned. Lance stared blankly at it. The eagle's sharp gaze pierced through him, as if it were issuing a command. You mean, I have to? Yes, climb across the rope, Cabin instructed. Lance glanced at the rope, a chill running down his back. Looking across to the other tower, he estimated it to be roughly 100 meters away. Are you afraid? Cabin urged. Lance shook his head, saying, I've never done anything like this before. Of course. You haven't. You think such skills are reserved for thieves, Cabin replied. You still fail to grasp Captain Aramis's words. You continue to see yourself as a royal knight. For 2 years, I have observed your every move. What should I do? Lance inquired. The foremost principle for a ranger knight is survival, ensuring one's safety in any adverse environment. Ranger knights do not wield shields, yet they are capable of withstanding more than mere arrows. They can overcome challenges that royal knights cannot. You will understand one day. Lance, Cabin said, spreading its wings and flying towards the other side. Lance bit his lip, his expression frozen for a few moments before he stretched, declaring, One day. Let it be today. Ranger knights do not rely on weapons and shields. Their greatest strengths lie in their bodies and will. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lance suddenly recalled this phrase. Frowning, he took a leap, and as he soared into the air, he quickly reached out and grasped the slender rope, using the strength of his arms to suspend himself in midair. Oh, royal knights cannot manage this. Their armor is far too heavy, Lance mused. Strangely, after grasping the rope, any residual tension dissipated instantly. It was as if he had suddenly gained clarity on certain matters. He then alternated his grip on the rope with his arms, propelling himself forward. The rope swayed precariously between the two towers, influenced by the wind and Lance's movements. giving the impression that it might snap at any moment, suspended nearly 100 meters above the ground. Relying solely on this rope to maintain his balance, he found that looking down was torturous for an ordinary person. It was too high, truly too high. Lance strained onward. He began to understand that ranger knights did not merely survive by wielding a long spear. They relied on their own bodies, not external possessions. Though he still worried about his missing spear, his immediate priority was to find a place to land. Alice, though extremely anxious about Kyle's performance, was equally unsettled by the black-clad knight beside her, not solely due to the dark aura emanating from him. She had recently learned some magic and gained a basic understanding of magical energy, yet this man's dark presence felt less like dark magic and more like an eerie, despair-laden sensation. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that this man in black resembled a crow, foreboding ill tidings. "You too," he suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with a sense of lifelessness, "are the fifth judgment sequence foretold in prophecy. You are aware of this, are you not?" Alice was taken aback by the peculiar term. King Nitala once mentioned that the 4 judgment sequences were overwhelmed with tasks and wished for us to specifically investigate the resurgence of demons. Emilia interjected. "However, he did not imply that we are the 5th judgment sequence or anything of the sort. I am uncertain if that is what you mean. The king, do you truly believe that the king is limited to seeking you out? Or that he lacks trust in the 4 great judgment sequences? In truth, even the brother of the god of war is reluctant to trust oracles and prophecies," he stated. "Emmy, what exactly is the judgment sequence?" Alice inquired. "The first judgment sequence is the Knights of the Sacred Shield, tasked with judging external threats to the citizens of Nitala. The second judgment sequence is the Royal Administrators, responsible for judging lawbreakers. The third judgment sequence is the Nitala Church, responsible for judging deceptive demons and their agents. The fourth judgment sequence is the Elrose Shadow Guard, responsible for judging anyone that opposes the king and the royal family." Emilia answered slowly. "The 4 judgment sequences maintain the order of Nitala. Much like the 5 great secret organizations uphold the order of the world. However, order can be cruel. It is indifferent to the fates of individuals. The king is more concerned with saving face for Scoville, yet fails to grasp the underlying truth." The black-clad knight remarked. "But I believe in prophecy. I know the king's efforts are in vain. I am Noise Carter, the reborn ghost knight, here to assist you in fulfilling your mission. However, I am uncertain whether my strength is merely a drop in the bucket." Alice remained confused, having long pondered the necessity of this journey, yet she had never questioned Lance, thus placing her trust in him. She had asked herself numerous times why the king would entrust her with such responsibilities given her meager strength. Emilia, however, suddenly understood. The resurgence of demons was a matter of utmost concern, not merely for the king, but for the Holy Alliance. As the earthly guardians of faith, the saints would go to great lengths to protect humanity from annihilation by demons. Yet, their energies were limited, and some matters may be beyond their capacity to manage fully. The people of Nitala had been terrified by demons 13 years ago, and their current precautions against demons were not without merit. Reynolds Cross was a wise king. He would undoubtedly dispatch his elite forces to quell the situation. However, the saints received a divine revelation, summoning the 5 individuals designated therein to inform the king that they were the chosen ones, tasked with establishing the 5th judgment order to pass judgment upon the resurrected demons. Although the king acknowledged the contributions of the Sacred Alliance in safeguarding humanity and complied entirely with Scaver's demands, he dismissed these 5 individuals without a second thought. After sending them away, he covertly dispatched his elite troops behind the backs of the saints. The slain monks whom Emilia encountered in the Solaya Mountains, alongside Rose, were mere pawns of the king. Section 74. Wisdom or emotion? Why do you insist on allowing Simon Griffin to return home to bury his wife? Is it truly necessary? A dragon has ravaged Pant Town, resulting in numerous casualties. Must every resident of Pant Town who has studied or worked with the White Scrolls return to engage in such a futile endeavor? Futile? I concede that your approach to the deceased is indeed far more succinct and expedient than that of humanity. However, to disallow friends and family from mourning is utterly incomprehensible. The passing of a friend inevitably casts a shadow upon the heart. Bidding farewell to the deceased is not merely a ritual, but also a means of dispelling that inner darkness. At this, the scales of logic remain steadfast, showing no signs of tilting or wavering. You speak of humanity, do you not? The hearts of mages are not as complex as those of humans. Inner shadows? Nonsense. The dead cannot be revived. What purpose does mourning serve? The fate of the deceased soul is beyond our control. Our foremost duty is to swiftly dispose of the bodies. If you are so rational, why not treat the bodies of the deceased as sustenance? Food is valuable, and in a world where everything is materialized and quantified through the white scrolls, would this not be an astute method of economizing? What? What are you saying? Are you insulting our mage civilization by likening us to the cannibalistic practices of orcs? Kyle stared intently at Gresham. Although the councilman had invoked the tranquility spell several times, it seemed he was on the verge of losing his temper once again. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. No, I simply do not comprehend your civilization. As far as I know, nearly all mages of shells possess a spell known as tranquility. This incantation serves to calm the emotions within. Mages utilize this spell to immerse themselves in scholarly pursuits. However, the usage of this spell has become so prevalent that it is employed as frequently as one drinks water. In truth, mages are not the detached rational beings I once imagined. Your rationality is forcibly maintained through spells. And mages, at their core, are not vastly different from humans. Upon hearing his final statement, the mages could no longer contain their emotions. Instead of employing their tranquility, they brandished their wands, pointing them at Kyle hovering above. They seemed eager to prevent the continuation of this debate. Do you see? You are merely cowards. Kyle suddenly produced a vial from Odwinty, downing its contents before exclaiming loudly, his voice amplified several-fold. If I were a mage, I would not dare to proclaim my willingness to sacrifice my studies for the sake of a loved one, nor would I weep openly in the sorrow of losing friends, for a single tranquility spell would suffice to quell all my despair. Those around me would be as inconsequential as dust, and emotions as fleeting as receding waves. But have you ever considered why the Creator bestowed upon you the gift of emotional fluctuation? Was it to compel you to laboriously suppress it with tranquility? You are not gods. Pursuing scholarship and exploring truth is not inherently wrong. Yet your vision is far too narrow. Do you comprehend the beauty of emotions? Do you truly believe that forcibly severing emotions will grant you greater academic achievements? Oh, I was just about to inform you that this is precisely why we possess greater power than you. Gresham deemed it unnecessary to continue. As this individual had already incited public outrage, he waved his short wand, and several large fireballs materialized behind him. It appeared he had resolved to reduce Kyle to ashes. The mages erupted into uproar. With some summoning magic to launch an assault on Kyle, Alice and Amelia were horrified. They could not fathom why Kyle would speak so provocatively. In a realm of mages, was he not courting death? Had he lost sight of his purpose in such a moment of recklessness? Naturally, their first instinct was to protect Kyle. However, the Death Knight noise suddenly leaped beside them, enveloping both in his pitch-black cloak. A chilling aura instantly surrounded the two. Do not act rashly, Noise whispered. What are you doing? Alice retorted angrily. Shoo! Some mages turned to look, recalling that two humans were seated nearby. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that the two humans had seemingly vanished into thin air. Is this the Grim Reaper's cloak? Amelia murmured softly. She was aware of a certain cloak that allowed the Grim Reaper to move unseen, rendering them invisible to ordinary eyes. Noise Carter remained silent. The mages redirected their focus to Kyle. Encircled by magical fireballs, Gresham wore a smug smile, as if to say, Humanity, this is the power of the wisdom we revere. We foolish humans possess our own wisdom, and I can demonstrate that our humanity does not hinder our ability to think, Kyle declared. As a massive cube encased in iron appeared beside him, a multitude of crossbows interconnected with chains, gears, and ropes were meticulously aligned within the cube, all aimed squarely at Gresham. The cube was supported by a sturdy iron framework, firmly anchored to the floating stone platform where Kyle stood. Behind him, a colossal structure resembling a horn materialized, adorned with a myriad of small balloons intricately tied with complex metallic threads. The fireballs and ice spikes previously hurled by the audience were drawn towards the balloons, channeling their magical energy into the horn, which resonated with a resounding melody. The mages stared in astonishment at these peculiar contraptions. Have you ever studied mechanics? Kyle said bluntly. Mechanical devices and traps, do you find them difficult? Strangely enough, the mages were indeed utterly ignorant of mechanics. Their academic pursuits seemed more focused on exploring truth and essence. Magical power was essentially the force of nature's essence. However, when it came to creative disciplines such as mechanics. The mages seldom ventured. Similarly, subjects like law, management, and economics were not their forte. In contrast, humans excelled in these fields. This was why clever goblins swiftly dominated the commerce of shells after gaining liberation of their personal rights. Gresham was at a loss for words, for he truly did not know what lay before him. Hearing about Simon and Agnes's plight, I have been unable to comprehend. Kyle seemed entirely unfazed by the furious mages surrounding him. In truth, your fervent pursuit of wisdom has veered off the proper path. I do not know how mages operate, but I know that humanity seeks wisdom primarily for self-preservation. I do not know how mages operate, but I know that humanity's intense emotions drive them to wield their utmost wisdom, not only to protect themselves but also to safeguard their families and loved ones. I do not know how mages operate, but I know that humanity can achieve miraculous wisdom through irrational obsessions. I do not know how mages operate, but I know that humanity loves one another, clinging to irrational convictions, yet they find happiness. Kyle's fervor had reached a boiling point. He prided himself on being rational. Yet upon hearing Alice's account, he felt deeply dissatisfied with the mages' attitudes to him. If he were to seal the demons, the realm of mages would undoubtedly become a hellish purgatory teeming with demons. He could not believe that a man who had lost his newlywed wife would harbor no resentment, and such resentment was sufficient to brew irrevocable evils. Days prior, a sudden impulse had struck him. He yearned to deliver a heartfelt lesson to the mages, making them aware of how the people of the long-neglected human kingdom contemplated matters. Their pathological collective mindset had to change. Otherwise, the mages would be woefully vulnerable. Yet, he remained oblivious to the source of his audacity in issuing such a challenge. And he questioned why he would undertake the responsibility of altering a nation's ideology. Surely, this was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, a surge of passion propelled him beyond his rationality, and he felt a peculiar pride in himself. After all, he had long pondered the day he could relish a genuine challenge. Section 75. The girl. I anticipate. The ominous clouds in the sky rumbled with the sound of thunder, and torrential rain cascaded from the heavens to the earth below. Kyle placed his hat atop the girl's head, grasping her hand as they sprinted forth, his boots splashing through puddles, sending refreshing droplets into the air. Boom! The thunder crashed suddenly, startling the girl to the brink of falling. Kyle swiftly grasped her shoulder, smiling as he said, "Are you afraid of thunder?" "Of course not. It's just thunder." "Well," she vehemently denied it, yet the terror etched upon her face and the tremor in her voice betrayed her harrowing truth. "Run quickly. The rain is pouring down, and while you may not fear getting drenched, I certainly do." Kyle steadied her and continued to run by her side. At last, they reached the sheltered corridor, soaked to the bone, where they sat panting. Kyle's hair clung to his forehead, thoroughly drenched. What a nuisance, such heavy rain. "What's there to complain about, Petty? You're just afraid of the thunder," he replied. The girl named Petty tossed aside Kyle's hat and began to braid her brown hair. Shielded by Kyle's large hat, she had remained relatively dry, while he resembled a thoroughly soaked chicken. "It's indeed annoying. It always rains when I want to go out and play. Kyle, you must bring me an umbrella next time," she huffed. Thunder is a steadfast symbol of faith, a manifestation of the divine power of Moriad, the god of faith. Haven't the old priests always preached this? Kyle looked up at the torrential rain, chuckling. "Did you hear that? Bring an umbrella next time." Petty playfully swatted his arm. All right. All right," Kyle shrugged. "The captain of the guard is surely looking for me now. Petty, you should go home, take a bath, and change your clothes. I must hurry back. I'm so tired from running." "Kyle, could you carry me back?" Petty pouted, hugging herself, shivering slightly from the chill. "Are you really unable to walk?" Kyle remarked with a teasing smile. "Yes, I am." Petty shot him a glare. "I'm not as strong as you." "Fine then." Without further ado, Kyle stepped forward to assist her. "Oh dear, you're soaked." Petty waved her hand dismissively. Kyle sighed and hoisted her onto his back, sprinting ahead. "I say, Petty, I've told you before, I might venture outside the palace for adventures. Would you dare join me?" "Of course I would. What is there to fear? It could be exhilarating," Petty responded. "However, the adults say that life beyond the palace is fraught with hardship and suffering." "What of it?" "You promised to take good care of me. I trust you can manage even in difficult circumstances." Kyle remained silent, continuing to carry her forward. Suddenly, a young guard, of a similar age to Kyle, appeared before them. Upon seeing Kyle, he exclaimed, "Kyle, where have you been?" "There has been a robbery on Art Street, and our squad is in charge of it." The The captain has been searching for you everywhere. What? A robbery? I'm so sorry. I'm on my way. No time for explanations. Come with me quickly. Luckily, I found you. We can apologize to the captain later. It shouldn't be a big issue. The guard hastily urged. Petty. I must go to work now, Kyle said, preparing to set her down. Hey, you promised to take me back? You need to take me first. Petty protested, clearly displeased. I have urgent matters to attend to, didn't you hear? A robbery. Kyle's tone grew sharp. You're not even an adult. You won't make much of a difference. What is the harm in taking me back first? Petty retorted, giving his head a light smack. This isn't about making a difference. It's my duty. Kyle insisted, attempting to put her down. Go back by yourself. I'll come find you to play once I've sorted this out. Petty suddenly wriggled free from his grasp and jumped down from his back. What is the big deal? Guard, I don't care. You go on, just go. Kyle felt a pang of frustration. He turned to look at her, his expression serious. Humph. You said you'd play with me. You said you'd take me back. Observing her discontented expression ignited a fire within him. Initially, when he first encountered this girl in the presence of Her Majesty the Queen, having just entered the palace and being bullied, he had stepped forward to protect her, wanting to provide her with a sense of security in her solitude. Today was supposed to be a duty day for him, yet she had persistently insisted on his company for play. And now, at the first sign of rain, she was filled with complaints and temper. And now, she was being so willful. Nevertheless, she was merely a girl. Perhaps it was best to forgive her. Kyle refrained from speaking, turning away to walk alongside his guard friend. However, he forgot to say goodbye. This seemed to have deeply affected the 13-year-old girl. Kyle, she called out. Without you, the guard squad would hardly change at all. Kyle did not react much to this statement. But his friend seemed quite agitated, turning to address her. Little girl, Kyle is the most resourceful among us. You simply don't know it yet. Kyle truly needs to go to work now. So please refrain from further comments. I don't care. I know him better than you do. Petty retorted defiantly, her ire fueled by the very presence of the person who had taken Kyle away. You still just children. What is so impressive? You must be too foolish to realize how clever Kyle is. Fine, let us hurry. I don't want to see you any longer. Kyle stood frozen for a moment, silent. Suddenly, he shouted, Petty bull. His voice startled her, causing her to flinch. She widened her eyes, perplexed by the outburst. Goodbye, Kyle said without looking back, continuing on his way. That he never spoke to Petty again. That year, he was 15. The young men and women in the palace were awakening to feelings of love. And Kyle was a bright, clever, and unique youth. Many girls approached him, yet he coolly evaded them all. Strangely, the girls around him always seemed so naive, believing that nothing existed in the world beyond love. They pondered how boys would dote on them, yet never calculated their own contributions. Kyle could discern the essence of his losses without a calculator. More significantly, he awaited a girl who was understanding, one who would care for him and comprehend him, for he could guarantee his sincerity and thoroughness, but could not ensure the same from others. His life within the palace remained languid, yet he longed for a companion, one with a sufficiently strong spirit to join him in adventures and travels, to experience a life that truly ignited his passions. This desire lingered for an extended period without progress. Indeed, even years later, Kyle no longer felt such an intense yearning, until he resolved to defend Lance and began poring over the scrolls. He suddenly discovered a girl quietly searching for books beside him, patiently staying by his side. This girl was gentle and erudite, brave and empathetic. He understood the weight of the responsibility she had taken upon herself, confronting challenges that were not hers to face, and she had never complained. Her bravery even instilled in him a growing courage, ultimately leading him to not only defend Lance, but also to advocate for the feelings of the mages who were imprisoned, for he recognized that this was not only his wish, but also that of her and Alice. It was only when she dozed off beside him, awakening with a start at the slightest noise, rubbing her forehead to force herself back to alertness, that he affirmed, "This is the girl I have been waiting for." To honor her courage, he too must possess a semblance of extraordinary bravery. After all, he was renowned as the genius dungeon guard. Emilia, peering through the cloak's seam, observed the unyielding Lance, her heart filled with tension yet softened with a hint of emotion. Raised under the teachings of Crystera, she held love and emotion as sacred, unable to endure the mage's suppression of feelings, and felt a sense of injustice for the couple Alice spoke of. Yet, considering the greater picture, reason forbade her from taking specific actions against it. However, The trace of fear that had lingered until just moments ago vanished under Kyle's powerful voice. She believed in destiny. Perhaps this was precisely what fate demanded of them. My trap serves only to prove that humanity is no less than you. And this crossbow bolt can take your life at any moment. Gresham. I demand once more that Simon Griffin be returned to Pana Town and that Lance Rel be released immediately. You may wear expressions of rage, but I have heard that mages are rational. At that moment, the scales of logic had decidedly tipped in Kyle's favor. Gresham fumed with rage, yet it appeared he had lost this debate that he raised his staff, intending to cast a calming spell upon himself. I do not require your intercession, human. Suddenly, a booming voice emanated from the audience. The mages turned in shock, their astonishment palpable. Simon Griffin. Chapter 76. The Incarnation of the Flame Demon. Kyle had previously harbored this suspicion, and now he saw no reason to deny it. He had been pondering why they had arrived at the scroll so long ago, yet had not detected the presence of the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon is the embodiment of wrath. Its source of power derives from the anger of humanity. In a context where mages habitually restrained their emotional fluctuations, Care should have struggled significantly during the revival process. He cannot directly consume human souls like the Ice Demon. Instead, he can only strengthen himself by harnessing the power of people's anger, something that Amelia had meticulously informed him about, and one of the concerns that had weighed heavily on her mind during this time. The only outcome that Kyle could conceive was this, yet what he initially deemed improbable transpired in miraculous fashion. He convinced the mages to acquit Lance, avenging the misfortunes of Simon and Agnes. And simultaneously, I must express my profound gratitude to you, human. Your defense of my love is unimaginable. It's hard to conceive that another would do the same. In return, I shall temporarily refrain from claiming your soul. The young mage, the widowed husband, clad in a gray robe, stood amidst the audience, his brow furrowed as he coldly surveyed his surroundings. No one knew why he was present. Logically, he should have been organizing his laboratory. Simon, Alice murmured. I have contemplated extensively. I have come to understand. Simon's voice resonated clearly throughout the assembly, seemingly empowered by the same potion that Kyle had used. In the laboratory these past few days, I have gazed upon page after page of precious data. Those words, those diagrams. I suddenly felt as though I had been observing them for a fraction of my life. Unchanged throughout, I have sought tranquility more often than I have taken a sip of water. I cannot live as freely as the Archmagi, who do not rely on calm to thrive. I shall suffer, I shall agonize, I shall be vexed, and I cannot find the light. As he spoke, a searing flame of magical energy began to envelop him. The aura of flame magic glowed a brilliant red, swirling around him like tongues of fire, growing larger and more radiant. The mages surrounding him, unable to withstand the intense heat, began to retreat, yet the power surged with alarming rapidity. Those mages closest to him, feeling the unbearable heat, started to back away. Before they could escape far, the flames had grown sufficiently to sear them. A young mage girl, unable to flee in time, found her robe ignited. She screamed in agony, rolling amidst the flames. I thought it was nothing, because everyone said it was nothing. Yet my heart tells me it cannot be dismissed as if nothing has occurred. I have no means to express my love for her through magic. She provided me with happiness beyond words, numbers, diagrams, logic, and truth, showing me that even without academia, achievements, logic, or truth, I can live joyfully. I wish to stand still and bask in the sunlight rather than shout a string of slogans I do not believe and leap into the icy river. The flames around him coalesced into a fiery whirlwind. Spiraling wildly, the mages cried out, and those who ventured too close to the massive firestorm found their bodies ignited, while those swept into the whirlwind were reduced to ashes. Gresham and Kyle immediately ceased their debate upon witnessing the scene. Gresham swiftly mounted his broom and soared forward, while Kyle summoned a gliding wing from his repository, equipping himself before leaping down. However, after scanning for a while, he could not spot Alice and Amelia, causing a sudden wave of concern. I wait for the day I can forget her, but that feeling pales in comparison to my previous longing, for I have always waited for the day I can see her again. Mages are not gods. Their control over emotions is not necessarily stronger than that of humans. They say humans can selflessly sacrifice everything for their beloved, but why has it become a disgrace in our realm? The fiery whirlwind expanded to a certain size before halting. People could barely glimpse Simon's silhouette within the orange-red flames of magic. His skin had turned completely crimson, his eyes radiating a terrifying blood-red hue. his garments reduced to ashes, and his once brown hair transformed into pure white. Resembling a demon from the inferno. Simon. Alice's eyes widened in horror. Through the semi-transparent black cloak, she witnessed the unfolding scene, her shock and fear rendering her unable to remain still. However, as Noise firmly pressed one hand upon her shoulder, she was unable to break free, though she waved her arms to lift the black cloak, revealing her head adorned with striking golden curls, which caught Kyle's attention as he hovered above with his gliding wing. Yet to him, it appeared as though only her head was visible, initially frightening him, but upon further reflection, he concluded it must be yet another peculiar spell. Demon. Emilia uttered the two syllables. Mr. Carter, this is a demon. Not merely a demon. The mages began to flee in all directions, the scene descending into utter chaos. Only then did Noise retract his cloak, allowing their forms to become visible. Kyle swiftly flew to their side. Kyle, is this your entire plan? Emilia rushed to support him before he could regain his balance. Inquiring, what? You incited the mage's anger to draw out the fire demon Carrie, using Simon as a pretext. Emilia said, her brow furrowed. You informed me that the fire demon Carrie feeds on anger. I thought mages seldom experienced it. If we could provoke their ire, perhaps we could lure out the demon. However, that was merely a hypothesis. My primary intention was to clear Lance's name and avenge Simon. But, Emilia, are you certain this is Carrie? You should be able to deduce it. I merely wish to confirm. That is Simon Griffin, isn't it? Indeed, it appears he has been possessed by the fire demon, becoming the physical embodiment of Carrie. It seems he must have entered into a contract with Carrie in a fit of rage following Agnes's demise. Emilia's brow tightened further, unprepared for such an abrupt turn of events. What shall we do? Alice exclaimed in sheer panic. That moment, Simon Griffin's flames began to morph into numerous fiery arms, rapidly extending toward the surrounding mages. Any mage ensnared by a flame hand would be reduced to ashes in a mere instant due to the intense heat of the magical fire. One by one, the mages perished, the entire debate hall engulfed in a roaring inferno, transforming into a fiery hell. I have finally come to understand. I loathe so-called wisdom. I loathe academia and magic. I loathe this kingdom. Regardless, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine, and only then will you self-righteous mages begin to reflect. Simon's fiery magic converged above the debate hall, melting the scales of logic, the flame's energy gradually dispersing to form a colossal domed prison, enveloping the entire hall from above. The sky was obscured by these dreadful flames, the searing heat surrounding all the mages within. From the walls of the prison, fiery hands reached out to capture the helpless mages, except for a few seasoned mages like Gresham, who cast powerful frost barriers and ice shields to protect themselves. Most mages succumbed to the fiery assault, transforming into ashes amidst their anguished cries. However, those terrifying fiery hands did not reach for the three humans, as if Simon intentionally spared them from his wrath. Kristar's judgments always hold a kernel of truth. Noise unfurled his cloak, revealing his form. Kyle was taken aback to see this grim reaper-like figure materialize before him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Mr. Carter. Previously, I, too, sensed the power of the fire demon, yet I was unable to locate him. It is quite fortuitous that Kyle has drawn him out using his own methods. It was merely a conjecture, yet this scene has certainly exceeded my expectations. Kyle placed his palm before his mouth, gazing at Noise. Who are you? The Grim Reaper, Noise replied blandly. Kyle, do you have a way to bring Alice to safety? Emilia inquired. Why should I leave? I created this mess, Kyle retorted. I refuse to leave. I must save Simon. Alice insisted, equally reluctant. Surely there must be something I can do. Emilia appeared somewhat exasperated. Kyle stepped closer to her, gently cupping her face with his hands, and softly said, Let us try to bear this together. Emilia stared at him, her cheeks flushed from the surrounding heat of the flames. You cannot escape. Think of a solution, young man. No sooner had he spoken than the ghostly night Noise transformed into a shadow, wielding the immense scythe of the Reaper, charging toward the radiant heart of the flames. The wandering fiery hands, sensing prey like ravenous wolves, lunged at him wildly, making him the focal point of the fiery onslaught. As the explosive flames behind him emitted a blinding light, yet amidst the glow and heat, the shadow remained unfazed, weaving left and right as it gradually approached the fire's wielder, the embodiment of the fire demon Carrie. Simon Griffin, Chapter 77. The Grim Reaper Simon Griffin muttered to himself incessantly, his reason still intact, yet from his words, one could sense his boundless fury. Countless fiery arms, conjured from flames, spread from his side. Preying upon the surrounding mages, the silhouette of Noisy, dark as a shadow, swiftly approached Simon, drawing near to his fiery whirlwind, at which point Noisy felt an overwhelming surge of searing heat. Even I am tempted to unleash my wrath, Noisy remarked with a cold smirk. Upon witnessing that so many fiery hands failed to capture Noisy, Simon immediately shifted his focus onto him. Was this figure, cloaked in black and wielding a massive dark purple scythe, the Grim Reaper? Was he here to claim Simon's life? I have no intention of dying just yet. I refuse to reunite with Agnes in such a manner. I shall bring her back to the world we once shared, Simon uttered softly, waving his arms as a multitude of fiery hands surged toward Noisy. Grasping the middle of the scythe's long handle with both hands, Noisy began to spin it, accelerating until it resembled a rapidly rotating blade. As the fiery arms collided with the whirling scythe, they were severed in two, losing their power to attack. How could it? How could they be cut? Noisy remained silent, his eyes betraying a chilling, despairing glint. The enormous scythe in his hands possessed the power of death, capable not only of cleaving through iron, but also of severing manifested magical energies and souls. That, as the saying goes, the Grim Reaper is the harvester of souls. Slaying invisible malevolent spirits to protect humanity from their curses, Simon glared furiously at Noisy, convinced that this Grim Reaper was here to thwart him, although he had not anticipated such a strange adversary. Vengeance consumed him. He would not entertain any distractions. That he aimed to incinerate every obstacle, whether intended or not, in his path to fulfill his pact with the fire demon Carrie and ensure Agnes's rebirth. The power of demons. The might of fury, so effectively wielded, Simon mused as he retracted the magical energy of the fiery whirlwind. The orange-red, blistering power crystallized behind him, forming a pair of colossal, flame-colored bat wings. His hands coalesced with the fury, manifesting into two ethereal swords entwined with flames. His brow furrowed, teeth clenched in a tremor of determination. Noisy halted his scythe, planting it beside him. He then threw back his cloak to reveal a suit of black metallic armor. It was a lightweight armor that covered only parts of his body, with sections of his forearms and shins tightly bound in a grimy gray bandage, which had once been white but was now stained by some unknown substance. His body radiates the chill of death, despair and suffering transforming into his very strength. As his decaying form neared collapse, his will awakened him from death to fight for his unfulfilled desires. Emilia gazed curiously at the Grim Reaper who had shed his cloak. Without it, he resembled more a knight than a reaper, though his ashen skin was anything but normal. She recalled the descriptions of the undead that Crystalla had once shared with her. Could this being be an undead? A creature risen from death? But how could he possibly know Master Crystalla? Who on earth is this? Kyle echoed her bewilderment. Emilia shook her head. Noisy removed a bandage from his arm, opening his mouth to wrap it around his head. Tightly binding the corners of his mouth, the skin of his arm, now exposed, revealed a ghastly gray hue resembling that of a corpse. Without hesitation, he raised the massive scythe, leaping forth as Simon retracted the fiery whirlwind surrounding him. With a fierce horizontal swing, the scythe emitted a wave of dark chill, unleashing a shadowy blade wave. Simon extended both swords, using the ethereal flaming blades to intercept the wave of darkness. As red clashed with black, the dark blade wave erupted, and Simon heard the echoes of countless wails dispersing from the explosion, as if the cries of the damned filled the air. Roaring, he charged forward, and from the fiery wings unfurled countless fiery hands. Reaching out for Noisy, he soared upward, the flames of his wings propelling him like a demon in flight, soaring above Noisy, as fiery hands encircled him from all directions, sealing off every potential escape route. In an instant, Noisy grasped the cloak wrapped around his chest, swinging it in a torrent. As the fiery hands reached for him, Noisy directed the cloak toward them. They rebounded as if striking a mirror. And upon contact with the cloak, tendrils of black mist enveloped the fiery hands, gradually extinguishing their bright flames. With a sudden flourish, he sent a row of fiery hands hurtling back, the black cloak exuding an eerie chill that enveloped him entirely. Transforming the armored Noisy once more into the visage of the Grim Reaper, Simon shouted in frustration, incensed by Noisy's flawless defense. Hovering in the air with his fiery wings, his teeth ground together in rage as he commanded the infernal energies to continue their assault. Longing to crush the dark figure before him, with blinding speed, Noisy draped the cloak over himself again, and a surge of black mist erupted, engulfing his form. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and Noisy's figure vanished. Simon's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the swirling black mist. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air erupted from above him. He swiftly turned, raising his fiery swords just in time to see a dark scythe descending upon him. Noisy's silhouette shrouded in black mist and dark cloak plummeting from the sky. Had it been any other time, he would have been cleaved in two, but the power of the demon had significantly enhanced his physical might, though strained. He managed to block the blow with his magical sword. Yet, the scythe, which should have been unwieldy, felt as light as a dagger in Noisy's grasp. Anticipating the failure of his strike, Noisy swiftly retracted the scythe, then seized the middle of the handle, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes. The scythe's slicing motion was mesmerizing, transforming into countless sharp and terrifying blades of death that mercilessly rained down upon Simon. However, Simon remained remarkably composed, deftly countering the onslaught with his dual swords, the fiery red blades clashing against the cold dark scythe, sparks of fire and shadow scattering in every direction. Yet, Noisy's attack speed did not wane. He appeared like a specter. Having just been above Simon, he instantly materialized at his side. The dark figure morphed into indistinct shadows, surrounding Simon and striking from various angles with blinding speed. Simon barely managed to parry a few strikes. Feeling the strain mounting, he commanded the fiery wings behind him to unleash a barrage of flaming arrows, which shot forth with ferocity, striking down numerous unprotected mages, their wounds igniting in searing flames that consumed their bodies. Emilia promptly summoned a colossal shield of holy light to protect herself. Several of the arrows collided with the translucent, golden glowing shield, causing it to fracture with radiant cracks amidst Noisy's frenzied assault. Simon fought with all his might to defend himself. The two battled fiercely, and after a round, Simon suddenly flapped his wings, propelling himself several dozen meters into the air, gasping for breath. Noisy also landed on the ground, supporting himself on his scythe, breathing slightly heavier. "We must do something," Alice urged anxiously. "Alice, keep yourself safe. Recklessness could lead to death," Emilia cautioned. She raised her hands, reinforcing the shield's defenses with divine power, knowing that the clash between Noisy and Simon could inadvertently harm them. "We must assist him. Help that figure in black," Kyle insisted, furrowing his brow. "Kyle, that is not Simon Griffin, the mage. That is a demon, a terrifying enemy unlike any you've faced before." Emilia, having experienced battling a demon lord, was determined not to act rashly again. Though she was uncertain of Noisy's identity, he was at least on their side, and with his extraordinary power, their best option was to refrain from complicating matters. "Amy, haven't we been chosen by the gods?" Kyle replied solemnly. "Being chosen means standing idly by to save oneself. We are the chosen ones. You have drawn out the demon lord, which is already a rare feat with this figure in black present. It is not worth the risk," Emilia declared resolutely. "That figure in black seems to have the upper hand," Alice exclaimed with excitement. Having not witnessed the frost demon, Kyle and Alice were unaware of the demon lord's terror. Emilia had no time to elaborate. She understood that she could not allow them to march toward their doom. For now, they could only take one step at a time. "What misfortune? The thrill I seek," Kyle mused, glancing skyward at the vast expanse obscured by a colossal cage of flames, the once clear blue now entirely concealed. With a sigh, Kyle suddenly stepped forward. Emilia interjected, positioning herself in front of him, exclaiming, "Kyle, stay put. Do not wander." Kyle approached Emilia, standing nearly face to face with her. "Amy, I have finally found what I have been waiting for. I have always felt that my life is rather mundane. However, in recent days, it has become exceedingly exhilarating." Emilia gazed at him in astonishment. Subsequently, she realized that Kyle was exceedingly close to her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "I cannot be as meticulous and cautious as you are. Yet I admire your attention to detail and prudence. The kindness and tenderness I yearn for is embodied in you, who appear so intelligent and sensible, yet foolishly take on everything with a rebellious spirit." "I, rebellious?" Emilia blushed like a ripe pomegranate, her head feeling somewhat light. "Thus, I love you." Kyle leaned in, his face devoid of any usual playful grin, and gently kissed her forehead. Emilia was left in a daze. Kyle anticipated her astonishment. However, he remained lucid, After the gentle kiss, he sprinted away, and by the time Amelia regained her senses, Kyle had already run several meters. One must seek out challenges, Kyle muttered to himself. I am indeed the genius of the dungeon guards. In the 78th section, shoulder to shoulder, they modified traps, spiked crossbows, adaptations, and frost generators. Kyle smiled, conjuring a massive triple-layered crossbow, its surroundings interlinked with intricate chains, gears, and ropes, all supported by a metallic casing. He then fitted a rotating circular magical disc at the launch port of the crossbow. The magical disc was hollow, filled with particles of frost magic. He was now approximately 20 meters away from Simon. Adjustments were made. The safety lock on the crossbow bolt was released. The frost generator operated normally. The frost magic maintained a constant level of 1.5 times, with a maximum fluctuation of 20. The arrow-changing mechanism operated smoothly, with a change speed set to 1/3 of the launch velocity. The lock connected to the second stage, extending the change speed to 1/6 of the launch speed, and increasing the launching momentum to 2.5 times. The estimated distance was between 18 to 23 meters, with no wind interference, and disturbances classified as other. The launch angles were set at 35, 45, and 55 degrees, enhancing accuracy against moving targets. The remaining arrows totaled 45. Did that ruffian, Will, steal my crossbow bolts? Noise once again removed his cloak, tying it around his waist, and a chilling dark aura enveloped him. His scythe lunged towards Simon like a ravenous specter, while Simon's fiery wings unleashed a torrential barrage of magical fire arrows, all of which were deflected by Noise's sweeping scythe. Simon seemed to understand that Noise gained immense strength upon removing his cloak. Yet without it, he could not conceal his form. That he promptly raised his hand, condensing powerful fire magic into 6 brilliant, blinding flame blades that circled around him. As Noise swung his scythe, 2 flame blades met it, spinning rapidly and causing the scythe to veer off course. In the moment Noise retracted his blade, the remaining 4 flame blades surged forward, their sharp, searing edges aimed at Noise. Noise swiftly swung his scythe again, barely fending off the blades, yet his body lost balance, plummeting from midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Simon prepared to pursue, 3 frost-laden crossbow bolts shot towards him. He hastily raised his blades for defense. Unexpectedly, the thick, long bolts, upon contact with the blades, suddenly dispersed into 3 smaller arrows, each head cloaked in frost magic. Simon managed to deflect several of the smaller arrows with his blades, yet one found its mark, piercing into his shoulder. A surge of intense cold radiated from the wound, prompting Simon to cry out in agony. Before he could react, a second wave of arrows, still 3 massive crossbow bolts, barreled towards him. With no other option, Simon summoned numerous fiery hands to grasp the heavy bolts. Upon contact with the frost-enveloped arrowheads, the fiery hands were immediately deflected, but the sheer number of them managed to halt the 3 bolts. Why is this so exhausting? Care, how much power have you bestowed upon me? Simon exclaimed, yanking the arrow from his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, due to the protective power of the demonic energy, the wound began to heal slowly. Kyle chuckled as he observed the demon. Caught off guard, that he focused intently, summoning another stack of crossbow bolts not far away, adjusting the trap to aim the stack at Simon. You are Alice's friend. Simon suddenly paused, flapping his magical wings as he approached Kyle. Kyle activated the mechanism, unleashing a torrent of arrows from the stack, raining down upon Simon like autumn rain. Simon abruptly sidestepped, his colossal magical wings shielding him, incinerating the incoming arrows to ash. However, in this moment of distraction, Noise, like a wraith, swung his massive scythe towards Simon, who was caught unawares, and using all 6 blades in tandem, was pushed back a considerable distance. Alice's friend cannot obstruct me either. Simon suddenly flapped his wings with vigor, transforming into a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Kyle. Midway, he unleashed a colossal fireball directed at Kyle. Startled, Kyle, having been preoccupied with activating the trap, was caught off guard, retreating with all his might. But the fireball's searing intensity was overwhelming. Even a mere brush would engulf him in flames. Suddenly, a double-layered luminous shield appeared before Kyle. The fireball collided with the massive shield, producing a thunderous sound before erupting into a fiery explosion, scattering searing flames. The outer layer of the holy shield shattered into fragments, and the cracks in the second layer swiftly spread across the entire surface. Just as it seemed on the verge of shattering, a new holy shield manifested before him. Crack! The second layer of the holy shield broke. Yet the emergence of the third layer was timely enough to withstand the residual searing flames. Kyle steadied himself, exhaling, and noticed Emilia standing beside him, biting her lip, her complexion pale, gasping for breath. Your magical energy is exceedingly weak. You fool, Emilia chided, breathing heavily. You have been neglecting rest for days. Both your body and magic are severely depleted. Yet you are in the same condition, Kyle replied, seeing her nearly unable to stand. Rushing to support her. That is due to the excessive use of holy arts. If this continues, the demon's power may only grow stronger. Is it not said that it feeds off human anger for strength? Simon is becoming increasingly enraged, and the man in black may not be able to handle him at this rate. It does not bode well. Emilia bit her lip, stating, Perhaps, you are correct. Give me a moment. Before she could finish, a fiery cage suddenly descended from above, enveloping the two of them tightly. The cage resembled a miniature version of a colossal prison encasing the entire debate arena, though small. It radiated extreme heat, making it impossible to touch. Emilia's holy shield shattered into pieces, and she felt as though she had expended too much energy, her legs weakening. Had Kyle not been there to support her, she would have collapsed. You are Alice's friends. Do not impede me, that I do not wish to harm you, Simon declared before turning to fly towards Noise, continuing their battle. My head feels somewhat dizzy. Kyle. Emilia gestured for Kyle to let go, indicating her desire to sit on the ground. She blinked vigorously. The recent consumption of 3 consecutive holy shields had drained her significantly, leaving her mind somewhat foggy. Akin to the sensation of overexertion causing numbness in limbs, she struggled to retrieve her pouch of silver needles, deftly taking one needle after another, suddenly saying, Kyle, you, turn around, huh? Kyle was momentarily taken aback. Turn around. Emilia repeated. Thus, Kyle turned his back to her. Sit down. Kyle complied, taking a seat. I need to use acupuncture to alleviate the magical cramps. Once I insert the silver needles, hold my hand, and then steadily transmit a small amount of magical energy to me. Understood. As she spoke, Emilia loosened her clothing, draping it over her chest, revealing her fair, delicate shoulders and back. She painstakingly maneuvered the silver needles, piercing them into her back. Give me your hand. With his back to her, Kyle extended his hand to grasp hers. Then, as she instructed, he gradually and steadily transmitted magical energy to her. This gentle and steady flow of magic coursed through her body's magical nodes, guided by the silver needles. Gradually untangling the chaos within her at that moment, Alice rushed over. Witnessing the two trapped within the fiery cage, feeling utterly helpless, she called out, Kyle, think of something. I do not know. Kyle replied. After a moment, Emilia's internal magic regained order, and her mind cleared. She redressed before allowing Kyle to turn around. Emilia, do you have any plan? Alice inched closer to the fiery cage, feeling the overwhelming heat, thus refraining from approaching too closely. Next, I need to employ a sacred prayer to summon the power of the judgment deity. Hild.my prayer will take some time and must not be interrupted. Kyle and Alice nodded. However, how to proceed remained uncertain in their minds. Furthermore, Kyle was currently ensnared within the fiery cage, rendering him powerless. Though the traps he had set had caused Simon considerable trouble, the arrows had quickly been exhausted in the rapid barrage. At this moment, even though he summoned traps within the fiery cage, he found himself incapable of significantly affecting Simon. As Emilia had remarked, his magical power had indeed grown feeble. If he were to conjure a few more traps, he might very well lose consciousness. Just then, he noticed Alice stepping forward to the front of the fire cage, exclaiming, Do your best, Emilia. I will protect you from any disturbances. Alice, you should hide quickly, Emilia exclaimed in alarm. Alice shook her head, insisting, Let's begin. Realizing there was no time left to dissuade her, Emilia exchanged a knowing glance with Kale. Subsequently, she clasped her hands over her chest, bowed her head, and closed her eyes, beginning to pray softly. In the promised land bestowed by the divine, the first whiff of fragrance blooms beneath the sun. Kale? Kale smiled at her, catching Alice off guard for a moment. Suddenly, she noticed the long strip of cloth tied around her waist, from which 4 bobbies hung. Perhaps she, too, could contribute in some way. Chapter 79. The reinforcements of bobbies. Can those children truly accomplish these tasks? I am filled with unease. Even though Emilia is your student, she is still confronting a demon lord. I prefer more assured measures. Emilia is like a daughter to me. It is impossible not to worry about her. However, I trust her, for without trust, she will never grow. Your words are well spoken, but can your trust bestow her with immortality? Of course not. Someone will take care of her in my stead. Those children. No, a deceased one. You mean, the Death Knight. Indeed. Noise cannot do any more. Do you not realize his current condition? He is nearing his limit. I have conveyed this to him. Yet his obsession cannot be dispelled by me. He insists that even as he begins to decay, he must remain steadfast to his vow. What a fool he is. After all these years, he still clings to it. You are fully aware, as you recounted to me countless tales, Jairus thought he had a wife, a child, the royal knight of Nitala, a guardian that people took great pride in, yet fate has diverged too drastically. This cannot continue. I will. You and George must head to the eastern desert. We cannot afford to take risks. George, I wonder if we can find him. He would never hide when others are in dire need. You know him well. Noise Carter. After a rapid onslaught, fell to the ground. The places where he could land were dwindling as flames raged all around. The mages present were either struggling to protect themselves or had already turned to ash. Due to the confinement of the fiery cage, the mages outside could not enter, and those inside could not escape. Noise understood that as long as he could not stop this demon, it would annihilate all these beings. And those children would be powerless against him. Therefore, he must overcome him. No matter what. He felt his icy body growing weak. His emaciated muscles, wrapped in bandages, began to falter from the exertion, and a purplish-black liquid seeped from his skin. Staining the bandages. He smiled wryly. Ultimately, he could not attain immortality, for he was but an ordinary man. Thanks to Kale distracting Simon Griffin, he had managed to find opportunities to strike. However, the fiery demon he faced was not to be trifled with. He boasted that even the saints might struggle to withstand his prior assaults. Although Simon managed to cope, he had not sustained severe injuries, the only one being the wound inflicted by Kale's crossbow. What to do? His body continued to weaken. Indeed, he was a deceased being. 13 years prior, he had died. Despite being unable to avenge his wife or witness his child grow into adulthood, fate had decreed his demise. Yet, his resentment and obsession, through the whims of fate, had garnered the Reaper's pity. He had seized a portion of the Reaper's power, acquiring the Reaper's cloak and scythe, along with the ability to control this deceased form. He had slain the demon that had caused his wife's death, yet his heart, now dead, could no longer feel positive emotions. His hatred remained unassuaged. Fortunately, he encountered the Saint Christera, and under his guidance, he became a demon hunter, channeling his profound hatred into the hunt for demons. However, he was not the Reaper himself. The Reaper's power would ultimately erode his remaining soul, and a body unsupported by a strong spirit and will was decaying further. Watching the sun set time and again, he understood he could not evade death. Moreover, this existence, devoid of warmth and joy, was truly a torment. Simon roared madly, commanding the flames to surge forth. Fend off these flames. And then, Noise suddenly found himself at a loss. The tremendous power he had exerted moments ago failed to vanquish this foe, and now his decaying body could scarcely endure. The purplish-black, putrid liquid oozed from his skin. And he realized he was surrounded by death. The fiery hands reached out to him in unison. He raised his scythe, preparing to counter. The wind billowed his dark cloak, and a Reaper wielding a massive scythe appeared strikingly solitary. Sheila, Kara, Jabisi, Hyler. Suddenly, an agile figure dashed to Noise's side, seizing his shoulder and abruptly pulling him backward. Caught off guard, Noise's body had no time to react and was yanked away. Oh dear, you really do smell terrible. Hee, let me give you a little blow. Noise stared in astonishment at the platinum-haired girl who had dragged him away. She wore a simple white robe, her hair braided and cascading gently over her shoulders. Her face adorned with an innocent smile. Don't look at me so surprised. It's the Master's command. My name is Kara. Nice to meet you. The searing flames had turned the spot he had just occupied into an inferno. He understood that if he had obstinately withstood those fiery hands, his strength would have nearly depleted. Rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings warily. To his astonishment, the blonde girl twirling a hula hoop now had 3 other girls of similar height alongside her, making a total of 4, including Kara. They were all clad in clean, simple robes, each with different hairstyles and colors. He quickly sensed their magical power and comprehended who they were. Thank you, Wind Bobbies. It is hard to fathom that your master possesses such formidable magic. Indeed. My master can occasionally display quite strong magic, Kara replied, giggling softly, and then flashed a peace sign towards her master, Alice. Alice nodded and then asked, "What do you think we should do to deal with this villain?" "Master, allow me to go. The power of ice can freeze his fury. Look, the flames have already claimed so many lives. How tragic, how pitiful." Jabisi, with her flowing moon-white hair, gazed sorrowfully at the hellish scene around her. "It's all right. Rocks cannot burn. I can handle it," Hyler said slowly, covering her face. "Oh, how tedious. Aren't you annoying? Watch me crush this fire-wielding fool," Sheila interjected, charging ahead. "All right then. Jabisi, you assist Sheila. Hyler, can you help protect those around us?" Jabisi immediately pursued Sheila. While Hyler extended her hands, palms flat at her sides, the earth parallel to her arms suddenly cracked open behind her, and a massive stone wall rose, shielding some mages who had nowhere to flee. "You scoundrel! Do you dare to challenge me in a battle of flames?" Sheila shouted as she charged at Simon. Her body, formed of magical power, moved with grace, darting towards Simon like a sprite, fists and feet enveloped in radiant fiery magic. She unleashed a rapid succession of punches and kicks upon Simon, who was momentarily bewildered by this sudden assailant, resorting only to basic defenses. "You wicked man!" Jabisi swung a massive icy wheel, gripping it tightly as her body spun through the air. After 5 or 6 rotations, she hurled the ice wheel directly at Simon. Simon raised his arm to block, but the icy wheel significantly diminished the flames that had wrapped around his arm. Though the wheel melted swiftly, it left a deep gash on his arm before fully dissolving. "Look here, you bastard," Sheila interjected, delivering an upward kick that struck Simon squarely in the chest, the fusion of fiery powers preventing her from being burned while sending Simon flying far away. Simon felt a fierce pressure in his chest, provoking a wave of nausea as he coughed twice, bewildered by the unexpected appearance of these two icy and fiery intruders. "These are utterly useless," Simon murmured, as swirling flames emerged like miniature tornadoes from the magical wings on his back, spiraling fiercely around him. Jabis swiftly gestured with both hands, instantly conjuring a large, thick ice shield. She and Xia Air sheltered behind this colossal barrier, successfully blocking the onslaught of the fiery whirlwinds, while the other flames raged chaotically, crashing into the rocky walls of Hillamar, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Initially, Alice had considered attempting to fend off the approaching flames herself, but Kara had already taken the initiative to summon a swirling storm beside her, dispersing the fiery energies. "Hee, do not be afraid, my master, I am right here with you." "I am not afraid," Alice retorted, pouting slightly, yet she bore no intention of blaming Kara. Meanwhile, a fiery whirlwind penetrated the gaps of the cage surrounding Emilia, only to be extinguished by Kyle's holy water pool. Kyle had summoned a modified fountain-like holy water pool, a trap of his own design that he sensed his magical energy waning, supporting himself on the ground as he breathed heavily. Yet, he could hear Emilia's soft, murmured prayers beside him. Her gentle and melodious voice urged him to remain conscious amidst the haze, for he understood that they could not afford to lose. What would they say to Lance if anything happened to the two of them? Nevertheless, he truly felt drained. It seemed that his magical energy was not only excessively depleted, but was also dwindling. Nearing exhaustion. Chapter 8. The mutated Poppy. Kyle sat slumped on the ground, his vision blurred as he surveyed his surroundings. His magical energy had been completely drained, and his mind began to fog. The only figures he could barely see were Emilia, who was fervently praying, Alice and her magical servant, and Noise, whose body was oozing black ichor. Sustained by the powers of death, Noise's body was beginning to show severe signs of failure. Despite it being a corpse to begin with, leaning heavily on his scythe, he continued to breathe instinctively, though it did nothing to improve his condition. As the elders had said, the dead do not require breath. Simon appeared to realize that Noise was gradually losing his combat efficacy. At this point, no one could hinder him. The mages present had suffered more than half their numbers at his fiery massacre, and the immense fire cage was siphoning the magical energies from the entire white scroll. More precisely, it was absorbing the latent rage hidden within the hearts of the mages, drawing away vast amounts of magical power. Each mage felt their energy draining away. Even the higher-ranked mages like Gresham could clearly sense the scarcity of their magic. However, Simon also noticed Alice standing resolutely before him, her brow furrowed. "Alice, I do not wish to harm you. Step aside, I must retrieve Agnes." As he spoke, He advanced towards her. Stop, Simon. I know you love her, but how many lives have you already taken? Who knows? Who cares? These people are not Agnes. They do not love me. No, you cannot kill them simply because they do not love you. Alice, my rage has never burned so fiercely. Trust me, step away immediately, or I may lose control that I can always see Agnes's shadow in you. And I believe if Lance were to lose you, he would suffer as I do. Lance, a moment of confusion flickered in Alice's eyes. Who knows? But I will not allow that. Grasping a pure white hula hoop in one hand, she stood firm alongside four other Poppy, each resembling her in stature. It was evident that she had no intention of wavering. A terrifying smile suddenly spread across Simon's face. Poor little girl. Humanity truly cannot be any more foolish, he roared. Even you cannot compare to Agnes. I do not need your consent. The truly foolish one is not me, but you, Alice replied, her tone tinged with sadness. The fleeting memory of the girl's smile they had shared briefly surfaced in her mind. Agnes is unlike other mages. She loves to laugh, to sing, to recite poetry. She loves you. She loves others. She loves this world. She would never use love as a reason for hatred, nor would she allow her anger to be exploited by demons. But you cannot, Simon. You are unworthy of her now. Alice lowered her head, murmuring softly. Simon surged forward like a flaming dragon, mercilessly attacking Alice. Faced with the terrifying inferno, Alice felt a surge of panic, yet more than that. She felt a profound injustice. She could not believe that the happy and gentle Simon could have transformed into this, nor could she fathom that the newlyweds, one had perished and the other had fallen into darkness. Simon, do not do this. As she lifted her gaze, two streaks of tears marked her face, starkly illuminated by the flames. Simon had expected her to rush forward to confront him, but to his astonishment, she was crying. Do not, she repeated, shaking her head in a daze. While the demon surely cared little for such emotions, Simon still retained a sliver of humanity. His soul had not yet been entirely consumed by the demon. Suddenly, he halted, gazing at the pure, crystalline tears cascading down Alice's face, momentarily bewildered. Is she crying for me? Am I truly so pitiable? Shouldn't I be terrifying at this moment? He stood before Alice, his eyes wide. Staring blankly ahead, the enormous flaming wings gently rested upon his back. Alice, please do not cry, all right? I can refrain from crying, but Agnes will cry. Alice wiped her eyes, lowering her lashes as she choked on her words. She would not like this. I can no longer change. I have made my final decision. What should I do? Alice, what should I do? I do not know. Simon stared at her in a daze. Suddenly, he clasped his hands around his head. An expression of anguish contorting his face. He screamed, howled, raking his nails across his face, drawing blood. Alice was struck dumb with fear, calling his name. Alice, I am now a demon, unable to control myself. Kill me. Please kill me. Agnes, no. I will never abandon you. You must. Ah, he cried out in torment. Flames enveloped him, engulfing his entire being in searing heat. Then he unleashed a terrifying laugh before once again charging decisively towards Alice. Noise was horrified. The demon's onslaught would spell certain doom for both Alice and her Poppy. Without a doubt. Yet, his entire body had stiffened, rendering him unable to rush forward to intercept the attack on her behalf. The foul ichor seeped from his skin, and he could scarcely imagine how grotesque he appeared now. Alice. Kyle called out weakly. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. He desperately wished he could summon a bolt to disrupt the demon, but he truly was powerless. Meanwhile, Emilia, focused on her prayers, was oblivious to everything else. The mages cried out in panic, wailing in despair, as the flames and sighs of anguish filled this hellish scene. Instinctively, Alice shut her eyes tight, bracing herself for the impending assault. Boom! A tremendous spark erupted. Scattering in all directions, Jeebies nimbly positioned herself before her master, conjuring a massive ice shield to protect her from the incoming sparks. Master, are you all right? Are you all right? Jeebies turned back, her expression filled with concern. Alice cautiously opened one eye to observe the scene ahead. She saw Jeebies shielding her, and further ahead stood the fiery Poppy, Sanctum, with her ponytail swaying. She resembled a weeble, leaning back, yet managing to right herself. Oh, Sanctum exclaimed. Simon took 2 steps back, astonished as he gazed at the girl enveloped in flames. Not only he, but even Noise appeared dumbfounded. Simon's earlier immense fire assault should have reduced 10 fiery Poppy to ashes. Yet, That astonishing fiery force had been withstood by Dreyer, who, despite the explosion of countless sparks, seemed untouched by the flames. Oh, how annoying. Could you please tone it down a bit? Dreyer huffed, her brows raised in irritation. You think this pathetic fire could harm me? Why are you in such a rush? Dreyer, are you hurt? Jeebies looked anxiously at her sister. This little thing. How could I possibly be hurt? Silly girl, think before you speak. To her surprise, Dreyer's reprimand brought tears to Jeebies' eyes, and she covered her face, sobbing. It's all right. Hillamar strolled leisurely to Jeebies' side, gently patting her head. Do not mind her foul temper. You idiot. Who has a foul temper? Dreyer retorted. Hee. Hillamar chuckled calmly, offering no reply. Dreyer's temper flared at his response. However, Kara quickly interjected. All right. Let us not quarrel. We wouldn't want to upset our master, would we? But Dreyer, you truly are remarkable. Shall we team up to deal with that villain? Who wants to go with you? I can manage perfectly well on my own, so you just watch me. With her small fist clenched in indignation, Dreyer advanced step by step. In his astonishment, Simon unconsciously took a few steps back. Dreyer is really something. Well then, I shall watch you closely. Kula sat on the ground, cradling her chin in her hands, observing obediently. The other bobbies appeared rather indifferent, yet Alice was utterly terrified. She could never have anticipated that Dreyer would withstand a full-force blow from the demon. How could that be possible? From what she had gathered earlier, bobbies were not capable of such strength. Even with Mr. Odwin's teachings on the essence of magic, they could hardly contend with a demon. This bobby has mutated, Alice noted, glancing up to see Noise slowly approaching her. The pus oozing from his limbs dripped down, creating a rather ghastly sight. Sir, are you all right? Alice hurriedly approached him. At that moment, Dreyer had engulfed herself in flames and was engaged in combat with Simon. Don't touch me, Noise warned. It will make you stink terribly. Without a second thought, Alice reached out to support him. Despite the viscous liquid that clung to her hands, which felt quite repulsive, Noise suddenly relaxed somewhat. He sat on the ground, looking at Alice, and said, Little girl, are you not afraid of the dead? Not afraid of the Grim Reaper? You are a good person. Alice wiped the tears from her eyes and replied, Without you, we would all be doomed. I am not a good person. I am merely a corpse. And this corpse will soon vanish, Noise replied blandly. It seems that the reason this mage fell into becoming a demon is rather complex. He lost his newlywed wife, Alice murmured, lowering her head. I can empathize with him. I too have lost a wife, Noise remarked. Alice, your bobby has mutated. Mutated? There must have been some issue during the activation or summoning. However, mutated bobbies generally become weak, yet yours has grown quite powerful. That fiery bobby can absorb the demon's flame magic. Think carefully about where the problem might lie. The summoning should have been fine. A seasoned mage taught me, and he found no issues with my summoning. Then it must be the activation. The activation was fine too. Let me think. She began to recall the day of activating the bobby, which, of course, was also the day she reunited with Kyle and Amelia. She had gone to purchase the bobby with Simon from a shop he recommended, so there shouldn't have been any problems. The old witch who performed the activation was said to be a formidable scholar of soul magic. Could it be that last detail? A vague memory surfaced. During the activation, Lance's eagle card had barged in and fought with the old witch's black cat, distracting her, and the bobbies had erupted in a cloud of smoke. Have you discerned the cause? Noise observed her expression, speaking softly. But it seems this is indeed a stroke of luck. At that moment, Simon unleashed various flames, seemingly unable to gain the upper hand, for Dreyer appeared to revel in their battle, continuously absorbing the flames he released. Chapter 81. The Clown's Props. You are utterly pathetic, Dreyer exclaimed, nimbly dodging Simon's fiery arrows. Simon roared, wielding twin flame swords, swiftly striking at Dreyer. The two were evenly matched. Although Alice had not anticipated Dreyer's mutation, she realized this was not a time for celebration. She pondered whether to send the other three bobbies to assist. Master, do you wish for us to aid Dreyer? The bobbies, clad in simple one-shouldered white robes and barefooted, appeared quite unbothered, including Kula, who wiggled her feet and smiled, saying, That's not possible. While we have gained some extraordinary abilities, we only have enhanced absorption power. Sister Dreyer simply overindulged. And now she is a bit overwhelmed. Alice looked at her in confusion, not understanding Kula's words. Here's the thing, Master, we can only absorb a single type of magic. If Sister Air hadn't absorbed those flames and quickly released the excess magical power, not only would she have been reduced to ashes, but we would have too. Despite her stubbornness, Air can only manage so much flame magic. That villain could easily turn us three to dust. Kula chuckled. Oh, that's how it is, Master, Hillamar said softly. The sobbing Jeebies nodded in agreement when Alice directed her gaze toward her. However, Master, since Air is powered by your flame magic, you can assist her, Kula added. How should I do that? Theoretically, the Bobbies themselves were a form of medium, generated through their Master's magic, and those birthed from essence magic possessed a semblance of a soul, capable of independent thought, feeling, and memory. Likewise, they were a part of their master's soul and magic. Following Kula's instructions, Alice gazed at Air from a distance. She clasped a pure white hula hoop in her hands, channeling flame magic into it, causing flames born from her magic to gently ignite around the hoop. In the center, she drew a web-like pattern, gathering the flame magic into a humanoid shape. Alice extended a hand, gently placing it above the little flame figure. Yes, this way, Master can control Air. Your magic will enable her to perform actions she could never accomplish on her own, Kula explained. You may envision how you want her to fight. Just then, she saw Air charging towards Simon, her hands forming a long sword akin to Simon's fiery blade. She struck fiercely at Simon, who parried with his sword, while simultaneously unleashing dozens of fiery hands from the wings on his back to grasp Air. Air could absorb only a limited amount of flame power and dared not take in more, but she had no time to retreat. Instinctively, Alice waved her hand above the hula hoop, and the little flame figure mimicked a swift retreat, yet was ensnared by 6 slender, supple flame magic ropes, rendering it immobile. However, Air felt as if some force had suddenly yanked her back, mirroring the action of the little flame figure, allowing her to miraculously evade the attack. It's like controlling a puppet. Alice seemed to understand. The little flame figure represented her flame magic, just as Air did, and they appeared to be linked by some invisible thread. She could manipulate the little flame figure to guide Air's movements. Aha, Master is truly remarkable. That's right. And of course, it's not just Air. You can control the other 3 of us like puppets as well, hee. Isn't it fun? Actually, I once read in a book about clowns that they must understand various props, including Bobbies, that I had previously focused solely on the props. Master will excel even more. Master, Hillamar said slowly. Actually. I wanted to say, what? Your other props, what about them? We can assist. Hillamar spoke slowly, and Alice found herself unable to endure it. However, she finally grasped Hillamar's meaning. She was suggesting that she could specifically manage the 4 Bobby girls, while the props she had created could be utilized by the Bobbies. Thus, she opened her small waist pouch and pulled out an assortment of small balls. A treasure bag. Noise observed her small pouch and inquired, "What is the multiplier?" 15 times the volume. 70 weight reduction, Alice replied. This pouch can hold items up to 15 times its size and lighten them by 30. That Simon gave me this. I encountered a clown who used it 300 times. 15 weight reduction treasure bag, Noise remarked. He must have been quite formidable, right? Yes, and terrifying, even more so than I. Noise stated. You are not frightening at all. As she spoke, Alice distributed the small balls among the 3 Bobbies, infusing the remaining 3 elemental magical powers into the hula hoop. The little figures made of the 4 elemental powers were tethered by delicate magical strings of their respective elements, floating above the pure white hoop. With a mere wave of her palm, using the 4 fingers outside her thumb to replace their limbs, she could manipulate them at will. Simon's fiery power had become chaotic, and he could feel his magic growing ever stronger. The once mighty mages, now depleted of their magical essence, found themselves utterly exhausted. Within the confines of the immense cage, they were on the brink of surrendering their resistance, while those outside, attempting to mount a rescue, felt the severe drain of their own magical energies, rendering them powerless to breach the enclosure. Yet, he had succumbed to madness. His flames morphed into various forms, assailing Air. However, each time Air found herself in peril, Alice would deftly extricate her from danger using her magical tether, leaving Simon unable to land a blow. Frustrated, Simon flailed his arms and beat his colossal wings, launching relentless attacks, although Air remained unharmed. She struggled to find an opportunity to retaliate. What? How does one utilize this effectively? Hieromal mused, hurling a small apple towards Simon. The apple struck Simon's forehead, eliciting a yelp of surprise. He had not anticipated such a prank in this dire moment. However, before he could express his indignation to Hieromal, the hollow apple exploded, releasing a viscous, green substance. This goo splattered onto Simon, adhering stubbornly to him, forming long, emerald strands that showed no sign of breaking. Apple-flavored, Hieromal remarked calmly. Tossing another one this time, several gooey apples detonated, ensuring that Simon was firmly glued to the ground. Though he hung above the surface, the sticky strands stretched like noodles, and despite his fiery attempts, he could not sever them. Perfect score, Hieromal declared nonchalantly after launching 5 or 6 apple bombs. Damn it! What is this? Simon bellowed, bound by the sticky strands, his fury palpable. Alice Parker's apple-flavored gelatin bombs. Neither sword nor flame can sever them. Only water can dissolve them, Alice stated, her once sorrowful expression replaced by determination. For she understood that Simon must be vanquished. There was no alternative. She could not allow more lives to be lost because of him. Jabisi continued to sob, her shoulders trembling. Yet, she quickly tossed a box adorned with question marks. The box rolled to Simon's feet, suddenly sprouting several soft, octopus-like appendages, which sprang up as they soared towards Simon. 5 or 6 black octopuses leaped from the box, enveloping Simon's face, obscuring his ears, eyes, and visage. Simon reached to grasp the little octopuses, but they were nimble and made of clay, evading his grasp, leaving him in an itchy frenzy. What about me? Kula also wished to employ Alice's gadgets. However, Alice was uncertain of her capability. Alice envisioned using these distractions to allow Air to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, Air charged forward, slashing at Simon with her fiery sword, but he remained unscathed. His wounds healed almost instantaneously. The power of a demon. Perhaps it is time for me to finish him. Noise rose unsteadily, gripping his scythe and advancing. Alice quickly intercepted him, exclaiming, "You are still leaking the fluid." "It matters not. At most, this body shall truly perish," he replied. No, she cried, her eyes wide with alarm. Alice. At this juncture, Simon's fiery aura intensified, his voice becoming a guttural growl reminiscent of a demon. Despite the gooey bindings, he gradually stretched the strands, inching closer to Alice. Undeterred by the incessant harassment of the octopuses. "You are still too young," Noise remarked, intending to pat her head, only to find his hand smeared with pus. Instead, he sidestepped Alice, positioning himself in front of her. "I too shall die. It is of no consequence," Alice stated flatly. Moving past him, Noise gazed at the stubborn girl and sighed. Ultimately taking half a step to stand beside her, the 4 bobbies struggled to approach due to the overwhelming heat emanating from Simon. In that moment, Simon roared, his furious voice reverberating throughout the arena, instilling a profound tremor in the hearts of all. Alice and Noise regarded him coldly, their minds resolute in the decision to fight to the death. They collided, erupting into a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. Kyle, on the verge of losing consciousness, was momentarily roused by the blinding radiance. He rubbed his eyes, peering intently at the scene before him, uncertain if either Alice or Noise would survive this encounter. Simon's bloodshot eyes fixed upon the figure before him. "You two come to thwart me. How unexpected." "Indeed, quite a surprise, Mr. Carter," Alice replied, opening one eye to see a new silhouette. The figure was tall, clad in lightweight armor, wielding a beautiful spear that pierced Simon's chest. Lance. Chapter 82. May you rest in peace. How did you? "Good to see you, Your Highness. I was overly concerned," Lance declared, abruptly withdrawing the spear and delivering a kick that sent Simon sprawling. Simon howled in rage. You too. I was the one who was overly concerned. You were perfectly fine all along," Alice exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Lance. "Well then, Your Highness, you appear to have neglected your meals these past few days," Lance remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her, brow furrowed. "Humph, as if I need your concern." Alice playfully punched him with her tiny fist before stepping aside, saying, "Look at my new companions." Lance's gaze fell upon 4 girls of similar stature to Alice standing beside her, and he was taken aback. Additionally, being unversed in magic, he could not perceive that these girls were manifestations of magical energy. "Lance, how did you manage to get in?" "Just now. Look to the sky. Your Highness. I too was troubled by this colossal cage. Alice glanced upward, spotting a massive dragon coiled atop the fiery prison, gnawing at the flame-wrought bars with its razor-sharp teeth. Beside it was a small hole, presumably created by its gnawing, through which Lance had entered. But from such heights, could Lance have leapt down himself? Your Highness Alice, it has been a long time. A strange voice reached her ears, causing her to believe she had misheard. Alarmed, she scanned her surroundings, but saw no one else. Your Highness Alice, I am here. Only then did Alice notice the creature perched on Lance's shoulder. The creature's beak opened and closed, evidently speaking. Alice stumbled back in shock, nearly losing her balance, but Sia caught her just in time. Do not be afraid, Your Highness. This is Cabin. Daitu was unaware he could speak, but he is certainly no ordinary eagle. He safely guided me down from great heights just now. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Children, Noise interjected, standing nearby. You are the Grim Knight, Noise Carter. He has arrived, Noise stated. Lance turned to see Simon and his flames charging toward them. Indeed, the previous strike had caused Simon no harm, merely pushing him back. Your body is protected by dragon fire, correct? Noise inquired. Yes, in the spearhead, Lance replied, lifting the spear. Be cautious, Noise warned. Understood. And with that, Lance dashed forward. Now, Simon faced not Alice with her peculiar tricks, but the elusive ranger knight, Lance Rail. Although Lance's speed could not rival that of the grim knight Noise. Every thrust and step was executed with flawless precision, his body and weapon seeming to meld into one, forcing Simon to remain on the defensive against this mere mortal. That, of course, this was not solely due to Lance's skill. His spearhead was imbued with the power of dragon fire. What is dragon fire? Alice inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Blood of the fire dragon. When applied to a weapon, it bestows the power of the flame dragon, known as dragon fire. The elemental power of dragons is the mightiest among all. Not only is it pure magical energy, but it also harbors the limitless potential of draconic language. Just now, Lance absorbed Simon's fierce assault due to the protection of this dragon power. Just a drop of dragon blood is that potent. If I recall correctly, dragons are the nemesis of demons. Noise said mysteriously that as he spoke. He removed his black cloak and draped it over Alice, advising, stay at a distance. Lance skillfully wielded his spear, its tip seemingly ablaze with enigmatic magical runes. Each swing unleashed a fierce and piercing flame, and thus, the formidable flames wielded by Simon proved insurmountable. An inadvertent gash marred his arm, and despite his attempts to mend the wound with demonic power, the healing process was agonizingly sluggish. The flaming hand, the fiery wheel blade, and the blazing arrows all converged upon Lance, yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had begun to grasp the true essence of the Ranger Knight's combat style. He resolutely refused to permit his adversary to land a blow. His body had to be controlled with utmost precision. As Aramis had stated, Ranger Knights bore no heavy armor or colossal shields. They possessed only their agile forms and honed skills. He ceaselessly altered his stances, initially leveraging his feet for support before transitioning to his hands and spear, rendering Simon incapable of seizing his elusive figure. Utilizing the elasticity of the spear, Lance propelled himself swiftly to Simon's flank, executing a sudden pivot and sweeping his weapon across Simon's back, whereupon the wound erupted in brilliant flames. That it appeared that this foe was clad in an invisible suit of fiery armor. No wonder the previous thrust to his chest had proven ineffective. However, it seemed that his protective garb had indeed been compromised. Though he was unprotected, he harbored no fear of ordinary blades. Yet Lance's spear was imbued with dragon fire, leaving no room for apprehension. Yet, Simon remained oblivious to this fact, consumed by a frenzy of rage. His eyes glowed crimson as he launched a furious assault on Lance. Lance, unhurried, deftly parried with his spear, deflecting Simon's fiery weaponry to the sides before executing a graceful sidestep. Gripping his spear horizontally and carving two crescent arcs that lacerated Simon's arm, suddenly he leapt into the air, rapidly maneuvering to evade Simon's counterattack. His eyes narrowing into two focused stars as he concentrated intently on delivering a swift thrust of his sharp spear. Then, he closed his eyes, landing alongside Simon. Simon's eyes widened in horror as he stared blankly at his chest, where the searing tip of Lance's spear had pierced his left side, radiating an unbearable heat. Blood hissed as it flowed under the scorching dragon fire. He summoned the demonic power within him, but it was futile in healing the wound. Blood gushed from his chest, and he felt a surge of excruciating pain followed by a creeping numbness that gradually enveloped his entire being. With a decisive exertion, Lance withdrew his spear. Simon collapsed to the ground. The dragon fire rendered him no longer impervious to blades, and with a single strike, he was rendered incapable of retaliation. Simon, 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 Simon. Alice trembled as she watched Simon's limp form sink to the ground. Although this was her deepest desire, hidden beneath her cloak, she found herself beset by 1,000 unvoiced regrets as she repeatedly uttered his name, ultimately succumbing to the urge to cast aside her cloak and rush towards him. Lance regarded her with an impassive expression that Simon's eyelids quivered in agony. His lips moved as if he wished to voice something. Yet, his countenance froze, the boundless fury within him extinguished with the vanishing of the colossal flaming demon wings. May you find peace, my friend. Chapter 83, as if meeting for the first time, ha, what a foolish fellow. The first time Simon mounted a broomstick, he failed to control it, crashing into a rooftop and rolling several times before landing in a flock of sheep, which, startled, trampled him further. The group of children nearby laughed at his misfortune. He recalled vividly that Agnes was among them at that moment. He harbored disdain for these children, particularly for her, as she joined in their mockery. Yet, she was different. While the other children merely chuckled and dispersed, she was the only one who helped him up and earnestly bandaged his wounds. Why doesn't everyone study healing arts? I've heard that human priests possess remarkably effective healing spells, far superior to herbal remedies. Agnes chattered as she tended to his injuries. To Simon, who knew little of such matters, she seemed incredibly capable. Herbalism was a branch of alchemy, a subject taught at the Alchemy Academy, and it was well known that the number of students at the White Scroll Oberon High Alchemy Academy was minimal due to the difficulty of its courses. That day, Simon did not return home. Agnes carried him to her small abode, for he was aware that returning home would subject him to his parents' scorn, and being absent at night would not evoke their concern, as was customary in families of mages. Although Agnes was 4 or 5 years his junior, at that time, she appeared to struggle even to lift a small stone, yet she effortlessly wielded the broomstick to lift Simon. You're so talented. You'll surely become an outstanding mage. Let me think. You will become the most formidable alchemist and earn the prestigious title of arcane alchemist. Simon's previous aversion to her had evaporated. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound admiration for those who understood alchemy. I have no intention of attending school. Classes require listening and writing papers. It's exhausting and bothersome, little Agnes replied with a frown. Not at all. Becoming the most powerful mage means others will fear you no longer. I aspire to be a sage of the Elemental Academy, to become an elemental envoy. Simon, with his injured leg preventing him from standing steadily, sat on a small stool while excitedly gesticulating to convey the grandeur of his ambitions. Well, then, good luck with that. You'll wear yourself out, Agnes retorted. You're so clever. If you don't attend the academy, what do you plan to do? Me? I enjoy reading stories that I also love. Music, Agnes replied, picking up her harp. The instrument was too large for her, so she could only place it on the ground and awkwardly pluck a single note. Huh. Stories? Music? How unambitious. Simon exclaimed loudly. Is that all you aspire to? Oh, there's a rat, Agnes remarked, unceremoniously marching over to Simon's injured foot and delivering a swift kick. Simon yelped in pain. Thus, his disdain for the little girl rekindled. Father says I must study diligently, so I won't be able to play with you often anymore. Are you planning to take the entrance exam for the academy? Not yet. It's still early. I have several years of learning ahead. However, Father insists that I must not squander my time idly, lest I ruin my future. Very well, but remember to find me when you have free time. That day, rain fell steadily, and Simon felt an unusual tranquility within Agnes's small dwelling. He brought out a chessboard and played with Agnes. Though she occasionally resorted to cheating, they would bicker and even fight over her antics. Yet, on that occasion, she played fair, and Simon allowed her to win. For the first time, Simon felt a peculiar joy in his defeat, though he could not discern WHYAT that age. Agnes had already mastered a few simple songs and could write basic stories, albeit clumsily, prompting Simon to chuckle at her efforts. Nevertheless, Agnes never truly grew angry or upset with him, though she would certainly retaliate with a swift beating. Shoo! Beneath the pitch-black night, Simon sat in the small room, illuminated by a magical flame lamp as he perused a book, his weary eyes almost closing into a slit. Suddenly, Agnes leaped through the window, startling Simon, who initially thought she was a ghost. "Hey, what brings you here? Hurry back, or Mother will scold you," Simon whispered urgently. "It's fine. I brought you a snack." "I can find snacks. Mother made some." "Fool. Mine is made using human methods, far tastier than what your mother makes." Humans are far better at cooking than we are. You just don't realize it." "Give it a try." Agnes tossed down the snack bundle and escaped through the window. Simon opened the package and took a bite of the treat Agnes had made. Instantly, he was taken aback. "All right. I swear, once I have the time, I will definitely learn human culinary skills." Little did he know, Agnes sat atop the neighboring rooftop, watching the glow of his room until the light extinguished. She had remained by his side. "Congratulations," Agnes exclaimed, jumping up to embrace Simon's neck. "How shall we celebrate?" "Father says there's no need for celebration. It hardly matters. The children of Pantatown are not all capable of being admitted to Lycario. Unlike me, so, you're truly remarkable. You are far superior to me. You simply don't care about such things." Hee. "Then, would you like to listen to me play?" At that moment, Agnes had become proficient at playing her exquisite harp. The sound of the strings flowed like the cool, gentle waters of late autumn, and each time Simon heard her play, he would become entranced, even though at first, he did not perceive any significance in the melodic variations. "I wish I could hear you play all the time," Simon murmured. "Then I shall play for you whenever you desire," Agnes replied with a smile. At that time, Simon dashed forward, casting a protective shield upon himself, colliding with two wild dogs along the way. Agnes was startled by his formidable momentum. She stepped out of her small house, believing he had urgent news to share. Upon seeing her, Simon halted, panting heavily. He initially intended to apologize, for he had heard the sound of her harp, and Agnes must have been playing. "I'm sorry," he began, intending to convey that he had interrupted her music. "I wish to hear you play," he said instead. Agnes smiled and said, "Sure." No. Agnes looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Agnes, will you marry me?" Agnes appeared somewhat taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head. "I cannot," Agnes replied. Simon was undoubtedly struck as if by a bolt from the blue. "Please, marry me," Agnes laughed as she stepped forward, embracing his waist. Fragments of memories unfolded before Noise's eyes. He conveyed what he witnessed to Lance and Alice in his own words. He possessed the power of the Grim Reaper. And the memories and emotions of the deceased revealed to him, at the moment of death, the most significant recollections and sentiments of their lives. Yet, as this was merely a fraction of the Grim Reaper's power, he could only perceive snippets. However, that might be sufficient. Tears streamed down Alice's cheeks uncontrollably. She knelt beside Simon, grasping his hand and weeping profusely. He was her dear friend. She felt the anguish of loss once more. The grandfather she cherished most had also passed away before her eyes. She loathed this pain above all else, truly despised this moment. She even wished to take their place in death. Lance stood silently to the side. He not only felt a pang of concern for Simon's fate, but was also deeply affected by Alice's sorrowful tears, though he wielded his weapon in accordance with his own sense of justice. Witnessing Alice's distress was unbearable for him. "Wait, Alice." Noise suddenly grasped Alice and pulled her closer. Startled, Alice saw a surge of scorching energy emanating from Simon's lifeless body. Flames seeped from his form, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure. "Damn it. It's not over yet," Noise murmured. Lance instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Alice. What he beheld was a creature entirely cloaked in crimson, with elongated ears, sharp teeth, narrow, fiery eyes, and a twisted grin. Fire Demon, Care. "So this is your true form." Chapter 84. The Dragon and the Dragon Rider. Lance gently nudged Alice, signaling her to retreat. Noise stood beside him, carrying a massive purple scythe, his eyes gleaming with the ethereal light of souls. Cold as autumn stars, his form could no longer conceal the essence of the soul forcefully bound to the corpse. Before them stood a monster, entirely engulfed in flames. Its limbs were robust, arms extending to the knees, and it boasted a pair of fearsome bat-like wings on its back, trailing a long, pointed tail. More terrifying still was the apparent absence of a skull atop its head, with its brain ablaze in a horrifying, brilliant inferno. "To think you could slay Simon Griffin. I underestimated you." Care's voice was chilling and deep, with each word exhaling fiery breath. As if intense flames burned within him, he trod upon the stone floor, which instantly transformed into molten lava. sinking beneath him that a wave of unease surged through Lance, causing his limbs to tremble inexplicably. He gripped his weapon tightly. Glaring at the demon lord, he knew all too well the consequences of underestimating his foes. Even if he had narrowly triumphed over Simon possessed by Care, now that Care's true form had emerged, he could not afford even a moment's relaxation. Unfortunately, the rage Simon gathered for me is more than sufficient. Just days ago, I was somewhat weakened, but now, I find myself utterly satisfied. The mages believe themselves entirely rational, yet the desires they conceal within are far more terrifying than those of mere mortals. It seems you are all aware that tranquility does not eliminate emotions, but merely represses them. This concentrated rage is my finest sustenance. Now, you should prepare to welcome the descent of the Inferno. Every demon lord possesses not only immense power, but also excels at assailing the human psyche. In their previous encounter with the ice demon Charuk, they had felt overwhelming despair and sorrow, as if all joy and light had been frozen. Now, the fire demon Care instilled the same. Lance sensed an intense unease. As if his soul swayed within his body, his consciousness flickering between clarity and obscurity, he felt his muscles quivering uncontrollably, his blood boiling, and even standing still became a challenge. Alice had retreated quite a distance. She anxiously observed Lance, thinking he would surely manage. Lance, do not act impulsively against him. Your soul is being eroded by wrath. Cabin circled above his head, speaking excitedly that it dared not approach Care, who only noticed it when it began to speak. A moonhawk. Care sneered. Then he cast a glance at Lance, who seemed unable to suppress his inexplicable agitation and unease, preparing to charge forth with his spear. Noise, however, remained unfazed, for he was no longer a living being. Lance, this demon possesses several times the combat prowess of the previous Simon. Its skin is impervious to blades and bullets, and even your spear imbued with dragon fire will struggle to harm it. That is true. Lance suddenly heard a series of thunderous booms from above, raising his gaze to the enormous flaming cage overhead, where a colossal fire dragon lay atop it. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the fire dragon gnawed a large hole in the flaming cage. The fire dragon immediately leaped through the gap, diving straight down. Lance suppressed his impulse and swiftly retreated. Noise likewise dodged, allowing the enormous dragon to plummet like a comet of flames, crashing toward the demon lord. Upon striking the ground, it kicked up a vast cloud of dust, erupting with sparks and tongues of flame. Lance and Noise were knocked to the ground by the immense shockwave as the dust settled, and they regained their footing. The great dragon had already engaged in battle with the demon lord. The dragon attacked Care with its razor-sharp claws, fangs, and the flame spewing from its throat, while Care retaliated with various fiery weapons hurled at the dragon with blinding speed. Like a torrential downpour. Enil, Alice murmured. Lance, you're not dead. Tom Grant, riding on the dragon's back, waved at Lance. Lance shook his head helplessly. Previously, under Cabin's guidance, he had traversed the high-altitude cables to reach the tower where Enil was imprisoned. To his surprise, he discovered that his Chapman gun was locked within that tower, presumably because the mages believed it belonged to Tom. Stealthily, he infiltrated the guards' quarters, dispatching several unsuspecting mages with his fists and feet. Tossing their wands out of the tower, and reclaiming what was rightfully his at the summit of the tower, he found the imprisoned dragon and dragon rider, while he easily subdued all the guards. He was unable to break the outer barriers and magical locks. Strangely, Cabin, just as before, effortlessly unraveled those barriers. He naturally inquired about Cabin's method, but Cabin did not provide a clear answer. Only this fellow can defeat the demon, if you wish to prevent anything from happening to Alice and the others. Follow my instructions. Lance had no choice but to trust Cabin's words, which were purportedly the original words of the Ghost Rider Noise. He rescued the dragon rider Tom Grant, who had been tormented to the brink of unconsciousness by the mages. His treatment was worse than Lance's, as he had shown even more contempt toward the mages. His foul language had incited all the mages to wish for his demise. It took considerable effort for Lance to rouse him. Upon awakening, Tom's first instinct was to strike the person before him. However, Cabin flew up and pecked at him furiously. Fool, do you know why Enil has gone mad? You know the reason? Because Care, the fire demon lord, has awakened. Enil is the flame dragon and can sense unusual flames from afar, yet Care's exceedingly malevolent fire has driven Enil into a frenzy, but this was not Care's intention. Thus, Cabin proceeded to explain the situation regarding the demon lord and the resurrection of the demons. not only for Tom's understanding, but also to refresh Lance's memory. Previously, Cabin had consulted the Ghost Rider Noise Carter and learned many details. Although Tom was filled with rage, Cabin's words rang true, compelling him to accept the reality that, of course, Lance was equally furious. If anyone were to blame for the initial separation of their 5-member group and the direct cause of Agnes's demise, it was this maddened dragon. However, after hearing Cabin's explanation, Lance understood that the immediate priority was to have this dragon halt the fire demon Care, who theoretically was the damned demon responsible for the deaths of Agnes and the residents of Pantown. "What reason do I have to assist you?" the dragon rider suddenly protested, his anger ever fluctuating. "I can lift all the seals on this dragon, but it will take some time." "Tom Grant, you must be more than just the mad dragon rider we see," Cabin said as he flew onto the dragon's back, pecking at the various magical seals upon its form. Tom was taken aback. Although Cabin was unaware of his past, it seemed to have sensed something. Everyone has their own story. There is no need for us to be enemies. Though Lance was seething with anger, he managed to suppress it and spoke calmly, because Cabine has made it abundantly clear that both the dragon and its master are entangled in this predicament. "I attacked you. Do you bear no grudge?" "Of course. I do bear a grudge. Listen, if any one of us 5 suffers misfortune due to that day's assault, I shall undoubtedly take your life. However, for now, you must live, or countless innocents shall perish. I admit, I misjudged a dragon. I do not wish to continue misunderstanding dragons or their allies." Tom furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely at him. Yet, Lance showed no signs of backing down, his gaze resolute. "I need no one to comprehend me," Tom bellowed. "Others have no opportunity." Lance seized his collar, shouting, "A war buries not only thousands of lives but also countless memories. I still believe you are a knight. An evil knight would not resemble you." "Why?" "Because I believe in knights," Lance murmured. "I have always believed. I wish to understand you, for I too desire to be understood." Tom stared at him, taken aback. The young man's eyes were wide with fervor. What could possibly ignite such fury within him? "You were once a respected knight," Tom stated. "Perhaps. And you were too." "Indeed." Tom inhaled deeply, patting Lance on the shoulder, saying, "I possess far more experience than you." Ultimately, Tom relinquished his animosity. Alone upon the snow-capped mountains, he had thought himself consumed by hatred for others after spending so long in the company of dragons. However, upon sensing someone endeavoring to understand him, his heart softened. From Tom's words, Lance gleaned that 7 years prior, Tom was not merely an exceptional knight of the Nitala royal order, but also a devoted husband and father. Yet, his steadfastness led to his downfall, as he was ensnared by treachery, with false evidence of treason fabricated against him. The ruling of the magistrate resulted in a death sentence. Initially, he accepted this fate. But his wife loved him too dearly. She procured a potion of disguise at a high price on the black market, and, during their final meeting before his execution, drugged him, then consumed the potion herself to assume his appearance. Her friends understood her feelings and assisted in the switch. Upon awakening, Tom, in a frenzy, rushed to the execution site, only to witness his innocent, selfless wife's head severed before his eyes. The executioner uncaring as she gradually reverted to her true form. As a husband, witnessing the brutal execution of his unblemished spouse plunged Tom into depths of agony that he lost his sanity, assaulting the guards and wreaking havoc at the execution site until subdued by the Shadow Guard. This incident stirred considerable uproar, and the Nitala church deemed that his wife had already atoned for his sins. Executing him thereafter would condemn her soul to unrest, especially since he had succumbed to madness. The 4 great judging orders reached a consensus, exiling him to the Solaya mountains, though few could survive alone in such desolation. This was merely a form of indirect death sentence, one that spared the 4 judging orders from direct culpability, at least. That was Tom's belief. Yet, amidst the snow-capped peaks, he encountered the young dragon, Aenir, who, despite its formidable power, never attacked him, and they seemed to communicate effortlessly. The dragon heeded his words when he heard from Lance about General Cantor's assassination. He was taken aback that it turned out that this young man, too, bore the mantle of a once glorious royal knight, cast aside by fate. That he acknowledged that his previous assault was a fleeting impulse, driven by jealousy and rage. Loneliness had plagued him for so long. Witnessing travelers journeying together made him feel that fate had dealt him an unjust hand. Why did others have companions while he only had a monstrous beast as a partner? Yet, he found himself harboring a sense of camaraderie towards Lance, as if they shared a bond of mutual suffering, Despite his stubbornness, he acquiesced to Lance's request, commanding Anir to assist them in vanquishing the demons. Once Cabine fully dismantled the sealing array, he would mount Anir and set forth. Moreover, Anir willingly bestowed the power of dragon fire upon Lance's spearhead, although Lance could not comprehend the dragon's low murmurs. It seemed that Anir understood far better what needed to be done. Strange, Tom remarked. Anir says you carry a familiar scent. Now, he was fulfilling his promise. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt invigorated. This was precisely the outcome Noise had desired. Lacking confidence in his ability to combat the Demon Lord, he could only do his utmost to rescue Lance and protect Alice and the others. The encounter with the extraordinary Moon Eagle, Cabine, was indeed unexpected, yet it rendered his plans more seamless. It appeared that Crystera had acted wisely, for he did not hinder Noise's spur-of-the-moment idea. Meanwhile, the surviving mages witnessed a dreadful confrontation between the two most terrifying entities in existence, the demon and the dragon. Chapter 85. Judgment. The sin of wrath. Lance had distanced himself. The strange anger and unease gradually dissipated at that moment. He beheld Amelia and Kyle within the fiery cage. Kyle appeared to be on the brink of unconsciousness, which alarmed Lance. This guy still owes me a duel. Lance sprinted forward, standing outside the cage, feeling an intense heat that prevented him from approaching. Kyle replied with great difficulty. No hurry. I remember. Lance, do not disturb her. Alice exclaimed upon seeing Lance prepare to greet Amelia, swiftly pulling his hand back at that moment. Her bobbleheads had been retracted, returning to the 4 small cloth balls hanging at her waist. What? Amelia is praying. Alice explained. Suddenly enlightened, Lance realized she was utilizing her ultimate technique, which was why she had disregarded Kyle. Lance felt an unshakable restlessness. He was a warrior, always ready to charge into battle, yet he had barely taken 2 steps when Tom, riding upon the dragoness back, shouted, Lance, get away from here. Very well. To uphold his knightly dignity. You, grotesque and foolish demon, dare to flaunt flames before Anir. You are but a small sorcerer before a greater one. Kneel. He forged a robust magical chain connecting his will to the fire dragon. Anir, following his command and its own instincts, calmly adopted various methods to assault the fiery Kali. Kali's skin was as tough as Anir's dragon scales, yet the flames imbued with the power of dragon speech were beyond his complete defense. After several fierce claw strikes, faint scars appeared on Kali's arm. How can there be a dragon? Where did you all come from? Kali's furious voice sent chills down spines, yet his face remained twisted in a smile. Generally, those with weak wills, when gazing at Kali, would feel as if he were right before them, surrounded by his fiery power, instilling a natural sense of unease and restlessness. However, the humans present harbored only anger towards Kali, particularly Alice and Lance. Alice, brimming with a desire to slay him herself, despite having never attempted to kill anyone before, found that this anger, in Lance's presence, had stopped feeling isolated. It became contained, steady. She cast a glance at him. He remained focused, his earnest expression fixed upon the unfolding events. She was unaware that he too wished to take a good look at her after their unexpected separation. Yet, his sense of duty forbade him from wandering his gaze. If anything were to go awry with the dragon and its rider, he must act immediately. It's only a matter of time. Tom shouted vehemently. He seemed to pour all his fury upon this demon. His resentment stemmed entirely from his own grievances. His rage was wholly for his wife's fate. Yet, deep within, he remained a knight. Though he had been unable to relinquish his hatred and anger over the long years, Lance's presence appeared to awaken something within him. He began to interrogate himself internally, using familiar words to question how many values remained worthy of his defense: humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, honesty, justice, steadfastness. His roar seemed to merge with the dragoness roar. The mighty dragon unleashed flames imbued with ancient power. Enveloping Kali in fire, Kali roared, flames erupting from his form. Noise observed as Alice and Lance instinctively clenched their fists, though neither noticed the other. While the flames inflicted significant harm to Kali, his body began to recover swiftly. Nevertheless, Tom and Anir, unfazed, continued their relentless assault, as if channeling all their pent-up grievances onto Kali. Kale was struck down, utterly defenseless. The flames he unleashed failed to inflict any harm upon Anil, who, under the protection of his draconic knight, remained completely secure. The fire spread around them, burning unchecked, Yet the dragon and its master stood resolutely their ground. Kale staggered back a few steps. Faced with this formidable foe, the once mighty demon Lord Kale felt a flicker of trepidation. Suddenly, he pivoted, transforming into a blazing inferno as he soared towards the sky. "Flee! Do you dare to run?" Tom bellowed. Enil unfurled his enormous wings, exerting all his might to pursue. But Kale, now a streak of fire, moved with such swiftness that Enil appeared unable to catch up. "This is bad," Noise exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lance and Alice surged forward, but they were too distant to make any difference. Kyle, dazed, observed the unfolding chaos. His gaze flickered to Amelia, who sat with her eyes closed, her delicate lips moving softly. Suddenly, he noticed a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "They shall face the most severe judgment. The divine will seal their souls. The angels will sing hymns, and peace will return to the world." The priest asks, "Child, do you love this land?" The child replies, "I love it as the divine loves her." At that moment, a sphere of light materialized before Kale. Swiftly, several robust chains of light lashed out, ensnaring his limbs, neck, and waist before he could alter his course. The other end of the chains coalesced into a robust silhouette, wielding twin swords of light, and began to approach Kale in midair. Judgment, the sin of wrath, infernal Lord Kale, demon lord powered by fury. Amelia's eyes snapped open, her hair and robe eerily afloat, her gaze glowing with a mysterious golden luminescence as she regarded the bound Kale with an expressionless demeanor. Wrath is a protective force, not an invasive one. It arises from the anger of loss, from the anger of injustice, compelling one to defend and resist. Wrath is beauty, yet you have tainted it into sin. Amelia intoned these words mechanically, evoking a sense in Kyle that this was not the true Amelia. In that moment, she resembled a deity, passing judgment upon the embodiment of the sin of wrath, the infernal Lord Kale. You, Kale shrieked in terror, his voice a cacophony of madness as he beheld the silhouette, radiant yet indistinct. Hilda, get away from me, get away." The figure halted before Kale, then abruptly turned and drifted downward, with Kale being dragged helplessly by the radiant chains. The luminous figure soon reached Amelia, swiftly slicing through the fiery prison, creating a gaping hole. It uttered not a word, simply standing before Amelia. She retrieved a transparent gem from her bosom and tossed it to the figure. The moment the figure grasped the gem, it thrust its sword into Kale's chest, creating a large void where his heart should have been. Yet, like the ice demon Charuk before him, Kale possessed no heart. Stop it, he screamed frantically, his distorted and horrifying cries inducing a wave of nausea among those who heard him. However, the radiant figure deftly inserted the gem into the cavity of Kale's chest, where his heart ought to be. White flames erupted from within him, gradually consuming his entire being. "Rest in peace," the figure murmured softly. Hilda, I will kill you. Kill you." As his voice faded, Kale's form dissolved within the white flames. The Master of Flames was ultimately reduced to ashes by the holy fire. Amen. Amelia traced a cross upon her chest. Her robe and hair returned to their normal state, the glow in her eyes extinguished, and her expression returned to its usual composure. "I knew you could do it." Kyle was the first to offer his congratulations. However, just as he intended to breathe a sigh of relief, his mind suddenly went blank. The strain he had been holding on to reached its limit. Amelia panicked and embraced him tightly. "Kyle!" He had lost consciousness. She clutched him close, her eyes shut, her expression betraying her distress. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you." "Lance," Alice mischievously poked Lance's arm. Kyle confessed to Amelia. "Huh." Lance's face displayed disbelief. Really? Alice repeated thrice. And then, "You can see for yourself," Alice shrugged comically. The flames blazed around them, the air thick with the scent of charred garments and flesh. The sky had been painted crimson by the fire, yet this cacophonous inferno gradually began to quiet. Chapter 86. A long-awaited reunion. The mages responsible for the rescue finally burst onto the scene. Following Kale's disappearance, his power waned, and Tom was irked by his inability to finish him off personally. He ordered Enil to shred all the bothersome flaming remnants, including the colossal cage above. The mages instinctively reacted to subdue the dragon. But it was Gresham who intervened. "Fools, we have been deceived, utterly and completely deceived." Gresham roared, his fury uncharacteristically unrestrained before the other mages. Few mages possessed the extraordinary power of Gresham. Out of the thousands present, only 200 or 300 remained standing. The others were either gravely injured from Kale's rampage or devoured by the hellish flames. We have been nurturing this creature, nurturing a demon. Gresham raged like a petulant child, pointing at the sky in indignation. Who told me our wisdom was invincible? I don't even know what I was doing. Senator. Bastard. Hurry and tend to the wounded. Gresham continued to shout. No. Senator, I wish to know what level your magic is at now. What? We feel immense guilt. Our magic has dwindled significantly since it fell from the sky. We are all feeling extremely fatigued, our minds in a haze. We don't know why. Gresham paused to assess his own dwindling magical reserves, by usual standards. He was severely overextended. Yet, he had only employed a few low-cost defensive spells to protect himself. How could he have lost so much? He dismissed the thought. The mage rescue team attempted for the first time to physically assist the injured. To their astonishment, they found that even lifting a frail woman proved to be a strenuous endeavor. Tom caressed Noise's elongated neck, stroking his resilient dragon scales, and Neil lazed on the ground, seemingly indifferent to the bustling activity around him. His eyes half closed, appearing to doze. For the first time, Tom felt a profound sense of tranquility. Moments ago, he had exchanged a few words with Lance, albeit about inconsequential gossip concerning Nitala. Noise, having wrapped his body in the fallen bandages, donned a black cloak of death and slowly retreated into the shadows that he wished to avoid the gaze of others. His current form was not only unsightly, but also emanated a foul stench. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to this vessel. Regardless, this body had accompanied him for a duration surpassing a lifetime. Lance, Alice, and Amelia now surrounded Kyle. They were puzzled as to why they remained unscathed while Kyle had fainted. His magic has been drained. Those mages seem to have had their magic drained as well, Cabin remarked, perched upon Alice's head. But why are we unaffected? Amelia queried, cradling him. Perhaps because you are not mages, Cabin replied. But Kyle isn't either. She furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with disappointment. Hey, make way, make way, make way. The mages, weary from the depletion of their magic, were easily pushed aside by a man striding purposefully toward them. Finally made it in. We've been stuck outside this whole time. Amelia recognized a familiar voice. She looked up to see a white-haired youth racing toward them, accompanied by a girl of similar age. Lo, Sister Amelia, your hair is such a mess. Amelia gasped in relief as a weight lifted from her heart. Lo was safe, appearing before her whole and unharmed. Lo, huh? Alice exclaimed, jumping with joy. Thank goodness you're okay, Lance added. No need to thank me. I'm too embarrassed to die, Lo replied with a grin, high-fiving the two. Oh, is this Kyle? Is he dead? Lo suddenly focused on the unconscious figure. Not at all, Amelia retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. He simply lost consciousness. His magic has been drained, Cabin explained, before Lo could express his shock. The girl beside him leapt forward, gently lifting Cabin from atop Alice's head, exclaiming, Wow, there's a moonhawk here. So adorable. Cabin gazed at her, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Miss, you are far too courteous. After all, I am a male. Well, however, this gentleman cannot be entirely disconnected from the mage, you know. What? Everyone's attention shifted towards her. You don't harbor any disdain for mages, do you? She lightly placed her finger on her lips as she inquired. The crowd shook their heads. Very well, this gentleman possesses the bloodline of a mage. Ah. Locke quickly interjected. Her name is Bellamy Finger, and she is a vagabond, a bard. She corrected. At that moment, Lance and Alice were astonished to realize that they had encountered this singing bard before. On the Artist's Avenue in Nitala, during the initial demon assault, they had met this melodious minstrel. Bellamy, Lance murmured. Yes, she replied. We met in Nitala. What a coincidence. Ah, she is the sister with the lovely singing. Alice also recalled. Is that so? Hee, I don't remember, Bellamy chuckled. Lance and Alice were momentarily at a loss for words. However, Bellamy paid no mind to their silence. She approached Kyle and remarked, though his appearance is human, he undoubtedly possesses the blood of a mage. How do you know? Lot asked. I can distinguish between mules of various ages with my eyes closed, Bellamy stated. He is not a mule. Lot exclaimed, if you don't believe me. That's your loss. Bellamy assessed Kyle and then stood up, saying, it may be quite taxing for him to regain his magical strength. However, there exists a herb that can greatly aid in recovery, known as the lapis lily. Lapis lily. Understood. Amelia nodded. They assisted the mages in clearing the harrowing battlefield of the Inferno. They discovered that the ghost knight Noise Carter had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Tom Grant bid them farewell. "What are your plans?" Lance inquired. "Who knows? I've been on the snowy mountains for so long that I think I might have gone a bit mad. But, forgive me, Lance, I have indeed lost my sanity. We are all fine. You needn't feel guilty. You have preserved the honor of a knight. Haven't you? I am doing my utmost. I wish to reclaim my dignity. Your dragon may prove to be quite a hassle. The mages are still keen on using it as research material." "Ha! Do you think they can stop Anil now?" "Rest assured, I shall be cautious. First, I need to wander about to perhaps inspire some hope in my despairing life. May the blessings of Serentius be with you, knight. I am a dragon knight." With that, he mounted his dragon and soared into the sky. The mages could do nothing but watch as the great dragon ascended. The mages did not trouble them. This was the command of Gresham. They returned to their makeshift base in this unfamiliar city, the Redberry Inn of Outy Winter. Outy Winter was sipping milk. He had just heard the commotion outside, as people rushed about, as if a great calamity had occurred. Yet he felt no concern whatsoever. However, when this group stepped through the door, he was taken aback. "What have you all been up to?" "We encountered the fire demon Corel and defeated him," Alice replied. "I was hoping at least one or two of you would meet your end. Yet, you emerged with 3 additional individuals?" Outy Winter exclaimed. Lance felt a surge of anger. He thought how rude this old man could be. However, Alice understood that this was simply Otto Winter's way. Jimmy, get down here." Jimmy scampered down from the 2nd floor. "Ah, Jimmy is here. It's lunchtime," Outy Winter declared. "All right, Jimmy has prepared a substantial portion of lunch to so many humans. Jimmy hasn't made enough." "Then go back and make more," Outy Winter instructed. "By the way, that useless bunch at the Central Council finally remembered me. I must head over there. You keep an eye on the shop and manage these humans." With that, he seized a pointed magical hat nearby, hoisted a long staff, and strode out the door. "Huffed. Ha ha. Ha ha." Once he was out of earshot, Bellamy suddenly burst into laughter. Her face flushed crimson as she laughed breathlessly. "That old man. How amusing. Ha ha." Just as she was laughing, Lot suddenly gave her a hearty pat on the back. She yelped, then exclaimed, "That hurts." "I thought you were going to choke on your laughter," Lot replied calmly. "Well, thank you." Bellamy showed no signs of anger. Alice's mind was filled with questions. Lot was already a peculiar individual. And this Bellamy seemed rather odd as well. Jimmy prepared lunch for them. Since Alice and her companions treated Jimmy kindly, he grew fond of these humans and extended his courtesy to the newcomers. He did his utmost. Although the food was not exquisite, it was made with sincerity, and everyone was satisfied except for Kyle, who was laid up in bed. During the meal, they began to chat, having been apart for over 10 days. It seemed there were many things they were unclear about. They decided to clarify these matters. First, Alice recounted her encounters with the fairy dragon Alana alongside Lance. Alice recounted the tale of Simon and Agnes in full detail, leaving everyone lamenting. No wonder Simon was chosen by Corel. Then, Lance added his experiences of chasing Anil with Alana, encountering the Ghost Knight, reuniting with Cabin, and rescuing Tom Grant. After he finished, he shot a glare at Cabin. Cabin had no choice but to speak up. "I wonder if you are curious about me." "Of course," everyone replied in unison. Chapter 87. The tale perhaps few have heard of the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan is a mysterious race, scarce in number, believed to be a blend of humans, forest elves, and sea sprites. They reside along the shores of the Sapphire Valley. They have a profound connection with the creatures of the sea. While the only land-dwelling creature that shares their affinity is a special eagle known as the moon eagle. They appear as ordinary eagles, but under the bright moonlight at night, their feathers emit a beautiful luminescence. They possess the ability to converse as humans do. And I am one of those moon eagles. My master is a child of the Moon Clan. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he left the dwelling of the Moon Clan and drifted to the continent of Allrest. We knew nothing, and my master, being a Moon Clan member with significant differences in appearance from humans or mages, was regarded as a monster and hunted by people. He was killed, and I barely escaped. However, due to injuries and illness, I lost my inherent magical seals and the ability to speak. Then, I encountered you, Lance. You saved me and treated me well. Thus, I have followed you ever since, until recently, Mr. Outy Winter discovered my secret. He placed the herbs that could heal me in plain sight and pretended not to notice that I boldly stole some. And when I had enough, he came to act as if he had just discovered me, scolding and sending me away. Haha, Outy Winter is truly strange, Alice laughed. However, Cabin, you are indeed not an ordinary eagle. I have always thought you quite clever. Do not assume that a talking eagle is intelligent. That is nothing remarkable. My true talent lies in dispelling barriers and seals. And you are also quite adept at navigation. Alice continued. That is because I can fly. Then, Lot began to recount his experiences, from his death to being revived by the demonic power within the ebony sword, which truly frightened the others. Especially Amelia. And then his encounters with Bellamy and the electric demon apostate. This further alarmed everyone. Are you saying the electric demon has appeared as well? Amelia inquired. Yes, Amelia, hurry and eliminate him, Lot urged. Corel is already a formidable challenge. My holy prayer powers are insufficient, requiring a lengthy duration, and I cannot reuse them in the short term unless Teacher Christera is present. What to do? This is indeed a troublesome matter. Apostate could bring disaster to any place at any moment, Lance remarked. By the way, Jimmy, do you know of an herb called the lapis lily? Amelia suddenly recalled Bellamy's words. Lapis lily. Let me think. Jimmy scratched his head, pondering for a long while before stating. Jimmy has checked all the herbal invoices and basically remembers the herbs still in stock at the shop. However, Jimmy truly has no recollection of this one. Really? Yes, and the Redberry Inn is considered the most comprehensive place for all sorts of strange herbs on the White Scrolls. There is indeed no such herb here. Bellamy extended a finger and said, This herb is quite difficult to preserve. It originates from the Aurelian forest in the southwest. Unless harvested during the season of the newly sprouted glass lily grass and transported overnight by horseback to the White Scrolls, one can barely ensure its preservation. Furthermore, the cold climate of the White Scrolls makes it exceedingly difficult to maintain the quality of the glass lily grass. Merchants engaging in the trade of this herb likely incur losses, which is why they may have overlooked it, Amelia remarked. Indeed, that must be the case, Jimmy concurred. Without the glass lily grass, it could take Kyle several years to fully restore his magical powers, and the same applies to other mages, Bellamy added. The mages should find a way around this, Alice suggested. The mages are in distress. Their magical energies are depleted. The Mage Kingdom has always relied on magic, and this predicament will lead to numerous complications, potentially even invasions, Bellamy explained. You speak as if you know everything, Lowe interjected. I know what I ought to know, Bellamy replied with a smile. Alice suspected that Lowe had omitted certain details. She always felt there was an ambiguous relationship between Lowe and Bellamy. In truth, the parts Lowe left out were quite significant. The pair had escaped the pursuit of the electric demon and arrived at a mage town named Solo. However, unlike Lance and Alice, who encountered the friendly Simon and Agnes, or Amelia and Kyle, who met reliable acquaintances, they were instead captured and treated as human spies. That Lowe, of course, was furious, nearly succumbing to his demonic nature. But Amelia sang a lullaby, and he inexplicably fell asleep. Later, while they languished in a makeshift prison, which was more accurately described as a cave, easily escapable for Lowe due to his strength, Bellamy forbade Lowe from breaking out. She began recounting some elven epics and enchanting tales, igniting his interest completely. However, not long after, Lowe recalled that he had matters to attend to and informed Bellamy. Still wishing to prevent him from clashing with the mages, she called the jailer and shared a story. The tale, originally about a tragic vagrant, was cleverly woven to reflect her own experiences. Her eloquence was beyond description, nearly bringing the jailer to tears. Despite casting a calming spell upon himself, he ultimately released them. Following this, many mages remained hostile towards them, yet Bellamy continued to sing as they walked, her voice seemingly possessing a magical quality that dissolved the mages' animosity. This, in turn, piqued Lowe's interest in her further. Their peculiar natures appeared odd to outsiders, yet they connected effortlessly. With a mutual fondness blossoming, Lowe decided to keep Bellamy by his side. That he made a bold declaration, saying, I insist that you accompany me on my adventures, a statement potent enough to intimidate an ordinary girl. Yet Bellamy remained unfazed. As long as they were traveling, she would find joy in any encounter. Thus, they presented themselves to the world as a couple. Let us discuss the specifics later, Amelia said, producing a note from her pocket. This is a message left by the ghostly night Noise. Noise, what does it say? The fifth judgment sequence has achieved success for the first time. Please trust in the prophecy of the divine at all times. Uphold your will. Emilia read slowly. That day, they were all quite weary, resting and chatting at the Red Berry Cottage. They had initially anticipated some trouble from the mages, yet unexpectedly enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. Jimmy remarked that Mr. Oddwinter did not naturally inherit the alchemical shop, but he was uncertain of his past. They speculated that Oddwinter might have smoothed over some troubles for them, as the grumpy old man often engaged in unexpected deeds. Currently, chaos reigned at the White Scrolls due to the infernal demon Carrii, with numerous casualties requiring attention, and all mages near the debate arena had lost their magical abilities, while many magical devices ceased functioning, undoubtedly causing great distress among the mages. Most critically, the debate arena was situated in the hilly region of the Central Council, where the mages were of a higher order. The overseers, their loss of power could ignite unrest. Nonetheless, one could argue that the mages had brought this upon themselves. After all, who could blame them for neglecting their health and well-being? Chapter 88. Dark Moon Low and Bellamy, unable to contain their restlessness, ventured out to observe the commotion. Low, initially eager to engage in battle, found himself unable to enter the area sealed by Carrii until the demon was vanquished. Coincidentally, Carrii's residual power resulted in the emergence of minor demons and the corruption of some weak-willed mages. As the mages suffered significant magical depletion, the task of maintaining order fell to Low and Bellamy. Although Bellamy was not fond of conflict, she detested witnessing others harmed in fights, and thus assisted Low in vanquishing several minor demons. They should all be eliminated now. Poor little demons, they had no business being here, Bellamy said with a hint of regret. No worries, this big demon is still around, Low boasted, patting his chest. I do not wish to eliminate you, Bellamy replied. Is your soul also demonic? I am uncertain. I perceive it as my own consciousness. I feel that the demon that once sought to possess me has been suppressed within the ebony sword, and his soul is intertwined with mine, preventing my demise. Oh, can you make him perish? Not quite. If I destroy this ebony sword, he will die, and so will I. Then you must take good care of it and refrain from using it to chop hard objects. Fear not, our ebony from the eastern continent is superior to fine iron. If you doubt my words, inquire with fellow travelers from my homeland. They all adore such ebony craftsmanship. What is your hometown like? I would love to see it. My hometown, is so beautiful that it will make you weep with joy. The flowers there are far more exquisite than those here. As dusk approached, the sky still aglow, Lance sat at the entrance of the shop, beside his princess. Hey, Lance, I think I've forgotten something, Alice said softly. Earlier that day, Alice appeared quite cheerful, but Lance sensed a peculiar tone in her voice now. Lance, do you remember how old Emilia is, and Kyle? She inquired. Emilia seems to have turned 19, while Kyle is a year younger than me. 17, he replied. Why does Kyle like Emilia? Perhaps he is drawn to her strength and maturity. She is a student of the saint, he suggested. Kyle is truly remarkable. He should not merely be a dungeon guard. That is the life he desires, Lance explained. Lance, do you like Emilia? Lance looked at her in surprise, nodding. Of course, she is very kind. You do not feel jealous. Lance hesitated, then replied. How could I? My feelings for her are not akin to Kyle's. She is my friend. After traveling for over 2 years, I have yet to encounter anyone who provides such a profound sense of security. Silly Lance, you must not have many friends. You always carry the aura of a heroic knight, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach you. Is that so? Am I overly proud? A little. I prefer the gentle side of you, not the one who is combative. A man cannot always be gentle like a woman. It would lead to being taken advantage of. Then, Lance, do you like me as you would a good friend? Lance froze momentarily. For reasons unknown, he felt this question resembled one posed by Cantor. Once, Cantor had asked him whether he regarded him as a good friend and if he fought for a good friend. He had answered similarly. You are special. You are my master. Unbeknownst to him, this statement brought great satisfaction to Cantor, who cherished the perfect blend of sincerity and loyalty rather than a one-sided affection. Yet Alice was not awaiting this answer. Though only 14, Alice harbored a more intense yearning for love than anyone else, having endured a life of wandering far more painful than that of an ordinary girl. She could scarcely recall her parents' faces, having followed her grandfather through trials that no innocent child should face. She had to endure hunger and cold, humiliation and homelessness, in the terrifying Kozan's pentagram. Now that her grandfather was gone, she felt like a mere puppet woven from wool. susceptible to being torn apart or burned by fate at any moment. Yet now, she had finally found a semblance of support. However, she dared not acknowledge it, fearing loss. But, Lance, do you truly believe that a mere master-servant relationship could fulfill my dependence on you? Lance noticed Alice had lapsed into silence for quite some time. When he finally turned to look at her again, tears were streaming down her face. I merely wish, Lancelot, that when you hold me, you could be more sincere, rather than constrained by your so-called chivalric ideals. Lancelot stood bewildered. Suddenly, he instinctively lifted his gaze to the sky, where the moon gradually ascended. How perfectly round it appeared. It must be the fullest it has been this month. On this night of the full moon. Ah! Lancelot exclaimed as if he had lost his soul, springing to his feet. Your Highness! Your curse. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she forced a smile, saying, That is not your responsibility. The moonlight cascaded over her delicate, slender visage. Invisible blades seemed to emerge around her, and the familiar agony arrived as expected. She had once mentioned that she needed someone to hold her to alleviate her suffering. Do not come any closer. Go away, she cried out sharply as Lancelot moved toward her. No, I command you. Are you not a knight? Do you not obey commands? Alice's face turned pale, her eyes tightly shut in pain, her arms helplessly wrapped around herself. Trembling uncontrollably, Lancelot stood frozen, utterly at a loss to tea that moment. Lo and Bellamy fortuitously returned. Upon witnessing the scene, they were taken aback. Oh, a month has passed. How dreadful. Lo suddenly realized. The curse of Kazane's five-pointed star. That wretched thing. I am aware of that curse. Bellamy rushed forward without a second thought, extending her arms to embrace the curled-up Alice. She gently patted Alice's back, speaking softly. Poor sister, do not be afraid. I am here with you. Lo hurried into the shop to summon Emily, who was attending to Kyle, and he casually draped a blanket over his shoulder that he knew that when Alice's curse manifested, she would be unable to walk, and it appeared she would have to spend the night at the door. It is quite cold outside tonight, he remarked, shivering at the thought, and cautiously unfurled the bedding to envelop Bellamy and Alice within. Thank you. Thoughtful Lo, Bellamy whispered. Lo nodded in acknowledgement. Emily, witnessing the scene, was also alarmed. However, she surmised that the night of the full moon was approaching, yet Alice had not mentioned it, and she felt too shy to inquire. Bellamy tenderly stroked Alice's soft golden locks, her lips parting as she began to sing a gentle lullaby. Her voice was as warm and sweet as the fireflies of the night, imbued with a natural magic that relaxed the senses and possessed a soothing effect. Although Alice could not be lulled to sleep at that moment, the enforced relaxation dulled the sharpness of her pain. Emily noticed that the anguish in Alice's expression seemed to lighten somewhat, which surprised her. Her acupuncture and healing spells could only alleviate physical suffering, yet this bard's song appeared to mend the torment of a spiritual curse. Indeed, everyone has their own strengths. This kind-hearted girl assured that she would take good care of Alice. Emily sighed in relief and then addressed Lancelot. Lancelot, may I have a word with you? He followed her to the small courtyard behind the shop. I noticed the tear stains on Alice's face. Why was she crying? I do not know. Lancelot shook his head. What did you say to her? She asked me if I liked her as one would a good friend, and I said she was special. That she was my mistress. Emily deemed this statement sufficient to uncover the issue. Lancelot, that fool, did not seem so dim-witted. How could he be so oblivious in matters such as these? You dolt. Do you think Alice regards you the same way I regard you? Emily furrowed her brow in disappointment for the first time. Did you not sense her affection for you? Affection? Yes, I also like her. How plainly must I put it? Alice will resent me for this. Emily sighed. It is love, foolish Lancelot. Suddenly, a creature named Cabin flew in from nowhere, colliding with Lancelot's head. Cabin, do you think Alice trusts you so implicitly and relies on you for nothing? Because she loves you, Cabin exclaimed loudly, revealing what Emily had left unsaid. What? Lancelot could hardly believe his ears that he had never dared to entertain such an idea. He always thought Alice viewed him merely as a dependable knight. Alice is not a pampered princess, Emily explained gently. She does not accept unconditional kindness, nor does she believe anyone should serve her and provide her with everything she needs. For the past few days, Alice has been taking good care of herself, but I can see her worries. Look, upon seeing you again today, she was so happy that she did not even mind the day of her curse, acting as if she were overjoyed. But, Lancelot, why do you wish to be her knight? I killed her only relative. Her grandfather, and she is all alone. burdened by a terrible curse. I cannot just stand idly by. So it is merely out of your knightly pity and sense of justice? At that moment, Cabin interjected. Are you afraid that loving her would tarnish your knightly honor? Cabin, what are you talking about? Humph, I have been observing you both since the day you met. Cabin continued. Who compelled you to treat her so well? Besides, you would not be kind to someone you do not like. Cabin, stop it. Emily interjected. Lancelot should understand now. Afterward, both Emily and Cabin fell silent, gazing at Lancelot. He stood alone, silently tilting his head. Chapter 89. The Assault of the White Rose. If one were to speak of the desire to protect another, he had long since become accustomed to such a role that he was a knight through and through, defined by loyalty and combat, rarely contemplating his own needs. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that only Cantal could accommodate him. He was indeed capable of feeling he knew Alice cared for him. His attentiveness to her extended beyond the mere perspective of a knight. At the very least, he had never told Cantal bedtime stories or accompanied him on shopping trips. Whenever he engaged in such activities, he sensed a comforting joy, yet he habitually attributed it to his sense of knightly honor. When it came to Alice, he focused solely on how to help her lift the curse, rather than whether he might fall in love with her. Moreover, she was nearly 4 years his junior, akin to a younger sister. He struggled to distinguish these emotions, having been separated from his parents at a young age. He had no relatives within the palace. The elders of the knightly order assigned him tasks, and he complied without hesitation, charging into battle without fear and never shying away from formidable foes. Yet, he also never bowed to those who did not deserve it. Although Cantal held him in high regard and the other knights respected him, he had never forged close friendships. No one discussed matters of girls or love with him. In his mind, a man and a woman simply ended up married, and he had no understanding of the process in between. However, Alice did not feel like a younger sister. He could sense that. Occasionally, he wished to protect her like an older brother, yet his capabilities felt exceedingly limited. He could not always discern Alice's thoughts, but he could feel a tacit understanding and concern between them. From another perspective, Alice had become irreplaceable in his heart. I heard some voices. What is happening? Kyle appeared weak for the first time. His face was pale and devoid of spirit, but at least he had awakened. Emily stroked his forehead, saying, Alice's curse. The curse of Kazane's 5-pointed star recurs on the night of the full moon each month. How can this be? Kyle expressed concern, yet he seemed drained, lacking the strength to move even slightly. Lo is unharmed. He even brought a bard with him. That bard is currently with Alice. Her song can ease Alice's suffering. Emily spoke softly. You appear to be in poor condition as well. Who knows? I can no longer feel the flow of my magic. Kyle replied with a bitter smile. If you can do anything for Alice, please care for her. I will be fine. I cannot be of any help, except to pray for her. Let us pray for her together, Kyle said, closing his eyes and beginning to pray silently. Ah! Emily suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Lancelot opened one eye and asked, What is it? It is nothing. Please do not keep your eyes closed, all right? Kyle smiled faintly, saying, Are you afraid that if I close my eyes, I will not reopen them? Emily pressed her lips together. Ha! Kyle chuckled lightly. Trust me, I will not perish so easily. The God of wisdom is on my side, Emmy. Emily gazed at him with tenderness, saying, You hope that boasting will bring some comfort to everyone. I am indeed speaking the truth. Just look at my speed in reading. Do you not find it astonishing? Yet, you must be utterly exhausted. Fool, it is you who is fatigued. Kyle blinked and remarked, During those days, you were dozing off against me. Emilia smiled and replied, I tend to feel drowsy when I sense safety. So do I. I long to sleep. What time is it now? The morning is nearly upon us. Oh, I see now, dark circled Emilia. You ought to rest. I have regained some strength. You are still quite weak, she stated, but he attempted to prop himself up. How could this possibly challenge me? With great effort, he managed to lift himself and sit on the bed, then raised his hands to form a V shape. I underestimated you, Emilia said with a smile. Suddenly, Kyle frowned. Emilia, you have become more subdued. What do you mean? You no longer laugh as much. Nor do you indulge in idle chatter. I am unsure. I still prefer your childlike demeanor. Kyle extended his hand gently to cradle her head, and their lips met in a tender kiss. Outside, the sky began to lighten. Alice's suffering gradually diminished, yet her entire being felt on the brink of collapse. Bellamy lovingly cradled her into a drowsy slumber. Carefully tucking her into bed, Lo yawned, and laid down on the roof to sleep. The group had nearly worn themselves out all night. Even Bellamy succumbed to fatigue, dozing at Alice's bedside. Lance had spent the night lost in thought, finally drifting off just as dawn broke. With Cabin resting on his shoulder, this peculiar gathering had, by morning, all begun to succumb to slumber. Amelia, too, felt weary, having remained by Kyle's side nearly all night without closing her eyes. Strangely, Mr. Oddwinter had yet to return, though Jimmy had risen early to attend to chores. She felt an unsettling emptiness. Amelia, go rest, Kyle urged. Amelia nodded. She stood up, suddenly sensing something amiss. Alert, she turned her head and caught a glimpse of a mysterious figure beside her. It was a petite girl clad in white. Her light brown hair was styled into a bun, secured with a hairpin adorned with a large white rose. Her arms and waist were tightly bound with white silk ribbons. Her skin was alabaster. Yet her gaze was as piercing as ice. Her lips were pale, devoid of any color. Most alarming of all, she wielded a dagger in each hand, glinting ominously. Before Amelia could fully comprehend the situation, the girl in white rushed forward like the wind, her daggers aimed at Amelia. Though Amelia carried a scalpel, she had no time to draw it. Instead, she seized the crucifix pendant hanging from her neck and yanked it off. Thrusting it to block the daggers, the crucifix burst forth with brilliant light in her hands, forming a small circular shield that deflected the girl's assault. Who are you? The girl remained silent, expressionless as she launched another attack. At that moment, Amelia had summoned her scalpel, adopting a defensive stance. 6 scalpels formed a hexagon, bound by the power of holy light into a diamond-shaped shield, yet the girl in white proved as elusive as the wind. Amelia managed to deflect her first 2 thrusts. But as she sidestepped the blinding white figure, her arm was slashed, leaving a deep gash. Blood flowed, staining her sleeve crimson. Amelia realized that this uninvited guest was formidable, and she was not a demon or similar creature, making holy magic ineffective against her. Moreover, she was not skilled in close combat. 0-degree rapid-fire barbs, remaining barb count, 155. A gray metallic device with 9 holes was perched at the bedside. Its dark muzzle aimed at the girl in white. Sharp iron barbs shot forth in rapid succession, as Kyle half sat on the bed, desperately cranking the handle. His complexion was as pale as paper. Dare to use magic in such a state. The girl in white deftly evaded the incoming barbs, coldly remarking, I seek the life of the Saint Amelia. Do you wish to accompany her in death, nameless wretch? I would never accompany anyone in death, Kyle gasped. Why should I join you, lovely lady? The girl furrowed her delicate brows. This man was peculiar, appearing half dead, yet speaking so flippantly. She shifted her gaze, contemplating whether to eliminate him as well. However, the barrage of iron barbs kept coming, forcing her to dodge. The barbs struck the wall, embedding themselves deep into the bricks. The commotion roused those who had just fallen asleep. Lance, bleary-eyed, rose and grasped his spear, intending to investigate the ruckus from Kyle's room. Humph, I must hurry. She darted to Kyle's side, her dagger plunging into his chest. The speed of her thrust and withdrawal was such that it was nearly imperceptible. Kyle's chest bore a deep wound, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Kyle! Amelia rushed forward, her scalpels raised defensively before her. In that instant, she too let down her guard, leaving herself vulnerable. The girl in white revealed a faint smile at the corner of her lips, believing her task was complete. Beware of the hammer coming. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from outside. Just as the girl in white was poised to finish Amelia, her eyes widened, and she swiftly retreated, abandoning her attack. Her momentary judgment proved correct, for a massive long-handled weapon flew through the window like a javelin. She evaded it, but as it crashed into the wall, the entire structure shuddered violently. Before she could react, a fist struck her abdomen unexpectedly. In that moment of impact, she recoiled, managing to lessen the blow. Yet a sharp pain radiated from her stomach. She soared into the air, astonished at the appearance of another uninvited guest. Little girl, you possess quite a skill. A robust man with stubble and a hood obscuring his eyes materialized beside Amelia like a specter. You are George. White rose pans. The man, clad in a white robe adorned with golden trim, bore iron chains across his chest with several iron cross pendants hanging from them. His robe was emblazoned with a large golden cross, and he wore fingerless gloves embedded with metal. He revealed a self-assured smile, removing his hood to unveil a head of platinum short hair and deep blue eyes. I never expected Paladin George to be rather handsome. albeit somewhat aged and scruffy. The girl in white remarked, perched upon a beam. Little girl, a pretty face is not a man's true advantage, though I cannot bear to harm such a charming maiden. If you dare to bully my dear Amelia, I shall not hold back. Curse those wretched fists of yours. I am even less inclined to use the holy cross against you. The girl ground her teeth in frustration, then suddenly shifted, darting out the window like a swift breeze, leaving behind the fragrance of white roses. TCH. Coward. The man clapped his hands and approached the wall, retrieving the mysterious projectile lodged within it. It was a long-handled warhammer, its head shaped like a standard cross, with a smooth surface inscribed with mysterious glyphs that glimmered faintly. Amelia was reciting a healing spell, for Kyle's chest had been pierced. He gasped in pain, gripping the edge of the bed tightly as crimson blood surged from his punctured lung. Amelia, witnessing his agony, turned crimson with anxiety, trembling all over, her eyes reddening. The speed of her healing spell was inadequate to address such severe injuries. Kyle was perilously close to death. Relax. Relax, little Amelia. Christera taught you well, but if I had instructed you in the holy healing spell, this minor issue would not be a cause for concern. Uncle George, Amelia finally acknowledged the presence of this man. Indeed, with him here, what did she have to fear? The man smiled and stepped forward, placing his hands over the wound on Kyle's chest. 1, 2, 3, he began to count. Brilliant light erupted from his hands that moment. Lance arrived at the door, the blinding radiance dispelling his drowsiness. 6.5 seconds. The light swiftly faded. The man cradled his chin, murmuring, slower than last time by half a second. Amelia hurriedly checked Kyle's wound. She unbuttoned his shirt, astonished to discover that beneath the blood-stained fabric, his skin was entirely unscathed. Pain has vanished. Kyle, drenched in sweat, suddenly felt the throbbing ache dissipate. He reached to touch his chest, discovering that the agonizing wound had miraculously disappeared. Who is this? Lance, still tense from the blinding light, stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar man before him. Humph, such an ignorant little brat, the man replied dismissively. Undoubtedly, Lance's anger flared. This is a friend of the teacher. One of the 3 saints, the Paladin George. Amelia quickly explained. Paladin George. Lance looked at him with bewilderment. George paid no heed to Lance's confusion. Instead, he turned to Kyle, saying, You, my friend, have exhausted your magical energy, while I have healed your external injuries. You must still feel quite unwell. Although Kyle no longer bore any life-threatening wounds, he struggled to breathe. Yes, sir, my head feels as if it might explode. I sense my blood is flowing backward, and my heart is racing uncontrollably. Why did you summon a trap in the first place? Amelia chided him. That woman intended to harm you, Kyle replied, his eyes squinting against the discomfort. Tears welled up in Amelia's eyes. You fool, you imbecile, you utter idiot. It was the first time Lance had witnessed Amelia speak so harshly. She seemed on the verge of striking Kyle, but when her hand came down, it landed gently. In your current state, you are at grave risk of losing your life, and I am powerless to assist you. Your magical energy, along with your very soul, is severely depleted, a consequence of demonic interference and excessive exertion. Paladin George stated solemnly, in the coming months, your body will weaken considerably, and your lifespan will be drastically shortened. Amelia looked up helplessly at the towering George, asking, Uncle George, do you know of any way to save him? Is he Kyle Muris? Yes, I have heard he is quite intelligent. Noise informed me that he cleverly provoked the mages, inciting their anger, which led to the emergence of the weakened fire demon. And prompted the mages to reflect on their own shortcomings, a remarkable feat. Noise, the dread night noise. Christera, the teacher is here as well. Humph, do you often bicker with him? Do you find yourself missing him now? Paladin George chuckled nonchalantly. Noise is a good fellow. Your successful sealing of the fire demon is largely thanks to him. After all, I cannot say I have complete faith in you children, yet your performance has indeed exceeded my expectations. Having befriended a dragon is quite impressive, my companions, and I sense the resurgence of the electric demon's power, prompting us to hasten from the eastern desert to the foothills of Solaya, that I heard that the once extinct dragons have mysteriously reappeared. Concerned for your safety, I came to investigate the White Scroll. But alas, it seems I have arrived too late. However, I encountered Noise on my way back. Now, Kyle Muris's soul is depleted and must be treated with the luminous orchid from the Aurelio forest. However, not only am I pressed for time, But you must accompany me to the Solaya summit. We need your strength to seal the electric demon. The electric demon, Apostique, has grown exceedingly powerful, and with just the three of us, our chances are not very promising. The electric demon has appeared? But if even you cannot defeat it, what can I possibly do to help? Foolish child, George gently patted her head, smiling. Uncle George is not one to shy away from a challenge. But the electric demon is particularly vile. It is cloaked in a thunderous armor, making it impossible for me to land a blow. My weapon would be harmed by its electrifying power. You know, this Meanie's cross is forged from the silver of the gods. Crystera must employ the sacred prayer from start to finish, while Uncle George and Uncle Garaz must ensure he remains uninterrupted. However, the sacred art that shields us from that accursed electric power is also part of the sacred prayer, and aside from Crystera himself, only his beloved student Emilia possesses the knowledge of the sacred prayer. Emilia was taken aback. It seemed she was indeed irreplaceable. She understood that while George was a rather casual character, often referred to as the reckless saint, he was speaking the truth in this matter. Yet, seeing Kyle now, eyes tightly shut, gasping for breath, his face as pale as death, she found it impossible to leave him without hesitation. This fellow must remain here, George stated impassively. The magical atmosphere of the White Scroll is still relatively stable. If we leave this city, his life may be in jeopardy. The best course of action is for one or two of you to stay with him while someone rushes to fetch the herbs from the Aurelio forest. Emilia, you must come with me now. There is no other choice. Emilia gazed at Kyle, remaining silent. I'll stay and look after Kyle, Lance suddenly offered. Emilia shook her head, saying, Lance, you are more eager to leave than anyone else. Are you not? Lance was momentarily taken aback by her retort. You cannot bear to see her suffer from that dreadful curse again. You know full well that Alice has long believed she will soon perish. This is no exaggeration. The curse is nearing its next phase, and faint black pentagrams have begun to appear on her nails. I am sure you have noticed. George interjected suddenly. Kozan's pentagram. Who? A girl named Alice Parker. Emilia replied. Uncle George, do you have any solutions? None, George said. I have witnessed someone perish due to Kozan's pentagram. However, it appears you have your own plans. The Spirit Academy might hold a glimmer of hope, Emilia remarked. I haven't seen that wretched place in ages. You know that the legendary one of the 5 secret organizations is a floating city in the sky. However, if there is indeed hope, then it is worth pursuing. Lance stared blankly at Emilia and George. He said nothing, yet their words had laid bare his thoughts. That girl is quite important to you, isn't she? George stepped forward, giving Lance's shoulder a firm pat. I have witnessed many miracles, and thus I have always believed in them. If you cannot preserve her life, at the very least, ensure that both your souls remain pure and untainted. Emmy, Kyle, is that possible? I won't die, Lance. Kyle suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. As Lance approached him, he struggled to open one eye, raising a trembling fist. I still owe you a duel. Lance silently extended his fist, and the two lightly bumped fists together. In your heart, Alice is far more important than I. You know it well. Do not speak. Just rest well. Emilia quickly interjected. Kyle forced a smile, but it was devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. A noble knight requires a girl to guard his heart. Does he not? Chapman can't tell. Lance pressed his lips tightly together, gripping his wrist. Emilia covered her mouth with her hand, her brow furrowed in distress. She turned away, silently enduring the awkward sorrow. George smiled faintly, murmuring, Children will always grow up. Chapter 91. Memories of the Forest, Part 1. In the afternoon, Emilia was taken away by Paladin George. He carried her, as one would a child, and no one understood why this robust man moved with the agility of the wind. His speed left ordinary people in the dust, perhaps only explainable by his title of saint. How are you feeling now, Kyle? Lance, straining to keep his weary eyes open, asked as he sat by Kyle's bedside. I am fine, truly. This discomfort is something I can adapt to. Kyle's voice was faint, just a bit dizzy. My heartbeat is erratic, and my mind is clouded, but it's better than that knife plunging into my chest earlier. I always thought a distinguished knight could overcome any hardship. But now I realize how naive that was. There is so much I do not understand. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Each has their own destiny. What is my destiny? If it is to save Alice, can I fulfill that destiny? Pray to the gods. Lance, you are tired. Lance shook his head vigorously, responding, I am fine. I am tired as well. Let us pray together. Then, Both Lance and Kyle began to pray silently. However, one felt dizzy, and the other weary. Soon, both succumbed to slumber. Lo lifted Lance onto the adjacent bed, exhaling. This fellow is quite heavy. Shoo. Bellamy whispered, do not wake them. I won't. They are sound asleep. What shall we do now? I don't know. What are your friends planning? I believe we should wait until they awaken before discussing further. Two individuals arrived outside the Red Berry Cottage. Following the tumult caused by the flame demon Corel, the White Scroll now found itself in a precarious situation. The mana of the administrators of the Central Council of the White Scroll had significantly diminished, and the elite battlemage forces were also severely depleted. News of the request for reinforcements was promptly dispatched to the other cities of Shears, where it became known that the White Scroll was experiencing a period of vulnerability, prompting various cities to send troops to assist. Despite the loss of high-level oversight, the mages did not appear to descend into chaos. The mana of the students and mentors from the 4 academies had not suffered greatly, allowing them to assume primary leadership during this crisis. The students guided mages from various professions to resume their normal duties, although this necessitated the suspension of numerous internal research and teaching activities within the academies. Gresham meticulously documented his observations from the previous day in a report. He underscored the source of Carol's power and the grave dangers posed by the tranquility spell, changing his usual demeanor. He began to acknowledge the power of inner emotions and feelings. However, this report had yet to be made public due to the urgency of the situation. Yet, this was merely an official document. Among ordinary mages, the news had already spread, fueled by their pent-up anger that had summoned the flame demon, yet they were saved by a handful of humans and a fire dragon. Indeed, the dragon had fled. But they were curious about the whereabouts of those few humans. Yet, one individual deterred the inquisitive mages from their prying. An elderly man stood with his staff across the street, seemingly poised to strike any overly curious mage. The mages were deeply intimidated by this old man, for they recognized him as the former headmaster of the Auburn Hill Alchemy Academy, Mr. Oddwinter. Anyone who dared to provoke this peculiar elder would surely find it impossible to remain in the White Scroll for the rest of their lives. However, it was heartening to see this magical sage, who had been compelled to retire over a decade ago, and had since ignored the affairs of the White Scroll and the Academy, emerge from his eccentric little shop. It appeared he intended to lend assistance to the beleaguered capital of the Mage Kingdom. This venerable figure, who had attained the highest academic title of Arcane Alchemist from the Alchemy Academy, was far removed from the Central Council's debate chamber, his powers unaffected. Thus he was certain to be of great help to ensure the containment of trouble. He even cast a barrier around the Red Berry Cottage, preventing any unauthorized individuals from breaching it. Lowe and Bellamy observed the hurried mages bustling about the street. They too cast a curious glance at the quaint shop and the 2 humans standing before it. I'm so hungry, Lowe remarked. Let us seek some food. I'm not hungry, Bellamy replied, leisurely swinging her legs while seated on the eaves, gazing at the sky. The northern sky is so clear, though it does carry a hint of loneliness. I just feel it's a bit cold here. My hometown is far warmer than this, and Nitala is warmer too. Here, one can see the distant snow-capped mountains. I'm not afraid of the cold. I have my scarf. Lowe recalled that since their first meeting, Bellamy had always been wrapped in that large purple scarf. Bellamy, where were you born? I was born in the south, Bellamy smiled, in a city, but I grew up in the forest. The Aurelio forest. Guess. It was a rainy season. Commonly referred to as the rainy season by people, while the elves called it the month of rains. The elves cherished beautiful words and elegant titles, a cherished tradition. However, few elves ever received the gifts of this month of rains. A young light elf discovered a wailing infant and a dying human woman at the entrance of her treehouse. How foul, humans. Her first instinct was to close the door. However, the human woman reached out her hand, wedging it in the door, preventing it from closing. Go away, we do not welcome humans, she said somewhat angrily. Elves were not prone to anger, yet they despised intruders encroaching upon their domain. She intended to immediately inform the elven guards to deal with this outsider. Help, Bellamy, please. Initially, she had no intention of responding to the woman. Yet, after a few seconds, she was utterly horrified. Another human appeared before her door. It was a strange man, dressed in dull gray tight-fitting attire, wielding a sword. He saw the woman sprawled on the ground, turned her over, and upon seeing her face, without hesitation, he plunged his sword into her chest. The human woman lacked even the strength to groan, and she immediately succumbed. However, her blood splattered onto the elf's cottage. The young elf, shocked and furious, drew her long oak bow, knocking an arrow, and immediately shot. The elf's archery skill was well-deserved. The unsuspecting man was struck in the shoulder and the upper arm, and he hastily jumped down from the high branch, fleeing. The elf gazed at the still bleeding corpse and the wailing infant in the swaddling, and she suddenly understood. This was a mother and daughter. For reasons unknown, they had been pursued to the Aurelio forest, yet in the realm of Light Elves governed by Queen Rexbelly, how could outsiders wreak havoc freely, out of sympathy for the little girl and disdain for the assailant? This elf decided to adopt the swaddled infant. Her biological child had gone to guard the border between the light and dark elves with her father, leaving her with nothing to do. And gradually, she came to treat this child as her own daughter. The girl grew up. The elven mother cherished her non-biological daughter, for she possessed the beauty characteristic of elves, and she bore a serene and beautiful heart. Praised by the elves, qualities many humans lacked. Together, they sang, danced with the little elves, watched the dawn and falling leaves, and listened to the sounds of insects and flowing water. She could gaze at fireflies for an entire night and quietly collect hundreds of leaves of various shapes and colors to form a beautiful arrangement. At the age of 10, she would ride a unicorn named Marsher alone through the forest all day, even though to others, the forest appeared monotonous. The elven mother believed this girl was an elf. She possessed the heart and soul of an elf, merely misidentified as a human daughter. For the elves despised the self-righteous wisdom and restless mentality of humans. The long-lived elves pursued a life of tranquility and elegance, coexisting harmoniously with all beings. And that lovely human girl, Bellamy Finger, was the epitome of perfection in the eyes of the elves. Chapter 92. Memories of the Forest, Medium Length, Your Majesty. 10-year-old Bellamy was playing with the clover alongside the unicorn Marsher. The arrival of Queen Lanny Rexbelly was undoubtedly a delightful surprise on that morning. Bellamy and Marsher joyfully greeted the queen, inviting her to explore the wondrous garden formed by the clovers. Queen Rexbelly's exquisite long hair trailed on the ground, and with each step she took, radiant flowers bloomed beneath her feet. A beautiful nightingale perched upon her shoulder, while colorful butterflies willingly adorned her hair. She kindly greeted the unicorn and the human girl, informing them that she needed to share some important matters today. "May we take a walk together, Bellamy?" she asked with a smile, her beautiful visage radiating an elegance that even deities might envy. Bellamy eagerly nodded, saying, "May I ride Marsher?" Marsher approached her, lowered his head, and said, "As you wish." The little human girl, astride a unicorn entwined with beautiful vines and morning glories, strolled through the forest bathed in morning light alongside the elven queen. She delightfully listened to the unfinished nocturnal symphony of insects and inhaled the crisp air. She savored the subtle fragrance of grass and beheld the awakening beauty of nature. "Your Majesty, may I share a secret with you?" Bellamy's clear, bright eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery as she tentatively looked at Lanny Rexbelly. The elven queen turned her head with keen interest, gazing at her. "You mustn't tell my mother, as long as it isn't something bad," Lanny smiled. "I love it here. I love the forest more than I love my mother." She gazed up at the tall treetops, at the verdant, tranquil leaves above. Bellamy did not realize that her words caused a conflicted expression to emerge between Lanny's brows. Though it was her truest sentiment, Lanny disapproved of such thoughts. Yet, Lanny knew it was essential to speak her mind. She gently stroked Bellamy's head and said, "Bellamy, you are a lovely girl, possessing all the virtues of an elf. It is a pity, however, that you are not an elf." Bellamy giggled, thinking Lanny was merely teasing her. "Your Majesty." Marsher suddenly halted, speaking in a low voice. "Marsher, I am sorry. These words are ones other elves are unwilling to express. I am not jesting. You are a human daughter, and Eiler is not your biological mother." Biological mother? In Bellamy's memory, the term mother had always sufficed. She had never known there was such a distinction as biological and non-biological. Your biological mother passed away when you were but an infant, unable to bear the thought of you perishing at her doorstep. Isla took you in. However, you are human, and despite resembling elves more than any other, you cannot remain in the forest indefinitely. As Lanny spoke, her heart ached. She held a deep affection for this human girl. Humans were generally not favored by elves, yet due to her sister Lily and this little girl, Lanny's perspective on humanity had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, she understood that this was not something that could be forced. "Bellamy, you must leave the forest. Moreover, without unicorns and elves to accompany you, You must learn to live as a human. Lanny spoke softly, as if fearing that a louder tone might pierce Bellamy's heart. Bellamy lowered her head, and neither Lanny nor Marcia could see her expression. The next 3 minutes were filled with a dreadful silence. I love elves so much. I love the forest. Bellamy's trembling voice shattered the stillness. She lifted her gaze, biting her lip, looking at Lanny. However, she did not shed tears as Lanny had anticipated. She asked, "Can humans be as beautiful as you?" "Yes," Lanny nodded. "But humans are more complex than we are." Bellamy pondered for a moment, then replied, "Perhaps I should heed your words, Your Majesty." A joyful smile returned to her face, now tinged with a sense of longing. Lanny had initially thought that sending her away would be a source of great sorrow. Yet she was surprised that Bellamy readily agreed, without even asking for the reasons. They conversed at length. Lanny summoned various beautiful beings to keep Bellamy company, allowing her to play throughout the day. At last, Bellamy nestled against Marcia's soft fur and drifted into slumber. Why must she leave? Marcia, kneeling amid the grass, could no longer contain himself and voiced his thoughts. Little Bellamy, sweetly sleeping beside him, had long since ceased to hear their conversation. The elves will come to love her. As she matures, young elven boys will wish to marry her. Lanny spoke wistfully. But what does that matter? Currently, only a small fraction of the elves know Bellamy, and they regard her merely as a child. Setting aside her nature, do you comprehend the tragic fate of half-elves? Half-elf, you mean, Princess Lily. You cannot fathom the effort she expended to gain acceptance from her own kind, if it is truly for Bellamy's sake. And for her future offspring, she cannot remain among the elves. I understand your meaning, Your Majesty, but, alas, the accursed council. This is not the council's fault. The druids merely seek to maintain an unchanging order for a millennium. This is fate. Even Lily, in the end, could not remain with us, though she departed in a manner most glorious. But she is still just a fragile little girl. Beyond lie mountains and rivers, the threat of hungry wolves and brown bears, and all manner of terrifying humans, wizards, and half-orc bandits. Would you truly let her leave alone? Lanny shook her head. She extended her hand over the sleeping Bellamy, and a gentle radiance emanated from her palm. As beautiful as fireflies, I shall bestow upon her the power of the elves. She will possess nature's magic, capable of commanding the myriad tiny sprites. She is my envoy, the most amiable human friend of the Light Elves, destined to traverse the corners of the world, conversing with every squirrel and every tree. She shall become the child among humans who can most profoundly appreciate the beauty of nature. The elven queen murmured softly, her power enveloping little Bellamy. She gazed at the girl with affection, as though she were her own sister. Fate, at times, is difficult to resist. Even tears are insufficient to retain it. However, when Bellamy departed from her home, her face was adorned with a genuine smile. Chapter 93, Memories of the Forest, Part 2. All right, follow this path, and you shall exit the Aurelio forest. Bellamy, have you forgotten anything of importance? Think again. No, I haven't. Bellamy, carrying a small bundle, turned once more to gaze at the beautiful forest she knew so well. Eye in her eyes, the radiant morning light appeared. Today would be a clear spring day. Isla could no longer contain herself and embraced Bellamy tightly. My girl, she said, you will always be my daughter. Be sure to protect yourself, for I can no longer accompany you. No problem. Bellamy confidently nodded. She retrieved a large purple scarf from her bundle. The scarf was so large that it could envelop half of little Bellamy's face. It's so big. You will grow taller. And this scarf will fit you better. Marcia quietly observed them from the side. Bellamy and her elven adoptive mother embraced for a long while. Then, she turned to her dear friend, the unicorn Marcia, and wrapped her arms around his slender neck. I will gather clover for you, my dear. Marcia replied gently. The fragrance emanating from the unicorn was intoxicating, and Bellamy caressed his beautiful fur before planting a firm kiss upon him. Smiling as she waved goodbye, clad in the oversized purple scarf, she bounced away, a group of adorable leaf sprites gathering around her. Goodbye. This was her final farewell to the Aurelio forest, although little Bellamy walked a great distance alone. She, blessed by the elven queen, would always encounter sprites wherever she roamed, whether in the mountains or by the riverside. She met desert sprites formed of sand in the desert, river sprites composed of water in the rivers, flower sprites in the meadows, and crystalline snow sprites in the snowy plains. The elves were omnipresent, and she never felt lonely. After months of traveling through the wilderness with the help of the sprites, She foraged for food and slept alongside wild beasts. Wolves and bears not only refrained from attacking her, but also led her to their dwellings, allowing her to take refuge in caves or beneath rocky cliffs from the elements. Sometimes she joyfully traversed long paths, while at other times, storms obstructed her way. Hence, she listened to the birds' songs and learned to sing. Eventually, she ventured into the realm of humans, arriving first at the small town of Cetus. Located in the southern part of the kingdom of Nitala by the Little Mora River, though she believed herself to be without issues, this little girl, draped in a large purple scarf and tattered clothing, appeared nothing like a true traveler. She was taken in by a group of wandering artists, living alongside them. Among these artists were painters, musicians, and poets. She learned music and singing from them. Her talent for singing and poetry far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet she did not wish to use these skills for fame or fortune. Years later, when she felt she had outgrown the age of a girl lost without her mother, she bid farewell to the artists and began to travel widely. She encountered numerous humans, faced wizards, met goblins, and even ran into half-orc bandits. Nevertheless, she always greeted others with a smile. Her temperament was as gentle as that of the elves, and her voice as beautiful as an angel's. Those who listened to her sing found themselves unwittingly enchanted by her. Yet, she treated everyone and everything with an extreme gentleness, which rendered her devoid of any special feelings for any particular individual. She loved the sky and the earth, loved people as one would love a flower or a blade of grass. After leaving the forest, she remained perpetually on the road, relishing this lifestyle, though at times she missed her homeland, Aurelio Forest. Not long ago, she had contemplated returning for a visit, but due to the turmoil surrounding the Little Mora River, she abandoned the idea. She detested war, abhorred slaughter, and could not bear to witness the suffering of those caught in conflict. Thus, she traveled in the opposite direction, arriving at the foothills of Solaya Mountain, where she fortuitously encountered Lo. And that is how it is. Lances felt he had made himself clear. Did Amy leave? What am I to do now? Lo exclaimed. Lo, you will always make your own decisions, won't you? Lances replied. My decisions always lead to trouble. Amy's choices are far more reliable. But what am I to do now? Suddenly, Bellamy patted his back and said, Come with me to Aurelio Forest. What? Lo exclaimed in astonishment. Your friend needs glass lily grass. We must go to Aurelio Forest. Otherwise, he will perish. Oh, well, all right, Lo murmured. But glass lily grass is prone to spoilage, Bellamy added. I'm uncertain if it will retain its potency after being brought here, especially in this cold climate. Now only the four of them, plus one eagle, remained in the cabin for a small meeting. Kale lay in bed, unable to rise, and Amelia was gone. Most concerning was Alice, who sat alone, her head buried, not uttering a single word. Though Lances stole glances at her, he dared not say anything that would draw her attention. Let's give it a try. My journey is equally shrouded in uncertainty, Lance murmured. I had forgotten. Where are you headed, Mr. Rail? Bellamy inquired. To the west, to the Sapphire Valley, Lance replied. Bellamy nodded, already aware of Lance's intentions, and she felt compelled to do something for the poor, cursed girl. Hello. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interrupted them. A small boy entered. Huh. The first to react was not either of them, but Jimmy, who was passing by with a broom. Jimmy exclaimed, Hasn't he the master set up a barrier? How did you get in? Barrier. The little boy scratched his head and said, I didn't see any. Barrier. Others said the Berry Cottage is off limits now, but I really wanted to come in. Was it the Paladin George who broke that barrier? Lance muttered to himself. The little boy hurried over and, upon seeing Alice, exclaimed, Indeed, you are here. Alice, feeling rather listless, asked softly, Who are you? I sat next to you that day. My name is Gray, and I am studying alchemy. Alice suddenly recalled their near altercation during the debate yesterday. What could he want from her now? I don't know how I fell asleep yesterday, Gray said. Alas, I missed those events, but the adults said it was you who vanquished the creature that appeared. The monster killed many, but I survived. I believe it was you who protected me that I don't want to let this go. His tone was one of vengeance. Alice pouted and said, What do you intend to do? I don't know, Gray scratched his head and replied. What do you want me to do? Alice wearily shook her head and said, I don't want you to do anything. Gray exclaimed in surprise, Why not? For no particular reason, she answered. Jimmy had been holding back his anger for quite some time. He was furious that this impudent little mage had barged into the master's cottage. With Alice now taking a stand, Jimmy brandished his broom and charged forward, shouting, Get out! Seeing Jimmy rush at him with such ferocity, Gray was frightened and fled. Jimmy angrily pursued him, but his short legs were no match. By the time he reached the door, Gray had already escaped far away. Chapter 94. The head of the Alchemy Academy. Very well, it's settled, Lo said. Bellamy and I will set off for the Aurelio forest now. The Little Mora River is at war, Bellamy remarked, but we can reach the western port of Moors. Take a ship across the western seas to bypass the battlefield at Little Mora River and directly arrive at the western part of the Aurelio forest. Isn't Sapphire Island located in the northwest of the western seas? Lance inquired. Indeed. Alice rested her head languidly on her arms, her hands clasped on the table, staring blankly. Lance was reluctant to see her in such a state, yet he truly did not know what to do. I wish to depart as soon as possible, Lance stated. Didn't Amy tell you? At that moment, Alice coldly interjected. The Spirit Academy is a floating city in the sky. Mr. Scoville merely happened to see it in the Sapphire Valley on Sapphire Island. She did inform me, Lance replied. But her friend, Rose Sock, is not a preparatory scholar of the Spirit Academy? Alice lifted her gaze, regarding him with a complex expression that Lance could not decipher. So what? Alice asked. I am such a troublesome person. With such troublesome matters. At the very least, there is no at the very least. Lo and Bellamy exchanged astonished glances, sensing some underlying conflict yet unsure how to interject. Alice slumped back in her chair and declared, I do not wish to go. I will remain here to assist the mages and read some books. Lance gazed at her in shock. Your Highness, he said, you cannot continue to endure this. Your curse has already progressed beyond the point of no return. Amy must have said that. Regardless, I feel as though I have died many times already. Perhaps dying once more would be a form of liberation. Alice dared not recall the agony of last night, a pain that even purgatory could not adequately describe. Had she not forged an incredibly resilient will through countless previous torments, a normal person might have succumbed to madness. Yet how could Lance possibly comprehend such suffering? It was akin to a chronic poison, despite her youth. Her soul had been ravaged beyond recognition at times. She could appear completely indifferent as she did now, but she was unwilling, for she understood that an artist must cherish life and embrace the joys and sorrows of each day. She wished to maintain the innocence and vitality befitting a young girl, but she felt exhausted, truly exhausted. She was acutely aware of the severity of her curse, for last night's torment was deeper and more intense than the preceding month. This required no superficial speculation from Amy. Your Highness. Lance suddenly rose and approached her, kneeling on one knee in the manner befitting a knight addressing his sovereign, and gently took her hand, saying, Let us journey together to Sapphire Island. A flicker of surprise crossed Alice's mind. She furrowed her brow and turned her head to regard Lance. He wore a relaxed smile, no longer bearing the serious and anxious expression he typically had. However, Lance was uncertain whether he should have said such a thing. He did not know if Alice had grown to detest him, and if so, he could not fathom the reason behind it. Alice unconsciously displayed a hint of hesitation after a moment of silence. She softly asked, Do you not intend to concern yourself with Kyle? At that moment, Jimmy hurried in, exclaiming, Master, the Master has returned. The four of them turned to look outside. However, even before he came into view, the sound of Odwin's furious shouting reached them. Which scoundrel dared to break my barrier? Huh. Do you wish to die, or what? Step forward and face me. As soon as he entered, his eyes blazed as if they could ignite flames. The four of them simultaneously raised their hands, exclaiming, Not me. Jimmy, speak. Odwin bellowed. I do not know, Master, Jimmy replied. Lance was weary of Odwin's shouting. He hastily interjected, It was a strange fellow who broke the barrier during your absence. Two strangers entered here. Two strangers. One is a saint, the Paladin George, and the other is a girl in white known as White Rose Pants. Odwin's expression shifted from fury to contemplation. Paladin George, the one referred to as the Reckless Saint. Odwin murmured, How curious that he would come here. That is because. But that is none of my concern, Odwin continued. However, White Rose Pants is certainly an unexpected guest, yet it seems no harm was done. You all appear well. As he spoke, he muttered something about the damned White Scroll Central Council and made his way to Kyle's room. Mr. Odwin, Kyle is currently unwell, Lance said. I know, that child. I plan to keep him here for a while, Odwin replied. What? Thus, the four of them hurried after him, squeezing into Kyle's resting room. Kyle lay in bed, utterly drained. Although he was not in as much pain as before, he was still far from comfortable. His magical energy has finally stabilized. Poor lad. Odwin remarked. He pulled back Kyle's covers and placed a hand on his chest. He sensed that Kyle's magical energy was exceedingly weak, yet it had at least ceased to be erratic. He replaced the covers and then asked, "Can you hear me clearly, young man?" Kyle opened his eyes slightly and nodded. Due to the influence of the demon, many of the magical systems within the White Scroll have collapsed. Sorcerers, who typically rely on magic for their power, are now struggling immensely. That I am quite intrigued by your so-called structural studies. Perhaps you could enlighten us on how humans establish their operational systems without relying on magic, Odwin stated. What? Kyle murmured. We require your wisdom, young human. No, in fact, you are not purely human, Odwin asserted. Kyle gazed at him, lacking the strength for lengthy discourse, yet Odwin could discern his confusion. You must already have your own little plans. Do you not? Odwin surveyed the four of them and said. Indeed, Lo replied. Does that not include Kyle? Lo shook his head. He is in no condition to be taken along. That we intend to help him find the glazed orchid. Very well, Odwin nodded. During this time, I shall find a way to ease his suffering, but I will not allow him to remain here without purpose. If you are at an impasse with him, let him stay here. Perhaps he can save the lives of many sorcerers. Without the slightest hesitation, Kyle replied, All right. Do you really have a way to make Kyle? Of course, healing is out of the question. Otherwise, why would you need to seek out the Lililan grass? Odwin interjected, I know you don't trust me. Do you? Lance was momentarily taken aback. So I returned to my position and made that fool obediently relinquish the position of the Alchemy Academy head. With that, he turned and exited the room. Believe me. Lance, Alice gazed intently at Kyle and softly spoke. Section 95. The Port of Moors from afar. The port appeared as a realm where green, white, and blue intertwined. The boundary between the pine forests and the azure sea was adorned with buildings of white brick. Moored nearby were numerous sailing vessels, among which lay a peculiar double-masted magical ship. That it was said that this magical vessel could convert excess wind energy into stored magic during favorable winds, releasing it for use when calm. In the past, ranger knights were referred to as impoverished knights, and it was not uncommon for two of them to share a single horse, Lance remarked while riding a magnificent white steed. Yet eventually, they grew weary of riding. Alice sat sideways upon the horse, her arms wrapped around his waist, letting out a hum. Did I make you an impoverished knight? She queried. I had nothing to begin with, Lance replied. Alice chuckled softly, saying, So you consider me your knightly companion? Lance shook his head. I've never had a knightly companion. However, two knights sharing a horse are undoubtedly bound by life, and I would prefer not to be so. Alice looked at the back of his head with curiosity, asking, Why not? I am a knight who might perish on the battlefield at any moment, and you must live well, your highness. Artists are not meant to die, he replied. Alice smiled gently, stroking the bobbin hanging from the fabric, her eyes blinking thoughtfully. Lance, I am still quite unhappy, she murmured. Simon Griffin, Agnes Culla. Many lives will not be smooth. The intentions and outcomes seldom aligned. A knight like me can only gradually grow accustomed to it. That is the life of a knight, Alice said. Artists must ensure these stories are remembered. They will write them into tales, paint them into pictures, and sing them into songs. That is what you can do, but I cannot, Lance laughed, and my talent for dying far surpasses yours. Alice raised her eyes to the blue sky. Thus, everyone has their own story and abilities. Indeed, your highness, the Port of Moors does not fall under the jurisdiction of Shelzy. It is a port established by sailors and farmers, initially a mere docking place with a few human farms. Later, wizards and elves arrived, gradually enhancing the port's facilities. There are some local inhabitants, human farmers. The guards responsible for managing and protecting the port are composed of both humans and wizards, who earn their living by collecting gold coins from sailors. Lance and Alice were somewhat astonished by this sight, as they felt that humans and wizards should not be so familiar with one another in this small port that provides convenience for travelers. The impact of race seemed diminished, yet Lance and Alice could not have anticipated what they were witnessing at the Port of Moors as they walked along the path leading to the port. They encountered several passing carts and handcarts. Lance seemed to catch a glimpse of something dreadful concealed beneath a white cloth on one of the handcarts. He was curious, but did not approach, cautioning Alice not to pay it any mind. What is that? Alice asked, still curious. Lance shook his head, remaining silent. They arrived at the port's entrance on a single horse when a group of cloaked monks captured his attention. The port of Morse does not belong to the territory of Helo nor that of Nitala, much less to Shells, yet these monks were evidently clergy from the Nitala church. They must have come by ship, Lance said. Damn. Why didn't we think to take a ship to Morse first instead of crossing the Solaya mountains directly to the White Scroll? Perhaps that would have been quicker, Alice replied. But at least we've encountered humans now. Lance shook his head, saying, Your Highness, may not necessarily be more amicable than strangers. He approached the monks to greet them. The monks were surprised to find a ranger knight from Nitala here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young ranger. Oh, and this little girl as well. I am Bach, the executing priest of the Nitala church, a kindly bald middle-aged monk said, dressed in a pristine black robe, adorned with a beautiful platinum pendant of the god of life. Lance dismounted and helped Alice down, then bowed to the monk. My goodness, Lance exclaimed in astonishment. You truly are Nitala people. Why has the church sent you here? Nitala is in chaos. The Little Mora River is still in conflict. How could the church dispatch anyone to such a place? Bach shook his head, saying, You mean demons, don't you? Lance was taken aback. It is no surprise where you obtained this information. Rumors have been spreading rapidly. Recently, demons have appeared in the Wizard Kingdom's White Scroll. And the church previously wished to conceal this matter, but it seems that is no longer possible. Bach continued, I do not know what His Majesty's attitude is. This should be the church's concern. However, if demons are indeed returning, then Nitala is in complete disarray. Lance sighed. So what brings you here? Alice inquired. Did you not see? Bach pointed to the handcarts passing by them. Little girl, perhaps saying it will frighten you. But it is best to pray. Those are the deceased that know, not only humans, but also wizards and even elves. Alice stared in shock. Indeed, what lay beneath the white cloth resembled human forms, and a faint stench of decay gradually reached her nostrils. Instantly, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she grasped her scarf to cover her mouth and nose. What is going on here? Lance exclaimed in surprise. War? If it were war, we would not have monks from our church here but knights from the shield of the Holy Song, Bach sighed, by the time we learned of this. The plague here had already escalated beyond mere signs. When we arrived, the plague had spread, even reaching some of the wizard small towns. This is precisely why the Pope dispatched us here. The Pope received a divine revelation during prayer that the people here are in need of rescue. May the blessings of the God of life be upon them. Lance closed his eyes and made the sign of the cross over his chest. He then said, Perhaps you alone can achieve this. The wizard's ability to heal ailments is rather limited. We have only just arrived here. We paused earlier, merely startled by this horrifying scene that we prayed once, Bach stated. Oh. Lance nodded. Kravitz. Go find out about the situation from the locals. Bach instructed a young monk. They stood at the entrance of the small village at the port. Surrounding them were handcarts carrying the bodies of those who had succumbed to the plague. They were being transported for burial in a nearby cemetery. Alice saw a mother wailing, yearning for one last embrace of her deceased son's cold body, only to be forcibly restrained by the guards. As such contact could lead to infection, she heard the cries of the people that an inexplicable fear welled up within her. Lance reached out, drawing her close. Your Highness, do not look, he said. Bach approached and whispered in Lance's ear. You seem to be planning to set sail. Correct, Lance nodded. I heard there will be a fleet departing at noon, a transoceanic ship. They will head to the Kingdom of Karma on the Balmari continent, but if you are traveling in that direction, it would be best to hurry, Bach advised. Oh, thank you, Lance replied cheerfully. Can you manage the plague here? Only the divine knows, he responded. So many have perished among us. There are skilled exorcists, surgeons, and biomedics. We can only hope that those passing through do not cause us trouble. You should have bodyguards, Lance remarked. Knights or guards. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. And we can defend ourselves, Bach replied. The knightly order is preoccupied with trials against foreign invasions. The officials are busy with governance, and the Shadow Guard secret trials remain unclear to all. It is we, as priests of the church, who must deal with the calamities brought by these reapers or demons. Lance expressed his gratitude once more to the amiable priest before mounting his horse with Alice and entering the port. The plague is spreading from the port. This may reach many places. Not only will humans suffer, but wizards and elves will also face great troubles. Lance surveyed the surroundings. Some deceased had not been dealt with in time, carelessly left on the streets outside the houses. The bodies were filthy, their decaying skin marred by repulsive sores, some of which had burst, oozing brown pus. Alice pressed closely against Lance's back, her hands gripping the scarf tightly, covering her mouth and nose. Lance, too, concealed his mouth with his hand, for the stench of decay was indeed nauseating. "I have never witnessed such a devastating plague," Alice murmured, "but it is truly pitiable, this unavoidable death. They must be terrified, yet have nowhere to hide. If there is a chance to survive, one must cling to it," Lance declared resolutely. "I cannot bear to see those who wish to live forcibly taken by death." Alice's delicate brows arched gently in curiosity. "Are you speaking of me, Lance?" she inquired. "Those fallen soldiers." Alice's spirit seemed to deflate. Very well, Lance was now speaking of those soldiers he had encountered on the battlefield. Just like the prince, yearning to survive. Alice fell silent by midday. They mounted their horses and boarded a merchant ship bound for the continent beyond. The entire fleet comprised 4 grand sailing vessels. The first mate assured Lance that they would disembark at Sapphire Island, for he had paid a handsome sum in gold coins that in the afternoon. The ship's doctor meticulously examined each person boarding, ensuring they were free from the plague. Some local residents attempted to flee but were roughly expelled by the sailors. Once everything was in order, the fleet set sail. "Cursed place, how unfortunate that a plague would suddenly strike," grumbled the first mate, a robust middle-aged man, who was equally unwilling to remain in this land of affliction. Lance and Alice gazed at the receding coastline from the deck. The northern climate was frigid, yet today was a clear day. "Surely the priests will be able to control the outbreak. If this continues, the port will become desolate," Lance remarked. "I hope they can manage it," Alice replied, her face displaying a sense of helplessness and confusion. "May no more lives be lost, be it to plague, demons, or war, or curses," Lance added. Alice shook her head, saying, "You mentioned this is a journey, a final journey with me." "Thank you." Lance chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No, my lady. Perhaps you may find some of my words unsatisfactory, but if you wish to know, you are irreplaceable to me." "It matters not," Alice replied lightly. "You are far stronger than I ever imagined. I have never cared for other girls, for they only understand joy, not sorrow. You should not have been thrust into war at such a young age, Lance. And you should not have been cursed at this age, Alice." They leaned against the railing of the deck, gazing into each other's eyes. Alice was shorter than Lance, her large, expressive eyes and delicate features still retaining a youthful innocence. Yet, Lance no longer saw a naive girl before him. "Did you know? After Agnes died, I spent some time alone with Simon. Only then did I comprehend how deeply he loved her, how he cherished every moment they shared, despite his efforts to conceal it. That was a truth. A truth that curses cannot obscure. Lance, perhaps at first you felt pity for me, but do you still pity me now? Do you understand? Do you know if I need your pity now?" Lance shook his head earnestly. "I apologize. Perhaps I have been too obtuse, but I know, from the moment I saw you facing a demon lord alone at that time, Simon was your enemy, yet you still wept for him. Should I not weep for him? If my tears could bring him solace, then I would stand by you, Alice." Lance gently closed his eyes. Alice felt a pang in her heart for reasons unknown. Yet, she understood this was a rare and delightful surprise for her. She closed her eyes and pressed her lips forward. Chapter 96. Noble solitude. Kyle groggily awoke seemed he had been in a stupor for several days, feeling a fatigue akin to that of a fever or a severe cold. Yet upon waking today, he felt significantly more alert. "Sir, the potion has arrived," Jimmy announced, carrying a goblet and tapping Kyle on the head. "Hey, don't be so rough," Kyle protested. Jimmy regarded him with curiosity and cheerfully placed the goblet on a nearby table, saying, "You appear more awake. The potion is working. For the past few days, no matter how much I tapped you, you remained silent." Kyle furrowed his brow in thought. Oddly, according to him, he had consumed the potion several times. Yet he could not recall. Had he been drowsily administered the potion? Jimmy swiftly peeled a clove of garlic from a bulb kept alongside cheese and stuffed it into Kyle's mouth, instructing, "Chew this. Swallow it, and then drink the potion." As Kyle chewed the garlic, he inquired, "Why must it be this way?" "It will enhance the effects. Mr. Oddwinter said so," Jimmy replied. "By the way, I will fetch Mr. Oddwinter." Jimmy dashed out and soon returned with Oddwinter. "Get to work," Oddwinter commanded. Dismissing Jimmy as he entered, he approached and sat beside Kyle's bed, saying, "Kid, you're mostly fine now, but you must not use any magic. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Kyle nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I mentioned this as a transaction." I have coordinated with several students from the Arcane Academy and the Alchemical Academy. Rest a while longer, then teach them structural theory. The Central Council has already dispatched some students who have suffered no loss of magical ability to assist. But their power is still limited. Those mages who have lost their magic are essentially worthless. Yet some production must continue, and the city's defenses must be maintained. This time, the mages have pinned their hopes on you humans. Have Lance and the others already departed? Lance and Alice left in haste. That low and Bellamy finger delayed their departure by a day, Oddwinter explained. We dispatched some mages to accompany them to the Aurelio forest in search of the glass lantana, which can restore the mage's magic. Bellamy claims she is quite familiar with the Aurelio forest, so we must rely on her memory. Who is that? I do not know, Kyle replied. If you do not know, then it does not matter. I too am unfamiliar with her. However, Kyle, there is a lineage of mages flowing through your veins. The reason humans rarely wield magic is due to disdain for it, and the insufficiency of magical energy compared to mages. But you are different. I am quite curious about your heritage, Oddwinter stated. What makes you think my magical ability stems from a mage's bloodline? I am well aware, Dio, you think that is why Rose and I are so familiar. I do not know. She was once my student. Although she attended the Arcane Academy, she often sought my guidance on alchemy and herbalism in private. You are the head of the Alchemical Academy. Indeed, I am the principal. Kyle was astonished. The principal? How strange it was that this old man was the head of the Oppenhall Alchemical Academy. While he certainly had an impressive demeanor, one would never expect the head of one of the 4 great academies to be running a small herbal shop. The successors of the Mordain Academy certainly did not have the same atmosphere as before. The Lycarian Elemental Academy, the Hiltos Arcane Academy, the Oppenhall Alchemical Academy, and the Desicao Arcane Academy. I've taught students from all 4 institutions and interacted with various apprentices and mentors. The mistakes they consistently made, were situations I could not rectify, yet you have managed to stumble through and uncover some insights. Oddwinter sighed, gazing at Kyle with a gentle expression. Kyle felt a sense of unexpected honor, as this gruff old man looked at him for the first time in such a manner. I do not comprehend your meaning, Principal. Oddwinter chuckled heartily. Principal, alas, I am not accustomed to that title. I wish to hear your thoughts on how you managed to coax out the fire demon. I want to know your true intentions. Kyle pondered for a moment before replying. Actually, I am uncertain. Although I did not witness Agnes Cho-La's ordeal firsthand, after hearing Alice's account, I felt a twinge of injustice. Recently, I encountered some mages and found it rather peculiar that I attempted to converse with them, but that insistence on only speaking the truth was quite vexing. Why do you not enjoy joking? Later, Jimmy informed me about many such matters and told me about the tranquility spell. I was astonished. I did not perceive mages and humans as being so different. I have heard that elves and beasts do not treat their kin so coldly. Perhaps I was a bit impulsive at that moment, wishing to challenge the authority of the mages. Of course, my primary goal was still to rescue Lance. I did not wish to resort to any illegal methods, as that might lead to conflicts between Nitala and Shurs. You think it through quite thoroughly. However, do not believe that one person's strength is enough to influence 2 nations. In truth, regardless of the methods employed to rescue Lance, the Central Council would not concern themselves excessively. Their sole interest lies with that dragon. Regrettably, you allowed it to escape. I had been pondering why the Central Council has not troubled us. It must be due to your influence. Do not overestimate my significance. I am merely a retired old man. Oddwinter scoffed. That sense of discontent has lingered within me since childhood. When my parents taught me the tranquility spell, I employed it only once. That a life devoid of emotion indeed offers stability, yet I found that anger and sorrow render me more authentic and exhilarating. You may perceive my temper as quite foul, but I am disinclined to change. Naturally, those around me deem me a fool, and I have resolved to spend my life proving them all to be the fools. Oh, Kyle exclaimed in astonishment. I cannot believe a mage would think this way. Humph. Simon Griffin is hardly superior to me. He has merely employed countless tranquility spells. That I have heard that Agnes Chula is a rather free-spirited girl, and I suspect she is not the only one of her kind. However, most of these rare mages cannot gain a voice in this academic nation through the Academy's studies. Thus academia and wisdom remain the prevailing forces. That I consider myself fortunate, despite my poor temperament. I have ascended to the position of headmaster, though I have not utilized the tranquility spell. Once I assumed such a role, I was compelled to maintain my rationality for the greater good. Ultimately, I discovered that as long as I remained headmaster, I could not live freely, which led to my resignation. Yet you have demonstrated that success can be achieved without tranquility. Who would know if I ever use tranquility if I do not pen an autobiography? The fear of public opinion is formidable. The truth can easily be obscured by mere words. Reflecting on it now, I was indeed quite cautious. Had I proclaimed my thoughts, the Central Council would undeniably have deemed me a traitor to humanity. I apologize, sir, but I truly cannot comprehend why mages dare not boldly utter I love you. To me, it feels akin to purgatory. Who could argue otherwise? Indeed, in purgatory, demons have emerged. However, I am certain you have inadvertently struck a chord, aside from the fire demon Corel. You know nothing of the power of anger. Indeed. Oddwinder's voice grew somewhat fervent. He inhaled deeply, letting out a sigh. I have heard that elderly individuals are prone to sudden death when overly emotional. I wish to live a few more years. He spoke slowly. You appear quite lonely, do you not? Kyle interjected suddenly. Oddwinder's brow quivered. Lonely. Oddwinder clapped his hands and remarked. You have described it quite accurately. The mages I have encountered do not allow me to feel close to them. Perhaps I shall remain lonely until this race undergoes some transformation. But surely, mages like Agnes do exist. It is truly unfortunate that I have never witnessed such a mage firsthand, that I have been entrenched in this proud white scroll since birth. Oddwinder continued to sigh. It seemed he had released many pent-up thoughts, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Yet it was rather laughable that the headmaster of Obernhale would divulge a plethora of words he had never spoken to any other mage before a young human. Perhaps your loneliness is noble, in Nitala. People would greatly admire it, Kyle suggested. If I were human, Oddwinder chuckled. Alas, I am a mage, and I would never betray my kin. Regardless of whether SYLZ is perceived as good or bad, whether mages are seen as good or bad. In any circumstance, I shall resolutely defend mages. However, I genuinely appreciate your unexpected insight. Now even the likes of Gresham and his rigid ilk have begun to ponder the tranquility spell. Kyle chuckled lightly. In truth, perhaps it is not solely mages. The hearts of other races are, at their core, fundamentally akin to those of humans, even if their expressions may differ. However, it is indeed precarious that the sealing of the Demon Lord was barely achieved with the unexpected assistance of Noise Carter. The dragons and the dragon knights that IT remains uncertain whether their so-called judgment sequence should continue post this incident, whether the Holy Alliance and the King will still place their trust in them. Most importantly, these few individuals have now dispersed for various reasons. The travel plan proposed by Skoll should have concluded at the White Scroll. If no new information arises, it seems he ought to take the time to recuperate. By the way, Mr. Oddwinder, you mentioned that I should teach the mages about structural studies. Indeed, while we have a collection of structural study books, it is an exceedingly obscure field, and no mages are willing to delve into it. You may possess more refined skills and insights. In that case, I shall contemplate it thoroughly. Moreover, if possible, regarding the issue of my lineage that you mentioned, could you assist me in investigating it? I have been in the royal palace since I can remember and have no knowledge of my parents. No problem. Chapter 97. The child on the mast. The ship had been sailing the seas for several days. One day, they encountered heavy rain. Although the winds and waves were not severe, the crew retreated into the cabin. Alice, wrapped in a gray blanket, curled up in Lance's embrace. She had caught a cold and listlessly observed the sailors drinking and gambling. Your Highness, the ship is rocking. Are you feeling unwell? Alice weakly shook her head and replied, I do not get seasick, I'm just a bit cold. Did that physician's medicine take effect? I'm not sure. However, I feel a bit more alert now than earlier. Lance nodded and asked, would you like me to fetch another thicker blanket? No, that one tea be necessary. A robust man with a bushy beard roamed the cabin out of boredom. Upon reaching Lance, he spotted the ailing Alice and plopped down beside them, saying, Oh dear, is little Alice feeling seasick? She has a cold, Halifax, Lance replied. Just call me Hal. The burly man laughed heartily, giving Lance a hearty pat on the shoulder. Don't you think little Alice looks cuter like this? All soft and delicate. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Alice's cheek. Halifax, be careful or I shall hit you, Lance warned. I was just joking. No need to be so serious. You knights are always so uptight. I told you, just call me Hal. Halifax laughed boisterously. With the ship being so dull and now the rain, we can't even enjoy the scenery, and we're not allowed to joke around. So what is the point of living? No jokes at Alice's expense, you scoundrel bounty guard, Lance retorted fiercely. All right, you royal etiquette. You should let that go. You're not a royal knight anymore. Lance is a royal knight, Alice suddenly said with a hint of anger. Isn't he your knight? Huh, one might say he is your lover. Lance gently patted Alice's shoulder and replied, that is not funny at all. Halifax chuckled twice and then said, forget it, you boring folks. You know that among the judgment guards, sniper guards, dungeon guards, and bounty guards, our lives are the most interesting. We are not forced to belong to anyone, do not need to be on duty, and have no need for any etiquette. We simply go to the royal palace to receive orders, find what is needed, and return to exchange it for money. Are you all bounty guards? You and your crew? A few are, but the others are not. At least we bounty guards have some sense of belonging. We want to go plundering the Nitala people. But those few are mercenaries who will do anything for money. They are rogues and executioners, and they enjoy violating women. Being in their company makes you no different, Lance scoffed. Rest assured, I have a wife in Bestalia village. She is currently raising our child, and her brother is there as well, so I can safely venture out to earn money. Those fellows are my hired hands. So why do you hire them? No matter how poor their character, their strength can still be utilized. One must play to one's strengths. Halifax chuckled, saying, even scoundrels have their uses, but you, a young knight brimming with a sense of justice, should be cautious out there. Not everything you find distasteful can be eradicated. If you plan to travel to Sapphire Island, it's best to stick with us, but do not provoke me or my companions. We all have short tempers, and little Alice is so beautiful. Lance glared fiercely at him and demanded, what do you mean by that? Just a friendly warning, Halifax said. Humming a tune as he walked away. As he left, Alice let out a loud sneeze. Another monotonous day passed. These days seemed all the same. Halifax would come by to chat with them for a while, and then continue to wander about. From his words, Lance learned that they were a small team of 10, heading to the Sapphire Valley in search of precious luminescent stones. Among them, 3 were bounty guards hired by the Nitala royal family. 1 was a supervising judgment guard, and the remaining 6 were mercenaries hired with money. The mercenaries congregated outside the room, engaging in raucous gambling and quarrels, much to Lance's disdain. However, he had yet to lay eyes on the other 3 guards. That evening, he accompanied Alice back to their modest cabin aboard the ship. Alice lay upon the rudimentary wooden bed and soon succumbed to slumber. Lance gazed at her quietly. Indeed, Alice was a delightful girl, and he resolved to do everything within his power to ensure her survival. His eyes fell upon the subtle 5-pointed star etched upon her fingernail, stirring a wave of unease within him. He tidied Alice's belongings, noting that her magical bag contained a myriad of trinkets, thus her possessions were not numerous. Among her garments, he discovered a small, grimy pouch, unfamiliar to him, which seemed to pulsate with some hidden energy. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the quivering bag, his senses alert. The small pouch trembled increasingly, accompanied by faint, peculiar sounds that resembled cries, though indecipherable. Suddenly, the string binding the pouch unwound on its own, and a diminutive paper figure sprang forth, no larger than Lance's palm. Astonished, he stared at it and exclaimed, what is this? The little paper figure uttered a few words, though Lance could not make them out. It then leaped onto his hand, prompting him to place it near his ear to hear its plea. Save me. I am stuck atop the mast. Curiosity piqued, Lance inquired, who are you? Hurry and rescue me. Make your way to the deck. With no other option, Lance seized his spear and exited the room. Upon reaching the deck, he was met with the roaring waves surrounding the vessel. The night had fully enveloped the sky, and the lookout was absent from his post. Found instead at the bow indulging in drink, the remaining crew members appeared thoroughly intoxicated, oblivious to the clear voice of a child emanating from the top of the mast. Lance gazed upwards at the towering mast silhouetted against the pitch-black night, where, in the moonlight, he discerned a figure. Hey, who are you? Lance called out. Please lower me down. A child's voice responded. The tone struck a familiar chord, though he could not ascertain the identity of the speaker. It was peculiar. How could someone be stranded atop the mast? Hey, the shadow called again. Lance shook his head, reluctant to scale the mast himself, as it was not his ship, and he could not afford to incur any damage. He approached the drunken sailors, seizing one and informing him of the child stranded atop the mast. Initially, the drunken man merely chuckled foolishly, rambling nonsensically until a sharp slap from Lance roused him to a semblance of clarity. What? Someone, he stammered, staggering off to find other crew members in a short while. A sober and competent lookout was summoned to the deck. Skillfully, he ascended the mast and retrieved the child clinging to its peak. This fellow got his robe caught. Luckily, he did not fall, or he would surely have sustained injuries. He remarked as he safely lowered the bee a wide eye in the flickering torchlight. Lance recognized the child's face. Wait, aren't you that little mage? Lance recalled vividly the encounter at Audwin's Berry Cottage, where the boy had burst in, eager to assist Alice, only to be expelled by Jimmy. His name was Gray. How had he ended up here? What is the meaning of this? Other crew members regarded the young mage with disapproval. Is he a pirate or an air pirate? Lance shot a pitying glance toward the frail mage, whose pallor betrayed his weakness. Without hesitation, Lance produced some gold coins and said, I apologize. This is my friend, and he must have lost his way. If possible, I shall cover his fare. Can one truly get lost at sea? A sailor bellowed. I was flying on a broom, and the strong winds blew me off course. Gray pouted. It was evident to all that he was fabricating a tale. Yet the sailors were unconcerned. They had encountered numerous individuals, and a small boy was preferable to the reckless pirates. They accepted the coins and returned to their own affairs. Once the crowd dispersed, Lance fixed Gray with a serious gaze. What are you doing here? What do you want? When did you conceal yourself in the paper figure within Alice's belongings? Gray was taken aback by Lance's stern tone, but held his ground defiantly. Glaring back, I have already explained. You saved me, and I wished to do something in return. I had been quietly following you on my broom, and when you let your guard down, I used my manipulation magic to slip into your luggage. I am not incompetent. As Gray spoke, an odd sound drew Lance's attention, softening his demeanor. Gurgle. Gray sheepishly clutched his stomach. How long has it been since you last ate? Lance queried. 2 days, since you set sail. I was so exhausted that I accidentally bumped into the mast. I intended to startle you with the paper figure, but it ended up being a call for help. How embarrassing. Lance sighed. You little rascal. Why did you venture so far instead of staying comfortably at home? I have no obligation to care for you. Gray retorted indignantly. I don't want your care. You are headed to Sapphire Island. It must be an adventure. I loathe staying at home. My mother scolds me incessantly, claiming I am unproductive, all because I dislike elemental magic. You dislike elemental magic? Yes, my parents insist that elemental magic is the true form of sorcery. Our family has always excelled in it. But I find it dull. I adore alchemy and herbalism, yet they berate me that I refuse to remain at home. It is unbearable. They show no concern for me and only demand I study elemental magic. Gray vented his frustrations, his brows furrowing in indignation. Lance could not help but smile at the boy's earnestness. He patted Gray on the shoulder, saying, If you truly enjoy it, then strive to become an exceptional alchemist and prove your worth to your parents. Did you not assert you were not lacking in talent? Of course, Gray replied. Just then, his stomach let out a series of hungry growls. Let me take you to find something to eat, young lad atop the mast, Lance sighed. As he made his way halfway, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. He realized that it had been 20 minutes since he left Alice's side. Surely, she was all right, observing the fatigued and hungry boy dragging his broom. He could not bear to let him suffer another minute. After all, they were on the same ship, and Alice was no longer a mere child. She should manage just fine. He led Gray to the mess hall, where they procured 2 buttered rolls and a large cup of milk. Gray devoured the food with unrestrained joy, relishing the human fare far more than the meager offerings of a mage. Once he had filled his belly, Lance guided him back to their shared cabin. All the while, Gray exuberantly praised the delights of human food, thanking Lance profusely, though his childlike exuberance soon led him to forget his manners entirely. In the days prior, he had weathered the cold winds high above, using concentration spells to stave off fatigue, and had not eaten at all. He was utterly oblivious to the realities of seafaring, mistakenly believing that the vessels merely crossed a large pond. His dismay. Once they ventured into the open sea, land vanished from sight, leaving him adrift with the fleet upon the vast ocean. Happily, he followed Lance along the way. However, as they neared the cabin, they encountered a group of burly men gathered together, with a drowsy Alice ensconced in their midst, hazily scanning her surroundings. The raucous crew, clad in coarse attire, clamored loudly, proclaiming Alice's beauty akin to that of an angel, demanding her company for their gambling endeavors. Did you know? The beautiful girl is the embodiment of Mira Shelley. She ensures fairness in gambling, the goddess of balance. Do you understand? A bunch of irreverent fools. You are the fool. Mira Shelley is two individuals. No, two deities. Do you know that? Who cares, Miss Alice? With you here, we shall have a splendid time, you know. This spectacle thoroughly terrified the 12-year-old Gray. He had just witnessed Lance as a calm older brother. Now he appeared like an enraged bull, especially when Alice, still in a daze, called out, "Where's Lance?" He charged forward, toppling two of the ruffians to the ground. "Hey," another thug shouted, rushing to intercept Lance. Without hesitation, Lance delivered a powerful punch that connected squarely with the man's cheekbone, enough to render him unconscious. He swiftly pulled Alice to safety. Leaning against him, Alice, still dazed, smiled dreamily. Murmuring, "Lance, I want to hear a story." Due to her cold and fatigue, she nestled against Lance and drifted back to sleep. Gently, he placed her on a nearby bench and turned to Gray, asking, "Can you keep an eye on her?" "Absolutely." Gray puffed out his chest proudly. Lance pressed a tender kiss to Alice's forehead before turning around, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You scoundrels! How dare you sneak Princess Alice away and make her gamble with you ruffians? You even have the audacity to disturb her slumber." The brutish men, being of coarse demeanor, naturally responded to Lance's rebuke with fists and fury. Yet, this was precisely what Lance desired. He cast aside his spear, shook his neck, and charged forward, raising his fists to engage in a brawl with the hulking figures. "Ah! Ouch! You little brat!" Bang! Crack! A bunch of worthless scum. In a single breath, Lance felled 6 of the large men, tossing them against the door, slamming them onto the floor, and crashing them onto the table. He had always been unforgiving towards such street thugs. For, by principle, a knight must never lose to common ruffians. The knightly order had a strict rule. Losing a fight to such individuals warranted punishment. The men shouted. Vowing to retaliate against him, one of them even managed to procure a knife from who knows where, lunging it directly at Lance. However, before Lance could react, another man snatched the blade away from him. These mercenaries truly lacked basic skills. Lance looked up to see a familiar young man standing before him. The youth patted the shoulder of the brute, saying, "Don't stir up trouble, otherwise you won't see a single coin of your bounty." The brute retorted, "But Austin, look, he has injured 6 of us." "Indeed, so why don't you go tend to your wounds?" "Austin Carter, we are, after all, your hired hands." The young man glared at him, stating, "I am not your employer. I am your overseer. Do you wish for me to administer punishment upon you?" The brute was instantly silenced. Consequently, a few of the fellows awkwardly crawled away. The young man approached and performed a formal royal bow to Lance, saying, "My sincerest apologies, sir. These unruly mercenaries have a penchant for causing disturbances." Lance, being sensitive to such gestures, returned the bow, which astonished the individual before him. "Austin Carter, I remember you, my friend," Lance remarked. "May I inquire your name?" "Lance Rail." Austin Carter's expression turned to one of surprise. He quickly replied, Yes, I recall now. I saw you in Nitala, and I also met. This girl? Alice Parker, correct?" It was then that Lance fully grasped the situation. This was the very man who had instructed Alice in basic magic during their time in Nitala. Austin Carter. Though they had shared a steak meal together, Lance could not recall his features until now. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Carter." Mr. Carter." As Lance uttered these words, a flurry of thoughts began to invade his mind. "What is it?" Austin inquired curiously. Lance shook his head, replying, "Nothing. I am merely intrigued as to why you are here." "You may call me Austin," he replied respectfully. "I have been dispatched by His Majesty the King to oversee the Sapphire Valley expedition of these bounty hunters. Due to some unruly mercenaries among them, I must ensure their actions do not contravene the law. An overseer for bounty missions. Indeed, certain bounty tasks require an overseer. The leader is Halifax. I have already dealt with that fellow," Lance remarked. Austin nodded lightly. Suddenly, they felt the ship lurch violently. "Was that the waves?" Lance queried. Austin shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. Could we have collided with a reef?" Lance scooped up the slumbering Alice and, along with Austin and Gray, dashed to the deck at IT that moment. Many sailors, including the captain, surged onto the deck. That IT was night, and the sailors brandished torches, creating a cacophony of noise. "Silence!" The bearded captain bellowed several times before the sailors quieted down. "What is the situation?" he demanded. "Captain," the first mate hastily replied, "we have collided with the tuna." "What?" The captain stared wide-eyed at him. "No, it wasn't a full collision. It merely grazed us. Regardless, we've been trying to call out to them, but they are unresponsive. They are now sailing alongside us. and have set up a plank, seemingly intending to board us forcibly. Could it be? The tuna has been seized by pirates? How could that be? It's impossible. It was perfectly fine during the day. Pirates wouldn't be able to approach so stealthily. Just in case, everyone prepare your weapons. If the guests are able to fight, please join us. All women, children, and the injured should retreat to the cabin. At that moment, chaos erupted aboard the ship. The sailors scrambled for swords, shields, and bows in the midst of the turmoil. Someone shouted beside Lance, startling the sleeping Alice awake. "Lance, what happened?" She groggily surveyed her surroundings, fatigue from her cold urging her to return to slumber, yet the surrounding flames and shouts stimulated her senses to remain alert. Something was amiss. "Lance," Austin Carter tapped Lance's shoulder, stating, "The other ship in our fleet, the Tuna, has inexplicably turned against us. You should ensure Miss Parker's safety. Both Alice and I possess some self-defense capabilities. Let those unable to fight take cover first." "Your Highness, is that acceptable?" Lance supported Alice, helping her regain her footing. Alice nodded, saying, "Let's see what's going on." The boarding plank was laid across to the other vessel. The sailors stood ready, fully armed, awaiting any movements from the opposing side. They held their torches high, observing figures slowly stepping onto the plank from the other ship. Unable to discern friend from foe, they dared not act recklessly, remaining poised in place. "Something feels off, this magical aura." Suddenly, the young Mage Grey exclaimed, "It doesn't smell like anything normal. It's a scent not belonging to this ship." Lance positioned his spear at the ready, his gaze sharp, fixating on the Tuna. Chapter 99. Farewell to the White Scroll. Kyle's strength gradually returned. He could now rise from his bed and move about. During his stay at the Redberry Cottage, Mr. Oddwinter had not returned. Jimmy had taken good care of him, yet Jimmy was not particularly clever. And Kyle found little common ground for conversation with the goblin. Alone, Kyle ventured onto the streets. This city of mages felt foreign to him, yet he could not articulate much of a distinction. With a myriad of races in the world, as an ordinary human, he had no right to criticize the mages. Interestingly, the mages seemed to hold him in high regard. Some of his remarks were taken by them as points for reflection. Even the Central Council began to discuss the merits of the tranquility spell and the balance of reason and emotion. Such discussions were not unprecedented, however, when most mages acknowledged the advantages of tranquility. Those who voiced dissent, like Agnes, remained obscured, and no one could ascertain what the truth was. Truth often echoed popular opinion until a more formidable force arose to challenge it. According to Gresham's arrangements, Kyle had given several lectures to the mages. He was appointed as a structural theory instructor, with 100 or 200 academy apprentices attending his classes. To be honest, it was his first time teaching. Yet the mages were indeed not dull. They grasped concepts swiftly, from plane geometry to the fundamentals of three-dimensional design. Nevertheless, he felt ill-suited for such a role. There were other reasons as well. Although he was curious, he had too many questions, and for him, the known and the unknown, as well as priorities, held different weights. That a week later, Gresham and Oddwinter visited Kyle together. By this time, he had been assigned to the Academy's instructor residence. The joint confirmation from the heads of other academies has finally been issued. Now Kyle can enjoy the privileges of a senior instructor at Auburn Hall for the long term. What a lucky fellow. But, Oddwinter, wouldn't you consider this a lie? A lie? It should be a rather good option for him. His magical power is depleted. He can no longer use magic, and having departed from the White Scroll, he has nowhere else to go. While my herbs have hastened his recovery, it does not mean he has fully regained his mobility. However, upon entering the spacious room, they found no one present, only a large stack of documents. At the top of those papers lay a letter left by Kyle. After reading it, both Gresham and Oddwinter sighed. What a headstrong human. It appears he has not heeded your wishes and stayed behind at the White Scroll, waiting for the glazed orchid, Gresham remarked. Oddwinter shook his head. Who knows? Sigh. In his current state, if he were to be attacked by a beast or something, his situation might not bode well. He possesses extraordinary powers, undoubtedly linked to mages, yet I have no knowledge of his parentage, making investigation impossible. Perhaps if an opportunity arises to visit Nitala, I shall seek to learn more about Kyle Millis. The relationship between Shells and Nitala has always been strained. A mage of your standing going to Nitala could create unfavorable repercussions. Nitala is at war. I have encountered individuals from Nitala before. These humans are often singularly focused on defending their own beliefs, at times to a foolish extent, When someone does not believe in their deity, they resort to violence. It truly amuses me. Nonetheless, there are still some humans I find agreeable, such as Rose Sork and Kyle Millis. Despite their differing natures, I remain disinterested in humanity. However, Oddwinter, your contributions during the debate that day certainly aided them. That goes without saying. Kyle's words echoed my own sentiments. And do I really need to be courteous to you? Hee. Appendix. A letter from Kyle Millis. Dear Mr. Oddwinter, I sincerely apologize for bidding you farewell in such a manner that I am immensely grateful for the trust you placed in me by allowing me to teach the mages about structural studies. I am aware that my magical energy has been depleted, rendering me incapable of wielding magic any longer. Yet, please believe that humanity's instinct for self-preservation and sense of security do not stem from magic. In the mages' classroom, I sensed an unfamiliar atmosphere that I could not fathom why the mages were solely focused on my lecture, devoid of questions or peculiar attitudes. Could it be that they had already conducted their own research on structural studies? My physical condition has recovered, and I know this is due to your assistance. Under the pretense of exhaustion and weakness, I could indeed remain comfortably in the White Scroll. However, after much contemplation, I concluded that it is neither necessary for the White Scroll nor what I desire. You must have refrained from informing me of my rapid recovery to prevent any hasty thoughts of departure. Am I wrong? I apologize, but perhaps our pursuits differ. This is an unparalleled honor for the mages. Yet I cannot confine my heart here. I can somewhat comprehend the sense of accomplishment that academic research can bring. Having grown up in the Nitala court, I naturally became a guard. Later, finding the role of a dungeon guard intriguing, I chose to join them and study structural studies. Starting from the most fundamental arithmetic, what is right and what is wrong is clear and evident that I cherish definitive answers. I can verify the correctness of an equation, estimate the forces acting on a geometric figure, and identify the positions of interlocking components and mechanical devices. If I am correct and align with the laws of nature, I feel a profound sense of achievement. However, it is merely in alignment with nature's principles that we are not the creators of these laws, but rather their discoverers. Humans are born into this world, destined to die one day. The laws of nature are so intricate that one could spend a lifetime attempting to fully comprehend them. Moreover, we are not deities, and even if we grasp these laws, it does not necessarily mean we can alter them. For me, it is more about understanding the direction I should take. This may seem a peculiar inquiry, but I do not believe that reshaping the world, whether for better or worse, holds significant meaning. Our struggles and sufferings are predominantly spiritual, while the material world ultimately adheres to its primal laws. Regardless of whether it be 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years hence, the mages are incredibly intelligent, truly deserving of their reputation for wisdom. They do not require my instruction, as they grasp concepts with ease. However, it seems that not many mages have shown interest in structural studies until now. In our realm, architects and engineers are held in high esteem, while diviners and alchemists are regarded as inferior professions. Conversely, perhaps a similar phenomenon exists in shells. Every profession has its trends, yet obscurity does not equate to uselessness. Every field has its masters, and these masters possess the power to change the world. I explored the library of the White Scroll, which houses numerous collections on structural studies, and I hope the mages will make good use of them, even though they currently lie dormant. As for my reasons for leaving, as I mentioned earlier, the mages do not need my teaching, and my knowledge is limited. Should I err, I cannot bear the responsibility. Frankly, I also do not wish to remain in the mages' kingdom, for it feels foreign to me. Especially after my friends have departed, I have never experienced such a state of solitude, and it is truly disheartening. Although I have you all, please understand that mages cannot replace the familiar sense of security that my kin provide. I awaken in the dead of night, feeling a chill. You may find it amusing, the concept of security, but I cannot adequately explain it. I genuinely require it. I await something significant, and though I do not understand the reason, I wish to grasp it tightly. I fear that if I linger in the academy too long, I may attempt to become a mage and lose what I originally sought to possess. That is something not found in elemental studies, magical studies, alchemy, or demonology. Please forgive my selfishness. Regarding the research on structural studies, I have compiled the key methods and points of caution here, hoping it will be of assistance to you. I also hope that one day, humans and mages can converse calmly, as you and I do. Thank you for your care during this time. Should the opportunity arise, I will visit again, with sincere regards. Kyle Millis. Chapter 100. The judgment of the oracles, the lightning of electric magic surged forth like countless invisible threads, piercing the air and assailing the three great saints. Even with the powerful protective barrier of the holy lightning, Crystera could only defend with all her strength. Emilia fervently prayed, her holy incantations shielding George from the electric strikes. She heard the sound of George swinging his cross hammer and the crackling of electricity. She dared not open her eyes or lose focus. Even with Crystera by her side, her confidence wavered. Strangely, the barrier that sealed the electric demon Apostic within the Solaya mountains was not the handiwork of the three saints. Given that Apostic was trapped within the mountain, one would expect him to be weakened. However, he had reached an immensely powerful state. Move! George, the Holy Knight, bellowed. Before Emilia could react, Crystera swiftly lifted her and fled. Why? She could not help but open her eyes, glancing towards Apostic's location. The demon, enveloped in lightning, remained steadfast. By dusk, they arrived at the hastily erected tent. The Holy Sword Knight Jairus Scoval bore deep wounds on his arms and back, blood streaming profusely. Holy Knight George, panting heavily, pressed his hand against Scoval's chest, the healing power of holy light emanating from his arms to mend Scoval's injuries. Yet, these were wounds inflicted by a demon, healing excruciatingly slowly. Even Crystera, usually composed, displayed a hint of panic. Furrowing his brow, he pondered. Apostic did not follow us out, did he? Scoval, gritting his teeth against the searing pain wrought by the demon's power, asked with concern. The barrier has not been breached. He cannot escape for the moment. But we are also unable to defeat him. George replied, the barrier is gradually weakening. It cannot permanently restrict his movements. Damn it. Crystera murmured, how could anyone summon such a formidable barrier? Our strength is intertwined with the contract made with the summoning goddess. More than half of our power resides within her summoning circle. Without her invocation, we cannot awaken the full strength of the saints. Yet, she remains unresponsive. I have prayed, but to no avail. The summoning goddess disregards us. Crystera bit her lip, displaying a helpless and anxious demeanor. What is that girl doing? George shouted. The Holy Alliance accomplishes nothing in the absence of divine presence. Not only that, but they have also nurtured excellent traders. I find it intolerable. Are you referring to White Rosepans? Crystera inquired. White Rosepans, I entrusted her to the saints of Balmeris when she was but a child. And now, years later, she confronts me, her savior, with such a stance. Unforgivable that I truly do not understand. Do the saints of the Holy Alliance not serve the divine? Why now does even the deity turn a blind eye to them? George, do not speak so recklessly. Maintain respect for the divine, Crystera cautioned. The summoning goddess, the goddess of emotions and bonds, Lily Rexburley, once regarded me as a great savior. None can know the will of Toxir, nor can anyone grasp their own fate. George shook his head in frustration, saying, consider this. We are utterly powerless against the demon lord. Shall we pray for the judgment god Hild to personally end him? Calm down. George, your anger has clouded your judgment, Crystera insisted with a firmer tone. Lily Rexburley, George suddenly shouted towards the sky. I, George, have always answered your summons. Can you not respond to my call, just once? Crystera sighed. Uncle George, this is futile. Emilia gently advised. George exhaled deeply, tenderly stroking Emilia's head, saying, Little Emmy, I apologize for making you run around for nothing. George staunched Scoval's bleeding and continued to bind his wounds. These injuries could not be swiftly healed through holy healing. They would have to mend on their own. Scoval remained silent, his mind racing with the realization that matters were not unfolding as smoothly as they had during the last encounter with the ice demon. Even with the addition of the mightiest saint, George, they found themselves unable to overcome the electric demon. Suddenly, Crystera rose to her feet and inquired, Amy, how did you defeat the flame demon Carrii? We employed the sacred prayer. However, we had the protection of the dungeon guardian Kyle Maris and the death knight Noise Carter. Then, Alice summoned a mutated Bobby, capable of absorbing a portion of Carrii's fiery power, using her essence magic. Meanwhile, the flame dragon Anil and its master, Dragon Knight Tom Grant, kept Carrii at bay until my prayer was complete. Jairus gazed at her in astonishment. The flame dragon Anil. The mutated Bobby? It was Noise who insisted on participating, claiming it was merely a premonition. His body, already decaying, had little time left, yet he still made that choice. No, There are too many coincidences, after all. Who would place their hopes on a dragon thought to be extinct? This is... Do you have any thoughts on this, Kristera? George asked. Let me pray. Kristera walked alone outside to a secluded shade beneath a tree. Placing her hands before her chest and beginning to pray silently. Emilia sat beside Jairus Scoverall. Observing her expression, he asked, Emilia, you appear quite unsettled as well. Indeed, I can't believe that even when united, you all cannot defeat the electric demon. Jairus chuckled softly. Victory and defeat are not absolute. However, I am reminded of certain matters. What matters? You are aware of the divine revelation received by your teacher Kristera, that you 5 children are chosen by the gods. Nitala has 4 great judgment orders. Safeguarding the physical and spiritual well-being of the people. The Order of the Sacred Shield Knights judges external threats to the Nitala kingdom, fierce and peculiar creatures and races. The Royal Regulator judges internal dangers to kin and those who violate the law. The Nitala Church judges the blasphemous and the depraved, while expelling demons and nightmares that lead souls astray. And the Shadow Guards judge conspirators threatening the dominion of the godly royal family. The Colossus, the revelation states that you are the chosen 5th judgment order. But what exactly will you judge, and what qualifications and abilities do you possess for such a task, remains unknown to me. It appears that Nitala's 4 judgment orders are sufficient to maintain order, light, and justice, yet the issues plaguing Nitala are far more numerous than they seem. Emilia fell silent for a moment before saying, We are merely ordinary people. None among you is ordinary, George interjected suddenly. Lance Rail embodies the spirit of the former god of freedom. Matherly Slore, you are a saint's disciple. Kyle Me Riss possesses intellect surpassing that of most self-proclaimed clever mages, and Lo has harnessed demonic power without succumbing to its control. Who knows what you all are capable of? Carrie is a prime example. Perhaps it aligns with our speculations. Let us set aside such theories for now. It is confirmed that the woman intending to assassinate Amy, the White Rose Pans, is undoubtedly one of those who stole the demon bloodstone to revive the demon lord. Her animosity towards the Sacred Alliance is hardly surprising, Jairus stated. Moreover, we must uncover those conspirators and ascertain their true intentions. Uncle George, you did not mention Alice. Additionally, Lo encountered a girl named Bellamy Finger. Was she mentioned in the revelation? Alice Parker. Though still a young girl, I have a more mysterious impression of her than of you, George replied. Even though I have yet to meet her. I have heard she bears the 5-pointed star of Kozan. I am certain she is not an ordinary individual. However, I have indeed not heard of Bellamy Finger. Emilia found this puzzling. Bellamy seemed far more enigmatic than Alice. To her, Alice appeared as simple and pure as blank paper. Yet why would George feel this way? After a while, Kristera re-entered the tent, her face pale. The judgment order of the revelation cannot be defied. We are as foolish as Reynolds' Kloss, she murmured. We have overestimated ourselves and underestimated them. Where are the other 4 young ones now? George curiously asked. What did Lily tell you? It is not Rex Bailey. It is Toxer. Kristera's voice trembled. As the name escaped her lips, the others were taken aback. Toxer, known as the god of White Orchid. Many may not recognize the name, but the saints who serve the divine are all too familiar with it. The 12 celestial gods are merely her messengers. Chapter 3. The Fountain of Rainbows Prologue. Vincipri Kyle walked alone across the tundra. The distant snow-capped peaks gradually drew closer. He hoped to find the place where Emilia had ventured. He had received a precise location from a mage. Although he could no longer utilize the summoning warehouse, his belongings were packed in his satchel, and his means of defense were no longer elaborate traps, but rather a simple longsword. Yet, he felt no fear in embarking on this solitary journey. His training as a guard had kept his physical conditioning sharp. While he could not rival Lance, he was still above the average person. Able to handle beasts without issue. As night fell, he took refuge beneath a rocky overhang. Under the dim starry sky, the tundra was shrouded in a chilly mist. As Kyle drifted into slumber, he was jolted awake by the cold. Heavens, he murmured, it's truly frigid tonight. Alas, I can no longer use magical flames for warmth. Outside, the haunting howl of wolves echoed, signaling the dreadful pack's nocturnal activity. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he grasped his sword and leaned against a stone, thinking that it was safer to sleep with the weapon in hand. In days past, he would have transformed this cave into a death trap, ensuring that no one could enter without being met by a volley of arrows. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the darkness. Kyle spotted a shadow approaching him. He instinctively pointed his sword at the figure, anticipating an immediate attack. Surely, it could not be a wolf. Abruptly, A brilliant light filled his vision. Blinding him, he instinctively squinted against the dazzling source. Once his eyes adjusted to the intensity, he discerned the figure before him. You are quite a peculiar individual. It was a young girl clad in a flowing blue robe. Appearing even smaller than Alice, petite and delicate in stature, her features were striking, embodying the grace of an elven girl with the openness of a human child. She smiled effortlessly, yet her expression revealed nothing of her emotions. Above her fair forehead, a cascade of snowy white hair gleamed brightly in the night that a luminous sphere of magical energy floated above her fingertips, illuminating the cave. Kyle stared at her, momentarily dumbfounded. A young girl. I wager she cannot be more than 12, and she can wield magic, and calls me strange. Are you a demon or a spirit? A ghost? Kyle whispered, his voice trembling slightly. I am not a priest. I cannot exorcise the dead. You are the ghost, the girl replied nonchalantly, stepping into the cave and sitting beside him. It's rather cold tonight. I plan to continue my journey tomorrow. They say that feeling cold often brings about feelings of melancholy. Kyle was at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to sputter some inquiries a normal person might ask. Hey, little girl, are you lost? Which village do you come from? You seem human. What are you doing out here? It's dangerous with all the wild beasts around. I am not a little girl. I am Van Cypri, she stated, not even glancing in his direction as she shook her head. Cypri. Suddenly, she straightened her back, as if she had spotted something. Following her gaze, Kyle looked outside the cave. Complete darkness enveloped the landscape. Suddenly, a low growl erupted, and an agile shadow leapt into the cave, lunging directly at the girl. Kyle's heart sank as he recognized the creature. It was a gray-furred, starving wolf. He hastily drew his sword to strike at the beast, but it was too swift. Before he could react, the wolf lunged at the girl. Unfazed, she extended a hand, and as the wolf reached her, she stroked its left cheek. Before the wolf could register her presence, her other hand swung around, striking it across the right side of its face. With both hands exerting force, a horrific cracking sound echoed, and Kyle's vision was filled with splattered blood and brain matter that he gasped in shock. Indeed, that girl, who could not be older than 12, had crushed the wolf's skull with a mere clap of her hands. The unfortunate wolf had scarcely a chance to whimper before it was reduced to a lifeless carcass. The little girl nonchalantly tossed the wolf's body aside, retrieving a large water jug and a white towel from her pocket. Commencing to wipe the blood from her hands, her precise movements ensured that the blood did not splatter onto her face or clothing, though some still stained her hands. Some blood is valuable, while other blood is worthless. Do you know the market value of wolf's blood? She casually inquired of Kyle as she continued to clean her hands, seemingly oblivious to the astonished expression etched on his face. Blood. Blood. Are you a blood merchant? And you know the price of blood? Kyle blurted out, bewildered by his own words. Van Cypri turned to him, casting a glance of utter disdain. Then, she redirected her attention, stating, however, I no longer need to seek gold. Northwind is truly a good man. He informed me that there is exquisite demon's blood nearby, from a demon lord no less, and he has even preserved it for me. I am quite pleased. With that, she turned to Kyle and flashed him a sweet smile, asking, Do you see how happy I am? Kyle nearly fainted. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? Human. TSK, Cypri shrugged her petite shoulders and shook her head, saying, I am Van Cypri, a spirit summoner from the Academy of Spiritism, majoring in demon's blood and minoring in regional incantations. She placed the used towel and water jug into her small treasure bag. Then, she comfortably reclined on the ground, stifled a yawn, and propped her head on her hands, saying, Good night. Kyle's face was a portrait of astonishment. Spiritism, the Academy of Spiritism? Chapter 101, The Undead Fleet Alow. Buzzing murmur wafted over from the opposing vessel. The crew aboard the Carl's ship was oblivious to what the people across the way were saying. However, the eerie sea breeze, accompanied by a chill, enveloped the deck of the Carl's ship. Lance and Alice stood quietly near the mast, observing the scene ahead. That a crew member from the tuna ship staggered across the connecting planks. He was a robust man, wielding a curved dagger. His gait was peculiar. Such a brawny figure ought to walk with confidence, yet he appeared in a state of utter laxity, shuffling forward unsteadily. Hey, what are you doing? The first mate shouted, leading a group of crew members armed with weapons. The man did not respond. The first mate recognized this sailor as a longshoreman from the tuna ship, but the man's strange demeanor caused the first mate to hesitate. As it turned out, the first mate's intuition was correct. He finally discerned the sailor's visage, his eyes rolled back, mouth agape in a stupor, his features slack, with what appeared to be a viscous substance pooling in his eye sockets. And he was certain it was not tears. The man resembled a soulless shell to that very moment. The sailor suddenly swung his blade, aiming a vicious strike at the first mate. It is often believed that aboard a ship, the higher the rank, the greater the skill in swordplay. Though not entirely scientific, there is some merit to this notion. The first mate deftly parried the sailor's strike with his longsword, forcing the sailor's weight to shift to one side. "What the hell are you doing?" The first mate barked in anger. "I am not a pirate. I am the first mate of the Carl's ship. Look closely." Yet the man paid no heed to his words. Instead, he emitted a series of chilling low howls, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf filled with malice. Once more, he lunged at the first mate with his blade. The first mate, finding himself with no alternative, engaged in a series of parries until he seized upon a moment of vulnerability, thrusting his sword into the sailor's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound as the sailor's face contorted in agony, suddenly spewing forth a viscous liquid before collapsing to his knees. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Alice let out a scream, retreating into Lance's embrace. The first mate sheathed his sword. Seething on the Carl's ship, one must abide by the rules of Carl's. No one is allowed to act recklessly. Lance observed the scene with a quiet sigh. Suddenly, a man brusquely shoved past him, colliding with his shoulder. Dr. Matt." The intruder was met with incredulous stares from the other sailors. The man named Matt pushed through the throng, rushing towards the kneeling sailor, and abruptly yanked the first mate back 2 steps, exclaiming in disbelief, "No, this is wrong. This cannot be." "What is it, Dr. Matt?" the first mate asked, perplexed. "My sword thrust was fatal. You need not concern yourself with healing him." "Fool, this man is infected with plague." A cacophony of cries erupted among the sailors. "A straggler," murmured Austin Carter nearby. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. The sailor, who had been pierced through the abdomen, suddenly pushed himself off the ground and slowly stood upright. He continued to moan, gradually straightening up once more, raising his blade anew. "Those people. First mate, those people." A sailor from the Carl's ship shouted. It turned out that the crew members from the tuna ship were crossing the connecting planks, moving with the same lethargic gait as the previous sailor. Armed with weapons, they stumbled forward. The first mate took 2 steps back in fright. "Impossible. This man can still stand, still wield a blade." Dr. Matt, what is happening?" Crew members from the tuna ship continued to approach one after another. Though their movements were slow, they were far more terrifying than an attacking battalion. Without a moment's hesitation, they stormed the deck of the Carl's ship, brandishing swords and axes, with a command from the captain. The crew of the Carl's ship also raised their weapons and charged forward, plunging into a chaotic battle. "They carry the scent of death." Alice's brow furrowed, her expression laced with fear. "That aura, it is akin to that of the Death Rider." "Noise, Carter." Lance looked at her in confusion, asking, "The scent of death?" "Death is a unique form of power, which we refer to as necromancy." Austin Carter, wielding a sword in each hand, stood beside them and declared, "Those individuals possess this necromantic energy within them. It is astonishing. It seems the tuna ship has transformed into an undead vessel." The cries of battle were predominantly those of the crew of the Carl's ship. Each of them was valiant and skilled, effortlessly driving their blades into the bodies of the seemingly sluggish crew of the tuna ship. However, just as they reveled in their triumph after downing an enemy, those who had been pierced through the heart or had their throats slit slowly rose from the ground, delivering a fatal blow to their unsuspecting assailants. First mate, why can't we kill them?" a sailor exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at the first mate. To his dismay, he was greeted by the sight of the first mate. Blood spewing from his mouth, his chest pierced by 3 blades, the captain himself charged forward, swinging his sword while shouting, "Those in the back, protect the non-combatant passengers, crew of the Carl's ship. If the enemy does not bleed, we will sever their heads." "Sever their heads," the crew roared in unison. Yet, the Carl's ship continued to suffer devastating losses, while the crew of the tuna ship fell and rose again, falling and rising again, even when an arm was severed. They remained unfazed, staggering forward. These were soulless corpses, impervious to pain. "Undead. Surely they are undead." Austin Carter gritted his teeth. "Damn it, who transformed them into undead? They are controlled corpses, impervious to pain. How do we kill them?" Lance recalled his own encounter with the undead and surmised that these living corpses would be difficult to deal with. My twin swords are bathed in the fury of judgment. Austin suddenly unleashed the magic within him, the blades of his twin swords igniting with scorching flames on one and encircled by radiant holy light on the other. Leave this matter to me. Lance had heard that the judgmental guardians could also wield magical powers. They were accustomed to using twin swords, adept at altering the properties of their blades to counteract the types of enemies they faced. It appeared that Austin intended to employ holy light and flame against these undead. Hey, Austin, Halifax, accompanied by 2 other bounty guardians, rushed out from the cabin, and upon seeing the luminous blades in Austin's hands, exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you planning to do?" "To eliminate these undead," Austin replied. "What does that have to do with us?" Halifax retorted discontentedly. "We cannot afford to meddle with these matters before completing our mission. These are undead, the dead, manipulated by others." Austin frowned. "It seems the tuna has been infected by plague. But how could this be? Their ship's doctor." "Do not waste your strength on this. It is unnecessary," Halifax interjected. "These ordinary sailors cannot be dealt with. Besides, if the ship is overtaken, how do we reach Sapphire Island?" Austin shook his head, saying, "You are also exceptional bounty guardians, having hunted various monsters. You are not afraid of the undead, are you?" Halifax rolled his neck, expressing his impatience. "What a troublesome affair. Is there no one else on this ship besides us?" "There are some non-combatant travelers and merchants. They are in the cabin." Lance spoke up. "Allow me to assist you." "Austin, you have other responsibilities, do you not?" Austin gestured towards Alice with his eyes. "That is the duty of a knight." Alice, unfazed, replied. Lance nodded and approached the tumultuous crowd alongside Austin. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned to ask, "Your Highness Alice, are you waiting here for me?" Or, at that moment, for lovely little girls had already gathered by her side. "Good evening, dears," Alice said with a smile. "Why is it so noisy? Who's losing their mind?" "Master, you. Why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? How could this happen?" "No. Good evening, what a delightful sea breeze, hee hee." Everyone except Lance was startled. Alice greeted the bobbies and then remarked, "As I told Lance, I will no longer require your protection at all times." Lance smiled and nodded. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, and the entire ship shook violently. Alice nearly lost her balance due to the swaying vessel, and Cheryl quickly steadied her, exclaiming, "Which inconsiderate wave crashed into us? I shall turn it to steam." Lance grasped the mast to steady himself. Before long, a crew member dashed out from below deck, pointing towards the other side of the ship and shouted, "Captain! Captain, the Claire has collided. It has struck our hull, and the hold is taking on water. Another ship has also crashed into us." Chapter 102. The storm. At this moment, another vessel collided with the hull of the Carls, and with greater force than the tuna. The hold's walls were breached, seawater gushing into the ship, causing the terrified guests to flee from the cabin onto the deck. The crew and the undead from the tuna were now concentrated on the right side of the deck, engaged in fierce combat, while the left side was occupied by the panicked guests, all unarmed. Initially, the crew formed a defensive line, keeping the guests safe, but suddenly, the ship on the left also raised connecting planks. Just like the tuna, the crew of the Claire transformed into staggering undead, armed and slowly advancing towards the deck of the Carls. The guests began to scream at this moment. The moonlight was gradually obscured by dark clouds. Distant thunder rumbled from the heavens, and the howling sea wind filled the sails to bursting. Torrential rain abruptly fell, chilling the night further. Lance placed his hat atop Alice's head and said, caught between a rock and a hard place, "Austin, is this our duty?" "Who cares about duty?" Austin replied as he leapt forward, pulling back a passenger near the ship's edge, and jumped onto one end of the connecting plank. The Claire had set up 3 massive and heavy connecting planks, and Austin stood at the edge of one, bracing for the attack from the approaching undead. Lance and Alice exchanged nods before rushing towards the other 2 connecting planks. The undead murmured lowly. Drawing closer to Austin, the first undead wielding a large sword and wearing a twisted expression charged forward, Austin deftly dodged its downward strike, sidestepped beside it, and thrust his sword, enveloped in the power of holy light, into its side. "By the sin of losing one's soul, I pass judgment," Austin whispered. Lance looked at him, nodding appreciatively. The judgment guards are the decision-makers and overseers of the Shadow Guard, sometimes determining the fate of the guilty. Thus, each judgment guard must understand the distinction between good and evil and punishment, striving to avoid bias or unjust verdicts. The undead before them must have recently perished, while they were merely shells of their former selves. They still resembled living beings. For an ordinary person, to kill them without hesitation would indeed require a measure of courage, especially for a judgment guard not accustomed to taking lives. However, Austin appeared to understand clearly that these soulless beings were no longer the living they once were. A body without a soul lacks life. And when he struck, he was right to show no mercy. Subsequently, he swung his spear with both arms, forcefully pushing back 3 undead with the spear's tail. "How should I kill you?" Lance licked his lips. The sight of facing a horde of aggressive foes stirred the knightly blood within him, for it resembled a miniature battlefield where he was the vanguard knight. Without hesitation, he charged into the throng of undead. Fluidly wielding the supple Chapman spear with its sharp tip, every move was flawless, his body following the spear's form, as he thrust the spear into one undead while elbowing another and kneeing yet another. As though the spear were the master and his body the weapon, he had come to realize that his body was his own weapon. A ranger knight must never rely on external tools. Not even the sole weapon at his disposal. Alice stood shoulder to shoulder with the 4 elemental bobbies. She gazed at the fearsome undead across from her, uncertain whether it was fear or cold. Her frail body trembling slightly. The storm battered against her, soaking her clothes. "Such enemies shouldn't require me to control your bodies," Alice spoke with an unusually calm tone. "Hiramal, Gibbies, you stay here to protect the defenseless guests. Cheryl, Kula, come with me to take down these villains." "Master, are your fists effective?" Kula asked with a smile. "I won't be using my fists," Alice shrugged, saying, "I have my new toy." Thus, Cheryl and Kula accompanied her to the end of the connecting plank. As the undead approached, Cheryl's body ignited with searing magical flames. Her palms resembled daggers forged from flames, igniting the undead's bodies upon contact. Kula summoned the power of the storm, forming swiftly spinning arrows of air, shooting one after another towards the undead. The undead struck by the storm arrows were spun around and tumbled backward, with many falling into the sea. Kula and Cheryl's concentrated assault of wind and fire made it difficult for the undead to approach. However, to be cautious, Alice unleashed a magical light sphere and tossed it into the water. Under the illumination of the light sphere, she observed that the submerged undead did not sink to the ocean floor, but instead swam slowly towards the ship, grasping the ropes along the hull and beginning to climb upward. Although their movements were sluggish, their strength did not seem to wane, for pulling oneself up by ropes is no easy task. At this moment, while both Austin and Lance were quite capable, the undead had surrounded them, and other undead circled around them towards the deck of the Carls. They SA result. Those who initially intended to remain spectators, such as Halifax and his companions, began to feel anxious. They shouted for the passengers to retreat. "Cheryl, Kula, go summon Hiramal and Gibbies. Drive away those undead climbing up. Hurry, there are too many," Alice said while rummaging through her bag of holding. "That's all well and good. But can you handle it, Master?" Kula inquired. Alice smiled, forming a small V with her fingers. "No problem, Kula." Kula's face blossomed with an adorable smile as she mirrored Alice's gesture, saying, all right, no problem." Cheryl and Kula departed from her side. Watching the approaching undead, she retrieved a wind-up white mouse from her bag, winding its tail and placing it on the ground. The wind-up mouse was not large, but once the mechanism began to turn, its limbs moved rapidly, scurrying to the front of the undead before it reared up on its hind legs. Although a mouse standing upright was quite comical, the undead paid it no heed. It seemed the wind-up mouse was displeased with being ignored. Suddenly, it began to spin in place, as if dancing. "Thunder Mouse," Mike Alice raised a hula hoop, magical light converging in the center of the pure white hoop, forming a beam of magical energy directed at the wind-up mouse. After absorbing the magical beam, the mouse spun faster and faster, eventually resembling a rapidly spinning top. As it whirled, a powerful radiating electric field formed around it. This dazzling, dancing white mouse unleashed a torrent of electricity upon the surrounding undead. Although those undead were devoid of life, they trembled and convulsed under the fierce electric assault, rendered immobile. Alice had purchased several tomes on magical item manipulation from a white scroll. These books discussed magical tools, also known as magical artifacts. Combining them with some introductory manuals on construction that Kyle had given her, she created this Thunder Mouse Mike. This mouse was a wind-up toy equipped with a sapphire magical energy core, which, when activated, would emit offensive magical energy in a unique manner, and Alice had programmed it to unleash electricity. During the creation process, she discovered that allowing the mouse to spin would enhance the dispersion of magical energy. So she decided to have the white mouse mic dance while emitting electrical energy. Because its spinning was amusing and the magical discharge was effective, Alice had grown fond of this unique gestures tool she had created, but had never found an opportunity to use it. Now, she was finally able to test the Thunder Mouse's power. Continuing, she produced several small pumpkin-headed bombs, brought them close to her nose, and remarked, "Grape flavor." After infusing them with magic, she hurled them towards the undead. As the pumpkin bombs detonated in midair, they erupted into a viscous, sticky substance that spread like spider silk, binding the undead and the wooden planks together. Ensnaring the undead in the process, this adhesive bomb could even ensnare Simon Griffin, who was possessed by the fiery demon Kalra. However, the torrential rain that accompanied the storm diluted the glue, rendering it ineffective. Alice bitterly complained, "It shouldn't be raining." At that moment, the lightning from the spinning Thunder Mouse, Mike, was conducted to the ship's hull by the cascading rain, igniting searing sparks. Small flames flickered along the wooden edges of the ship. She hastily ceased her magical supply, using her control magic to retract the jubilant spinning Thunder Mouse, and summoned icy powers to extinguish the flames licking at the ship's edge. What can we do about this rain? The spinning Thunder Mouse and the sticky bombs are powerless now. Alice watched in dread as the undead advanced step by step, while the helpless passengers huddled fearfully near the mast. She glanced around, only to be horrified to find that the undead had already surged onto the deck. The battle between Lance and Austin was but a futile struggle. They could not simultaneously fend off so many undead. And the crew members on the right side of the deck faced mounting casualties against the relentless undead. Even the valiant captain of the Cars, known for his martial prowess, was cornered by the undead. Gasping for breath, water surged through the breach in the hull, and the Cars began to sink slowly. The storm and the crashing waves mercilessly battered the Cars, causing it to sway violently out on the trembling deck. Alice gradually succumbed to an unbearable sense of dizziness and nausea. The four bobbies were also preoccupied with the undead, but the sheer number of undead from both ships was overwhelming. The sinking ship made it easier for the undead to climb aboard from the water. It wasn't long before they occupied most of the vessel. "What should we do?" Alice murmured, glancing at Lance, who was surrounded by the undead. "This ship is going to sink." Chapter 103. Drifting. Alice gripped a pure white hula hoop tightly. Flames ignited from her fire magic on the hula hoop, and she intended to use it as a weapon against the undead. However, as the undead drew closer, she was engulfed by a wave of fear. They were all towering figures, wielding sharp weapons, and their rigid movements and vacant expressions signified their immortality. Gripping the hula hoop, Alice felt her courage wane, overtaken by the pervasive scent of death and coldness in the air. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the approaching zombies, unsure of what to do. 3 undead advanced, swinging their great blades toward her. Alice raised the hula hoop in an attempt to block, but her frail arms were no match for the force of their strike. The impact sent her flying, crashing to the ground. The undead showed no mercy, closing in on her, and before she could lift the hula hoop again, one swung down with a deadly blade. Even if she managed to raise the hula hoop, the force was enough to shatter her delicate arm. Alice helplessly watched the cold blade descending from above. A chilling wave of fear gripped her soul. Her pupils dilated, and it felt as if her spirit were about to leave her body. This sensation, it seemed to be one only experienced by those on the brink of death. Was there no escape? That blow would cleave her head in two, yet she was not ready to die. Not yet, no. And oh, she screamed, but her cry did not halt the blade's descent. Just as the blade was about to strike, a hand grasped her, swiftly pulling her away from the deadly arc. Alice's pupils constricted in shock. Her heart, which had nearly ceased beating, suddenly raced. Instinctively, she reached for the arm that saved her, clutching it as if it were a lifeline. "Hey, don't grab me. Grab the broom. I'm not that strong. Hurry, my arms are getting sore." Alice recognized the voice, and upon turning her gaze, she realized it was the young mage Grade. He rode his broomstick, swiftly lifting Alice from beneath the blade. Now airborne, though Alice was slight of build, it was still a considerable challenge for him to hold her up. Alice quickly grasped the long handle of the broom, sitting sideways upon it. "You need to hold on to my body, or you'll lose your balance," Gray shouted as he spoke. He poured a bottled potion onto the broom. Suddenly, the wooden broomstick sprouted flexible vines, securely wrapping around Alice's thighs and waist. Alice exclaimed, "What is this?" Don't shout so loudly. This is to keep you from falling off. Umph. The shape-shifting wood, when combined with the magical ivy extract, can grow vines that stabilize the riding mage, something those who only foolishly study elemental magic wouldn't understand. As knowledge about broom-making materials falls under alchemy, he then dove down, calling out as he passed by Lance. Grab my broom. Lance was struggling against the unkillable undead that surrounded him. Hearing the call, he immediately reached out, grasping the swiftly passing broomstick. The undead, losing their quarry, turned their attention towards the cars and continued their advance. Alice noted that the broomstick seemed to elongate, accommodating Lance as well. As the vines wrapped around Lance, Gray explained again, adding, the shape of the broomstick is entirely determined by my magic. I could even turn it into a spear. That's the marvel of shape-shifting wood. Haha. He proudly maneuvered the broomstick into the air, gradually coming to a stop. The three of them looked down upon the cars, where the undead had thoroughly overrun the deck. Halifax and other bounty hunters and mercenaries had also joined the fray. But the situation appeared dire. Don't look at me like that. I can't save more people, Gray said impatiently, noticing Lance and Alice gazing at him. This broomstick can't bear any more weight. People on the cars will die. Alice felt tears welling up in her eyes from worry. However, she was now too far from the cars, and the four bobbies could not receive her magical supply, reverting back to their ball form and flying to her side. I can't help anymore, Gray sighed dramatically. I can only save you two. Before he could finish, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, sending the broom and the three of them spiraling. Gray shouted in alarm, struggling to maintain the broom's balance, but with three of them riding. He found it difficult to control, while the raging wind buffeted the broom, drenching his eyes with torrential rain and blurring his vision. Lance and Alice, though anxious, could do nothing to assist. They felt like helpless seagulls, tossed about by the tempest, drifting further away from the cars, now overrun by the undead. Finally, they plummeted into the sea. Neither Alice nor Gray could swim, and falling into the water felt like plunging into a terrifying mire. Helplessly calling for aid, the vines sprouted from the shape-shifting wood softened upon contact with the seawater, slipping away from their bodies. They struggled in the tumultuous waves, battered by the storm, bitter seawater flooding their mouths and invading their lungs, triggering violent coughs. Lance Lawn. I'm here, Your Highness. Lance desperately reached for Alice and Gray's hands, but the relentless waves toyed with them, stretching and shortening the distance between them. Sunlight once again illuminated the surface of the sea. The morning ocean was calm, with vibrant red dawn casting a warm glow. Cough, cough, cough. Alice awoke amidst her coughing fit. She blinked blearily, taking in her surroundings, feeling as though she were submerged in water. Suddenly alert, she opened her eyes wide, forcing her pupils to focus. She saw Lance, one arm around her, the other supporting the broom floating on the water's surface. Gray's arms were wrapped around his neck, with Lance using his back to support Gray's body. Are you all right, Your Highness? Lance gazed tenderly at the awakening Alice. What about Gray? How is he? Alice asked anxiously, noticing Gray was unconscious. He's fine, just asleep, Your Highness, Lance replied softly. Alice exhaled in relief that it seemed they were now floating on this wooden broom in the vast ocean. Looking around, there was no sign of the cars or any other ships. It appeared they had been swept far away by the waves. Alice reached out to touch Lance's face and said, Lance, you saved us. Lance shook his head, clarifying, It wasn't me, it was Gray. Alice pursed her lips. Her damp hair clung to her face, shimmering with a golden hue brighter than her own hair color in the sunlight, making her look particularly adorable. Lance, do you still call me Your Highness? Alice's tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction, because Lancelot had already promised her to travel together. He was no longer the knight who merely obeyed orders. He was the one who had kissed her. I am sorry, Lancelot said, until I have completed my mission. I remain your knight, and a knight never breaks his word. You will keep me alive, won't you? Alice's brows furrowed, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Those crew members turned into undead. I wonder why. Austin Carter. Halifax, can they survive? As long as you survive. Alice stared blankly at the undulating surface of the sea. As long as you live, I will protect you with all my heart, thoroughly. Lancelot gritted his teeth, declaring, Neither the undead marauders nor demons shall lay a finger on you. Then promise me, if I am able to survive, you will? I will. They floated on the sea, sharing a profound kiss. Then, Lancelot suddenly remarked, Your lips are quite dry. Yes, I am a bit thirsty, Alice replied, gazing at the azure waters. You cannot drink seawater. Lancelot, for reasons unknown, suddenly became unnerved. He reached for the lance on his back, gripping the tip as if intending to stab his other wrist. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Alice exclaimed. "I will relieve it with my blood," he said, slicing the lance's tip against his wrist. "Fool, great fool," Alice shrieked, shaking her small fists and landing several blows on Lancelot. "How can you be so foolish?" She angrily grasped the pure white hula hoop draped over her shoulder. Frost magic seeped from her palms, gathering upon the hula hoop, transferring to the bobbing waves around her. Gibbies, a girl with flowing silver hair, clad in a pristine white robe, hovered in midair. "Master, what has happened?" Gibbies gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. "How could this be? The air above the sea is quite humid, Gibbies. Can you condense the moisture in the air and collect the ice crystals?" Yes, I will do it right away." Gibbies, her face filled with trepidation, gathered the essence of ice, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to coalesce into sparkling ice crystals, which swirled around her like a mist, rendering her ethereal like a fairy among the clouds. With a gentle wave of her arm, the frost mist coalesced into a smooth ice sphere. "Is this satisfactory, master?" Alice nodded, summoning Sheer and Kara, then calling Gibbies back. Following Alice's instructions, Sheer melted the ice sphere, while Kara formed a wall of wind from the surrounding air to contain the melted ice water. "Humph, fool," Alice stuck out her tongue, cradling the wind wall container as she declared, "By the order of her highness, you shall drink water."